Chapter 1. To introduce Mr. Florian Wood, 'twas at Zell in the Zillerthal. Now whoever knows the Alps knows the Zillerthal well as the centre of all that is most Tyrolese in the Tyrol. From that beautiful green valley, softly smiling below, majestically grand and ice-clad in its upper forks and branches, issue forth from time to time all the itinerant zither players and picturesquely clad singers who pervade every capital and every spar in Europe. Born and bred among the rich lawns of their upland villages, they come down in due time, with a feather in their hats and a jodel in their throats, true modern troubadours, setting out on the untried ocean of the outer world, their voice for their fortune, in search of wealth and adventures. Guitar on back and green braces on shoulders, they start blithely from home with a few copper cruisers in their leather belts, and return again after a year or two, changed men to behold, their pockets full to bursting with dollars or louis or good English sovereigns. Not that you must expect to see the Tyrolese peasant of sober reality masquerading about in that extremely operatic and brigand-like costume in the upper Zillerthal. The Alpine minstrel in the sugar-loaf hat, much gartered as to the legs, and clad in a Joseph's coat of many colours, with whom we are all so familiar in cosmopolitan concert halls, has donned his romantic polychromatic costume as an integral part of the business, and would be regarded with surprise, not unmixed with contempt, were he to appear in it among the pastures of his native valley. The ladies in corset bodices and loose white lawn sleeves, who trill out startling notes from the back attics of their larynx, or elicit sweet harmonies from medieval-looking mandolines in Kursals and Alcazars, have purchased their Tyrolese dress direct from some Parisian costumier. The real cowherds and milkmaids of the actual Zillerthal are much more prosaic, not to say commonplace, creatures. A green string for a hatband, with a blackcock's plume stuck jauntily or saucily at the back of the hat, and a dirty red lapel to the threadbare coat, is all that distinguishes the Tyrolese mountaineer of solid fact from the universal peasant of European Christendom. Indeed, is it not true after all that the stage has led us to expect far too much, in costume and otherwise, from the tillers of the soil everywhere? Is it not true that the agricultural and pastoral classes all the world over, in spite of Theocritus and Thomas Hardy, are apt, when one observes them impartially in the flesh, to be earthy, grimy, dull-eyed, and unintelligent? Florian Wood didn't think so, however, or affected not to think so, which in his case was probably very much the same thing, for what he really thought about anything on earth, affectation aside, it would have puzzled even himself not a little to determine. He was a tiny man of elegant proportions, so tiny, so elegant, that one felt inclined to put him under a glass case and stick him on a mantelpiece. He leant his small arms upon the parapet of a wall as they were approaching Zell, shifted the knapsack on his back with sylph-like grace, and murmured ecstatically, with a side glance at the stalwart peasant women carrying basketfuls of fodder in huge creels on their backs in the field close by, how delicious, how charming, how essentially picturesque, how characteristically Tyrolean. His companion scanned him up and down with an air of some passing amusement. "Why, I didn't know you'd ever been in the Tyrol before," he objected bluntly. And in point of fact, when they started together from Munich that morning on their autumn tour, Florian Wood had never yet crossed the Austrian frontier. But what of that? He had got out of the train some 5 hours back at Jenbach station, and walked the 16 miles from there to Zell, and in the course of the tramp he had matured his views on the characteristics of the Tyrol. but he waved one lily-white hand over the earth none the less with airy dismissal of his friend's implied criticism. "How often shall I have to tell you, my dear de Veril," he said blandly, in his lofty didactic tone, the tone which, as often happens with very small men, came most familiarly of all to him, "that you unduly subordinate the ideal to the real, where you ought rather to subordinate the real to the ideal. This, you say, is the Tyrol, the solid, uncompromising, geographically definite Tyrol of the tax-gatherer, the postmaster, and the commercial traveller, bounded on the north by Bavaria, on the south by Italy, on the east by the rude Carinthian boar, and on the west by the collection of hotels and pensions marked down on the map as the Swiss Republic. Very well then, let me see if there's anything Tyrolese at all to be found in it. I have instinctive within me a picture of the true, the ideal Tyrol. I know well its green pastures, its upland slopes, its innocent peasantry, its fearless chamois hunters, its beautiful, guileless, fair-haired maidens. Arriving by rail today in this its prosaic prototype, cast up, as it were, from the train on the sea-coast of this Bohemia, I turn my eyes with interest upon the imitation Tyrol of real life, and strive earnestly to discover some faint points of resemblance, if such there be, with the genuine article as immediately revealed to me. And you find none, de Veril put in, smiling. Florian waved that dainty Dresden china hand expansively once more over the landscape before him, as if it belonged to him. "Pardon me," he said sententiously. "In many things I admit the reality might be improved upon. The mountains, for example, should be higher, their forms more varied, their peaks more jagged, their sides more precipitous. The snow should drape them with more uniform white, regardless of the petty restrictions of gravity. The river should tear down far rockier ravines in more visible cataracts. But nature has sometimes her happy moments too, and I call this one of them. Those women now so millet-like in their patient toil, how sympathetic, how charming. A less primitive society, a less idyllic folk would have imposed such burdens upon a horse or a donkey. The Tyrol knows better. It is more naive, more picturesque, in one word more original. It imposes them on the willing neck of beautiful woman. It's terribly hard work for them, de Veril answered, observing them with half a sigh. For them, yes, I admit it, of course, poor souls. But for me, my dear fellow, for me, just consider. It gives me a thrill of the intensest sensibility. In the first place, the picture is a beautiful one in itself, the figures, the baskets, the frame, the setting. In the second place, it suggests to the observant mind an Arcadian life, a true Dorian simplicity. In the third place, which is perhaps the most important of all, it affords me an opportunity for the luxury of sympathy. What is the trifling inconvenience of a heavy load on their backs to these poor ignorant creatures, compared with the refined and artistic pleasure, of an altruistic kind, which I derive from pitying them? Florian, his friend said, surveying him comically from head to foot, you really are impayable. It's no use arguing with you, it only flatters you. You know very well in your heart you never mean a word of anything you say. So stop your nonsense and put yourself in marching order again. Let's get on to Zell and see what sort of quarters we can find in the village. Florian Wood came down at once from his Epicurean clouds and strode out with his little legs in the direction of their resting place. In spite of his tininess, he was a capital walker. If nature, as he averred, has sometimes her happy moments, she certainly had one when she created her critic. Florian Wood was a young man of a delicate habit of mind and body, a just and pleasing compromise between a philosopher and a butterfly. His figure was small but extremely graceful. His limbs were dainty but well-knit and gazelle-like. His face, though small-featured, was very intelligent and distinctly good-humoured. His voice was melodious and exquisitely modulated. And what nature had left undone, his godfathers and godmothers did for him at his baptism, when they christened him Florian. As plain John Wood, to be sure, he would have been nobody at all. As William or Thomas or Henry or George, he would have been lost in the multitudinous deep sea of London. But his parents had the glorious inspiration of dubbing him Florian, and it acted like a charm. All went well in life with him. A baronetcy would have been a far less valuable social passport, for there are many baronets, but only one Florian. Before the romantic rarity of that unique Christian name, the need for a surname paled and faded away into utter nothingness. Nobody ever dreamt of calling him Wood. They spoke of Florian as they once spoke of Randolph. On this somewhat illogical but very natural ground, he became from his schooldays upward the spoiled child of society. He was a toy, a plaything. Clubs hung on his clear voice. Women petted and made much of him. When you talk of a man always by his Christian name alone, depend upon it, he becomes in the end as one of the family. Mere association of ideas begets in you at last a friendly, nay, almost a fraternal feeling towards him. They walked along briskly in the direction of Zell, Florian humming as he went a few stray snatches of Tyrolese songs, or what pass in the world for such, by way of putting himself in emotional harmony with the environment. For Florian was modern, intensely modern. He played with science as he played with everything else, and he could talk of the environment by the hour with the best of them, in his airy style, as if environments and he had been lifelong companions. But Zell itself, when they got to it, failed somehow to come up to either of their expectations. Florian would have made the valley narrower, or transplanted the village 300 feet higher up the slope of the hill. As for Will Deveril, less critical of nature's handicraft, he found the inns over-civilized. The post and the breu were too fine for his taste. They had come thus far in search of solitude and alpine wilds, and they lighted instead on a sort of miniature Grindelwald with 6 inns, a respectable café, experienced, or in other words extortionate, guides, and a regular tourist trap for the sale of chamois horns and carved models of chalets. "This will never do," Will Deveril exclaimed, gazing round him in disgust at the Gradera Hotel and the comfortable Welshworth. "This is pure civilization." And Florian, looking down instinctively at his dust-encumbered boots, murmured with a faint sigh, "A perfect Bond Street." For Florian loved to do everything consummately. 'Twas his own pet adverb. He aimed at universality, but he aimed quite as much at perfection in detail of the most pharisaical description. In Piccadilly he went clad in a faultless miniature frock-coat, surmounted by the silken sheen of Lincoln and Bennett's glossiest. But if he made up his mind to Alps and snow fields, then Alps he would have, pure, simple and unadulterated. No halfway houses for him. He would commune at first hand with the eternal hills. He would behold the free life of the mountain folk in all its unsophisticated and primitive simplicity. So he gazed at his Tom Thumb boots with a regretful eye, and murmured pensively once more, "A perfect Bond Street." "What shall we do now?" Will Deveril asked, stopping short and glancing ahead towards the glaciers that close the valley. "See that village on the left there," Florian answered, in a rapt tone of sudden inspiration, seizing his arm theatrically. "No, not the lower one on the edge of the level, but that high-perched group of little wooden houses with the green steeple by the edge of the ravine. What a magnificent view of the snowfields to the south! From there one must look at a single glance over all the spreading fingers and ramifications of the valley. Perhaps there's no inn there, Will responded dubiously. No inn, you prate to me of inns, Florian exclaimed, striking an attitude. In full view of these virgin peaks you venture to raise a question of mere earthly bedrooms, landlord, waiter, chambermaid. Who cares where he sleeps or whether he sleeps at all in such a village as that? He struck his stick on the ground hard to enforce and emphasize the absoluteness of his determination. The die is cast, he cried, with the Caesaric firmness of 5 feet nothing. We cross the stream at once, and we make for the village. Well, there's probably somewhere we can put up for the night and reconnoitre the neighbourhood, Will Deveril answered as he followed his friend's lead. If the worst comes to the worst, we can fall back upon Zell, but the priest will most likely find us a lodging. No sooner said than done. They mounted the steep slope and rose by gentle zigzags towards the upland hamlet. At each step they took, the view over the glacier-bound peaks that close the glen to southward opened wider and wider. Near an alpine farmhouse they paused for breath. It was built of brown wood, toned and darkened by age, with projecting eaves and basking southern front, where endless cobs of Indian corn in treble tiers and rows hung out drying in the sunshine. Florian drank in the pretty picture with the intense enjoyment of youth and health and a rich sensuous nature. There was a human element, too, giving life to the foreground. 3 Tyrolese children, a boy and 2 girls in costumes more obtrusively national than they had yet observed, stood playing with one another on the platform in front of the farmhouse. Florian beamed on them, enchanted. What innocence! He cried ecstatically. What untrammelled forms! What freedom of limb! What Hellenic suppleness! How different from the cramped motions of our London-bred children. You can see in a moment those vigorous young muscles have strengthened themselves from the cradle in the bracing air of the mountains. So fresh they are, so lithe, so gracious, so lissome. I recognize there at once the true note of the Tyrol. As he spoke, the younger girl, playing roughly with the boy, gave him a violent push which nearly sent him over into a neighbouring puddle. At that the elder sister clutched her hard by the wrist and gave her a good shaking, observing at the same time in very familiar accents, "Nay, oh then, Maria Ann, if you do like that to awry agin, I'll take you straight in and tell your mother." It was the genuine, unmistakable Cockney dialect. In an agony of injured nerves, Florian seized the elder girl by the collar of her dress, and holding her at arm's length, as one might do some venomous reptile, demanded of her, sternly, in his severest tone, "Now, where on earth did you ever learn English?" The little Tyrolese, trembling violently in his grasp, stammered out in deadly fear, "Why, o' course in London." Pa was a waiter at the Criterion, the younger sister volunteered in a shrill little voice from a safe distance, "and Ma's an Englishwoman, we've come 'ere to retire. Pa's taken the farm, but we can't none of us speak any German." Florian relaxed his grasp, a dejected, dispirited, disappointed mannequin. "Go, wretched little mudlark," he exclaimed with a frank gesture of discomfiture, flinging her from him as he spoke. There never was any objective Tyrol. The child retreated prudently to the safe shelter of the doorway before venturing on a repartee. Then she put out her tongue and took up a stone in her hand. "Who are you callin' a mudlark?" she answered with the just indignation of injured innocence. "If my pa was e'd punch your bloomin' Eid for yer." It ill became Florian Wood, that man of taste, to bandy words before the eternal hills with social waifs from the slums of Drury Lane. He strode on up the path in moody silence. It was some minutes, indeed, before he had sufficiently recovered from this crushing blow to murmur in a subdued voice, "What an incongruous circumstance! Not so unusual as you'd suppose, though," his companion answered with a smile, for he knew the Tyrol. There are no people on earth so vagrant in their ways as the Tyrolese. They go away as peddlers, musicians, or waiters, but when they've made their pile, almost without exception, they come back in the end to their native valleys. I've more than once met hunters or farmers in these upland glens who spoke to me in English, not always without a tinge of American accent. Perhaps it's not so much that these people emigrate as that they always come back again. They think other countries good enough to make money in, but the Zillithal's the one place where they'd care to spend it. Florian answered nothing. He strode on, sore distressed. The only Tyrol worth twopence, he now knew to his cost, was the one he had erected, anterior to experience in his own imagination. Chapter 2. It was a steep pull up to the little village on the hill, which Florian had selected by pure intuition for their immediate headquarters. But once they had arrived there, the glorious panorama which disclosed itself in one burst to their enchanted eyes made them forget the fatigues of their long tramp to reach it. The village was a tiny one, but comely and prosperous, composed of great farmhouses with big boulders piled high on their shingled roofs to keep them in place, and a quaint old church, whose tall and tapering spire was prettily tiled with bright green slates, after the country fashion. Moreover, what was more important just then to the footsore travellers, a hospitable wirtshaus or village inn occupied a place of honour on the small green in the centre. It was cheerful though homely, and clean in a certain rough countrified way, and it faced due south, toward the sun and the snow fields. Florian saw at a glance there would be a ravishing outlook from the bedroom windows, and Will Diveril, more practical and better accustomed to these out-of-the-way nooks, felt inclined to believe they might count at least on decent beds, plain wholesome fare, fresh trout from the stream, and sweet venison from the mountains. The name over the door was Andreas Horsberger. Will entered the inn with a polite inclination of the head, and inquired in his very best German of the first man he saw if he could speak with the landlord. "I am he," the stranger said, drawing himself up with much dignity. "This inn is my Schloss. My name is Horsberger." Will Diveril surveyed him with a critical air. He had seen such men before. They are not uncommon in the rural Tyrol. Tall, powerful, big-built, with a resolute face and a determined mien, he looked like a man well able to keep order among the noisy frequenters of his rustic tavern, for the worth or innkeeper of these remote villages is often, after the priest, the most important personage of the little community. He represents the temporal as the Pfarrer represents the spiritual authority. The owner of 4 or 5 horses, the entertainer of strange guests, the dispenser of liquor to the countryside, the organizer of festivals, marriage feasts and dances, the proprietor of the one club and assembly room of the village, the worth is necessarily a man of mark and of local position, beyond anything that is usual with his kind elsewhere. In the communal council his voice is supreme, the parlour is his court-house. He settles all quarrels, attests all deeds, arranges all assemblies, and assists as a matter of course at all rural ceremonies. "Can we have rooms here for a week?" Will inquired, still in German. The landlord led them upstairs and showed them 2 bedrooms on the first floor, roughly furnished, but neat, and as Florian had foreseen, with a glorious outlook. Will proceeded to inquire, as interpreter for the party, about various details of price, possibilities as to meals, excursions in the neighbourhood, and other practical matters. The landlord answered all in the same self-respecting and almost haughty tone as before, assuring him in few words as to the excellence of the bread and the meat, the cleanliness of the beds, the soundness of the beer, and the advantages and respectability of his establishment in general. "You will be as well here," he said, summing up as in New York or London, a little less luxury, perhaps, but quite as much real and solid comfort. "What does he say?" Florian asked languidly as the landlord finished, for though in his capacity as man of culture, the philosopher of taste was prepared to give a critical opinion offhand at any moment on Goethe or Heine, the Minnesänger or the Nibelungenlied, he was innocent of even the faintest acquaintance with the German language. 2 words in it amply served his turn. With Weevil and Yar Wole he made the tour of the fatherland. Will explain to him in brief, and in the vulgar tongue, the nature of the landlord's somewhat high-flown commendations. By way of answer Florian unslung his knapsack, which he flung on the bed with as much iron determination as his height permitted. "This'll do," he said decisively, this time in his character as the man of impulse. "I like the house, I like the place, I like the view, I like the landlord." He's a dignified-looking old boy in his way, the landlord, with that independence of mien and that manly chivalry which forms an integral part of my mental conception of the Tyrolese character. No bowing and scraping there, no civilized flunkydom. And that scar on his face, you observe, what a history it conceals. Some free fight on the hills, no doubt, or some tussle with a wounded bear in his native forest. "Well, no, not precisely that," the landlord answered, in very Teutonic English, strangely tinged with an undercurrent of a most Western flavour. "I got that mark in a scrimmage one day on a Mississippi steamer. It was a pretty hard fight, with a pretty hard lot, too. He was a real rough customer, one of these professional Monty sharpers that go up and down on the boats on the lookout for flats, but I settled him anyway. He didn't want another when we'd squared accounts over that gash on my face. He retired into private life at the St. Louis Hospital. For the next few voyages, poor Florian collapsed. This was too much. He sank on the sofa with a dejected face, drew a very long breath from the innermost depths of his manly bosom, and at last gasped out with a violent effort, "Are there no Tyrolese in the Tyrol at all, then?" The landlord smiled, a restrained and cautious smile. He was a self-contained sort of man, very large and roomy. "Why, I'm a Tyroler myself," he said, opening the second window and bustling about the room a little, "as Tyrolese as they make 'em, but I've been around the world a bit for all that, both in Europe and America." "You play the zither?" Will inquired, guessing at once what quest was most likely to have taken him there. The landlord shook his head. "No, I sing," he answered. "It was in charge of a troupe that I went over the water, you know Ludwig Rayner." "Who has an hotel on the Achensee?" Will replied. "The well-known Jodl singer. Yes, I've stayed there and heard him while he set the thing going." Herr Andreas Horsberger continued, still bustling about the room. "He took over a troupe to New York and Chicago. The first time he fell in with a pack of scoundrels who cheated him of everything he made by the trip. The second time he came back with a few $100. The third time he got into a very good thing and made money enough out of his tour to start the Seehof. So I followed suit, but I only saved enough on my first venture to set me up here in this house in the village. It's a one-horse affair for a man like me. Next time I hope I shall make a little capital to start a big hotel for foreign tourists and Kurgästs at Meran or Innsbruck." "Then you mean to go again?" Will Deveril asked, sitting down. "Why, certainly," the landlord answered, retreating to the door, as soon as ever I can get another good troop together again. And with a ceremonious bow, like a courtly gentleman that he was, he retired downstairs to superintend the preparation of those fresh mountain trout he had promised them for dinner. As soon as he was gone, Florian raised himself on one elbow like a startled butterfly, with an air of studious vacancy, and stared hard at Will de Veril. "What an extraordinary country," he murmured with a pensive sigh. "It's Babel reversed. Everybody seems to speak and understand every European language. The very babes and sucklings call one names as one passes, in vile gutter English. It's really quite uncanny. Who'd have thought now of meeting in an out-of-the-way lost corner of earth like this, a village innkeeper who's a man of the world, a distinguished traveller, an accomplished linguist and an intelligent impresario. The ways of Providence are truly mysterious. What a place to bury such a shining light! Why dump him down so in this untrodden valley? Oh, it's not by any means such a singular case as you suppose," Will answered, looking up from the knapsack he was engaged in unpacking. "Above all in the Zillerthal. I've never been here before myself, but I've always been told in other parts of the Tyrol that the Zillerthalers, men and girls, are every one of them born musicians. And as for our landlord here, the Tyrolese worth is always a man of light and leading in his own society. He opposes the priest and heads the Liberal Party. All the popular leaders in the War of Independence in the Tyrol were monks or innkeepers. Andreas Hofer himself, you know, had an inn of his own in the Passer Valley." "Ah, to be sure," Florian ejaculated, in an acquiescent tone of a peculiar calibre, which showed his friend at once he hadn't the remotest idea who Andreas Hofer was, or why one should be expected to know anything about him. Now, want of knowledge on such a point is, of course, most natural and pardonable in a stranger, but there was no sufficient reason, Will de Veril thought, for Florian's pretence at its possession where he really knew nothing. That, however, was poor Florian's foible. He couldn't bear to have it thought he was ignorant of anything, from mathematics or music to esoteric Buddhism. If a native of Siberia had addressed him casually in the Ostiak dialect of the Tungusian language, Florian would have nodded and smiled a non-committing assent, as though Ostiak had always been his mother tongue, and he had drunk in Tungusian at his nurse's bosom. "You know who Andreas Hofer was, of course," de Veril went on persistently. "He was a devil of a fellow for not letting you off when he caught you out in an innocent little piece of social pretension, was de Veril." Florian, thus hard pressed, found himself compelled to do what he hated most in the world, confess his ignorance. "I remember the gentleman's respected name, of course," he said dubiously, with a sickly smile and a little forced pleasantry, "but his precise claims to distinction, as Men of the Time puts it in its cheerful circular, entirely escape my memory for the moment. He was the leader of the spontaneous Tyrolese peasant movement, you know, for the expulsion of the French and their Bavarian allies in 1808 or thereabouts." Will went on, still unpacking. "Napoleon caught him at last and had him shot at Mantua. You'll see his tomb when you go to Innsbruck, and lots of other mementos of him all over the country everywhere. He pervades the place. He's the national hero, in fact, the martyr of independence, a sort of later and more historical William Wallace." "Dear me, yes, how stupid of me," Florian cried, clapping his hand to his head in a sudden burst of pretended recollection. "It comes back to me now, of course. Good old Andreas Hofer, how could I ever forget him? The Tyrolese William Tell, the Hampden of the Alps, the undaunted Caractacus of these snow-clad mountains." De Veril pulled off his coat. "If I were you," he said dryly, Instead of rhapsodizing here, I'd go into my own room, have a jolly good wash and get ready for dinner. We must have walked about 22 miles since we got out at Genbark, and this bracing air gives one a positively gargantuan appetite. Florian roused himself with a yawn, for though vigorous enough for his size, he was a lazy creature, and when once he sat down, it was with difficulty he could be prevailed upon to put himself in motion again. 10 minutes later they were seated at the white-covered table in the tidy little salon, doing the fullest justice to the delicious broiled trout, the foaming amber ale, the fresh-laid eggs, and the excellent home-made bread, provided, according to promise, by Herr Andreas Horsberger. Chapter 3. Next morning early, aroused by the cloister bell, Will Deveril rose and looked out of his window. Oh, such an exquisite day! In that clear, crisp air the summits of the Fleutenspitze, the Loeffler and the Turnerkamp glistened like diamonds in the full morning sunlight. 'Twas a sight to rejoice his poetic soul. For Will Deveril, though too modest to give himself airs like Florian, was a poet by birth, and a journalist by trade. Nature had designed him for an immortal bard. Circumstances had turned him into an occasional leader-writer. He stood there entranced for many minutes together. He had pushed the leaded window open wide when he first rose, and the keen mountain air blew in at it most refreshingly. All was beautiful. He looked out on the fresh green pastures, the deep glen below, the white stream in its midst, the still whiter tops of the virgin mountains beyond it. A stanza for his new poem rose spontaneous in his mind as he leaned his arms on the low sill and gazed out upon the great glaciers. I found it not where solemn Alps and grey draw crimson glories from the newborn day, nor where huge sombre pines loom overhanging Niagara's rainbow spray. He was just feeling in his pocket for a pencil to jot down the rough draft of these few lines, when of a sudden, at the window in the next room at the side, what should he see but Florian's pale face peeping forth most piteously. "What's the matter? Haven't you slept?" Will inquired of his disconsolate friend with a sympathetic nod. The Epicurean philosopher shook a sad, slow head with a painfully cheerful air of stoical resignation. "Not a wink since 3 o'clock," he answered gloomily. "Those dreadful creatures have bothered me without ceasing." "Surely," Will began, somewhat surprised. "Not," Florian shook his head wearily. No, not them," he murmured with melancholy emphasis. "I don't mind about them. They at least are silent, and besides, if you like, you can get up and catch them. Bells, bells, my dear fellow, bells, bells all the morning. They've been tinkling in my ear every blessed minute since the clock struck 3. It's unendurable, horrible." "Oh, the cowbells," Will answered, laughing. "Why, for my part, I like them. They're a feature of the place, they sound so countrified. I hardly hear them at all, or if I hear them, they come to me drowsily through the haze of my dreams like the murmur of water or a nurse's lullaby. I find them, to tell you the truth, positively soothing. Besides," he added mischievously with a malicious little smile, "in such a village as this who cares where he sleeps or whether he sleeps at all? He should be able to subsist here on scenery and the affections." At the words, Florian's head disappeared incontinently. That surely was the unkindest cut of all. Thus convicted out of his own mouth by his familiar friend, he could but retire abashed to complete his toilet. That Deveril should have slept all night long, while he lay awake and tossed and turned, and wished ill to the whole ill-omened race of cows, was bad enough in all conscience. But that he should pretend he liked those disgusting bells was nothing short of atrocious. He descended a little later to the homely parlour. Will was down there before him, and had succeeded in ferreting out an old violin from a corner cupboard. He was musical, was Will, not, to be sure, in the grand perceptive and critical way, like Florian himself, who played no instrument and understood all perfectly, but after the inferior fashion of the mere dexterous executant, who possesses a certain physical suppleness and deftness of fingers to elicit from dumb strings the most delicate fancies of a Mendelssohn or a Chopin. In pursuance of this lesser gift of his, the common faculty of the fiddler, as Florian called it, Will was just then engaged by the open window in playing over to himself a pretty little song by some unknown composer. He played it very well too, Florian admitted condescendingly. Will had a capital ear indeed, and was not without feeling of a sort for the finer touches in musical composition, up to a certain point, you know, not quite, of course, to the high and delicate level of Florian's own cultivated and refined perceptions. It was a charming piece, however, a very charming piece, and after a while Will began singing the words to it. Florian listened with pleasure, and a forgiving smile to the clever twists and turns of that well-arranged melody. As he stood there, listening, a little behind, one impressive forefinger held up in an attitude of discriminative attention, he was aware of two voices in the street outside catching up the tune naturally, and fitting it as if in sport to shapeless syllables of their own invention. They were women's voices, too, young and rich and powerful, and what was odder still, to Florian's immense surprise, they took up their proper parts as second and third in a concerted piece like trained musicians. Strange to find such finished vocalists in a mere peasant hamlet. But there, no doubt they were some of Herr Horsberger's transatlantic performers. Florian moved closer to the window to observe the unknown but silvery-tongued strangers. As he did so, two plump and rosy-cheeked mountain lasses, in homespun kirtles, fled, blushing and giggling, with their hands to their mouths, away from the close scrutiny of the foreign Herrschaft. Accustomed as he was by this time to marvellous incongruities in this land of surprises, Florian could hardly believe his own eyes when he further observed that the two girls with the divine voices were driving cows home from the pasture to the milking shed. Great heavens, yes, there was no gainsaying it. Shade of Wagner, incredible. The accomplished vocalists whose fine sense of melody so delighted his acute and critical ear were nothing but a pair of common country milkmaids. Will Deveril, too, had risen, and with a friendly nod was gazing out appreciation at his unknown accompanists. Florian turned to him all amazement. They must have practised it before, he cried. They must know it all of old. It must certainly be one of their own national pieces. Oh, no, the poet replied in a very confident voice. They can't possibly have heard it. It's quite new, I'm sure about that. It's never yet been published. But my dear fellow, Florian exclaimed with much argumentative heat, I assure you none but the most instructed musicians could possibly take up the right chords like that, and sing them second and third without having practised them beforehand. Allow me to know something of the musical art, even Patty herself. Why, the song's my own, Will broke in, much amused and unable to restrain himself. I ought to know, it was I who wrote it. The words, ah, yes, to be sure, the words are nothing. They didn't sing them, of course, 'twas the melody they caught at. And the melody, I venture to assert without fear of contradiction, the melody, from the peculiar way it modulates into the subdominant, must certainly be one of their own love songs. But I composed the tune too, Will made answer with a quiet smile. It's never been played before. It came up into my head in the railway carriage yesterday, and seeing this old fiddle in the cupboard this morning, I thought I'd try it over before scoring it down, just to hear how it sounded. You wrote it, Florian repeated, dazzled and stunned at the news. You compose as well as rhyme, you set your own songs to music, do you? Well, upon my soul, de Veril, I hadn't till this moment the slightest idea you had such an accomplishment. Oh, I'm only a beginner, Will answered with a faint blush, laying down the violin. Or, rather an amateur, for I've always dabbled in it. But I've only published one song, I just strum to amuse myself. Good morning, Herr Horsberger, what an exquisite day. We'd better take advantage of it for a climb up the Rohenkopf. The landlord, dish in hand, bowed his courteous and courtly bow. There was deference in it without a tinge of servility. Florian noted with approbation that mixture of independence and a just self-respect which formed a component part of his preconceived idea of the Tyrolese character. Andreas Horsberger was right, because he was very much as Florian would have pictured him. Yes, a very good day for the ascent, the landlord said quietly. We will put up some lunch, cold meat and pilsener. You'll get a fine view if you start in good time over the Zemmenthal glaciers. Florian sat down to the table, a trifle crestfallen. But the poached eggs were excellent, and the coffee fragrant. And he consoled himself for the cowbells and the mishap about the song by the reflection that, after all, these idyllic milkmaids, with the voice of a prima donna and the manners of Arcadia, were in exact accordance with the operatic ideal of his own imagined Tyrol. They sang like the chorus of happy peasants. They behaved as the mountain lass of poetry ought always to behave, and as the mountain lass of reality often utterly fails to do. That morning on the Rohenkopf was to Florian a day of unmixed delights. He was at home with nature. In a vague sort of way, without troubling himself much to know anything about them, the town-bred philosopher loved the fragrant fields, the beautiful flowers, the mossy rocks, the bright birds, the chirping insects. And Will de Veril knew them all, their names, and where to find them. The ragged, sweet-scented pinks still loitered late in deep clefts of the glacier-worn rock. A few stray sky-blue gentians still starred the rich patches of alpine pasture. Emperors and orange-tips still flaunted their gaudy wings in full autumn sunshine. Florian drank in all these things with pure sensuous delight. The sweet sounds of the fields, the smell of tedded kine filled his aesthetic soul, not so much with direct pleasure, as with some faint afterglow of literary reminiscence. At one of the little Alp huts among the higher pastures, Will de Veril murmured a cheerful Guten Morgen as he passed, to a buxom peasant lass in a woollen kirtle, who stood busy at her churn by the door of her chalet. The girl curtsied, and looked back at them with such a good-humoured smile that Florian, as an admirer of female beauty, couldn't resist the temptation of standing still for a moment to take a good long gaze at her. "What's she doing up here alone?" he asked at last, turning curiously to Will as the girl still smiled at him. "Does she come up here every day? It's a fearful long pull for her. But then this charming air, such strength, such agility." "Why, she lives here," Will answered, surprised that anyone shouldn't know what to him was such an obvious and familiar fact. "She doesn't come up at all except once in the spring, and in autumn she goes down again. It must be nearly time for her to go down now, I should say. There's not much fodder left in these upper Alps here." "Lives here?" Florian exclaimed, taken aback. "What, and sleeps here as well? You don't mean to say she sleeps in that little wooden box there?" "Certainly. She's a Sennerin, you know, it's her business to do it. All the Alp girls live like that, they've been born and brought up to it." In his innermost soul, Florian was dying to know what manner of wild beast a Sennerin might be, being undecided in his own mind as to whether it was most probably the name of a race, a religion, a caste, or a profession. But it would have been treason to his principles to confess this fact, so he compromised with his curiosity by murmuring blandly in reply, "Oh, I, to be sure, a Senarin. I might have guessed it. Do you think now, de Veril, if we asked her very nicely, she'd let us go in and inspect her chalet?" "I'm sure she would," Will answered, half repressing a smile. "They see so little of any outsiders, while they are up here on their Alps, that they are only too glad, as a rule, when a stranger visits them. We'll give her a couple of cruisers for a glass of milk. That'll serve as an introduction." He raised his hat jauntily and approached the hut with a few words of apology. The Senarin smiled in return, bobbed, curtsying low, and welcomed them affably to her hospitable shelter. After a minute's parley with Will, the good-humoured young woman brought out a jug of fresh milk, still frothy from the cow, and poured it out for them liberally in a blue stoneware mug. Will drank his off at a draught. Florian hated milk, but as admirer of female beauty, she was a good-looking wench. He gulped it down to the dregs without even a grimace, and handed the mug back again. Then de Veril talked for a while with their sunburnt entertainer in that unknown tongue which Florian didn't understand. Though he could see from their laughing faces and their quick tones of repartee that she was a merry brown lass, shy and bashful indeed before the foreign gentlefolk, but frank and fearless for all that as his soul could wish, and absolutely free from the absurd conventionalities and mauvais haunt of the women who dwell in our too civilized cities. She was no more afraid of men than of oxen. Florian liked that well. Here at least was true freedom. Here at least was ancestral simplicity of life. Here the woman held her own on equal terms with the man. Here love was unfettered by law or by gold, untrammelled by those hampering, inconvenient restraints of parental supervision, society, or priestcraft, which impede its true course in our too complex communities. Florian's lungs breathed freer in this rarefied air. He had risen above the zone of Mrs. Grundy. At the end of their brisk colloquy, which he followed but in part, the Senarin, with a gesture of countrified courtesy, turned to the door with a pretty smile and waved Florian into her chalet. "She says you may look over it and welcome," Will de Veril explained, interrupting. Florian, nothing daunted, entered and gazed around. It was a rough log hut divided into 2 rooms by a wooden partition, a big one with a door behind for the cows and calves, and a little one with a door in front for the Senarin's own bedchamber, kitchen and parlour. The chief article of furniture seemed to him to consist of a great black cauldron, suspended from a crane over the open fireplace and used, so Will assured him, as the principal utensil in the manufacture of cheese. The fire itself blazed in a hole dug roughly in the floor of native turf. The edge of this hole, cut out into a rude seat, did duty as sofa, couch, chair and chimney corner. Florian sniffed somewhat dubiously. "And she sleeps here all alone," he said with a suppressed shudder. This was Arcadian simplicity he felt with quite too much of the bloom off. "Yes, she sleeps here all alone," Will answered undisturbed. "Comes up in May when the snow first melts and goes down in October when it begins to lie thick again." The Senarin, laughing aloud, confirmed his report with many nods and shrugs and much good-humoured merriment. It amused her to see the stranger's half-incredulous astonishment. "And aren't you frightened?" Florian asked, Will interpreting the question for him. The Senarin laughed the bare idea to scorn. "Why should I be?" she exclaimed, brimming over with smiles of naive surprise at such a grotesque notion. "There are plenty more girls in all the other huts on the Alps round about. This hut's Andreas Horsberger's, and so are that and that. He owns all these pastures. We come up and herd cows for him. Isn't it terribly lonely, though? Florian inquired with open eyes, reflecting silently to himself that after all there were advantages, of a sort, in Bond Street. Lonely, the Sennerin cried in her own country dialect. We've no time to be lonely. We have to mind the cows, don't you see, worthy well-born hare, and give milk to the calves, and make cheese and butter, and clean our pots and pans, and do everything ourselves for our food and washing. I can tell you we are tired enough when the day's well over, and we can creep into our loft and fall asleep on the straw there. And she has no society, Florian exclaimed, all aghast at the thought. For to him the companionship of his brother man, and perhaps even more of his sister woman, was a necessary of existence. The girl's eye brightened with an unwonted fire, as will explain the remark to her. Ah, yes, she said half saucily, with a very coquettish toss of her pretty black head. When Saturday night comes round, then sure enough our mountain lads climb up from the valley below to visit us. We have Sunday to ourselves, and them till Monday morning, for you know the song says, and she trilled it out archly in clear, quick notes, with my pouch unhung and my rifle slung, and away to my black-eyed Alp girl. She sang it expressively in a rich full voice, far sweeter than could have been expected from so stalwart a maiden. Florian saw an opportunity for bringing out one stray phrase from his slender stock of German. Das ist schön, he cried, clapping his hands. Sehr schön, so schön. Then he relapsed into his mother tongue. And you sing it admirably. Their evident appreciation touched the Alp girl's vanity. Like most of her class, she had no false modesty. She broke out at once spontaneously into another native song, with a wild free lilt which exactly suited both her voice and character. It was excellently rendered. Even Florian, that stern critic, admitted as much, and as soon as she ended both men clapped their hands in sincere applause of her unpremeditated performance. The Sennerin looked down modestly when Will praised her singing. Ah, you should just hear Linnet, she cried in unaffected self-depreciation. And who's Linnet? Will asked, smiling at the girl's perfect frankness. Oh, she's one of Herr Horsbudger's cowgirls, the Sennerin answered with a little shake of her saucy head. But you needn't ask her, she's a great deal too shy. She won't give you a chance, she never sings before strangers. That's a pity, Will replied lightly, not much thinking what he said. For if she sings better than you, worthy friend, she must be well worth hearing. The Sennerin looked down again. Her ruddy cheek glowed ruddier. Such praise from such lips discomposed her serenity. Will glanced at his watch. We must be going, Florian, he said. 12:30 already. I've no coppers in my pocket. Have you anything you can offer this Lady Gay for her agreeable entertainment? Florian pulled out his purse, and took from it gingerly a well-worn 20-cruiser piece, one of those flimsy silvered shams which the Austrian government in its paternal stinginess imposes as money upon its faithful lieges. The Sennerin accepted it with a profusion of thanks, and smothered the generous donor's hand with unstinted kisses. So much happiness may a man diffuse in this world of woe with a fourpenny bit, bestowed in due season, but Florian mistook that customary symbol of thanks on the Alp girl's part for an expression of her most heartfelt personal consideration, and not to be outdone when it came to idyllic courtship, he lifted her hand in return to his own gracious lips and kissed it gallantly. Will raised his hat and smiled, without commenting on this misconception, and with a cheery Auf Wiedersehen. They went on their way rejoicing once more up the slopes of the mountain. Chapter 4. Lunch on the summit was delicious that day and the view was glorious. But when they returned in the evening to the inn at St. Valentin, that was the name of their village, and described to Andreas Horsberger how an Alp girl had sung for them in a mountain hut, the Worth listened to the description with a deprecatory smile, and then said with a little shrug, "Ah, that was Philippina, she can't do very much. Her high notes are too shrill. You should just hear Linnet." "Is Linnet such a songstress then?" Florian cried with that dubious smile of his. The Worth looked grave. "She can sing," he said pointedly. His dignity was hurt by the young man's half-skeptical, half-bantering tone, and your Tyroler is above all things conservative of his dignity. These repeated commendations of this unknown Linnet, however, with her quaintly pretty un-German-sounding name, piqued the two Englishmen's curiosity in no small degree as to her personality and powers, so that when the Worth next morning announced after breakfast with a self-satisfied smile, "Linnet's coming down today," Florian and Will looked across at each other with one accord, and exclaimed in unison, "Ah, now then we shall see her." And sure enough, about 5 o'clock that afternoon, as the strangers were returning from a long stroll on the wooded heights that overhang the village, they came unexpectedly, at a turn of the mountain footpath, where two roads ran together, upon a quaint and picturesque Arcadian procession. A long string of patient cows, in the cream-coloured coats of all Tyrolese cattle, wound their way with cautious steps down the cobble-paved zigzags. A tinkling bell hung by a leather belt from the neck of each. Garlands of wild flowers festooned their horns. A group of peasant children assisted at the rude pageant. In front walked a boy, with a wreath slung across his right shoulder like a sash, leading the foremost cow most unceremoniously by the horns. The rear was brought up by a pretty sunburnt girl, with a bunch of soft pasque flowers stuck daintily in her brown hair and a nosegay of bluebells peeping coquettishly out of her full round bosom. Though vigorous-looking in figure and bronzed in face by the sun and the open air, she was of finer mould and more delicate fibre, Will saw at a glance, than most of the common peasant women in that workaday valley. Her features were full but regular. Her mouth, though large and very rich in the lips, as is often the case with singers, was yet rosy and attractive. Her eyes were full of fire after the true Tyrolese fashion. Her rounded throat, just then trembling with song, had a waxy softness of outline in its curves and quivers that betrayed in a moment a deep musical nature. For she was singing as she went, to the jingling accompaniment of some 30 cowbells, and not even the sweet distraction of that rustic discord could hide from Will Deverill's quick, appreciative ear the fact that he stood here face to face with a vocalist of rare natural gifts and some homespun training. He paused behind the wall as the procession wound round a long double bend, and listened all ears to a verse or two of her simple but exquisite music. "This must be Linnet," he cried at last, turning abruptly to Florian, and the boy at the head of the procession, now opposite him by the bend, catching at the general drift of the words with real Tyrolese quickness, called out with a loud laugh to the singer just above, "Sagt das muss ja Linnet sein," and then exploded with merriment at the bare idea that the Herrschaft should have heard the name and fame of his companion. As for the girl herself, surprised and taken aback at this sudden interruption, she stood still and hesitated. For a moment she paused, leaning hard on the long stick with which she guided and admonished her vagrant cows. Then she looked up and drew a long breath, looked down and blushed, looked up once more and smiled, looked down and blushed again. They had overtaken her unawares where the paths ran together, but as each was enclosed with a high wall of granite boulders overgrown with brambles, she had no chance of perceiving them till they were close upon her. She broke off her song at once, and stood crimson-faced beside them. "Ah, sing again," Florian cried, folding 2 dainty palms in a rapture on his breast, and putting his delicate head on one side in a transport of enchantment. "Why, de Veril, how she sings! What a linnet indeed! And how pretty she is too! For the first time in my life I really regret I can't speak German." The singer, looking up, all tremulous to have overheard this unfeigned homage, made answer to Florian's equal delight and surprise. "I can speak a little English." It would be more correct, perhaps, to put it that what she actually said was, "I can speak a little English." But Florian, in his joy that any means of intercommunication existed between them at all, paid small heed at the time to these slight Teutonic defects in her delivery of our language. "You can speak English," he exclaimed, overjoyed, for it would have been a real calamity to him to find a pretty girl in the place, with a beautiful voice, and he unable to converse in any known tongue with her. How delightful, how charming, how quite too unexpected. I'm so glad to know that. For had it been otherwise, I should really have had to learn German to talk with you. This overstrained compliment, though it rose quite naturally to Florian's practised lips, and was far more genuine than a great deal of his talk, made the girl blush and stammer with extreme embarrassment. She was unaccustomed indeed to such lavish praise, above all from the gentlefolk. Was the Neddige Herr making fun of her, she wondered? She grew hot and uncomfortable. Fortunately for her self-possession, however, Will de Veril intervened with a more practical remark. "You speak English, do you?" he repeated. "That's odd in these parts. One would hardly have thought that. How did you come to learn it?" "My father was a guide," the girl answered slowly, making a pause at each word, and picking her way with difficulty through the insidious pitfalls of British pronunciation. She called it Vader. He taked plenty English gentlemen up the mountains before time. I learned so well from him, as also from many of the English gentlemen. Then, too, I take lesson from Herr Horsberger in winters, and from English young lady at the farm by Martinsbrunn." Florian gazed at his companion with an agonized look of mingled alarm and horror. "Do you know who she means?" he cried, seizing Will's arm. "This is too terrible. The girl on the hillside who sticks out her tongue, that horrible little Cockney. She'll teach this innocent child to say Neo and Liddy. At last I feel I have a mission in life. We must save her from this fate. We must instruct her ourselves in pure educated English." "And how do you come to be called Linnet?" Will inquired with some interest, a new light breaking in upon him. "That's surely an English name. Who was it first called you so?" "An English gentleman when I was all quite small," the girl replied with much difficulty, searching her phrases with studious care. "He stop at my father's hut on our Alp many nights. I know not how man says it, so must he go up the mountains. I sing to him often when he come down at evening. My right name is called in German Lena, but the gentleman says he that I sing like a bird. A linnet that is in English a singing bird, therefore Linnet he call me. The name please my father much, who make a great deal of me. So from that time in forwards all folk in the village call me also Linnet." Will broke out into German. "They're quite right," he said politely, though with less ecstasy than Florian, "for you do indeed sing like a real song-bird. I'm so sorry we interrupted you. Pray go on with your song again." But Linnet hung her head. No, she answered hastily in her own native tongue, glad to find he spoke German. "I didn't know I was overheard. If I'd been singing for such as you, I'd not have chosen a little country song like that. And besides," she broke off suddenly with a coy wave of her brown hand, "I can't sing before strangers the same as I can before my own people." And she tapped the hindmost heifer with her rod as she spoke, to set the line in motion. For the cows, after their kind, had taken advantage of the pause to put down their heads to the ground and browse placidly at the green weeds that bordered the wayside. At one touch of her wand, the bells tinkled once more, the long string got under way, the children by the side recommenced their loud shouts of rustic merry-making. For the return of the cows from the Alp is a little festival in the villages. It ends the long summer's work on the mountain side, and brings back the unmarried girls from their upland exile to their homes in the valley. Linnet drove her herd now, however, more soberly and staidly. The free merriment of Arcadia had faded out of the ceremony. One touch of civilization had dispelled the dream. She knew she was observed. She knew the two strangers were waiting to hear if she would trill forth her wild song again, for they followed close at her heels, talking rapidly among themselves in their own language, so rapidly indeed that Linnet could hardly snatch here and there by the way a single word of their earnest conversation. Once or twice she looked back at them, half timidly, half provokingly. "Sing again," Florian cried, clasping his hands in entreaty, but the wayward Alp girl only laughed her coy refusal. "No, no," she said in her patois with a little shake of her beautiful head. "That must not be so. I sing no more now. I must drive home my cows. They are tired from the mountains. But I say," Florian cried at last, bursting in upon his mountain nymph with this very colloquial and unpoetic adjuration, "look here, you know, Fräulein Linnet, you say you learn English from our landlord, Herr Horsberger. Now, what does he want to teach you for?" Linnet turned round to him with a naive air of unaffected surprise. "Why, when he teach me English songs," she said, "I will know what mean the words. Also, I have remembered a little, a very little, since the English gentlemen teach me at my father's. Besides, too, shall I not need it when I go to England?" "Go to England," Florian repeated, all amazed at the frank remark. She seemed to take it for granted they must know all her plans. "When you go to England, oh, he means to take you there, then. You're one of his troop, I suppose, or you're going to be one." "I am not gone away yet," Linnet answered, not a little abashed to find herself the centre of so much unwanted interest. "But I go next time. I will sing with his band. All summers I stop on the mountain and milk. With the winter come I down to the house to practice." "But you don't mean to say," we'll put in German, it was easier so for Linnet to answer him, "he lets a singer like you live out by herself in a chalet on the hills with the cows all summer." Linnet held up her hands, palm outward, with a pretty little gesture of polite deprecation. Her movements were always naturally graceful. "Why not?" she said brightly in German, with no little suppressed merriment at his astonished face. "That's Andreas Horsberger's plan. He believes in that way. He calls it his system. He says we Zillerthalers owe our beautiful voices, for they tell us we can sing a great deal better than the people in any other valley about, to our open-air life on the very high mountains. The air there is thin and it suits our throats, he says." She clasped her hand to her own as she spoke, that beautiful, well-developed, clear-toned organ with a natural gesture of unconscious reverence. "It develops them. That's his word. He believes there's nothing like it. Entwicklung, Entwicklung. I get more good, he thinks, for my voice in the summer on the Alp than I get from all my lessons in the winter in the valley. For the throat itself comes first, that's what Andreas holds, and afterwards the teaching. Not for worlds would he let me miss my summer life on the mountains." "And how long has he been training you?" Will inquired with real interest. This was so strange a page of life thus laid open before him. "Oh, for years and years, Neddige Herr," Linnet answered shyly, for so much open attention on the young man's part made her awkwardly self-conscious. Ever since my father died, he has always been teaching me. Has your father been dead long? Will inquired. Linnet crossed herself devoutly. He was killed 8 years ago on the 20th of August last, she said, looking up as she spoke towards the forest-clad mountains. May our dear Lady and all holy saints deliver his honoured soul from the fires of purgatory. But your mother's alive still, I suppose, Fräulein? Florian put in with a killing smile. He had been straining his ears and was delighted to have caught the general drift of the conversation. Yes, thanks to the blessed Virgin, my mother live still, Linnet answered in English. And I keep her comfortable as for a widow woman from that which Andreas Horsberger pay me for the summer as also for the singing. But for what, Mainherr, do you make to call me Fräulein? Do you wish to mock at me? I am only an Alp girl, and I am called just Linnet. She flushed as she spoke and turned hastily to Will. Tell him, she said in German, with an impatient little toss of one hand towards Florian, that it isn't pretty of him to make fun of poor peasant girls like that. Why does he call me such names? He knows very well I am no real Fräulein. Florian raised his hat at once in his dimpled small hand, with that courtly bow and smile so much admired in Bond Street. Pardon me, he said with more truth and feeling than was usual with him. You have a superb voice, with a gift like that. You are a Fräulein indeed. It extorts our homage. Heaven only knows to what height it may some day lead you. Chapter 5. In the evening, while they dined, the landlord came in to see how they fared and wish them good appetite. 'Tis the custom with distinguished guests in the Tyrol. The moment he entered, Florian, all agog, attacked him at once on the subject of their wonderful find that afternoon on the hillside. Well, Herr Horsberger, he cried in his high-flown way, we've seen and heard your Linnet, heard her warbling her native wood notes wild, to the tune of her own cowbells on her lonely mountains. Now, what do you mean, sir, by turning out a divine singer like that? I'm a musical critic myself, and I know what I'm talking about. What do you mean by turning her out to make butter and cheese in a solitary hut on an alpine pasture? It's sheer desecration, I tell you, sheer wicked desecration. There's nothing, almost, that girl couldn't do with her voice. She's a genius, a prodigy. She ought to be clothed in purple and fine linen and fare sumptuously every day on champagne and turtle. And you, sir, you send her up to herd cows all alone in an inclement clime on a barren hill-top. Andreas Horsberger gazed at him with a self-contained smile that was extremely characteristic. He bowed a sarcastic bow which Florian misinterpreted for polite subservience. Are you running this show, or am I? He asked after a fresh pause, with a quaint reminiscence of his Western experience. You are undoubtedly, Florian answered, taken aback at this unexpected assault. But you ought to run it, all the same, on rational and humane and intelligent principles. You owe this girl's voice as a delight and a treasure to US, the enlightened and critical connoisseurs of 2 eager continents. Nature produced it that we might enjoy it. It was intended to give us some of those exquisite moments of artistic pleasure which are the sole excuse creative caprice can plead for the manifold defects of the universe. Andreas Horsberger looked down at him with a half-pitying curl on those stern thin lips of his. Florian had attacked him lightly where his position was strongest. That's all right, he said slowly with a chilly drawl. 'Twas his favourite expression. And do you think then, he went on, bursting forth almost scornfully in spite of his outward deference, we Zillerthalers get our fine singing voices and our musical ears by pure chance and accident? Not so, you may be sure of it. It's no mere coincidence that our men and women can almost without exception sing like birds from their childhood upwards by the light of nature. What gives them this power? Why, they live their lives long, in summer especially, in the thin, clear atmosphere of our higher mountains. There isn't much sour stuff in it. What do you call it in English? Oh, oxygen, don't you? Well, there isn't much oxygen in that thin upper air, rarefied, I think you say, and therefore they are obliged to fill their lungs well and expand their chests. He swelled himself out as he spoke, and showed off his own splendid girth to the fullest advantage, and that gives them large reservoirs and rich, pure-toned voices. I never thought of that before, Will de Verril interposed, much struck by the landlord's plausible reasoning. I suppose that's why mountain races, like the Welsh and the Tyrolese, are so often musical. The rarefied air must tend to strengthen and develop the larynx. No, you never thought of that before, Andreas Horsberger echoed. You haven't had to think of it, and you haven't had to select and train a choir of our Tyrolese peasants, but I have thought of it for years and satisfied myself it's true. Is it for nothing, do you suppose, that on our cold mountain tops the vocal cords, as they say, are braced up and tightened? Is it for nothing that in that clear, pure, limpid air the very nerves of the ear, strained hard to catch quickly at distant sounds, are exercised and educated? Do you think, if I wanted to pick out voices for a musical troupe, I would go for them to Holland or to Lombardy or to Hamburg? No, no, I would go right away to the Grund there, the upper forks of the Zillerthal in the crystal air just below the glaciers, and pick out my best singers from the cowboys and the Alp girls. He spoke of what he knew and had long reflected upon. Acquaintance with his subject supplied in part the unimportant deficiencies of his English vocabulary, and besides he had said the same things before a dozen times over to other English travellers. Perhaps you may be right, Florian responded blandly as the Worth paused for breath in his eager harangue. It was a way of Florian's to be bland when he saw he was getting the worst of an argument. Right, Andreas Horsberger repeated. Never mind about that. You'd know I was right if only you'd seen as much of these people as I have. Look here, Mr. Wood, you say it's desecration to send a girl like Linnet after butter and cheese in a Sennarin's hut on the lonely mountains. You say I owe her voice as a treasure to humanity. Well, I acknowledge the debt, and I try to discharge it to the best of my ability. I send her to the hills, the free open hills, where she will breathe fresh air, develop her throat and lungs, eat wholesome food, grow strong and brown and hearty. If I clothed her in purple and fine linen as you wish, and fed her every day on champagne and turtle, do you really imagine I'd be doing her a good turn? I'd be ruining her voice for her. In the summer she gains breath and good health on the grassy mountains. In the winter she gets training and advice and assistance from Lindner and myself, and whatever other teachers we can find in the Zillerthal. I surrender at discretion, Florian answered with a yawn, rising up and flinging his small person lazily on the homemade sofa. I admit your contention. You interest me strangely. Your peasants and your country girls have finely developed ears and capital voices. No doubt you're correct in attributing these splendid gifts to the clearness of the atmosphere and the wild life of the mountains. I'm a musical critic in London myself, and I know what a voice is the moment I hear it. Indeed, after all, what does it matter in the end if these divine creatures spend a joyless life for years in sordid and squalid surroundings, provided only, when they burst forth at last in the full effulgence of their musical prime, they afford us, who can appreciate them, and for whose sake they exist, one vivid thrill of pure artistic enjoyment. And he stroked his own smooth and girlish cheek with one plump hand, lovingly. You're a musical critic, are you? Andreas Horsberger repeated with marked interest, disregarding the last few words of Florian's flowing rhapsody. Then you shall hear Linnet sing. You can say after that whether I'm right in my system or not. He opened the door hastily. Linnet, Linnet, he called out in the Tyrolese dialect, come in here at once. I want the Herrschaft to hear you singing. For a minute after he spoke, there was a flutter and a rustling at the door outside. Somebody seemed to be pushing some unwilling person bit by bit along the passage. A murmur of whispered voices in the local dialect floated faintly to Will's ears. You must, but I can't. You shall. I won't. He says you are to. Ah, no, I'm ashamed, not before those gentlemen. In the end, as it seemed, the first voice had its way. The door opened brusquely, and Linnet, all trembling, her face in her hands and crimson with shame, was pushed bodily forward by unseen arms into the stranger's presence. For a moment she stood there like a frightened child. Will's cheek burned hot with sympathetic tingling. Florian leaned back philosophically as he lay, and regarded this pretty picture of beauty in distress with observant complacency. She was charming, so to be sure, that red flush became her. Sing to the gentleman, Andreas Horsberger said calmly in a tone of command. Take your hands from your face at once, don't behave like a baby. He spoke in German, but Florian followed him all the same. 'Twas delicious to watch this pretty little comedy of rustic ingenuousness. Oh, I can't, Linnet cried, all abashed, removing her hands for a second from her burning cheeks and clasping them hard on her throbbing breast for one fiery moment before she clapped them up hastily again. To bid one like this, it's so hard, it's so dreadful. Don't ask her just now, will Deveril put in pleadingly. One can see she has such a natural shrinking and disinclination at first. Some other night, perhaps, when we've been here a little longer, she may be less afraid of us. Linnet let her hand drop once more and gave him a grateful glance, sidling away towards the door like a timid child in her misery. But Andreas Horsberger, for his part, was not so to be put off. No, no, he said sternly, fixing his eye with a determined gaze on the poor shrinking girl. She must sing if I tell her to. That's all right. This shyness is absurd. How can she ever appear on a platform, I should like to know, before a couple of 100 people, if she won't sing here when she's told before just you two Englishmen? Do as I bid you, Linnet. No nonsense, my girl. Stand here by the table and give us the Bride of Hinterducks. Thus authoritatively commanded, poor Linnet took her stand where Andreas Horsberger motioned her, steadied herself with one trembling little fist on the edge of the table, raised her eyes to the ceiling away from the two young men, and drawing a deep breath with her throat held out and her mouth opened tremulously, began to trill forth in her rich, silvery voice a deep bell-like song of her own native mountain. For the first minute or two she was nervous and quivered and paused unduly. After a while, however, inborn artistic instinct overcame her nervousness. She let her eyes drop and rest in a flash once or twice on Will Deveril's. They were kindly eyes, Will's. They reassured and encouraged her. Bravo, they seemed to say, you're rendering it admirably. Emboldened by his friendly glance, she took heart and went through with it. Towards the end her courage and self-possession returned, for like all Tyrolese she was brave and self-reliant in her inmost soul, though shy at first sight and bashful on the surface. The two last stanzas she sang to perfection. As she finished, Will looked up and said simply, "Thank you, that was beautiful, beautiful." But Florian clapped his hands in obtrusive applause. "Well done," he cried. "Well done, you have given us such a treat. We can forgive Herr Horsberger now for insisting on a performance. And you must accustom yourself to an audience." The Worth said in German, with that same quiet air of iron resolution Will had already marked in him. If ever you're to face a whole roomful of people, you must be able first to come in upon the platform without all this silly fuss and hang-back nonsense. Linnet's nostrils quivered. She steadied herself with her hand on the table once more and made answer boldly. I think I could more easily face a roomful of people I'd never seen than sing before two in the parlour of the inn here. That seems less personal. But, she added shyly with half an appealing glance towards Will, I'm not so nervous now. If this gentleman wishes, I would sing another song to him. And so she did, a second and a third. As she went on, she grew braver and sang each time more naturally. At last the Worth dismissed her. Linnet curtsied and disappeared. Well, what do you say to her now? The landlord asked in a tone of triumph, turning round to the young men as the door closed behind her. Florian assumed his most studiously judicial air. The perfect critic should, above all things, be critical. Before Linnet's face, indeed, he had been enthusiastic enough, as politeness and due respect for her sex demanded. But behind her back, and in her teacher's presence, regard for his reputation compelled him to adopt the severest tone of incorruptible impartiality. I think, he said slowly, fingering his chin in one hand and speaking with great deliberation like a recognized authority, with time and training she ought to serve your purpose well for popular entertainments. Her organ, though undeveloped, is not wholly without some natural power and compass. And I think, Will Deveril added, with a glow of generous enthusiasm, you've lighted on one of the very finest voices in all Europe. Chapter 6. A day or two passed, and the young men from time to time saw by glimpses and snatches a good deal of Linnet. For now the summer season on the hills was over, and the cows had come back to their stall-fed existence. The musical Alp girl had leisure on her hands for household duties. In the morning she helped in the general work of the inn. In the afternoon she practised much in the parlour upstairs with Andreas Horsberger and his little company. But in the evenings, then, the landlord brought her in more than once by special request, to sing her native songs to Will Deveril's accompaniment on the lame old fiddle from the corner cupboard. Those were pleasant meetings enough. Gradually the mountain lass grew less afraid of the strangers. She talked German more freely with Will Deveril now, and considerably enlarged her English vocabulary by listening to Florian's richly worded harangues on men, women, and things, and the musical glasses. It surprised Florian not a little, however, to see that this child of nature, unlike the ladies of culture in London drawing-rooms, positively preferred Will's society to his own, if such a fact seems credible, though he explained away in part this unaccountable defect of taste and instinct in one female heart by the reflection that, after all, Will was able to converse with her in her own language. His own finer points she could hardly understand. His words were too deep, his thoughts were too high for her. Still, it annoyed him that even an unsophisticated Alp girl should display so singular and so marked a predilection for any other man when he was present. Indeed, he half made up his mind, irksome as he felt sure the task would prove, to learn German at once, as a safeguard against so humiliating a contretemps in future. In the early part of the next week, Will proposed one day they should mount the hills behind St. Valentin, in search of a rare fern he was anxious to secure before the snows of winter. Andreas Horsberger, nodding his head, had heard of it before. It was a well-known rarity. All botanists who came to the Zillerthal, he said, were sure to go in search of it. But I'm not a botanist, Will burst out deprecatingly, for to admit that fell impeachment is to number yourself outright in the dismal roll of scientific dryasdusts. I only want the plants because I love them. That's all right, Andreas answered in his accustomed phrase. You want the plant anyway. That's the chief thing, ain't it? Well, there's only one place anywhere about St. Valentin that it ever grows, and that's the Tuxalock. Without somebody to guide you there you'd never find it. Oh, I won't have a guide, Will responded hastily. I hate to be guided, it's too ignominious. If I can't find my own way about low mountains like these in the forest region, I'd prefer to lose it. And I certainly won't pay a man to show me where the fern is. Certainly not, the Worth answered with true Tyrolese thrift. I didn't mean that. Why waste your money on one of the regular guides who charge you 5 florins for eating half your lunch for you? But Linnet knows the way as well as any trained guide of them. It's not a hard road. She'll go along with you and show you it. Oh dear no, Will replied with a little hurried embarrassment, for he felt it would be awkward to be thrown all day into the society of a young girl in so equivocal a position. I'm sure we can find the way all right ourselves. There are woodcutters on the hills we can ask about the path, and if it comes to that, I really don't mind whether I find it or not. It's only by way of goal for a day's expedition. Andreas Horsberger, however, was an imperious soul. Linnet shall go, he said shortly, without making more words about it. She has nothing else to do. It's bad for her to be cooped up in the house too much. A long walk on the hills will be no end of good for her. That's what I always say. When young women come down from the mountains in winter, they do themselves harm by changing their mode of life all at once too suddenly, and living in close rooms without half the exercise they used to take on the Alp with their milking and churning. So, whether they would or not, the 2 young men were compelled in the end to put up as best they might with Linnet's guidance and company. No great hardship either. Will thought to himself as Linnet, bareheaded but in her Sunday best, led the way up the green slopes behind the village inn, with the bounding gait of a holiday Alp girl. As to Florian, his soul was in the 7th heavens. To see that Oread's light foot trip gracefully over the lawns was to him pure joy, a stray breath of Hellas. What Hellas was like, to be sure, the arid Hellas of reality, with its dusty dry hills and its basking rocks, Florian had not in his own soul the very faintest conception. But still, the Hellenic ideal was none the less near and dear to him. From stray scraps of Theocritus and his inner consciousness, he had constructed for himself an Arcadia of quite alpine greenness, and had peopled it with lithe maidens of uncircumscribed affections. So whenever he wanted to give anything in heaven or earth the highest praise in his power, he observed with an innocent smile that it was utterly Hellenic. Linnet led them on, talking unaffectedly as she went by long ridge-like spurs, up vague trails through the woods and over spongy pastures. As elsewhere on their walks, Florian noted here and there little whitewashed shrines at every turn of the road, and endless rude crucifixes where ghastly white limbs seemed to writhe and struggle in realistic torture. Of a sudden, by one of these, Linnet dropped on her knees. All at once, without a word of warning, she dropped as if mechanically, her lips moving meanwhile in muttered prayer. Florian gazed at her curiously, Will stood by expectant in a reverent and mutely sympathetic attitude. For some minutes the girl knelt there, murmuring low to herself. As she rose from her knees, she turned gravely to Will. "Here my father has died," she said with solemn slowness in her broken English. "He has slipped from that rock. The fall has killed him. Will you say for his soul's repose before you go a vaterancer?" She looked up at him pleadingly. as if she thought the prayers of so great a gentleman must carry weight of their own in Our Lady's counsels. With infinite gentleness, Will bowed his head in acquiescence, and after a moment's hesitation, not to hurt her feelings, dropped on his knees himself and bent his neck in silent prayer before the tawdry little oratory. It was one of those rough shrines, painted by unskilled fingers, where naked souls in rude flames of purgatory plead for aid with clasped hands and outstretched arms to placidly unheeding blue-robed Madonnas. Underneath, an inscription with entiquettes turned the wrong way, and capitals mixed with smaller letters, informed the passerby that, here on the 20th of August 188, the virtuous guide and experienced woodcutter, Joseph Telser of St. Valentin, perished by a fall from a slippery rock during a dangerous thunderstorm. The pious wanderer is hereby implored to say 3 paternosters of his charitable goodwill to redeem a tortured soul from the fires of purgatory. Will knelt there for a minute or two, muttering the paternosters out of pure consideration for Linnet's sensitive feelings. When he rose from his knees again, he saw the girl herself had moved off a little way to pick a few bright ragworts and Michaelmas daisies that still lingered on these bare heights, for a bouquet to lay before the shrine of Our Lady. Like all her countrywomen, she was profoundly religious, or, if you choose to put it so, profoundly superstitious. 'Tis the point of view alone that makes all the difference. Florian, a little apart with his hand on his cheek and his head on one side, eyed the oratory sentimentally. How sweet it is, he said after a pause with an expansive smile, to see this poor child with her childlike faith, thus throwing herself on her knees in filial submission before her father's cenotaph. How delightful is the sentiment that prompts such respect for the memory of the dead. How eloquent must be the words of her simple colophon. Florian was fond of colophons. He didn't know what they were, but he always thought them so very Hellenic. Will's face was graver. With one finger he pointed to the uncompromising flames of that most material purgatory. "I'm afraid," he said seriously, "to her, poor child, this act of worship envisages itself in a very different fashion. She prays to hasten the escape of her father's soul from what she takes to be a place of very genuine torture." Florian looked closer. As yet he had never observed the subsidiary episode of the spirits in their throes of fiery torment, which forms a component part of all these wayside oratories. He inspected the rude design with distant philosophical interest. "This is quaint," he said, "most quaint. I admire its art immensely. The point about it all that particularly appeals to me is the charming superiority of Our Lady's calm soul to the essentially modern vice of pity. There she sits on her throne, unswerved and unswerving, not even deigning to contemplate with that marked squint in her eye the extremely unpleasant and uncomfortable position of her petitioners beneath her. I admire it very much. I find it quite Etruscan." "To you and me, yes, quaint, nothing more than that," Will responded soberly. "But to Linnet it's all real, fire, flames and torments. She believes what she sees there." As he spoke, the girl came back with her nosegay in her hand, and tying it round with a thread from a little roll in her pocket, laid it reverently on the shrine with a very low obeisance. "You see," she said to Will, speaking in English once more, for Andreas Horsberger wished her to take advantage of this unusual opportunity for acquiring the language, "my poor father is killed in the middle of his sins. He falls from the rock and is taken up dead. There is no priest close by. He has not confessed. He has not had absolution. He has no viaticum, no oil to anoint him. That makes it that he must go straight down to purgatory. And she clasped her hands as she spoke in very genuine sympathy. Then all these shrines, Florian said, looking up a little surprised, are they all of them where somebody has been killed by accident? The most of them, Linnet answered, as who should say, of course. So many of our people are that way killed, you see. It is thunderstorms or snow slides or trees that fall or floods on rivers, things that I cannot say, for I know not the names how to speak them in English. And as no priest is by, so shall they go to purgatory. For that, we make shrines to release them from their torments. They had gone on their way by this time, and reached a corner of the path where it turned abruptly in zigzags round a great rocky precipice. Just as they drew abreast of it and were passing the corner, a young man came suddenly on them from the opposite direction. He was a fiery young man, dressed in the native Tyrolese costume of real life. His hand held a rifle. His conical hat was gaily decked behind, like most of his countrymen's, with a blackcock's feather. The stranger's mien was bold, nay, saucy and defiant. He looked every inch a typical Alpine yedger. As he confronted them, he paused and glared for a moment at Linnet. Next instant he raised his hat with half-sarcastic politeness. Then, in a very rapid voice, he said something to their companion in a patois so pronounced that Wildeveril himself, familiar as he was with land and people, could make nothing out of it. But Linnet, unabashed, answered him back once or twice in the same uncouth dialect. Their colloquy grew warm. The stranger seemed angry. He waved his hand toward the Englishmen, and appeared, as Will judged, to be asking their pretty guide what she did in such company. As for Linnet, her answers were evidently of the sort which turneth away wrath, though on this hot-headed young man they were ineffectually bestowed. He stamped his foot once or twice, then he turned to Wildeveril. "Who sent you out with the Sennerin?" he asked haughtily in good German. Will answered him back with calm but cold politeness. "Herr Horsberger are worth," he said. "Ask the Fräulein to accompany us," as she knew the place where a certain fern I wished to find on the hills was growing. "I know where it grows myself," the yedger replied with a defiant air. "Let her go back to the inn, it is far for her to walk. I can show you the way to it." "Certainly not," Will retorted in most decided tones. "The Fräulein has been good enough to accompany us thus far. I can't allow her now to go back alone to the village." "She's used to it," the man said gruffly, with half a sneer, his fingers twitching. "That may be," Will retorted with quiet self-possession, "but I'm not used to allowing her to do so." For a minute the stranger put one sturdy foot forward, held his head haughtily with his hat on one side, and half lifted his fist, as if inclined to rush forthwith upon the offending Englishman and settle the question between them then and there by open violence. But Linnet, biting her lip and knitting her brow in suspense, rushed in to separate them. "Take care what you do," she cried hurriedly in English to Will. "Don't let him strike. Stand away of him, he's a robbler." "The what?" Will replied, half smiling at her eagerness, for he was not at all alarmed himself by her truculent fellow countryman. "A robbler," Linnet repeated, looking up at him pleadingly. "You know not what that is. Then will I tell you quickly. The feather in his hat, it is turned the wrong way. When a Tyrolese does so, he wills thereby to say he will make himself a robbler. Therefore, if anyone speaks angry to him, it is known he will strike back. It is, I cannot say what it means in English, but it invites to fight. It is the sign of a challenge." "Well, robbler or no robbler, I'm not afraid of him," Will answered with quiet determination. "And if he will fight, why, of course, he must take what he gets for it." "Perhaps," Linnet said simply, gazing back at him much surprised, "in your own country you are also a robbler." The naivete of her remark made Will laugh in spite of himself. That laugh saved bloodshed. The Tyrolese, on his part, seeing the absurdity of the situation all at once, broke into a smile himself, and with that unlucky smile his sole claim to Roblerhood vanished incontinently. Linnet saw her advantage. In a moment she had poured into the young man's ear a perfect flood of explanatory eloquence in their native dialect. Gradually the Robbler's defiant attitude relaxed. His face grew calmer. He accepted her account. Then he turned to Will with a more mollified manner. "You may go on," he said graciously with a regal nod of his head. "I allow the Sennerin to continue her way with you." As for Will, he felt half inclined at first to resent the lordly air of the Robbler's concession. On second thoughts, however, for Linnet's sake, in his ignorance of who the young man might be, and the nature of his claim upon her, he judged it better to avoid any quarrel of any sort with a native of the valley, so he raised his hat courteously and let the stranger depart with a very bad grace along the road to the village. "What did you tell him?" he asked of Linnet, as the Robbler went his way, singing defiantly to himself down the grassy zigzag. "Oh, I told him," Linnet answered with a little flush of excitement. "Andreas Horsberger had sent me that you might teach me English. Is he your brother?" Will asked, not that he thought that likely, but because it was less pointed than if he had asked her outright. "Is this young man your lover?" Linnet shook her head. "Ah, no," she answered with a very decided air. "He's nothing at all to me, not even my friend. I do not so much as care for him. He's only Franz Lindner. But then he was jealous because he see that I walk with you. He has no right of that. I am not anything to him, yet still he must be jealous if somebody speak to me. It is because he is a Robbler and must do like that. A Robbler shall always fight if any man shall walk or talk with his maiden. Though I am not his maiden, but he would have me to be it. So will he fight with anyone who shall walk or talk with me. But when I tell him Andreas Horsberger send me that I may learn English, then he go away quietly. For Franz Lindner, or any other Robbler, will not fight with a stranger so well as with a Tyroler. Chapter 7. That evening at the Wirthshaus, as things turned out, Will and Florian had an excellent opportunity afforded them of observing for themselves the manners and customs of the Tyrolese Robbler. There was a dance at the inn, a prodigious dance of truly national severity. It was the eve of a wedding, and, as is usual on such occasions, the peasants of the neighbourhood had assembled in full force to drink good luck to the forthcoming union. The Gaststube or bar-room was crowded with a gay throng of bright and merry faces. The young men were there, jaunty, bold and defiant. The old men, austere and stern of feature from the hardships of long life among the grim-faced mountains. Groups of black-eyed lasses stood about the room and bandied repartee with their gaily dressed admirers. Matrons, unspoilt by conventional restraint, instead of checking their mirth, looked on smiling and abetting them. Through the midst, the Herr Vicar strolled, stout and complacent, an easy-going man, not his to stem the tide of their innocent merriment, so long as they confessed 12 times a year, and subscribed to release their parents' souls from purgatory. He sanctified by his presence the beer and the dances. Andreas Horsberger, too, flitted here and there through the crowd with an anxious eye. 'Twas his task to provide for and protect the bodies of his guests, as 'twas the Herr Vicar's to save their priceless souls from undue temptation. At one end of the room, on a little raised platform, the music sat installed. A trombone, a zither, and a wooden hackbrettel made up the whole orchestra. Scarcely had the performers struck up an enlivening tune when the men, selecting as partners the girls of their choice, began to dance round the hall in the very peculiar, and to say the whole truth, extremely ungraceful Tyrolean fashion. Will and Florian had heard from the landlord beforehand of the expected feast, to which they were not invited, but at the sound of the harp, sackbut, psaltery, and all kinds of music, as Florian phrased it, their curiosity was so deeply aroused that they crept from their sitting-room and peeped cautiously in at the door of the Tanzboden. The sight that met their eyes in that close-packed hall was sufficiently striking. Even Florian allowed this was utterly Arcadian. For a minute or two just at first, the young men and maidens, grasping each other wildly round the neck and waist with both their arms, in a sort of bear-like death-hug, whirled and eddied in a maze round and round the room, stamping their heavy boots, till Will almost trembled for the stability of the rafters. For some time, that was all. They twisted and twirled in closely coupled pairs, clasped breast to breast like so many dancing dervishes. But of a sudden, at a change of the music, as if by magic with one accord, the whole figure altered. Each man, letting his partner go, began suddenly to perform a series of strange antics and evolutions around her, the relics of some prehistoric dance, of which the snapping of fingers and uttering of hoots in a Highland fling are but a faint and colourless reminiscence. As the reel went on, the music grew gradually faster and faster, and the motions of the men still more savage and fantastic. The two Englishmen looked on in astonishment and admiration. Such agility and such verve they had never before seen or even dreamt of. Could these rustic cavaliers be really made of india-rubber? They twisted and turned and contorted themselves all the time with such obliviousness of their bones and such extraordinary energy. They smacked their lips and tongues as they went. They jumped high into the air. They bent back till their heads touched the ground behind. They bounded upright once more to regain their position like elastic puppets, and in between whiles they slapped their resounding thighs with their horny hands. They crowed like cocks. They whistled like capercailzie. They stamped on the ground with their hobnailed shoes. They shouted and sang, and clicked their tongues in their cheeks, and made unearthly noises deep down in their throats for which language has as yet no articulate equivalent. Florian gazed and glowered, and well he might. 'Twas an orgy of strange sound, a phantasmagoria of whirling and eddying motion. While all this was going on, the two young Englishmen stood undecided and observant by the lintel of the door, even Florian half abashed at so much unwonted merriment. But after a while the Herr Vicar, whose acquaintance they had already made among the stones of the churchyard, spied them out by the entrance, and with one hospitable fat forefinger extended and crooked, beckoned them into the Tanzboden. "Come on," he cried, "come on, there's room enough for all. Our people are still glad to entertain the Herr strangers, for some unawares have thus entertained angels." So encouraged by the authorized mouthpiece of the parish, Will and Florian stepped boldly into the crowded room, and watched the little groups of stalwart young men and nut-brown lasses with all the interest of unexpected novelty. The scene was indeed a picturesque and curious one. Every Tyrolese is or has been or wishes to be thought a mountain hunter. So each man wore his hat, adorned with the trophies of his prowess in the chase. With some 'twas a gamsbart, or so-called chamois beard, the tuft of coarse hair that grows high like a crest along the creature's back in the pairing season. With others 'twas the tail feathers of the glossy blackcock, stuck saucily on one side, with that perky air of self-satisfied assurance so characteristic of hot youth in the true-born Tyroler. Glancing around the room, however, Will saw at a single look that two young men alone among that eager crowd wore their feathers with a difference, the hook being turned round in the opposite direction from all their neighbours. One of these two was a tall and big-built young man of very florid complexion, with a scar on his forehead. The other was their fiery friend of that morning on the hills, Franz Lindner. From what Linnet had said, Will guessed at once by the turn of the feather that both young men went in for being considered robblers. As he turned to impart his conjecture to Florian, Linnet caught his eye mutely from a corner by the mantelpiece. She wasn't taking part in the reel herself, so, undaunted by his experience of Franz Lindner that day, Will strolled over to her side, followed close at heel by Florian. "You don't dance," he said, bending over her with as marked politeness as he would have shown to a lady in a London drawing-room. "No, I may not," Linnet answered in her pretty broken English, with a smile of not unnatural womanly pleasure that the strangers should thus single her out before all her folk for so much personal attention. "I have refused Franz Lindner, so may I not dance this time with anyone. It is our custom so. When a girl shall refuse to dance with a man first, she may not that turn accept any other. Nor may he in turn ask her again that evening." "How delightful!" Florian cried effusively. "Franz Lindner's loss is our gain, Fräulein Linnet. No, don't frown at me like that. It must be Fräulein. I've too much respect for you to call you otherwise. But anyhow, we'll sit out this dance and talk with you. And I will put in with a quiet smile. I'll call you Linnet because you prefer it." "Thank you," Linnet said shyly, with a grateful flash of her eyes and a side glance towards Franz Lindner. "It seems less as if you mock at me." As they spoke, the figure changed of a sudden once more to a still stranger movement. The women, falling apart, massed themselves together in a central group, in attitudes expressive of studied indifference and inattention to the men. Their partners, on the contrary, placing themselves full in front of them, began a series of most extraordinary twists and twirls, accompanied by loud cries or snapping of fingers, and endeavoured by every means in the power, both of lungs and limbs, to compel their disdainful coquettes to take notice of their antics. While they stood there and watched, Linnet with eyes askance on Franz Lindner's face, Andreas Horsberger strolled up and took his place beside them. "Why, that's the Blackcock's call," Will exclaimed with a start of recognition, as the dancers with one accord uttered all in a chorus a shrill and piercing note of challenge and defiance. "I've heard it on the mountains." "Yes," the Worth assented. "That's the Blackcock's call, and this that they are doing is the Blackcock's love dance. In the springtime on the mountains, you know, the blackcocks and the grey hens assemble in their dancing place. Their Tanzboden we call it, just the same as we call this one. There, the hens stand aside and pretend to be coy and take no notice of their mates, like the girls in this dance here, while the blackcock caper in front of them and flap their wings and fluff their necks, and do all they know to display their strength and beauty. Whoever dances the most and best gets most of the hens to join his harem. So our young men have got up this love dance to imitate them. They flap their arms the same way and give the blackcocks challenge. Nature's pretty much the same above and below, I guess, especially here in the Tyrol, where we haven't yet learned to hide our feelings under smooth silk hats as you do in England. But it's all good for trade, and that's the great thing. It makes them thirsty. You'll see after this bout the beer will flow like water. And sure enough, the Worth was right. As soon as the dance was ended, young men and maidens with equal zest betook themselves all alike to the consolations of the beer jug. Their thirst was mighty, and no wonder indeed, for this Tyrolese dancing is no drawing-room game but hard muscular exercise. Andreas Horsberger looked on with a cynical smile on those thin, cold lips of his. It's good for trade. he murmured again, half to himself once or twice, as the girls at the bar filled the beer mugs merrily. Very good for trade, so are all amusements. That's the way the foolish get rid of their money and the wise get hold of it. After the beer came a pause, a long, deep-drawn pause, and then two young men standing out from the throng began to sing alternately at one another in short Tyrolese stanzas. One of them was Franz Lindner, the other was the young man with the scar on his forehead, whom Linnet described as her cousin Fridolin. What they sang, neither Florian nor Will could make out, for the words of the song were in the roughest form of the mountain dialect, but it was clear from their manner, and the way they flung out their words point blank at one another's heads, that they improvised as they went, like Virgilian shepherds, and that their remarks were by no means either polite or complimentary in substance or character. The rest stood round in a circle and listened, laughing heartily at times as each in turn scored a point now and then off his angry rival, while Linnet and the other girls blushed again and again at some audacious retort, though the bolder among the women only tittered to themselves, or looked up with arch glances at each risky allusion. Andreas Horsberger, too, stood by, all alert to keep the peace. It was plain from the quick light in his resolute eye and the rapid upward movement of his twitching hand, he was ready at a moment's notice to intervene between the combatants and put a stop in the nick of time to the scoffing contest of defiance and derision. The song, however, passed off without serious breach of the peace. Then more dances followed, more beer and more bucolic contests. As the evening wore on, the fun grew fast and furious. On the stroke of 12, the Herr Vicar withdrew, not 1 hour too early. His flock were fast getting beyond control of his counsels. Linnet and a few others of the more modest-looking girls now sat out from the dance. The rest continued to whirl round and round the room in still wilder and more fantastic movements than ever. Andreas Horsberger was now yet more clearly on the alert. A stray spark would raise a flame in that magazine of gunpowder. Suddenly, at the end of the first dance after the priest's departure, the young man with the scar on his forehead, called Cousin Fridolin, came forward unexpectedly to where Linnet sat aside between Will de Veril and Florian. He had danced with her once before in the course of the evening, and Will observed that through that dance Franz Lindner's eyes had never been taken off his rival and Linnet. But now the tall young man came forward with a dash, and without one word of warning placed his conical hat, blackcock's feather and all, with a jodel of challenge, on Linnet's forehead. They had seen the same thing done before more than once that evening, and Linnet had explained to them that the custom was equivalent to a declaration of love for the lady so honoured. 'Twas as much as to say, "This girl is mine, who disputes it?" But as the tall young man stood back with a smile of triumph on his handsome lips, one hand on his hip, staring fixedly at Linnet, Franz Lindner sprang forth with a face as black as night and a brow like thunder. Trembling with rage, he seized the hat from her head and tore hastily from its band the offending plume. Was cost die feder, he cried in a tone of angry contempt, holding it up in his hand before the eyes of its owner. Was cost die feder, which is being interpreted, how much for your feather? Quick as lightning the answer rang out, 5 Finger und ein Griff, 5 fingers and a grip. It is the customary challenge of the Tyrolese robbler and the customary acceptance. Before Will had time to understand what was happening next, in the crack of a finger, in the twinkle of an eye, the two young men had closed, with hands and arms and bodies, and were grappling with each other in a deadly struggle. All night long they had been watching and provoking one another. All night long they had vied in their attentions to Linnet, and their studious interchange of mutual insults. Sooner or later a fight seemed inevitable. Now, flown with insolence and beer and heated from the dance, they flung themselves together with one accord like two tigers in their fury. Linnet clapped her hands to her ears and shut her eyes in horror. For a minute or two it seemed to every looker-on as though there would be bloodshed in the inn that evening. Florian observed this little episode with philosophic interest. 'Twas pleasant to watch these simple dramas of the primary emotions, love, jealousy, passion, still working themselves out as on the stage of Hellas. He had never before seen them so untrammelled in their play. He stood here face to face with Homeric simplicity. In 5 minutes, however, to his keen disappointment, the whole scene was finished. Andreas Horsberger, that cool, calm man of the world, perceiving at a glance that such contests in his inn were very bad for trade, and that 'twould be a pity for him to lose by a violent death so good a singer or so constant a customer, interposed his heavy hand between the angry combatants. Your half-tipsy man, be he even a Tyrolese though often quarrelsome, is usually placable. A short explanation soon set everything right again. Constrained by Herr Andreas with his imperious will, the two robblers consented, after terms interchanged, to drown their differences in more mugs of beer, and then retire for the evening. The young man with the scar, whom they called Cousin Fridolin, regretted that he had interfered with Franz Lindner's maiden, but excused his act as a mere hasty excess of cousinly feeling. Franz Lindner in return, not to be outdone in magnanimity, though still with flashing eyes and keen side glance at Linnet, regretted that he had offered such indignity in his haste to the dishonoured symbol of his comrade's championship. Hands were shaken all round, cuts and bruises were tended, and almost as soon as said, to Florian's infinite disgust, the whole party had settled down by the tables once more on an amicable basis to beer and conversation. But before they retired from that evening's revel, Linnet murmured to Will in a tone of remonstrance very real and aggrieved, Franz Lindner had no right to call me his Mädchen. Chapter 8. Next morning Will woke of himself very early. He jumped out of bed at once and crossed as he stood to the open window. The sun had just risen. Light wisps of white cloud crawled slowly up the mountains. The dewdrops on the grass blades sparkled in the silent rays like innumerable opals. 'Twas the very time for an early stroll, but the air, though keen, had the rawness and chill of an autumn morning. Will sniffed at it dubiously. He had half a mind to turn in again and take an hour's more sleep. Should he dress and go out, or let the world have time to get warmed and aired before venturing abroad in it? As he debated and shivered, however, a sight met his eye which determined him at once on the more heroic course of action. It was Linnet in her simple little peasant dress, turning up the hill path that led behind the Wirtshaus. Now a chance of seeing Linnet alone without Florian was not to be despised. She interested him so much, and besides he wanted to ask her the whole truth about the robblers. Without more ado, therefore, he dressed himself hastily and strolled out of the inn. She hadn't gone far, he felt sure. He would find her close by, sitting by herself on the open grass slope beyond the belt of pinewood. And so, sure enough, he did. He came upon her unseen. She was seated with her back to him on a round boulder of grey stone, pouring her full throat in spontaneous music. For a minute or two Will stood still and listened and looked at her. He could see from his point of vantage, a little on one side behind the boulder, the rise and fall of her swelling bosom, the delicate trills under her rich brown chin. And then, oh, what melody! Will drank it in greedily. He was loth to disturb her, so delicious was this outpouring of her soul in song. For like her namesake of the woods, Linnet sang best when she sang of her own accord, delivering her full heart of pure internal impulse. At last she ceased and turned. Her eye fell upon Will. She started and blushed. She had expected no such audience. The young man raised his hat. "You're alone," he said, "Linnet." The girl looked up all crimson. "Yes, I came out that I should be alone," she answered shyly. "I did not wish to see anyone. I wished for time to think many things over." "Then you don't want me to stop?" Will broke in, somewhat crestfallen, yet drawing a step nearer. "Oh, no, I do not mean that," Linnet answered in haste, laying her hand on her bosom. Then she burst into German, which came so much easier to her. "I wanted to get away from all the others," she said, looking up at him pleadingly. And as she looked, Will saw for the first time that big tears stood brimming in her lustrous eyes. "I knew they would tease me about what happened last evening, and I didn't wish to hear it till I had thought over with myself what way I should answer them." "Then you're not afraid of me?" Will asked with a little thrill. She was only an Alp girl, but she sang like a goddess, and it's always pleasant, you know, to find a woman trusts one. "I want you to stop," Linnet answered simply. She motioned him with one hand to a seat on a little heap of dry stones hard by. Will threw himself down on the heap in instant obedience to her mute command and leaned eagerly forward. "Well, so this Robbler man wants to have you, Linnet," he said with some earnestness, "and you don't want to have him. And he would have fought for you last night against the man with the scar, and the girls in the inn will tease you about it this morning." "Yes, the girls will tease me," Linnet answered, "and will say cruel things, for some of them are not fond of me because, you see, Franz Lindner and the other man, my cousin Fridolin, are both of them Robblers, and would both of them fight for me. Now a village that has a Robbler is always very proud of him. He's its champion and head. And if a Robbler pays attention to a girl, it's a very great honour. So some of the other girls don't like it at all that the Robblers of 2 villages should quarrel about me, though Gott in Himmel knows I've not encouraged either of them." "And would you marry Franz Lindner?" Will asked with genuine interest. It seemed to him a pity, nay, almost a desecration, that this beautiful girl, with her splendid voice and all the possibilities it might enclose for the future, should throw herself away upon a Tyrolese hunter, whom the self-confidence engendered by mere muscular strength had turned for local eyes into a petty hero. "No, I don't think I would marry him," Linnet answered after a short pause with a deliberative air, as though weighing well in her own mind all the pros and cons of it. "He'd take me if I chose, no doubt, and so also would Fridolin. Franz says he has left 3 other girls for me, but I don't like him, of course, any better for that. He ought to have kept to them." "And you like him?" Will went on, drawing circles with his stick on the grass as he spoke, and glancing timidly askance at her. "Yes, I like him, well enough," Linnet responded doubtfully. "I liked him better once, perhaps, but of late I care less for him. I never cared for him much indeed. I was never his Mädchen. He had no right to say that, no right at all, for with us, you know, in Tyrol, that means a great deal. How much I couldn't tell you, but I never gave him any cause at all to say so." "And of late you like him less?" Will inquired, pressing her hard with this awkward question. Yet he spoke sympathetically. He had no reason for what he said, to be sure, no reason on earth. He spoke at random, out of that pure instinctive impulse which leads every man in a pretty girl's presence, mean he little or much, to make at least the best of every passing advantage. 'Tis pure virility that, the natural Adam within us. I wouldn't give 10 cents for the too virtuous man who by ethical culture has educated it out of him. Linnet looked down at her shoes, for she possessed those luxuries. "Yes, of late I like him less," she answered somewhat tremulously. "Why so?" Will insisted. His lips, too, quivered. Linnet raised her dark eyes and met his for one instant. I've seen other people since, perhaps I like other people better, she answered candidly. What other people? Will asked, all on fire. Oh, that would be telling, Linnet answered with an arch look. Perhaps my cousin Fridolin, or perhaps the young man with the yellow beard, or perhaps the Neddige Hare's honoured friend, Herr Florian. Will drew figures with his stick on the grass for a minute or two, then he looked up and spoke again. But in any case, he said, you don't mean whatever comes to marry Franz Lindner. It grieved him to think she should so throw herself away upon a village bully. Linnet plucked a yellow ragwort and pulled out the ray florets one by one as she answered, I shan't have the chance. For to tell you the truth, I think Andreas Horsberger means himself to marry me. At the words, simply spoken, Will drew back all aghast. The very notion revolted him. As yet he was not the least little bit in his own soul aware he was in love with Linnet. He only knew he admired her voice very much. For the rest, she was but a simple, beautiful, unlettered peasant girl. It doesn't occur, of course, to an English gentleman in Will Deverill's position to fall in love at first sight with a Tyrolese milkmaid. But Andreas Horsberger, the bare idea distressed him. The man was so cold, so cynical, so austere, so unlovable, and Will more than half suspected him of avaricious money-grubbing. The girl was so beautiful, so simple-hearted, so young, and heaven only knew to what point of success that voice might lead her. Oh no, he burst out impetuously. You can't really mean that. You never could dream, don't tell me you could, of accepting that man Andreas Horsberger as a husband. Why not? The girl said calmly. He's rich and well-to-do. I could keep my mother in such comfort then and pay for such masses for my father's soul, far more than if I took Franz Lindner or my cousin Fridolin, who are only yedgers. Andreas Horsberger's are worth the richest man in St. Valentin. He has horses and cows and lands and pastures, and if he says I must, how can I well refuse him? She looked up at him with a look of childlike appeal. In a moment, though with an effort, Will realized to himself how the question looked to her. Andreas Horsberger was her master, and had always been her master. She must do as he bid, for he was very masterful. He was her teacher, too, and would help her to make her fortune as a singer in the world, if ever she made it. He was rich, as the folk of the village counted riches, and could manage that things should be pleasant or unpleasant for her, as it suited his fancy. In a community where men still fought with bodily arms for their brides, Andreas Horsberger's will might well seem law to his sennerin in any such matter. Besides, Linnet went on, plucking another ragwort and similarly demolishing it, if I didn't want to take him, the Herr Vicar would make me. For the Herr Vicar would do, of course, as Andreas Horsberger wished him, and how could I dare disobey the Herr Vicar's orders? To this subtle question of religion and morals Will Deveril, for his part, had no ready-made answer. Church and state, it was clear, were arrayed against him, so, after casting about for a while in his own mind in vain for a reply, he contented himself at last with going off obliquely on a collateral issue. And you think, he said, Andreas Horsberger really wants to marry you? Well, he never quite told me so, Linnet replied half deprecatingly, as who fears to arrogate to herself too great an honour. And perhaps I'm wrong, but still I think he means it. And I think it'll perhaps depend in part upon how he finds the foreign Herrschaft like my singing. For that he says little to me about it at present. But if he sees I do well and am worth making his wife, for he's the best husband a girl could get in St. Valentin, in that case, ja wohl, I believe he'll ask me. She said it all naturally as so much matter of course, but Will's poetic soul rebelled against the sacrifice. Surely, he cried, you must love someone else, And why not then take the man you love, whoever he may be, and leave Andreas Horsberger's money to perish with him? So, Linnet said quickly, the pretty German so. Her fingers trembled as she twitched at the rays of the ragwort. She plucked the florets in haste and flung them away one by one. First love's conversation deals largely in pauses. The man one might love, she murmured at last with a petulant air, doesn't always love one. How should he indeed? It is not in nature. For doesn't the song say, who loves me love I not, whom I love loves me not? But what would the Herr Vicar say if he heard me talking like this with the foreign gentlefolk? He'd tell me it was sin. A girl should not speak of her heart to strangers. I have spoken too much, but I couldn't help it somehow. The Neddige Herr is always so kind to me. You lead me on to confess. You can understand these things, I think, so much better than the others. She rose, half hesitating. Will de Veril, for his part, rose in turn and faced her. For a second each paused, they looked shyly at one another. Will thought her a charming girl for a common milkmaid. Linnet thought him a kind, good friend, for one of the great, unapproachable foreign Herrschaft. Will held out one frank hand. Linnet gave him the tips of her brown fingers timidly. He clasped them in his own while a man might count 10. Shall you be here tomorrow about the same time? He inquired before he let them drop, half hesitating. Perhaps, Linnet answered, looking down demurely. Then blushing, she nodded at him, half curtsied and sprang away. She gave a rapid glance to right and left to see if she was perceived, darted lightly down the hill and hurried back to the Wirtshaus. But all that day long, Will was moody and silent. He thought much to himself of this strange idea that Andreas Horsberger, that saturnine man, was to marry this beautiful musical Alp girl. Chapter 9. For some 4 or 5 mornings after this hillside interview, Florian noticed every day a most unaccountable fancy on Will de Veril's part for solitary walks at early dawn before breakfast. Neither dew nor hoarfrost seemed to damp his ardour. Florian rose betimes himself, to be sure, but Will had always already distanced him. And on every one of those 5 mornings, when Will said farewell to Linnet by the big grey boulder, he used the same familiar formula of leave-taking. You'll be here again tomorrow. And every time, Linnet, thrilling and trembling inwardly, answered back the same one conscience-salving word, perhaps, which oracular and highly hypothetical promise she nevertheless most amply fulfilled with great regularity on the following morning, for when Will arrived at the trysting place, he always found Linnet was there before him, and she rose from her rocky seat with a blush of downcast welcome, which a less modest man than he might easily have attributed to its true motive. To Will, however, most unassuming of men and poets, she was only an interesting Alp girl who liked to meet him on the hillside for a lesson in English. Though, to be sure, why it was necessary to give the lesson alone in the open air at 6 o'clock in the morning, and still more, why the professor should have thought it needful to hold the pupil's hand in his own for many minutes together, to enforce his points, Will himself would no doubt have been hard put to explain on philological principles. Moreover, strange to say, for Linnet's sake, the conversation was conducted mostly in German. Lookers-on, however, see most of the game. On the 6th such morning, it occurred casually to Florian as he lay abed and reflected, to get up early himself and go out on the hillside. Not that the airy Epicurean philosopher was by any means afflicted with the essentially vulgar vice of curiosity. He was far too deeply occupied with Mr. Florian Wood to think of expending much valuable attention on the habits and manners of less interesting personalities, but in this particular case he felt he had a positive duty to perform. Now, a duty had for Florian all the luxury of novelty. He was troubled with few such, and whenever he found one, he made the most of it. Just at present he was persuaded Will Deveril was on the eve of getting himself into an entanglement with the beautiful milkmaid, who so paradoxically preferred his society to Florian's. Plain duty, therefore, to Will himself, to Mrs. Deveril Mere, to the just expectations of the ladies of England, who had clearly a prior claim on Will's fortune and affection, compelled Florian to interfere before things went too far, so as to save his friend from the consequences of his own possible folly. Animated by these noble impulses, Florian did not even shrink from leaving a very snug bed at 5 o'clock that cold morning, and waiting at the window, like a private detective, till Will took his way up the path to the hillside. About 6 Will emerged from the door of the inn. Florian gave him 5 minutes' law, just rope enough to hang himself. Then, marking from the back window which way Will had gone, he followed the trail uphill with all the novel zest of an amateur policeman. Skulking along the pinewood, he came upon them from behind, by the same path which Will himself had taken on the morning when he followed Linnet first to the boulder in the pasture. Then, treading softly over the green turf with muffled footfall, he was close upon the unconscious pair before they knew or suspected it. The ill-advised young people were seated side by side on a little ledge of rock that protruded from the green sward. Will leant eagerly forward, holding Linnet's hand and looking hard into her eyes. The girl herself drew back and cast down her glance, as if half fearing the ardour of his evident advances. Respect for the conventions made Florian cough lightly before disturbing their interview. At the sound both looked up. Some 5 feet nothing of airy observant humanity beamed blandly down upon them. Linnet gave a little cry, started up in surprise, hid her crimson face hurriedly between 2 soft brown hands, and then, yielding to the first impulse of her shy, rustic nature, fled away without one word, leaving Will face to face with that accusing moralist. The Epicurean philosopher seated himself, like stern justice in miniature, beside his erring friend. His face was grave. When Florian did gravity, he did it, as life did everything else, consummately. For a minute or two he only stared hard at Will, slowly nodding his head like an earthenware mandarin and stroking his smooth chin in profound meditation. At the end of that time he delivered his bolt point blank. "Tomorrow," he said calmly, "we go on to Innsbruck." "Why so?" Will asked with a dogged air of dissent. "Because," Florian answered with crushing dialectic, "we never intended to spend our whole time on the upper Zillerthal, did we?" This sudden flank movement took Will fairly by surprise, for Florian was quite right. Their plan of campaign on leaving London included the South Tyrol, Verona and Milan. But a day or two longer, he put in half imploringly, thus caught off his guard. Just a day or two longer to settle things up a bit. Stern justice was inexorable. "Not one other night," Florian answered severely. "The lotus has by this time been sufficiently eaten. I see what this means. I know now why you've kept me here so long at St. Valentin. With Innsbruck and Cortina and the untrodden Dolomites beckoning me on to come, you've planted me plump in this hole and kept me here at your side, all for the sake of one Tyrolese cowgirl. In the name of common morality," and Florian frowned like a very puissant judge, "I protest against these most irregular and improper proceedings." "I never meant the girl any harm," Will answered with a faint flush. "That's just it, my dear fellow, I know very well you didn't. That's the head and front of your offending. If you had meant her harm, of course I could much more readily have forgiven you." "Florian," Will said, looking up, "let's be serious, please, for once. This is a serious matter." Florian pursed his thin lips and knitted his white brow judicially. Hm, he said with slow deliberateness. It's as bad as that, is it? Why, de Veril, I assure you I've rarely, if ever, been as serious as this in all my life before. Don't look at me like that, I mean just what I say. I'm not thinking about the girl, but about you, my dear fellow. The morals of these parts, as you very well know, are primitive. It won't do her much harm, even if it gets noised about, to have been seen on the hills, alone in the grey dawn, hand in hand with an Englishman. This is no place for oriental seclusion of women. Indeed, from what I hear, the Arcadian relations of these unchaperoned Alp girls with their lovers from the plains must be something truly sweet in their unaffected simplicity. Herr Horsberger was telling me last night that when an Alp girl marries all the hunters and peasants, her discarded lovers, whom she has admitted to the intimacy of her chalet on the mountains, leave a cradle at the door of her chosen husband on the night of the wedding. The good man wakes up the morning after his marriage to find staring him in the face, on his own threshold, these tangible proofs of his wife's little slips in her spinster existence. It's a charming custom. I find it quite economical. He knows the worst at once. It saves him the trouble, so common among ourselves, of finding them out for himself piecemeal in the course of his later relations. You are wandering from the question, Will interrupted testily. He didn't quite relish these generalized innuendos against poor Linnet's character. Not at all, Florian went on very gravely. The point of these remarks lies in the application thereof. As Captain Cuttle puts it, when Linnet marries, you mean, I suppose, to increase the number of the delicate little offerings presented at her door by. Will started up and glared at him. You shall not speak like that, he cried in a very angry voice, of such a girl as Linnet. The little man waved one dainty white hand with a deprecating gesture towards his excited friend. This is too bad, he said, sighing. Very bad indeed, far worse than I imagined. I said it on purpose, just to see what you were driving at, and I find out the worst. If you mean the girl no harm and take a slighting little jest on her to heart like that, why, your case is desperate, an aggravated attack complicated by incipient matrimonial symptoms. You need change of air, change of scene, change of company. Law of Medes and Persians, it's Innsbruck tomorrow. You go with me as I bid, or I go without you. Demur, and I leave you at once to your fate. You may stop with your cowgirl. Don't speak of her by that name, Will broke in half angrily. But Florian, for his part, was provokingly cool. All there is he said calmly with irresistible logic, and every cowgirl's a cowgirl. I'll call her a Boutrofister or a neat herding fillies if it gives you any pleasure. That's neither here nor there. The point's just this, you mean the girl no harm. Then what the deuce do you mean? Are you going to marry her? No, certainly not, Will answered. She was a very nice girl, and he loved to talk with her. There was something so sweetly unsophisticated in her ways that she charmed and attracted him. But marry her? No, the very word surprised him. He had never even dreamt of it. In the first place, though as yet he hadn't as much as thought about that, he had nothing to marry upon. And in the second place, if he had, could he take a Tyrolese milkmaid fresh from the cowsheds in his tow to London, and present her to his friends as Mrs. Will de Veril? Then what the deuce do you mean? Florian repeated persistently. His sound common sense, when he chose to let it loose from his veneer of affectation, was no mean commodity. Thus driven to bay, Will was forced to reply with a somewhat sheepish air, I don't know that I mean anything. I've never tried to formulate my state of mind to myself. She's a very nice girl, for her class and sort, and I like to talk to her, and when you talk to her, you like to hold her hand and lean forward like this, and stare with all your eyes, and look for all the world as if you wanted to devour her. Oh yes, I've seen you. No, no, Will, it won't do. I've been there myself, and I know all about it. Looking at the matter impartially as a man of the world. And Florian, drawing himself up, assumed automatically, as those words rolled out, his most magisterial attitude. What I'm really afraid of is that you'll get gradually dragged into this rustic siren's vortex, and be swallowed up before you know it in the treacherous sea of matrimony. However, you don't believe that, and I know enough of the world to know very well it's no use, therefore, arguing out that aspect of the case with you. No fellow will ever believe he can be such a fool, till he catches himself in church face to face at last with the awful reality. I prefer, accordingly, to go on the other tack with you. If you don't mean to marry the girl, then whether you know it or not, you mean no good to her. I dare say you've got all sorts of conventional notions in your head, which, thank heaven, I don't share, about honour and so forth. How a cowgirl's virtue, I beg your pardon, a boutrofister's or a neat herding fillies' is as sacred at your hands as the eldest daughters of 100 marquises. But that's neither here nor there. If you don't marry the girl and you don't ruin the girl, there's only one thing left possible. You must break the girl's heart for her. Between ourselves, being, I flatter myself, a tolerable psychologist, I don't for a moment suppose that's what would actually happen. You'd get yourself entangled, and you'd go on, and you'd flounder and struggle, and you'd marry her in the end, just to save the girl misery. But we'll do puja to your intellect at the expense of your heart, and we'll put it the other way, as you seem to prefer it. Very well then, sooner or later you'll have to leave this place. No doubt after what I've seen this morning it'll cost the girl a wrench. Her vanity must be flattered by receiving so much undisguised attention from a real live gentleman. But sooner or later, as I say, come it must, of course, and sooner on the whole will be better for her than later. The longer you stop, the more she'll fall in love with you. The quicker you get away from her, the less it'll hurt her. He spoke the words of wisdom, according to his kind. Will rose again with an effort and started homeward. As they walked down the pasture and through the belt of pinewood, he said never a word, but he thought all the more on Florian's counsel. Till that morning he had never tried to face the question himself. He liked the girl, that was all. She sang like a linnet, and he loved to be near her. But the longer he stopped, the harder for her would be the inevitable breaking off. Just beyond the pinewood, Florian halted and fronted him. "See here, Will," he said kindly, but with the world's common sense. "It isn't that I care twopence myself what becomes of the girl. Girls like that are just made for you and me to play skittles with. If you meant her any harm, I wouldn't for the world interfere with any other man's little fancies. All I want is to get you away from the place before you've time to commit yourself." So I use the other argument as an argumentum ad hominem only, but as that it has its weight. The longer you stop, the harder it'll be in the end for her. Will drew a deep breath. His mind was made up now. "Very well then," he said slowly, though with an evident struggle. "If I must go, I must go. I won't haggle over a day. Let us make it tomorrow." Chapter 10. And next morning indeed saw them safe at Innsbruck. 'Twas a pull to get away. Will frankly admitted to his own soul he felt it so. But he saw it was right, and he went accordingly. Linnet, he knew, had grown fond of him in those few days. When he asked her once how it was she liked Franz Lindner less now than formerly, she looked up at him with an arch smile, and after a second's pause made the frank avowal, "Perhaps it's because now I think Englishmen nicer." At the moment his heart had come up in his mouth with pleasure, as will happen with all of us when a pretty woman lets us see for ourselves she really likes us. But he must go all the same. For Linnet's sake, he must go. If illusion there were, he must at once disillusion her. As for Linnet herself, she accepted the separation much more readily, to say the truth, than will ever imagined she could. It half piqued him, indeed, to find how easily she seemed to acquiesce in the inevitable. She trembled when he told her to be sure, and tears started to her eyes. But she answered none the less in a fairly firm voice that she always knew the Neddige hair must go away in the end, that she hoped he would remember her wherever he went, and she, with a deep sigh, she could never forget his kindness. That, however, was all. Just a pressure of her fingers, just a kiss on his hand, just a tear that dropped wet on his outstretched palm as she bent her head over it in customary obeisance, and Linnet was gone, and he saw no more of her that evening. In the morning, when he stood at the door to bid farewell to the household, he fancied her eyes looked red with crying. But she grasped his hand hard for all that and said good-bye without flinching. He gave a florin or two as trinkgeld to each of the servants at the inn, but to Linnet he felt he couldn't give anything. She was of different mould. Linnet noticed the omission herself with a glistening eye, and took it as it was meant for a social distinction. The plain truth was, she had always expected Will must soon go away from her, nor was she indeed as yet what one might fairly call quite in love with him. The very distance between them seemed to forbid the feeling. He was kind, he was sympathetic, he was musical, he was a gentleman. He divined her better qualities, her deeper feelings. He spoke to her more deferentially, and with truer respect than any of her own equals had ever yet spoken to her. She couldn't help feeling flattered that he should like to come out upon the hillside to talk with her. But as yet, she hardly said to herself she loved him. If she had, what good? Was it likely such a great gentleman from over the seas would care to marry a mere Tyrolese milkmaid? Was it likely, if he did, the Worth and the priest would allow her to marry a Protestant Englishman? So from the very outset, save as a passing affection, Will Deveril stood wholly outside poor Linnet's horizon. She regarded him as a pleasant but short-lived episode. Besides, light loves are the rule with the Alp girl. It was quite in the nature of things for Linnet that a man should take a liking to her, should pay her brief court, should expect from her far greater favours than ever Will Deveril expected, and should give her up in the end for a mere freak of fancy. That was the way of the Zilithal, so, though the thorn had gone deep, she accepted her fate as just what one might have anticipated, and hardly cried for an hour in her own bed at night, to think those sweet mornings on the pasture by the pinewood were to be over for ever. For of course in the end, if the Worth so willed, she must marry herself contentedly to Andreas Horsberger. Acting on Florian's advice, Will did not even tell his tremulous little friend he was going to Innsbruck. Better break it off at once, Florian said with practical common sense, once for all and absolutely. No chance of letters or any nonsense of that sort, if the Dulcinea can write, which of course is doubtful. And Will, having made up his mind to the wrench, acquiesced in this sage counsel. So for Linnet, the two strangers who had loomed so large and played so leading a part on the stage of her little life for one rapturous fortnight, vanished utterly, as it were, at a single breath, like a dissolving cloud, into the infinite and the unknowable. By 7 that night, the young Englishmen found themselves once more in the full flood of civilization. The electric light shed its beams on their hotel. A Parisian chef de cuisine turned out sweetbreads and ices of elaborate art to pamper their palates. Once more, Florian donned with joy the black coat of Bond Street. They had penetrated the Zilithal with their knapsacks on their backs. but 2 leather portmanteaus enclosing the fuller garb of civilized life awaited their advent at Innsbruck. Thus restored to society with a rosebud in his buttonhole, the dainty little man descended radiant to the salle à manger. He welcomed the change. After 3 whole weeks of unadulterated nature, he had tired of Arcadia. And he loved tables d'hôte. 'Twas a field for the prosecution of social conquests. A man goes there on his merits. He said briskly to Will as they dressed for dinner, neither handicapped nor yet unduly weighted. Nobody knows who he is, and he knows nobody. So he starts there on the flat without fear or favour, and if at the end of 10 minutes he hasn't managed to make himself the centre of a conversational circle, he may retire into private life as a social failure. On this particular evening, however, in spite of several brilliant and manful efforts, Florian didn't somehow succeed in attracting an audience quite so readily as usual. The environment was against him. On his right sat a lady whom he discovered by a side glance at the name written legibly on the napkin ring by her plate, to be the Honourable Mrs. Medway, and who was so profoundly filled with a sense of the importance of her own honourableness that she feared to contaminate herself or her daughter by conversation with her neighbours, till she had satisfied her mind by sure and certain warranty that they too belonged to the right set in England. Pending proof to that effect, her answers to his questions were both curt and monosyllabic. This nettled Florian, who prided himself with truth on his extensive knowledge of all the smart people. To his left, beyond Will on the other hand, sat a stolid-looking gentleman of nonconformist exterior and provincial garb, whose conversation, though ample, betrayed at times the inelegant idiom and accent of the Humber. Him Florian the silver-tongued carefully avoided. Opposite was a vacant place, on either side of which sat 2 young girls of 17 or thereabouts in the acutest stage of giggling inarticulateness. Florian listened and despaired. Here was a coterie indeed, for a brilliant talker and a man of culture. But just as they finished the soup, to his intense relief, a ray of light seemed to pierce of a sudden the gathering gloom of the dinner table. The drawing-room door opened, and through its portal a vision of beauty in an evening dress floated, Hellenic goddess-wise, into the salle à manger. It made its way straight to the vacant chair, nodded and smiled recognition to the bread-and-butter gigglers and the Honourable Mrs. Medway, bowed demurely, continental way to the newly-come strangers, and glided off at once without a pause or break into a general flow all round of graceful, easy conversation. Florian gazed and succumbed. This was a real live woman, ripe but not too ripe, soft and rounded of outline, with a bewitching mouth, a row of pearly teeth, and a cheek that wore only its own natural roses. She might have impressed at first sight a less susceptible heart by far than the Epicurean sage. As she seated herself, she drew from her pocket a little cardboard box, which she handed with a charming smile to one of the giggling inarticulates. "Those are the set you admired, I think," she said with unconscious grace. "I hope I've got the right ones. I was passing the shop on my way back from my drive, and I thought I'd just drop in and bring them back as you liked them so." The giggling inarticulate gave a jerky little scream of unmixed delight as she opened the box and took out from it with tremulous hands a pretty set of coral necklet, brooch and earrings. "Not for me," she cried, gasping. "Not for me for a present. You don't really mean to give them to me? They are too lovely, too delicious." "Yes, I do," the vision of beauty responded, beaming. "I wanted to give you some little souvenir some time before you went, and I didn't know what you'd like. So, as you said you admired these, I thought I'd best go in at once as I passed and buy them. They're pretty, aren't they? Florian eyed them with the lenient glance of a man of taste who appraises and appreciates a beautiful woman's selection. When the bread and butter gigglers had exhausted upon them their slender stock of laudatory adjectives, their ohs and just looks, and dear me, aren't they beautifuls, he broke in with his bland smile, and laying the necklet in a curve on the white tablecloth before him, began to discourse with much unction in the Florianic tongue on the aesthetic points of this pretty trifle, for it was a pretty necklet, there was no denying that. Its lance-like pendants were delicately shaped and most gracefully arranged. It was one of those simple half-barbaric designs which retain to our day all the naive beauty of primitive, unsophisticated human workmanship. Florian found in it reminiscences of Eve in Eden, and he said so in that luxuriantly florid style of which he was so great and so practical a master. He called attention with suave tones to the distinctly precious suggestions of archaic influence in the shaping of the pendants, to the exquisite nature of coral as a decorative object, cast up blushing on our shores by the ungarnered sea, a material whose use we inherit from our innocent ancestors. When wild in woods the noble savage ran, his limbs untrammelled by clinging draperies, when beauty unadorned was adorned the most in the subtle and sinuous curves of its own lissome figure. Necklets and armlets, he observed, with one demonstrative white forefinger held poised above the salmon, are the string courses, so to speak, of this our natural human architecture. They serve to emphasize and throw out into stronger relief the structural points of the grand design, to call attention to the exquisite native fullness of a faultless torso. The giggling inarticulates dropped their chins and stared. They were not quite sure whether such talk was proper, but the vision of beauty, more at home in the world, was not in the least alarmed at Florian's torrent of eloquence. On the contrary, she answered him back, as he himself remarked a little later to Will, like the lords of the council, with grace, wisdom, and understanding. Florian brightened and flowed on. He loved a listener who could toss the ball back to him as fast as he tossed it, and the vision of beauty answered him back with lightning speed, and bore her share with credit in the conversation. It was evident as she went on that she knew her Europe. Was it Munich Florian touched upon with the light hand of his craft? She discoursed of the Van der Weydens and Crivellis in the Pinakothek, like one to the manner born, and had views of her own which were bold, if not prudent, about the meaning and arrangement of the Aeginetan marbles. Was it Florence he attacked? She was at home at San Marco, and knew her way like a Baedeker round the rooms at the Pitti. Will listened and marvelled, talking little himself, but giving Florian and the vision of beauty their heads. It surprised him much to find one female brain could store in its teeming cells so much miscellaneous knowledge. At last, at a brief break in Florian's flood of speech, Will found space to inquire for a purpose of his own, "Would you mind my asking where you got that necklet?" The vision of beauty handed the lid of the box to him. It bore on a label the name and address of the jeweller at whose shop she had bought it. "It's on the way up," she said carelessly, "to this hotel from the city. That one shibboleth betrayed her." Florian started in surprise. "Why," he cried with open eyes, "then you must be an American." The beautiful stranger smiled and nodded. "Yes, sir," she said with marked emphasis, as if to clinch the assertion of her Western nationality. "I am an American, and I don't want to hide it. But you pay what you consider a compliment to the purity of my English all the same, if you mean that till now you haven't even suspected it." Florian made some politely condescending remark, of the sort so obnoxious to the late Mr. Lowell, as to the correctness and delicacy of her English accent, and then, in order to show himself quite abreast of the times, inquired expansively if she knew the Van Rensselaers. "No, I haven't had that pleasure," the vision of beauty answered curtly. "The Livingstones, perhaps," Florian adventured in tentative tones. The vision shook her head. "My friends the Vanderbilts," Florian essayed once more, eager to find a connecting link. "I stayed with them at Newport." "No, nor yet the Vanderbilts," the vision answered, smiling. Florian paused and reflected. "Ah, then you're from Boston, no doubt," he suggested with charitable promptitude. The fine friends he had mentioned at whose houses he had stopped were all New Yorkers. "No, not from Boston," the vision answered with prompt negation. "Washington, I suppose," Florian adventured again. They were the only three places a self-respecting American could admit she came from without shipwreck of her dignity. He would not pay so much grace and eloquence the very bad compliment, as it seemed to him, of supposing it could register from St. Louis or New Orleans. The pretty woman smiled once more, a self-restrained smile. "I come from New York," she said simply. "I've lived there long, it's my native place, but there are a good many of us there who don't aspire to know the Roosevelts or the Livingstones." Florian withdrew with quiet tact from this false departure. He led aside the conversation by graceful degrees to the old Dutch families, the New England stock, Emerson, Longfellow, Channing, the Concord set, Howells, James, and Stedman, the later American poets. On these last he waxed warm, but the vision of beauty, herself cosmopolitan to the core, was all for our newest school of English bards. She doted on Lang and Austin Dobson. "And have you seen the last Illustrated?" she asked after a while, with a burst of enthusiasm. "It's on the table in the salon there, and there are 3 such lovely, lovely stanzas in it, among Alps by Will de Verril." Her words sent a thrill of pleasure through Will's modest soul. He had published but little, and 'twas seldom he heard his own name thus familiarly unhandled. Still, a harassing doubt possessed his soul. Could the vision of beauty have seen his name in the visitor's book of the hotel, noticed the coincidence with the lines in the Illustrated which he had sent from the Zillerthal, and managed this little coup with feminine adroitness on purpose to deceive him? Yet she didn't look guileful. With poetic trustfulness, he cast the evil suggestion at once behind him. "I'm so glad you liked them," he said timidly, looking down at his plate and playing in nervous jerks with his fork in the chicken. "I wrote them in the Tyrol here. They are fresh fed from the glaciers." The vision laid down her knife and fork and stared at him speechless. "You're not Will de Verril?" she exclaimed in some excitement after a moment's pause. "That's my name," Will answered, somewhat abashed, still perusing his plate. "But I'm very little used to meeting people who have heard of it." The pretty American clasped her hands with delight. "Well, I am glad to meet you," she said, "though I'd have given you the benefit of the mister, of course, if I'd known it was you. I just love your verses. I have Voices from the Hills in my box upstairs, bound in calf this minute." "No, not really," Will cried with a young author's delight at unexpected recognition. "I'll go upstairs after dinner and fetch it down to show you," his pretty admirer answered with some pride. "And your friend too, is he a poet?" In soul only," Florian interposed airily, dashing in at a tangent, for it irked him thus to play second fiddle to Will's first hand, and he longed to assert his proper position. "I string no sonnets, I play no harmonies, I take the higher place. I sit on a critical throne, weighing and appraising all arts impartially. De Verril rhymes, another man paints, a third man strums, a fourth acts or carves stone, and all for me. I exercise none of these base handicrafts myself, but I live supreme in the palace of art they build, subordinating each in due place to my soul's delight like a subtle architect. Just the same as all the rest of us, the pretty American put in, interrupting his period. We all do that, we sit still and listen. The difficulty is to produce like Mr. de Veril. Florian stood aghast. To think a mere woman should thus slight his pretensions, but the pretty American, disregarding him, turned to Will once more. "And your friend's name?" she said interrogatively. "My friend's name," Will answered, "is Florian Wood. You must know it." "Ah, Mr. Florian Wood," the pretty stranger echoed. "I've heard of him, of course. I'm glad to meet him. It's so nice to see people in the flesh at last. One has often heard talked about." "But you've heard about everybody, Mrs. Palmer," the first giggling inarticulate interposed with a gurgle of admiration. Florian clapped his hand to his head in theatrical disappointment. "Mrs. Palmer," he cried markedly. "Did I hear aright, Mrs. Palmer? This is indeed a blow. Then I take it you're married." From anyone else on earth the remark would have been rude. From Florian it was only exaggerated compliment. The vision of beauty accepted it as such with American frankness. "Well, you needn't go and take a draught of cold poison offhand," she retorted a little saucily, "for there's still a chance for you. Remember, a woman may be made wife or widow." "Dear me," Florian ejaculated, half choking himself in his haste. "I never thought of that. You don't mean to say—" "Yes, I do," Mrs. Palmer responded, cutting him short with a merry nod. "Any time these last 5 years. Now you're sorry you spoke. Mr. de Veril, may I trouble you to pass the mustard?" Chapter 11. During the rest of the young men's stay at Innsbruck, the pretty American was, as Florian remarked, a distinct feature. Such is the fickleness of man, indeed, that she almost superseded poor Linnet in their minds as an object of interest. She was attractive beyond a doubt, she was clever, she was lively, and she was so delighted to make a real live poet's acquaintance that Will hardly knew how to receive her almost obtrusive attentions. She brought him butter in a lordly dish, as Florian phrased it. That same evening in the salon, according to promise, she came down with Voices from the Hills, Will's thin little volume of fugitive verse, which she had had gorgeously bound in red calf in Paris, and made that sensitive young bard blush up to his eyes with modesty, by insisting on pointing out which pieces she liked best, in a voice that was audible to half the guests in the establishment. Ossian's Tomb was her favourite. She knew that one by heart, but Khosroo Khan was sweet too, and Sister Claire made her cry, and then Gwyn. Ah, that dear Gwyn was just too lovely for anything, and yet Will liked her. In spite of her open praise and his blushes, he liked her. The surest way to a poet's heart is to speak well of his poetry. And besides, he said to himself, Mrs. Palmer had discrimination. She noted in his verse the metrical variety, the pictorial skill, or the strong sense of colour, just the qualities of his poor muse on which he himself most prided himself. No artist cares for praise except for those characteristics of his art which he feels to be his strong ones. Mrs. Palmer gave Will that, and he liked the incense. Florian had said at St. Valentin that Will needed change of air, change of scene, change of company, and at Innsbruck he got them. The pretty American, having found her poet, didn't mean to let him slip again too soon from her clutches. With the pertinacity of her compatriots, she fastened herself at once upon the 2 young Englishmen. Not obtrusively, to be sure, not ungracefully, not awkwardly, not as a European woman might have done the same thing, but with that Occidental frankness and oblivion of sex which makes up half the charm of the charming American. The very next morning at the early breakfast, she happened to occupy a small table close by them. They chatted together through the meal. At the end of it, Will mentioned, in a casual sort of way that he was going down the street to the shop where Mrs. Palmer had bought the coral necklet. The dainty young widow seized her cue. "I am going down that way myself," she said. "Let me come and show you. I won't take a minute to run up for my hat. I'm not one of those women who can never go out for a morning stroll without spending half an hour before their mirrors, titivating, and in spite of Will's assurance that he could find the shop very well by himself, she was as good as her word, and insisted on accompanying them. She had been charming in evening dress. She was more charming still in her girlish straw hat and neat tailor-made costume, as she tripped lightly downstairs to them. Florian, by her side, while they walked through the streets, cast sheep's eyes askance up at her. Even Will, more mindful of poor Linnet's desertion, was not wholly insensible to that taking smile, those pearly white teeth, that dainty small nose, those rounded contours. They turned down the road in the direction of the Mariathersien Strasse. Will knew of old that quaintest and most picturesque of European high streets, with its queer gabled roofs, its rococo facades, its medieval towers, its arcades and pillars. But to Florian it all came with the added charm of novelty. Twice or thrice on their way the spirit moved him to stop and perorate. Each time the pretty widow cut him short at once with some quick retort of truly American practicality. At the shop Will selected a second necklet, exactly like the one Mrs. Palmer had chosen. "I gave her nothing before I came away," he said, turning to Florian and only indicating by that very indefinite pronoun the intended recipient of his beautiful gift. One couldn't give her money. 'Twould have been a positive insult, but this ought to look well on that smooth brown neck of hers. "For your sister, of course," Mrs. Palmer said pointedly. "No, not for my sister," Will admitted with a quiet smile. "For a girl at the inn we've just left at St. Valentin." Mrs. Palmer said, "Oh," 'twas an American "oh," it deprecated the fact and closed the episode. Cosmopolitan though she was, it surprised her not a little that Will should allude to such persons in a lady's company. But there, these poets, you know, so many things must be condoned to them. Because they have loved much, much must be forgiven them. They have license to break hearts and the most brittle of the commandments, with far less chance of blame than they're even Christians. Will's transaction completed, Mrs. Palmer proceeded to buy a second similar set on her own account, for presentation to the second of the giggling inarticulates. "Poor girl," she said good-humouredly. "She looked so envious last night when I gave the other to Eva Powell. I couldn't bear to think I'd left her out in the cold. 30 florins, I think you said. Ah, yes, that's $12. Not much to make a poor little girl so happy." From this and various other circumstances which occurred in the course of their first few days at Innsbruck, it began to dawn dimly upon Florian's open mind that their American friend, though she knew not the Van Rensselaers, the Vanderbilts and the Livingstones, must have been comfortably left by the late Mr. Palmer. It was clear she had money for every whim and fancy. She took frequent drives, up the Brenner or down the Inthel, in a roomy 2-horse carriage specially ordered from the livery stables, and she always gave a seat to one at least of the giggling inarticulates. And then, on the girl's account, you know, with good-natured zeal, asked Will and Florian to take part in the expedition. "It's so good for them, of course," she said, "to see a little when they can of young men's society. They're each of them here with an invalid mamma, throat and lungs, poor things, you know the kind of person, and before I came they had nobody to talk to, not even one another, for they were far too much afraid of a mutual snub ever to utter a syllable. I've tried to bring them out a bit and make life worth living for them. But without a young man, at that age, no amusement's worth anything. Do come, Mr. de Veril, there's a good soul just to humour them. And Will and Florian, it must be candidly allowed, fell in with a good grace with her philanthropic projects. Though, to be sure, when once the carriage got under way, they seemed much more desirous of amusing the pretty American herself than of seconding her schemes for drawing out the latent conversational powers of the giggling inarticulates, who contented themselves chiefly with leaning back in their seats and listening open-mouthed to Florian's flamboyant disquisitions. That, however, is a detail. Will attempted at first to pay his share of the carriage, but such interference with her plans Mrs. Palmer most manfully and successfully resisted. She wanted to give the girls a little outing, she said. Will might come or he might stop, but she wasn't going to let any other person pay for her well-meant attention to her poor little protégés. To that point she stuck hard through thick and thin. They must come as her guests if they came as anything. From this, and sundry other events that came under his knowledge by occulter channels, Florian grew strengthened in his idea that the late Mr. Palmer, whoever he might have been, had at least cut up well, and, what was more to the point, had cut up entirely in his widow's favour. Now this was business, for Florian, incurious as he was by nature where mere gossip was concerned, liked to know what was what in the matrimonial market. As he was wont to put it sweetly to his friends at the Savile, he wasn't going to throw himself away on a woman for nothing. He had an income of his own, just sufficient to supply him with the bare necessaries of life, such as stalls at the opera and hansoms ad libitum, and this being so, he had no intention of giving up that singular franchise which young men call their liberty, except in return for valuable consideration. But if good things were going, he liked at least to know of them. Some day, perhaps, if some lady bribed him high enough, he might possibly consent to retire by her side into the Philistine gloom of wedded respectability. So he pushed his inquiries hard into the vision's antecedents, wholly without effect, during the first few days of their stay at Innsbruck. A few nights later, however, as they sat in the salon after a long day's tramp to the summit of the Patscher Kopf, Florian found himself cast casually into conversation with an American old maid, belonging to the most virulent type and class of old maidhood. Of the cat kind, catty, he said afterwards to Will Deveril, one of those remarkable persons who have pervaded cosmopolitan hotels for years together, and are on intimate terms with the domestic skeletons in every cupboard. Miss Beard, as she was called, favoured Florian at full length with the histories and antecedents of the giggling inarticulates, their papas and mammas, and all their forebears, informing him with much gusto how one of them had paid 9 pence in the pound to his creditors, and another had been cashiered from the Navy for embezzlement. Then she proceeded in the same strain to demolish the unprepossessing gentleman of nonconformist exterior, who had been guilty, it seemed, of the social crime of retail business. Miss Beard was inclined, indeed, to believe he was nothing more than a retired chemist, but she wasn't even sure, with hushed and bated breath, that it mightn't be as bad as grocery and provisions. All these and many other unimportant details Florian's soul endured, possessing itself in patience for many minutes together, in the fervent hope that at last this living encyclopedia of genealogical knowledge would come round to the character of the vision of beauty. And Mrs. Palmer, who sits opposite me, he adventured gently after a while when Miss Beard reached a pause in her caustic comments. She seems a nice little thing in her way, though, of course, a mere butterfly. She comes from New York. I suppose you know her. Miss Beard drew herself up with that offended dignity, which only an American woman of the very best class can exhibit in perfection when you suspect her of an acquaintance with a person moving in a social grade less exalted than the sphere she herself revolves in. I don't know her, she said markedly, but I know, of course, who she is. She's the widow of Palmer, the well-known Palmer, the notorious Palmer who, but there, you've been in the States, you must know all about him. Not Palmer the murderer, Florian exclaimed in surprise. She's too young for that, surely. No, not Palmer the murderer, Miss Beard responded in a very shrill voice with considerable acerbity. He was at least a gentleman. I can't say as much for this lady's husband. She's the widow of Palmer, the dry goodsman in Broadway. Oh, indeed, Florian cried, deeply interested in this discovery, for it meant much money. I remember the place well. A palatial building in the Renaissance style at the corner of a street near the junction with Fifth Avenue. These princes of commerce in your Western world represent in our midst today the great Signias of the Adriatic who held the gorgeous East in fee, and whose Gothic facades, rich in arch and tracery, still line the long curve of the Grand Canal for us. They are the satraps of finance. The world in our times is ruled once more, as in Venice of old in the heyday of its splendour, by the signet ring of the merchant. Palmer was one of these, a paladin of silken bales, a Doge Dandolo of Manhattan, a potentate in the crowded marts of the Samarkand of the Occident. I don't know what you mean, Miss Beard retorted in an acrid tone, eyeing him sternly through her pince-nez. But I say he was a dry goodsman. Florian descended at a bound from the open empyrean to the solid earth of commonplace. Well, at any rate he was rich, he said, letting the paladin slide. He must have died worth millions. His estate was proved, Miss Beard said curtly, at a sum in dollars which totals out, let me see, 5s into 35 are, yes, to exactly £784,000 sterling. Florian gave a little gasp. That'll do, he said with slow emphasis. And he left it, he suggested after a second's pause with an interrogative raising of his broad white forehead. And he left it every cent, Miss Beard responded, without deduction of any sort to that fly-away little inanity. Florian drew a deep breath. Then she's rich, he said, musing, rich beyond the utmost dreams of avarice. Well, of course she is, Miss Beard answered with a sharp little snap as though everyone knew that. If she wasn't, could she go tearing about Europe as she does, herself and her maid, buying everything she sees and making presents right and left, to everyone she comes across? She'd give her own soul away if anybody asked her for it. Little empty-headed fool, she's not fit to be trusted with the use of money. But of course one can't know her however rich she may be. We draw the line in the States at keeping shop. And besides, she was never brought up among cultivated people. As she spoke, Florian noted several things silently to himself. He noted first that Mrs. Palmer spoke the English tongue many degrees more correctly, and more pleasantly as well, than her would-be critic. He noted, second, that her very generosity was counted for blame to her by this narrower nature. He noted, third, that in Republican America, even more than in monarchical and aristocratic England, Mrs. Palmer's cleverness, her information, her reading, her culture, were as dust in the balance in society's eyes, compared with the damning and indelible fact that her late lamented husband had owned a dry goods store. But being a worldly wise man, Florian noted these things in his own heart alone. Externally, he took no overt notice of them. On the contrary, he continued his talk in the same bland and honey-sweet tone as ever. Still, she'd be a catch in her way, he said with a condescending smile, for any man who didn't object to swallow her antecedents. She would, Miss Beard replied with austere self-respect, if people care to mix in that sort of society. For myself, I've been used to a different kind of life. I couldn't put up with it." Florian was audacious. He posed the one last question he still wished to ask boldly. "And there's no awkward clause, I suppose?" he said, without even the apology of a blush. "In her husband's will, of that nasty 'so long as my said wife remains unmarried' character." Miss Beard took up her Galignani with crushing coldness. She didn't care to discuss such people's prospects from such a standpoint. Their matrimonial affairs were beneath her notice. For fine old crusted prejudice of a social sort, commend me, so far as my poor knowledge goes, to the members of good New Yorker families. "To the best of my knowledge and belief," she murmured acridly, without raising her eyes, "the property's left for her own sole use and benefit, without any restriction. But I'm sure I don't know. If you want to find out, you'd better ask her. I don't burden my mind with these people's business." Then Florian knew the vision of beauty was a catch not to be despised by a man of culture. Such wealth as that no gentleman could decline in justice to himself if she gave him the refusal of it. Chapter 12. Andreas Horsberger was a dictator. He kept his own counsel till the moment of action grew ripe for birth in the womb of time, then, heeding no man, he gave his orders. 3 days after Will Deverill's departure from St. Valentin, he called up Linnet to his office suddenly. "The dressmaker has brought home your new costume," he said in his curt way. "Go upstairs and put it on, then come down and let me see you." Linnet, much wondering what this mood might portend, went up to her own room and tried on her new gewgaws. Puffed white sleeves, laced corset, crimson kirtle, high shoes, flowered kerchief at her bosom, silver dirk in her hair. Linnet wasn't over vain as girls go in this world, but tricked out in such finery. She gazed in her glass, and to tell the whole truth, admired herself consumedly. If only her Englishman could have seen her in that dress. But she stifled her sigh and tripped lightly downstairs again with the buoyancy of youth when conscious of a perfectly becoming costume for Andreas Horsberger's scrutiny. The Worth scanned her, well satisfied. "On Monday," he said briefly in that iron voice, "we set out on our tour and go first to Innsbruck." It was earlier by a week than he at first intended, but he saw it would be hard, if he stopped at St. Valentin, to keep Fridolin's hands from France's throat much longer. So, by way of minimizing the adverse chances, he made up his mind to start as soon as possible for his winter season. He meant to begin modestly with entertainments at hotels among the Tyrolese winter resorts and the towns of the Riviera. And then, when his troupe had got over its first access of stage fright and grown used to an audience, to go across for the summer to England or America. So for the next few days Linnet was busy as a bee with preparations for her first journey into the great wide world outside the Zillerthal. As yet her native valley had bounded her view. She had never gone even as far as Jenbach. Expectation and preparation kept her mind well employed during that busy week, and prevented it from dwelling too much or too long on the kindly Englander who had vanished from her ken across the sea to England. For that he had gone straight home, Linnet never even doubted. On the afternoon of Andreas Horsberger's exciting announcement, indeed, a little registered parcel came by post for her to St. Valentin. It bore the postmark of Wilton, where Will had intentionally dropped it into the letter-box, on purpose to conceal from her his exact whereabouts. Linnet scanned it close and read the name correctly, but was too innocent of the topography of her native country to know that Wilton is the name of a village on the outskirts of Innsbruck. When she asked Andreas Horsberger where Wilton was, a little later in the day, without showing him the postmark, He confirmed her belief by answering at once that 'twas a town in England, not far from Salisbury. So he had thought of her over sea then, and sent her this beautiful, costly present from his own country. She tried it on that night before her tiny square mirror. As Will had rightly judged, it set off the rich tints of her creamy brown neck to the best advantage. A beautiful gift. A real lady might have worn it. Later on, when Linnet had diamonds and rubies at command, there was no trinket she prized among all her jewels like Will Deverill's coral. At last the eventful morning itself arrived. The little troop set out on foot down the mountain to Meerhofen. There their boxes, sent on overnight, awaited them. They drove in a large open brake to Genbach. Andreas Horsberger, Franz Lindner, Linnet herself, Philippina, and the 2 other singers who composed the party. At Genbach they descended at the door of the railway station. For the first time in her life, Linnet saw, half alarmed, a puffing and snorting machine, a sort of iron devil, breathing flames like purgatory, burst with smoke and stench upon the crowd by the waiting room. Though she had heard all about it often enough before, and could see for herself that this great scurrying creature, for all its noise and bustle, kept rigidly to the rails as it approached the platform, she yet drew back in pure physical terror and surprise at the swiftness and irresistibility of the fire fiend's motion. She had scant time to think, however, for scarce had it come to rest when Andreas Horsberger, little heeding, bundled them all unceremoniously into a 3rd-class compartment, and before Linnet had leisure to recover her self-possession, the engine had uttered one wild, discordant shriek, and with ringing of bells and rattlings of wheels in her ears, she found herself, willy-nilly, beyond hope of release, whirled along at the breakneck pace of what you and I know as an Austrian slow train, over the jolting rails, up the broad in valley. In spite of her terror, for she knew the railway as yet chiefly by hearing reports of collisions and accidents, Linnet enjoyed to the full that first steam-borne journey. She whirled past turreted towers like Hall and Volders, which to you and me commend themselves as the absolute quintessence of old-world quaintness, but which, to Linnet's young eyes, accustomed only to St. Valentin and the grassy Alps, envisaged themselves rather in glowing hues as the kingdoms of the world and all their glory. They had been late to start, and their drive from Meerhofen had been tolerably leisurely, so dusk was closing in when they arrived at Innsbruck. Oh, the bustle, the din, the whirling awe of that arrival! Electric lamps lighted up the broad plats in front of the station. On either side rose great hotels, grander and more palatial than any buildings on earth Linnet's poor little fancy had ever yet dreamed of. Not to one of these, however, of course, did Andreas Horsberger take his little troop of minstrels, but even the humbler inn on the south side of the Thersian Strasse, to which they repaired on foot, bearing their boxes between them, seemed to Linnet's inexperienced and impressionable eye a most princely caravanserai. After the noise and bustle in that busy railway junction, which made her brain whirl with the unaccustomed dizziness of a great city, the comparative rest and quiet of the Golden Eagle seemed a positive relief both of mind and body. That night she slept little, her head swam with excitement, for this was the first step on her journey through the world, which might lead her perhaps at last to England. And in England, she thought to herself once or twice with a little thrill, who could tell but peradventure she might meet Will Deveril, for she knew little as yet of how big the world is, and how long you may live in it going to and fro without necessarily knocking up against this one or that of its component units. Next morning they rose betimes and went out into the street to view the city. For to Linnet as to Mrs. Palmer a city it was, and a very great one. Such streets and streets seemed to frighten and appall her. Florian had admired in that picturesque old capital of a mountain land the antiquated tone, the 18th century flavour, the medieval survivals, the air as of a world elsewhere gone from us utterly. But to Linnet, though it was beautiful and impressive too, it was above all things magnificent, grandiose, stately, imposing. She gazed with open eyes at the golden roof, admired the bronze statues at the base of the Anna column, looked up with silent awe at the front of the landhouse, and thought the Rudolfsbrunnen, with its attendant griffins and dragons, a wonderful work of art for the world's delectation. Philippina went with her, her companion on the Alp. Linnet noticed with much surprise, for she knew not as yet the difference in fibre between them, that Philippina, though as interested as herself in the shops and their contents, seemed wholly unimpressed by these other and vastly more attractive features of a civilized city. For Linnet had been gifted by nature, to the fullest degree, with the profound Tyrolese artistic susceptibility. Though her mind came to art as a blank page, it responded to the stimulus once presented to its ken, as the sensitive plate of a photographic camera responds in every line to the inspiring picture. As they strolled through the town, by Andreas Horsberger's expressed desire, for the wise impresario had arranged their first appearance for that very evening, and wished the girls to come to it fresh after a morning's exercise, they paid comparatively little heed to what most of us regard as by far the most striking characteristic of Innsbruck, the great limestone crags that seem on every side to tower and overhang the very roofs of the city. They were accustomed indeed to crags, and made very small case of them. It was the houses, the shops, the noise, the crowd, the gaiety that chiefly struck them. Innsbruck to Linnet was as a little Paris, but as they went on their way through the bustling streets, they came at last to a church door, which Linnet's profound religious nature could hardly pass by without 1 minute's prayer for Our Lady's aid at this critical turning point of her artistic history. Philippina, nothing loth for her part, opined it could do them no harm to make favour above with the blessed saints for this evening's work by a little pater noster. The blessed saints dearly love attentions. Much may be done with them by a small wax candle. So they opened the door and stepped into the Hofkirche. Even those of us who know well the world and its art can remember vividly the strange start of surprise with which we gazed round for the first time on that oddest and most bizarre of Christian temples. It isn't so much beautiful, indeed, as unexpected and startling. To push open the church door and find oneself at once ringed round and guarded close, as it were, by that great circle of mailed knights and bronze-wimpled ladies who watch the long sleep of the kneeling Maximilian on his cenotaph in the centre, gives one a thrill of a novel sort from which some tinge of dim awe can hardly ever be wholly absent. There they stand on their low pedestals, a congregation of bronze ancestors round their descendants' tomb, Theodoric the Ostrogoth and King Arthur the Briton, Mary of Burgundy and Eleonora of Portugal, strange efforts of struggling art in its first faint steps towards the attainment of the beautiful, naif, ungainly, crude, rising only once or twice within measurable distance of the ideal in the few figures cast in metal by Peter Vischer of Nuremberg. But to Linnet, a woman grown, instinct with the innate artistic taste of her countrymen, yet innocent till then of all forms of art save the saints and purgatories of her mountain chapels, the Hofkirche was a glimpse of some new and unseen world of infinite possibilities. She went through it all piecemeal with open-mouthed interest. Philippina could only laugh at the quaint visas of the knights, the quainter dresses of the ladies. But Linnet was almost shocked. Philippina should laugh at them. She herself half forgot her intended prayer to Our Lady in her delight and surprise at those wonderful figures and those beautiful bas-reliefs. She read all the names on the bases conscientiously. They didn't mean much to her, to be sure. Her historical ideas didn't get as far as Clovis, King of the Franks, or even as Count Frederick of Tyrol with the empty pockets. But in a vague sort of way she gathered for herself that these were statues of archdukes and mighty heroes, keeping watch and ward silently round the great dead emperor, who knelt in the centre on his marble sarcophagus. Good luck, too, attended them. The little hump-backed sacristan, seeing two pretty girls looking through the grating at the reliefs on its sides, relaxed his stony heart without the customary cruisers, and admitted them within the railing to inspect at their leisure those exquisite pictures in marble which Thorwaldsen declared the most perfect work of their kind in the whole of Christendom. Philippina found the dresses quite grotesquely old-fashioned, but Linnet, hardly knowing why she lingered so long, gazed at each scene in detail with the profoundest interest. While down in the town Linnet was thus engaged, high up in the hills Will Deveril sat alone by Mrs. Palmer's side on an outcrop of rock near the summit of the Lancer Kopf. Florian had gone off for a minute or two round the corner by the mountain indicator, with the giggling inarticulates. Mrs. Palmer, pointing her moral with the ferrule of her parasol on the grass in front of her, was discoursing to Will earnestly of his work and his prospects. "I want to see you do something really great, Mr. Deveril," she said with genuine fervour, looking deep into his eyes. "Something larger in scale and more worthy of your genius, something that gives full scope to your dramatic element. I don't like to see you frittering away your talents on these exquisite little lyrics. Beautiful gems in their way, to be sure, but that way not the highest. I want to see you settled down for a long spell of hard work at some big undertaking, an epic, a play, a grand opera, a masterpiece. I know you could do it if only you took the time. You should go to some quiet place where there's nothing to distract you, and make your mind up to work, to write something more lasting than even that lovely Gwyn or that exquisite Ossian." Will looked down and sighed. "'Tis pleasant to be appreciated by a beautiful woman, and every man thinks if he had but the chance he could show the world yet the sort of stuff that's in him." "I only wish I could," he answered regretfully, "but I've my living to earn. That ties me down still to the treadmill of journalism. When my holiday's over, the first for 2 years, I must get back once more well content to Fleet Street and drudgery." Mrs. Palmer sighed too. She felt his difficulty. Her parasol played more nervously on the grass than before. She answered nothing, but she thought a great deal. How small a matter for her to secure this young poet whom she admired so much, 6 months of leisure for an immortal work, and yet how impossible. There was only one way, she knew that very well, and the first step towards that way must come not from her but from this modest Will Deveril. 'Twas a passing thought, half-formed or scarce half-formed in the pretty widow's mind, but nothing came of it. As she paused and sighed and played trembling with her parasol and doubted what to answer him, Florian came up once more with the giggling inarticulates. "Well, Mr. Wood," she said, looking up just by way of saying something, for the pause was an awkward one. "Pardon me," the mannequin of culture answered in his impressive way. "My name is Florian." "But I can't call you so," Mrs. Palmer answered, recovering herself with a merry little laugh. "It's usual in society," Florian responded with truth. "Just ask Will Deveril." Will nodded assent. Quite true, he admitted. Men and women alike in London know him only as Florian. It's a sort of privilege he has, an attribute of his own. He's arrogated it to himself, and the world at large acquiesces in his whim and grants it. It makes things seem so much more real and agreeable, you see, as Dick Swiveller said to the Marchioness. Florian continued blandly. Now suppose we 5 form an elective family, a little brotherhood of our own, a freemasonry of culture, and call one another, like brothers and sisters, by our Christian names only. Wouldn't that be delightful? I've just been explaining to Ethel and Eva that I mean henceforth to Ethel and Eva them. Soul gets nearer to soul without these flimsy barriers. I'm Florian, this is Will, and you, Mrs. Palmer, your Christian name is. The pretty widow drew back with a little look of alarm. Oh no, she said shortly. I never could tell you my given name for anything. It's much too dreadful. She pulled out a pencil from the pocket at her side. See here, she said to Will, writing down one word for him on the silver-cased tablets that hung pendant from her delicate oriental chatelaine. There's a name, if you like, for 2 Puritan parents to burden the life of their poor innocent child with. Don't tell Mr. Wood, or Florian if he wishes it. He'd make fun of it behind my back, I'm perfectly certain. I know his way. To him nothing, not even a woman's name, is sacred. Will glanced at the word curiously. He couldn't forbear a quiet smile. It's bad enough, I must admit, he answered perforce. The vision of beauty had been christened Jerusha, but I make it Rue for short, she added after a moment with a deprecating smile. Florian caught at the word, enraptured. The very thing, he cried eagerly. Capital, capital, capital. There's Rue for you, and here's some for me. We may call it Herb Grace o' Sundays. But Rue shall be your weekday name for the brotherhood. Let's read the roll call. Florian, Will, Rue, Ethel, Eva. Those are our names henceforth among ourselves. We scorn formalities, no mystery for us, we abolish the misters. And so indeed it was. As Will, Rue and Florian, those 3 of the elective house knew each other thereafter. Chapter 13. 'Twas with no little trepidation that Linnet arrayed herself that eventful night for her first appearance on this or any other public platform. When her hair was dressed and her costume complete, Philippina declared with good-humoured admiration she looked just lovely, for Philippina at least was never jealous of her. And Philippina was right. Linnet did look beautiful. She had tied her crossed kerchief very low about the neck, so as to leave her throat bare for the better display of Will Deverill's corals. They became her admirably. Andreas Horsberger inspected his prima donna with well-satisfied eye. The wise impresario had heard, of course, where the necklet came from, but that didn't in the least disturb his serenity. Will Deverill was gone, evaporated into space, and the coral at least was good for trade, inasmuch as it enhanced and set off to the utmost the nut-brown Alp girl's almost gypsy-like beauty. For the sake of trade, Andreas could pardon much, and Will Deverill in England was no serious rival. At 8 o'clock sharp the concert was to begin at one of the big hotels. To the guests in the house it was just a matter of some music I hear tonight. The usual thing, don't you know, Tyrolese singers with a zither in the salon. But to Linnet, oh, the difference! It was the most important musical event, the most momentous performance in the world's history. She trembled like a child at the thought of standing forth and singing her simple mountain songs alone in a fine furnished room before all those grand well-dressed and well-fed Britons. She would have given thousands in cruisers if only she had them to forego that ordeal. But Andreas Horsberger said you must, and she had to obey him. And the blessed Madonna in Britannia metal on an oval pendant gave her courage for the trial. By 8 o'clock sharp then the troupe trooped in, electric light, red velveted chairs, soft carpet on the floor, gilded mirrors by the mantelpiece and opposite console. So much grandeur and magnificence fairly took poor Linnet's breath away. 'Twas with difficulty she faltered across the open space to a chair by the table which was placed at one end of the room for the use of the performers. Then she raised her eyes timidly to know the worst. Some 25 people, more or less listless all of them, composed the audience. Some leaned back in their chairs and crossed their hands resignedly, as who expects to be bored and makes up his mind betimes to bear his boredom patiently. Some read the latest Times or the Vienna papers, hardly deigning to look up as the performers entered. 'Twas a lugubrious function, more chilling reception prima donna never met with. Linnet clutched the blessed Madonna in her pocket convulsively. One breath of mild applause alone reached her ears. "Pretty girl," one stout Briton observed aloud in his own tongue to his plentiful mate. Linnet looked down and blushed, for he was staring straight at her. "Let's sit it out here," Florian exclaimed in the smoking room. The folding doors stood open so that all might hear, but their group sat a little apart, Will, Rue and he in the farther corner, away from the draught and out of sight of the musicians. "It's more comfortable so, just the family by itself, and besides, I've a theory of my own that one should hear the zither through an open door. It mitigates and modifies the metallic twang of the instrument." Will and Rue were all acquiescence. Next to a tete-a-tete, a party-at-war is the pleasantest form of society. So they kept their seats still in the rocking chairs by the corner and let the sound float idly into them through the open portal. Linnet waited, all trembling. Thank heaven, it wasn't her part to begin. Franz Lindner came first with a solo on the zither. Bold, confident, defiant, with his hat stuck a little on one side of his head and his feather in his band, turned Robler-wise, wrong way, quite as jaunty as ever, Franz faced his audience as if his life had been passed in first-class hotels, and an Edison light had been the lamp of his childhood. Nothing daunted or disconcerted by the novelty of the circumstances, he played his piece through with a certain reckless brilliancy, wholly in keeping with the keynote of the Tyrolese character. Florian observed outside with connoisseur complacency that the fellow had brio, but the audience went on unmoved with its Times and its Tagblatt. The audience was chilling. Franz Lindner, accustomed to his own mercurial and magnetic fellow countrymen, could hardly understand it. His self-love was mortified. He had expected a triumph, a sudden burst of wild applause. He received instead a faint clap of the hands from Ethel and Eva, and an encouraging nod from the mercantile gentleman of nonconformist exterior. Franz sat down, a smouldering and seething volcano. Then came Linnet's turn. She rose all tremulous in her pretty costume, with her beautiful face and her shrinking timidity. Old gentlemen peeped askance over the edge of their papers at the good-looking girl. Young ladies took stock of her abundant black hair and her dainty kerchief. "She's going to sing," Ethel whispered. "Isn't she pretty, Eva? And just look how very odd, she's got a necklet exactly like the ones Mrs. Palmer gave us." As they gazed and gurgled, Linnet opened her mouth and began her song, quivering. She trembled violently, but her very trembling increased the nightingale effect of those beautiful trills which form so marked a feature in all Tyrolese singing. Her throat rose and fell. Her clear voice flooded the room with bell-like music. At the very first line, the old gentlemen laid their Times contentedly on their laps and beamed attention through their spectacles. The old ladies let the knitting needles stand idle in their hands and looked up with parted lips to listen. Andreas Horsberger was delighted. Never in her life had Linnet sung so before. Occasion had brought her out. and he could judge of her here more justly than at home. He was quite sure now he had found a treasure. But at the very first sound of her well-known voice, Will started from his chair. He clapped his hands, fingers apart, to his cheeks in wonder and stared hard at Florian. Florian, in return, opened his eyes very wide, leaned back in his seat with a sudden smile of recognition, and stared hard at Will with a certain amused indulgence. Then both with one voice cried out all at once in surprise, "That's Linnet." After that it was Florian who first broke the forced silence. "I see in this the finger of fate," he murmured slowly. But Will didn't want to see the finger of fate or any other abstraction. What he wished to see then and there was his recovered Linnet. It was thoughtless, perhaps, to disturb her song, but young blood is thoughtless. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked unobtrusively but hastily into the room in front and took a seat near the door just opposite Linnet. Andreas Horsberger didn't notice him. His eyes were firmly fixed on Linnet's face, watching anxiously to see how his pupil would acquit herself in this her first great ordeal. But Linnet saw him and felt from head to foot a great thrill break over her, like a wave of fire in long undulating movement. The wave rose from her feet and coursed hot through her limbs and body, till it came out as a crimson flush on her neck and chin and forehead. Then it descended once more, thrilling through her as it went, in long undulating movement from her neck to her feet again. She felt it as distinctly as she could feel the blessed Madonna clenched hard in her little fist, and she knew now she loved him. Her Englishman was there, whom she thought she had lost. He had come to hear her sing her first song in public. Strange to say, the interruption didn't impair her performance. For 1 second she faltered as her eyes met his. For 1 second she paused while the wave coursed through her. But almost before Andreas had time for anxiety, she had recovered at once her full self-possession. Nay, more, Will's presence seemed actually to encourage her. She sang now with extraordinary force and brilliancy. Her voice welled from her soul. Her notes wavered on the air as with a sensible quivering. That was all Will knew at the time, or the rest of the audience either. They were only aware that a beautiful young woman in Tyrolese costume was rendering a mountain song for them as they never before in their lives had heard such simple melodies rendered. But to Linnet herself, a strange thing had happened. As her eyes met Will's, and that wave of fire ran resistlessly through her, she was conscious of a weird sense she had never felt before, a sudden failure of sound, a numb deadening of the music. It was all a vast blank to her. She heard not a note she herself was uttering. Her ears were as if stopped from without and within. She knew not how she sang, or whether she sang at all. All she knew was that, come what might, for Will's dear sake, she must keep on singing. The little access of terror this weird seizure gave her in itself added much to the quality of her performance. Unable to correct herself and keep herself straight in her singing by the evidence of her ears, she devoted extravagant and incredible pains in her throat and bosom to the mere muscular effort of note production and note modulation. She sang her very best, for Will de Veril was there to listen and applaud her. Franz Lindner, who talked to Franz Lindner now? She could pour out her whole soul in one dying swan song, now she had found once more her dear, kind, lost Engländer. Instinctively as she sang, her hand toyed with the choral, her left, for with the right she still clasped Our Lady. A grand Frau had crept in just behind Will's back, a smiling, fair-haired Frau, all soft cheeks and dimpled chin and aglow with diamonds. She had seated herself on a chair by Will de Veril's side. Herr Florian, too, had crept in at the same time and taken the next place beside the fair-haired lady. They nodded and smiled and spoke low to one another. At the sight, Linnet clutched the coral necklace still harder. She was a very great lady, oh, the diamonds in her ears, and she talked to Will de Veril with familiar carelessness, and as Linnet clutched the necklet a shade broke over Rue Palmer's face. With a quick little gasp she leaned across to Will, growing paler as she recognized that familiar trinket. "Why, this is the girl," she whispered, "from the inn at St. Valentin." And Will whispered back, all unconscious, "Yes, this is the girl, and now you can see why I sent her the necklet." Through the rest of that song there was breathless silence. At its end, the old gentlemen and ladies, after a short hushed stillness, broke into a sudden little burst of applause. There was a moment's interval, and then the demonstration renewed itself more vigorously than before. People turned to one another and said, "What a beautiful voice!" or, "She sings divinely." By this time the loungers who held aloof in the smoking room were crowding about the doorway. A third time they clapped their hands, and at each round of applause Linnet, alternately pale and flushed with excitement, dropped a little mountain curtsy, and half cried, and half smiled at them. Her hearing had returned with the first symptom of clapping hands. She could catch the vague murmur of satisfied criticism. She could catch Andreas Horsberger's voice whispering low in an aside, "Very well sung, Linnet," but her eyes were fixed on Will and on Will alone, and when Will framed his lips to one word of approbation, the hot blood rushed to her cheeks in a torrent of delight that at last she had justified her Englander's praises. Linnet was the heroine of that evening's performance. Andreas Horsberger sang, he was a Yedger bold. Philippina, looking arch, twanged the thankless zither, but the audience waited cold till 'twas Linnet's turn again. Then, as she rose, they signified their approval once more by another little storm of applause and encouragement. Linnet curtsied and curtsied and curtsied again, and stared straight at Will de Veril. This second time she sang in less fear and trembling. She could hear her own notes now, and Will's face encouraged her. She acquitted herself, on the whole, even better than before. Her rich, pure voice, though comparatively untrained, exhibited itself at its best in that pathetic little ballad of her native hills, "The Alp Girl's Lover." She sang it most dramatically, with one hand pressed hard on her heaving bosom. At the end, the audience clapped till Linnet was covered with blushes. A mere scratch performance before some casual tourists in the drawing-room of an hotel, but to Linnet it came home as appreciation and praise from the grandest of gentlefolk. She sang 3 songs in all. Her hearers would gladly have made it 6, but Andreas Horsberger knew his trade and stuck firm to his programme. When all was finished, the foreign Herrschaft crowded round. Herr Florian shook Linnet's hand, Herr Will pressed it tenderly. The grand lady with the diamonds was graciousness itself. "With a voice like that, my child," she said, "you shouldn't be singing here, you should be training for the stage in some great musical centre." Many of the other guests, too, gathered round and congratulated her. It was noised abroad in the room that this was the pretty peasant girl's absolute debut, and that Mr. de Veril and Mr. Wood had met her as a Sennerin at an inn in the Zillerthal. More voices than one praised her voice enthusiastically, but Will de Veril whispered low, "You have done yourself justice. As I told you at St. Valentin, so I tell you again, Heaven only knows how high that voice may carry you." One thing Linnet noticed for herself, unprompted, that first appearance in operatic peasant dress as a musician in a troupe, had raised her at a bound in the scale of social precedence. At St. Valentin she was an Alp girl. At Innsbruck all those fine-dressed ladies and gentlemen accepted her at first sight as a public singer. They spoke to her with a politeness to which she was hitherto unused. They bent forward towards her with a quiet sort of deference and equality which she felt instinctively the very same persons would never have shown to the Sennerin in her chalet. Their curiosity was less frank, their questions were less blunt and better put than she was used to. It was partly the costume, no doubt, but partly also the function. She was a peasant girl in the Zillerthal. At Innsbruck she was a member of the musical profession. She had only a second or two with Will that night, while the other guests crowded round her, uttering their compliments for the most part in rather doubtful German, which Linnet answered, by Andreas Horsberger's wise advice, in her pretty broken English. Will dropped but a few words of praise and congratulation. After all was over, however, and they were going away for the night to the Golden Eagle, he stood at the door, bareheaded, his hat in his hand, to say good-bye to her. Andreas Horsberger's keen eye watched their interview close. Will held Linnet's hand, that transfigured Linnet's in her snow-white sleeves and her corset-laced bodice, held it lingering in his own with a mutual pressure, as he murmured, not too low for Andreas to overhear, 'twas wisest so, "I'm pleased to see you wore my necklet." And Linnet, half afraid how she should answer him aright, with Andreas standing by and straining his ear for every word, replied in German with a timid smile, raising her eyes to his shyly, "I'm so glad you were pleased. I wanted to wear it. It's a beautiful present. Thank you so very much for it." That was all. She had no more talk than just that with her Engländer. But she went back to the Golden Eagle and lay awake all night thinking of him, and of the fair-haired Frau who sat smiling by his side. That fair-haired Frau gave Linnet some pangs of pain. Not that she was jealous. That ugliest of all the demons that beset human nature had no place, thank heaven, in Linnet's great heart, but she thought to herself with a sigh how much fitter for Will was that grand fair Frau than ever she herself could be. How could she expect him to make anything of her, when he could sit and talk all day long in great covered courts with grand ladies like that, his natural equals? He could think, after the Frau, no more of her, than she after him could think of Franz Lindner, and at that thought the billowy wave of fire broke over her once more from head to foot. He had left the grand lady in the room outside to come in and hear her song the moment he recognized her. In the salon that same evening, when Linnet was gone, Rue stood talking for a minute by the fireside to Will de Veril. "She sings like an angel," the pretty American said with unaffected admiration of the peasant girl's gifts. "What a glorious voice! Florian's quite right. It's a pity she doesn't get it properly trained at once. It's fit for anything." "So I think," Will answered, looking her frankly in the face. "She needs teaching, of course, the very best teaching, but if only she gets it, I see no reason to doubt she might do what she likes with it. And she's beautiful, too," Rue went on, without one marring touch of any feminine, but how queenly she'd look as a Mary Stuart or a Cleopatra. Your necklet suits her well." She paused, and reflected a second. "It's a pity," she went on musingly as if half to herself. "She shouldn't have the brooch and the earrings to match it." And next day, sure enough, at the Golden Eagle, about 1 o'clock, when Linnet went up to her own room after early dinner, she found on her dressing table a small cardboard box containing some coral ornaments to go with the necklet, and this little inscription in a feminine hand inside it. For Linnet, from one who admired last night her beautiful singing. Then Linnet knew at least that the fair-haired lady too had a great heart, and owed her no grudge for the possession of Will de Veril's necklet. For she divined by pure instinct what admirer had sent them. Chapter 14. "It's no use wasting words," Florian observed with decision. As our old friend Homer justly remarks, great is the power of words, winged words may make this way or that way. I'm a practical man myself, I stick close to the facts, they are solid, they are tangible, they are not to be evaded. I won't allow myself to be argued out of a reasonable conviction. I put it like this: if it was right for you, as you admitted, to leave St. Valentin, then, by parity of reasoning, it's right for you now to leave Innsbruck instantly. Mill, Whately and Jevons would allow that that's logic. Why did we come here? Partly, no doubt, to instruct ourselves in the contents of this most interesting town, but mainly, I submit, to deliver you forthwith from your milkmaid's clutches. Why should we go away again? Partly because we've seen all that Innsbruck contains of historical or artistic, but largely also because the milkmaid insists upon pursuing us through the land and jingling her bells till she compels us to listen to her. She didn't know we were here, Will interjected, bristling up. She didn't know we were here, that's true, but she's followed us all the same, cowbells and pails and all, and we must break away at once from her. I've said so to Rue, and Rue fully agrees with me. As I told you before, if you mean the girl harm, well and good, I don't meddle with you, but if you mean to go on shilly-shallying like this, saying goodbye forever and sending her coral necklets, meeting her again at hotels and applauding her rapturously, saying goodbye once more, and letting it run for aught I know to the contrary to diamonds and rubies, why, what I say is this: I've seen the same thing tried on more than once before, and my experience is, the man who begins by meaning only to flirt with a girl sinks down, down, down by gradual degrees, till at last he loses every relic of self-respect and ends by marrying her. Will fingered his under lip and knit his brow reflectively. At least, he said, I must see her and tell her I'm going away again. Stern justice once more embodied itself as Florian. Certainly not, the little man answered with an emphatic shake of the head. If you say goodbye, she'll want to know where you're going. If she knows where you're going, she'll want, of course, to follow you. If you don't mean her harm, then, hang it all, my dear fellow, you must mean her good, which is far more dangerous. There are only two possible motifs in such an affair, ou le bon, ou le mauvais. You must mean the first if you don't mean the second. I've talked it over with Rue, and Rue entirely supports me. For the poor girl's own sake, she says, it's your duty at once to run away from the spot, post-haste, and leave her. A little later in the day, on the slopes behind Meuchelen, Will thrashed it out himself, tête-à-tête with Rue, seated close by her side on the grassy upland. She's in love with you, poor thing, Rue said very seriously. You mayn't see it yourself. Sometimes, you know, Mr. de Veril, I can't always say Will. It seems so forward. Sometimes, you know, you men, even the best of you, are unkind to us poor women through pure excess of modesty. You don't realize how much a girl may really think of you. Your very want of self-conceit may make you blind to her feelings. But consider what you must seem to a child like Linnet. You're a gentleman, a poet, a man of the great world, wholly removed from her sphere in knowledge, position, culture. She looks up to you, vaguely and dimly no doubt, with a shrinking respect, as someone very grand and great and solemn. But your attentions flatter her. Florian has told me all about how you met her at St. Valentin, now even a lady, and Rue looked down as she spoke and half stifled a sigh. Even a lady might be pleased at attracting the notice of such a man as you. How much more then a peasant girl? I watched her close last night when you first came into the room, and I saw such a red flush break over her throat and cheeks like a wave surging upwards, as I never saw before on any woman's face, though long ago, myself, when I was very young, I think I may have felt it, and I knew what it meant at once. I said to myself as I looked, that girl loves Mr. de Veril. I think she's fond of me, Will admitted modestly. I didn't notice it so much myself, I confess, at St. Valentin, but last night I won't deny I watched her hard and I could see she was really very pleased to meet me. Rue looked grave. Mr. de Veril, she said in a serious voice, a woman's heart is not a thing to trifle with. I'm an old married woman myself, you see, and I can speak to you plainly. You may think very little yourself, for I know you're not conceited of the effect you're likely to produce on women. I've known cruel things done before now by very good men, just because they never realized how much store women set on their passing attentions. You've only to look at Linnet to see she has a deeply passionate nature. Now, I beg of you, don't play fast and loose with it any longer. If you don't mean anything, don't see her again. The more you see of her, the worse it will be for her. Will listened and ruminated. Rue's words had more effect on him by far than Florian's. For one thing, she was a woman, and she treated the matter earnestly, where Florian only treated it with the condescending flippancy of his native clubland. To Rue, in her true womanliness, an Alp girl's heart was still a sacred object. To Florian 'twas a toy for the superior creature, man as he said, to play skittles with. But then, again, Florian had dwelt much to him on the chance of his finally marrying Linnet. To Will himself, that contingency seemed too remote to contemplate. As he sat by Rue's side on the grassy upland, and heard Rue speak so gently to him in her well-turned sentences, the distance between a refined and educated lady like that and a musical Alp girl appeared to his mind too profound to be bridged over. Was it likely, in a world which held such women as Rue, he ever could marry such a girl as Linnet? Now, Rue herself never spoke of marriage between Linnet and himself as even possible. She took it for granted the end must be either Linnet's ruin or Linnet's desertion, and all she urged him was not to break the poor child's heart for her. So, where Florian's worldly wisdom fell somewhat flat on his ears, Rue's feminine sympathy and tact produced a deep effect upon him. It'll make her very sad, I'm afraid, if she doesn't see me again, he said, looking down with masculine shyness. I know it will, Rue answered, pushing her point with advantage. I could see that last night, but all the more reason then you shouldn't let it go any further. Well, but must I never see her again? Will inquired with an anxious air. For his own sake even, that counsel of perfection was a very hard saying. Rue's face grew still graver. No, I think you must never see her again, she answered seriously. Remember what it involves. Remember what she is, how dazzled she must be by a gentleman's advances. The more you see of her, the more she'll think of it, the more she'll love you, confide in you, lean on you. That's only womanly, we all of us do it. With a man we admire and feel greater and better than us. And you and she, after all, are both of you human, some day perhaps carried away by a moment of emotion. She broke off quite suddenly, and let her silence say the rest, and then she went on after a long pause. When all's lost and all's done, you'll be sorry, poor child, you've spoilt and wrecked her whole life for her. She paused again and grew crimson. Mr. de Veril, Will, she said, faltering, I wouldn't speak to you like this if I didn't feel I was doing it to save this poor child in the end from untold misery. It's not only the material consequences I'm thinking of now, though those are bad enough, but the girl's own heart, for I can see she has got one. If you don't go away, sooner or later you'll break it. What other end can there be to an affair like this between a poet like you and a Tyrolese peasant girl? What other end, indeed? Will knew it and felt it. He saw she was right, and her words thrilled through him. When a beautiful woman discusses your personal affections in such a strain as this, it isn't in human nature, in its male embodiment, not to tingle through and through in pure instinctive response with her. While Rue spoke like that, Will felt he must indeed see no more of Linnet. "But where must I go?" he asked vaguely, just to distract the talk from his own potential misdeeds. Their original idea was Cortina and the Dolomites. The innocent question fell in pat with Rue's plans. Already that morning she had talked it over with Florian, and Florian, for the furtherance of his own designs, had agreed it would be best for them to alter their route, as things stood, in favour of a new project which Rue suggested. She was going to Meran herself, for a month or 6 weeks of bright autumn weather, on her way down to Italy. Why shouldn't they come there too, she asked, and keep the family together? Florian, not unmindful of her £700,000, admitted at once the cogency of her reasoning. It would be quite delightful, he said, in point of fact consummate, but would Will consent to it? Then Rue expounded to him her views about Will and his future in life, how he ought to retire to the wilderness for 40 days after the manner of the prophets to meditate and, if possible, to begin some great work which should bring in the end name and fame and honour to him. Florian admitted, just to humour her, that if Will had the chance and chose to buckle to, he might really produce something quite worth looking at. "Persuade him to it," he said in his mellifluous tones. "To you, Rue, it comes so easy, you see, to be persuasive. 1 word from your lips is worth 50 from mine. Make him stop away for 3 months from that dear, delightful, distracting London and begin some big thing that the world must listen to. To inspire a great work is a mission in life for a woman, to be some Petrarch's Laura, some Dante's Beatrice. So when Will asked plaintively, "Where must I go?" that afternoon Rue answered with prompt decision, "Why, of course, to Meran. I'm going there myself. You must come with us and stop there." "What for?" Will inquired, not wholly untouched in soul, for proximity counts for much, and they were sitting close together. That the pretty American should so desire his company. Then Rue began to explain, to persuade, to reason. And reason from those lips was profoundly conclusive. No syllogism on earth could have failed to convince from them. Meran was the prettiest place in South Tyrol, she said, the pleasantest climate for the autumn months, the loveliest scenery. The sun always shone and the birds always sang there. Though it froze underfoot, you could bask on the hill tops. But that wasn't all, and she leaned forward confidentially. She wanted to speak to him again about that subject she had broached the other day on the Lancer Kopf. When a pretty woman interests herself in your private concerns, she's always charming. When she pays you the delicate flattery of stimulating you to use your own highest powers, that's the proper phrase, she's quite irresistible. So Will Deveril found Rue. Why, she asked, should he go back so soon to London? This devotion to mere journalism was penny wise and pound foolish. Could he afford to stay away for 6 weeks at Meran? Just barely afford it, and settle himself down at a quiet hotel to some really big work that would make him famous. Will, drawing a deep breath and looking wistfully into her eyes, admitted his funds in hand would permit him, with care, such a hard-working holiday. Then Rue pressed him close. She brought Guy to his vanity. She was convinced if he stopped in this keen mountain air among these glorious Alps, fresh inspired from nature, he could turn out a poem, a play, a romance, some great thing of its kind that the world must listen to. He had it in him, she felt sure, to make his name famous. Nothing venture, nothing have. If he didn't believe in himself enough to risk 6 weeks of his precious time on the effort to sketch out something really worthy of him, then all she could say was, and she flooded him as she spoke with the light of her lustrous eyes, he believed in himself far less, oh so far, far less than his friends believed in him. Florian had told her Will held no regular staff appointment on any London paper. He was an occasional journalist, unattached, earning a precarious livelihood, in fear and trembling, by reviews and poems and descriptive articles in half a dozen assorted dailies and weeklies. Why shouldn't he give them up for a while then, and play boldly and manfully for some larger stake, some stake such as she knew he could well attain to? And she quoted Queen Elizabeth, or was it Walter Raleigh? He either fears his fate too much, or his desert is small, who will not put it to the touch to lose or win it all. Now this line of argument, as it happened, exactly fell in, for a special reason of his own, with Will's mood for the moment. A holiday, we all know, especially in the pure and stimulating air of the mountains, has always a most invigorating and enlivening effect upon the jaded intellect. And Will's holiday in the Zillerthal had inspired him by degrees with fresh ideas and scenes for a Tyrolese drama. It was a drama of the hills, with some poeticized version of Linnet for its heroine, a half-musical sketch, a little mountain operetta, the songs in which were to be all of his own composing. Hitherto he had never taken himself quite seriously as a composer, but Linnet and Andreas Horsberger had praised the few pieces he played over for them at St. Valentin, and Rue had thought well of the stray snatches from his notes he had given them under protest on the very untuneful hotel piano. Now the idea occurred to him to write and compose a little play of his own, while the picture of Linnet was still fresh in his brain. And this holiday Rue dangled so temptingly before him would just suffice to get the first scaffolding of his piece together. The filling in he could manage at his leisure in London. So Rue won her point, but 'twas Linnet who won it for her. "Yes, I'll go to Meran," he said at last after a long break in their talk, "and I'll settle down to work there, and I won't even wait to say good-bye to Linnet." Poets are weak, however, where a woman is concerned. In this respect, it may be allowed, Apollo's sons closely resemble the rest of the children of Adam. Will left Innsbruck, indeed, without bidding Linnet good-bye, but he couldn't refrain from just dropping her a line before he went to say he must leave her. "To meet you once more," he wrote, "would be only to part again. I must say farewell, and this time forever. But Linnet, it makes my heart ache to do it. You see he was a poet." Chapter 15. Florian and Rue, as it happened, were very ill-informed as to the Tyrolese minstrel market. Otherwise they would certainly never have chosen Meran as a place of refuge for Will Deveril against the pressing temptations of his acquaintance with Linnet. They chose it because it was a delightful and frequented autumn resort, because the climate was charming and the sunshine unfailing, because the grape cure was then on in full swing in the valley, and because everybody else at Innsbruck that moment was going there. For those very reasons, the wisdom of the serpent might have taught them to avoid it. 'Twas the innocence of the dove that led them to fly right into it. In point of fact, Meran is crowded in October and November. High, well-born Graf and consumptive plebeian disport themselves all day long on the leafy promenades, eating grapes as they go, beside the band and the Kurhaus. It stands to the world of Berlin and Vienna as Cannes and Mentone to the world of London. That was precisely why Andreas Horsberger had marked it out long since as the next southward point on their way Riviera-wards. "Are there many hotels there?" Franz Lindner asked dubiously, much crestfallen at his own comparative failure with the public of Innsbruck. A little of his jauntiness had been washed for the moment out of Franz Lindner's figure. He looked limper in the back and not so stiff in the neck. Nay, even his hat stood cocked on his head at a less aggressive angle. "There isn't anything else," Andreas Horsberger answered in his Western style. "Meran and Obermeis are one enormous Gasthaus. If Linnet does as well as she has done at Innsbruck, it'll take 3 weeks or a month at least to get right through with them. We took a good bit, considering all things, the other evening. I think she draws. I noticed old gentlemen slipped their florins under their palms into the plate unobtrusively. Besides, in a curort, she'll soon get talked about. People at one hotel or pension will speak of us at another. Seen this Tyrolese troupe going about in the place. Pretty girl, sings sweetly. I take it there can't be less than 30 houses in Meran where we could get an audience. That carries us well on to the end of November. By that time, San Remo and Bordighur'll be filling up fast, and from there we can go on to Cannes, Nice, Mentone, so 3 days later saw them safe at Meran. To Linnet, that journey from north to south across the great ridge of the Alps seemed like transplantation into an earthly fairyland. She had never seen the luscious wealth of vine-clad lands before, for North and South Tyrol are 2 different countries, one cold, bleak, Germanic, the other soft, warm Italian. Meran itself appeared to her ardent imagination more beautiful than anything eye hath seen or mind conceived of. And indeed, it is beautiful. Whoever knows it loves it. A brawling little mountain stream, the Passer, rushes headlong from the glaciers of the Otzthaler Alps through a wild upland glen, to join in due time the broader stream of the Adige, which threads the bleak Vinchgau on its precipitous course from the lofty snowfields of the Ortler and the wild Spitze. Near the point where the two unite on a long tongue of land, the little town of Meran nestles close among its vines, under shelter of the rounded ice-worn Kuchilberg. It clings with its ancient walls, its steeples, its watchtowers, as if glued to the lower slopes of the basking mountain. Linnet gazed at it delighted, for here on the south side of the Alps, looking down the broad valley to sunny Italy, the vegetation differed greatly, both in richness and in character, from anything she had ever seen in her native Zillerthal. Indeed, even Italy itself, parched as it often is with excessive heat, seldom shows such wild luxuriance of foliage and fruit as these green and well-watered South Tyrolese valleys. There is a bowery, flowery lavishness and lushness about it all that defies description, the vines that trail loose across their trellised archways, the gourds that hang pendant from their wooden frails, the great yellow pumpkins that lean temptingly over every terraced wall, the lizards that bask blinking on the sun-smitten rock face, the crimson sprays of Virginia creeper that droop in festoons from the brown veranda woodwork of coquettish chalets, mingled with the pine-clad slopes and bare snow-sprinkled peaks of the upper background, make a charming hybrid between Switzerland and Lombardy. Imagine for yourself an ancient German town, with mouldering walls and high turrets like Boppard or Andernach, and crenellated castles of quaint medieval architecture, but with arcaded streets and Italian loggias, plumped down incongruously in the midst of this half-alpine, half-southern scenery, and you get a very fair bird's-eye view indeed, in its way, of the main traits of Meran. On the very first morning of her arrival in the town, Linnet took her way out with Franz Lindner and Philippina along the brawling stream that forms the centre and rallying point of the gay little watering place. Meran is all parade, winter garden and band, and they walked through its midst to see and be seen of the lounging Herrschaft. They were dressed in full costume. 'Twas a form of advertisement Andreas greatly believed in. Franz held himself erect, with his feather still stuck Robbler-wise, and his defiant air, as he strode through the crowd that lined the promenade, the gayest, most varied, and most fashionable throng Linnet had ever set eyes on. He and Philippina stared hard at the world that displayed itself before them. German Jews from Frankfurt, great Viennese bankers, the round-faced, engaging Bavarian Freyolines, the tall and tailor-made English lawn tennis misses. Linnet gazed at them too, but cast her eyes now and then from the people and the shops to the great cleft mountain peaks that soared everywhere high and clear-cut into the sky above them. In the lower part of their walk the river was smooth, and the roadway was bordered by fantastic pensions and quaint Tyrolese buildings. But in the upper part, which they reached beyond a single bold arch of stone work that spanned the passer, precipitous rocks began to hem it in. The river assumed the guise of a foaming torrent, and the ruined fortress of the Zenoberg, with its Romanesque portal, frowned down from high above them on a water-worn gorge where the stream forced its way in a dashing cataract. A little platform overhangs the very edge of the cascade. Linnet stood there long, leaning over the iron rail, and gazing with delight at the white foam beneath, and the placid deep green of the calm rock basin that received the mountain stream as it leapt from the precipice. France and Philippina wouldn't let her remain there, however. With the restlessness of their kind, they were eager to explore this new world more fully. They strolled through the town and up the hills behind, where all seemed fresh and southern and romantic to Linnet. Through green alleys of vines, trained like bowers over their heads, they mounted at last by a cloven ravine to the chestnut-covered slopes, where they looked down like a map on the vast garden of the Etchthal. It was a wonderful view. Linnet drank it in eagerly. In front crouched the town with its huddling red roofs wedged in between the hill and the scurrying river. Beyond lay a wide plain of such luxuriant tilth as Linnet, till then had never dreamt of. Villages and churches clustered thick by the dozen on slope and hill top. But what added the last touch of charm to the strange scene in Linnet's eyes was the extraordinary number and variety of its feudal shaytalks. Every height was crowned by its castellated schloss, ivy-clad planter, huge sun-smitten labours, the terraced front of Rametz, the frowning bastions of Fragsburg. Franz Lindner, with his keen eyes, could count no less than 43 of them. The exhilaration of the fresh scene and of the southern trees and creepers, so different from the stunted pines of their own chilly Zillerthal, filled Linnet with a certain vague and indefinable delight. Had but her Engländer been there, she would have been perfectly happy. Andreas Horsberger had taken charge of the health of his troop, in strict accordance with his own favourite theories. The two girls were to walk on the hills for 3 hours every morning. They were to dine thus and thus. They were to do or avoid this, that, or the other thing. He himself had gone off meanwhile to one of the smaller hotels to make arrangements beforehand for that evening's concert. One of the smaller hotels by en intendo, for Andreas knew well the money value of mere gossip as a means of advertisement. Not till he had seen what impression Linnet made on the public of the lesser houses would he launch her on the Merenhof or the Erzherzog Johann. That ensured him the full benefit of the talk of the town. A shrewd man, Andreas Horsberger, by the time he reached those larger and richer houses in his nightly rounds, he didn't doubt the world of Meren would have heard and tattled much of his new-found singer. People would say to one another, "Don't miss the Tyrolese troupe that's coming to us tonight. They say there's one girl in it worth seeing and hearing." For Andreas was above all things a man of the world. He never threw away the chance of earning an extra gulden. That evening, in due course, their concert came off at the Austria at Obermeise. You know the Austria, a small but select and aristocratic pension, much affected by the von so-and-sos of Berlin and Vienna. The result in net cash surpassed the prudent Andreas's highest expectations. Though no Will de Veril was there to inspire her efforts, Linnet sang divinely. Indeed, to say the truth, though she had met him and lost him once more at Innsbruck, that meeting and losing instead of dashing her hopes to the ground, as Rue and Florian expected, had only produced on her simple little mind a general impression that now, by the blessed Madonna's aid, her Engländer might turn up any day anywhere. In that innocent hope born of the age of faith, she sang her best with a will and charmed her audience, looking hard at the door all the while to see if, peradventure, her Engländer would enter. And when no Engländer came, she comforted her soul with the thought that Andreas had said there were 29 other hotels in Meran and Obermais, at any one of which, no doubt, that dear friend might be stopping. Her heart wasn't crushed, not the least bit of it, and her trust in the blessed Madonna on the Britannia metal pendant that hung round her neck was as vivid and as childishly unquestioning as ever. Our dear Frau had brought her her lover at Innsbruck. Our dear Frau could bring him her just as well at Meran here. She sang 3 times. Each time the audience applauded vociferously. The Austria, you see, is mainly frequented by Germans. Now your German is musical, he has little reserve, he loves a good noise, and he's never afraid of displaying his feelings. Moreover, the little party in the salon that night was largely composed of Viennese or Bavarians. They understood the zither and the Tyrolese songs. They were to the manner born good judges of execution. Franz Lindner's feather curled once more, quite as perkily as ever when they applauded the bravado of his facile playing. Philippina smiled and bobbed, a wicked twinkle in her eye when they cried bis, to the loudest and sauciest of her jodels. But at each of Linnet's songs her hearers grew silent, then burst as she ceased into uproarious approbation. She was the heroine of the night, the black swan of the party. Not often had they heard such a voice as hers at so humble a performance. When all was finished, 'twas Linnet's task to hand round the plate and make the little collection. She hated the work, but 'tis always imposed, and with sound commercial reason, on the prettiest girl of the troupe, so it naturally devolved upon Linnet to perform it. Even good-humoured Philippina admitted without dispute her claim to the function. Hot in the face and ill at ease, Linnet walked round the room in a maze of confusion, with her little silver salver. She offered it first to the rich Jew banker from Frankfort on the Main, with the diamond pin and the seals on his watch chain. Now your pretty face is a mighty opener of your purse strings. The rich Jew banker, holding out one fat thumb and forefinger gingerly after a second's hesitation, for 'tis hard to part with so much money at once, dropped a 10-florin piece in good Austrian gold plump into the middle of the silver salver. It fell with a ring. His example was contagious. Christian Freiherrs could not stand being beaten in their appreciation of vocal art by Jewish financiers from Frankfort. People who meant to give 1 florin now gave 2. People who meant to put off on their wives the duty of dispensing the family bounty now drew out their purses and became their own almoners. Linnet had never seen a gold piece in her life before. When she finished her round, bowing low, that night, there were 3 of them on the salver. Andreas Horsberger eyed the plate with a carefully suppressed smile of subdued satisfaction. His mouth never moved, only the corners of his eyes betrayed his emotion. But that evening's haul had far-reaching consequences for him and for Linnet. He saw in a moment he had found indeed, as he thought, a treasure. He didn't need the assurances of the rich Jew banker and the lady amateur with the tortoiseshell eyeglasses who came from Berlin, that Linnet should be placed at once for instruction in a proper conservatorium. He saw for himself from the effect she produced on the audience that night she would yet do wonders. As Linnet left the Austria, Andreas held her cloak for her, but it wasn't mere gallantry. "Wrap your throat round well, Linnet," he said with much zealous care. For heaven's sake don't take cold. The air on the hills in the daytime won't hurt you, but after sitting in these crowded, overheated rooms, the night fogs are so bad for you. The goose that lays the golden eggs deserves to be well tended. Chapter 16. Where shall we go today? Will inquired next morning as they sipped their early coffee at the Erzherzog Johann. He was already hard at work on his projected operetta, but 'twas a fad of his to compose in the open air. He went out for a long stroll every morning with Florian and sat on the hillsides, jotting his thoughts down with a pencil exactly as they occurred, face to face with nature. Rue won't meet us today, she says. His friend answered with a yawn. Her nerves are tired after her walk of yesterday. So for my part I vote we go and see Schloss Tyrol. It inspires me, that place. Florian went on, warming up, for he had been reading his guidebook. It has the interest of a germ, a nucleus, a growing point. I like to think that here we stand before the embryo of a state, the very heart and core of the evolving Tyrol. We watch its development, so to speak, from its central cell. It's the evolution of law, of order, of authority. The robber chiefs of that high stronghold perched aloft on the hills, and Florian extended one small white hand, as was his wont when he perorated, are the centre round which clusters by successive degrees the whole Tyrolese and Austrian history. I see them pushing their power in concentric rings from their eagle's eyrie on the crags above the valley of the Adige, to Botzen and the Brenner, the basin of the Inn, the Bavarian March, the entire Eastern Alps, from the Engadine to the Dolomites. Their Schloss there is the original and only genuine Tyrol. By successful robbery, which is the basis of all the divine rights of governments, they become the masters and lords of a mighty province. They dictate peace and justice to obedient villagers. They stand out in course of time as an earthly providence. But what were they at first? Why, a den of thieves. There you have the whole evolution of morality in a nutshell, the rule of the strong, established and maintained by continued aggression. So I will see Schloss Tyrol. I will be a pilgrim at the shrine. I will refresh myself at the fount of law and order as it exists and envisages itself for these innocent mountains. It's an interesting place, Will replied, taking no notice of Florian's gush, and it's well worth visiting. I've seen it before. I'll sit on the rocks outside and write, while you go in and look at it. So after breakfast they started up the narrow old road, paved in places with cobble-stones and overarched in its lower slopes by graceful festoons of trellised vines, that leads from Meran along a shoulder of the hills to the earliest home of the Counts of Tyrol. 'Twas a true South Tyrolese November morning. It froze hard through the night, and the ice still lay thick on the pools by the wayside. But in that keen, crisp air, and with that cloudless sky, the sun overhead blazed as warm as summer. Up the Passer valley to their right, as they mounted, the villages and churches on the slopes of the Iffinger stood out in dazzling white against their dark green background. The little mountain path, bordered as usual by countless petty crucifixes and whitewashed shrines, wound in continuous zigzags up the face of the Kuchilberg, a wedge of rounded rock that overlooks the town, draped with vineyards on its sides, and worn smooth on its summits by the titanic ice mills of the glacial epoch. The chapels in particular excited Florian's interest. There's more religion to the square mile in the Tyrol, he said, than in any other country I ever visited. They rose by slow degrees till they reached the long Hog's Back which separated the wild Passer glen from the wider and more luxuriant Adige valley. Florian stood still to gaze. Tier upon tier of vines, in endless galleries, roofed the southern slope as with one leafy arbour. The long shoulder itself on whose top they now stood was green with pastures, and watered by plashing artificial leats which had worn themselves deep beds like natural streamlets. The music of falling water accompanied them all the way. The cowbells tinkled pleasantly from the fields on either hand, and the views, as they walked along the crest of the ridge, looking down into the two valleys with their villages and cloisters, their castles and towers, seemed infinite in the variety of their beauty and interest. Above soared the bare peaks of the Muthspitze and the Teeskeggetspitze. To the east rose the fissured summits of the cloven Dolomites. The white mass of the Lancer Ferner closed the glen to westward. After nearly an hour's walk, as they approached the little village of Dorf Tyrol on the hill-top, they passed a huddled heap of wayside boulders, over whose ledge the stream that had accompanied them so far on their road tumbled from a small sluice in a bickering cataract. Two girls were seated on the brink of the torrent with their backs turned towards them. As the young men approached, one of the girls looked round and gave a start of surprise. "Why, Linnet," she cried in German, "here he is again. You're Engländer." Linnet turned with a crimson flush on her nut-brown face to think that Philippina should speak so openly of Will, as of someone that belonged to her, but her cheek, to say the truth, was hardly redder than Will's own, as he heard himself so described by the laughing Sennerin as Linnet's Engländer. He couldn't conceal from himself, however, the fact that he was glad to meet Linnet under whatever circumstances. With a wondering heart he went up and took her hand. "Why, when did you come here?" he asked, all astonished. "The day before yesterday," Linnet answered, tingling, "and she sang last night at the Austria," Philippina put in with her good-humoured smile, "and made a great success too, I can tell you that, and took, oh, ever and ever so much money. Herr Andreas is so pleased, he goes chuckling to himself. I think he thinks Linnet will make his fortune." "And how long do you stop here?" Will inquired, half anxiously, half eagerly. "About a month," Linnet answered, looking deep into his eyes, and keeping down the rising tears as well as she could in her own. "And you, Herr Will, how long do you mean to remain here?" "A month or 6 weeks," Will replied with a thrill. Then he added, gazing hard at her in spite of Florian, "So I hope we may still have many chances of meeting." Florian flung his fragile form at full length on the heap of stones by their side, and began to laugh unrestrainedly. "Well, it's no use fighting against fate," he cried, looking up at the blushing pair with philosophic indulgence for the errors and foibles of youth and beauty and the poetic temperament. "You must go your own way, I suppose. I retire from the contest. I've done my very best, dear boy, to preserve you from yourself, but the stars in their courses seem to fight against Sisera." He extended both his small hands with paternal unction. "Bless you, my children," he cried theatrically. "Be happy, be happy. Which way are you walking?" Will asked in German to cover his confusion. "Well, we were going towards the Schloss," Philippina replied, smiling. "But the climb's rather stiff, so we sat down for a while by these stones just to rest on the hilltop." "The finger of fate again," Florian cried, much amused, raising his hands deprecatingly. "Well, Will, there's no help for it. I see they must go with us. It's useless trying to keep you and your Oread apart any longer, so I won't attempt it. 2's company, 3's none. The only thing left for a wise man like me is just to walk on in front and take a German lesson from Fräulein Philippina." Fortunately for Florian too, Philippina proved to be one of those gay and easy-going young ladies with whom the want of a common tongue wherein to express one's thoughts forms a very slight barrier to the course of conversation. Already at her chalet he had guessed as much, and now on the hilltop they walked along side by side, chatting and laughing as they went, with expressive eyes, and making themselves mutually understood as much by nods and becks and wreathed smiles. So Florian poetically phrased it in his silent soul, as by any articulate form of the German language. Before they had reached the Schloss, they stood already on excellent terms with one another, and Florian even consoled himself for the enforced loss of Linnet's society, with the reflection that Philippina was, after all, in many ways a great deal more practical, but Linnet, walking behind, was in the seventh heavens. She had found her Engländer once more, and that alone would have been enough for her. But that wasn't all. This second chance meeting, perfectly natural as it was, for Andreas had but followed the stream of tourists southward, impressed her simple mind with the general idea that the world, after all, wasn't as big as she had supposed it, and that she'd be liable now to meet the Neddige hare wherever she went, quite casually and accidentally. Not, indeed, that she troubled her head much just then about the future in any way. With Will by her side, she lived wholly in the present. She didn't even ask him why he had gone away from Innsbruck without coming to say good-bye to her in person. She didn't utter a single word of reproach or complaint. She accepted all that. She took it all for granted. Will never could marry her. She didn't expect him to marry her. A gentleman like him couldn't marry a peasant girl. A Catholic like herself couldn't marry a heretic who scarcely bowed the knee to our Blessed Lady. But she loved him for all that, and she was happy if he would but let her walk beside him. And in this she was purely and simply womanly. True love doesn't ask any end beyond itself. It is amply satisfied with being loved and loving. And Will had a poet's nature, and the poet lives in the passing emotion. Only a man of moods can set moods before us. Like Linnet herself, Will thought little of the future when Linnet was beside him. He meant her no harm, as he said truly to Florian, but he meant her no good either. He meant nothing at all but to walk by her side and hold her hand in his and feel his heart beat hard and her finger-touch thrill through him. Walking thus as in a mist, they passed Dorf Tyrol, and the road at once grew wilder and more romantic. It grew also more sequestered, with deeper bends and nooks, as it turned the corners of little ravines and gullies, where they could look at one another more frankly with the eager eyes of young love. And once Will raised his hand to Linnet's nut-brown cheek and pressed it tenderly. Linnet said nothing, but the hot blood rushed to her face with mingled shame and pleasure, and who was so glad as she that Will de Veril should touch her. The path wound round a deep gorge, overhanging a torrent, with Schloss Tyrol itself frowning beyond on its isolated crag, a picturesque and half-ruinous medieval fortress, almost isolated on a peninsular mass of crumbling mud cliff, interspersed with the ice-worn debris of prehistoric glaciers. 'Tis a beautiful spot. Pretty alpine rills, tearing headlong down the sides, have carved out for themselves steep ravines which all but island the castle. Their banks rise up sheer as straight walls of cliff, displaying on their faces the grey mud of the moraine, from which the ice-worn boulders project boldly here and there, or tumble from time to time to encumber the littered beds of the streams that dislodged them. But what struck Florian most of all, as he paused and looked, was the curious effect produced where a single large boulder has resisted the denuding action of the streams and the rainfall so as to protect the tapering column of hardened mud beneath it. Each big rock thus stood paradoxically perched on the summit of a conical pillar, called locally an earth pyramid, and forming, Florian thought, the most singular element in this singular landscape. Close to its end, the track bends round an elbow to skirt the ravine, and then plunges for 100 yards or more into a dark and narrow underground passage through the isthmus of moraine stuff, before drawing up at the portcullis of the dismantled fortress, a more romantically mysterious way of approaching a medieval stronghold Florian could hardly imagine. It reminded him of Ivanhoe or the castle of Otranto. But as Florian and Philippina disappeared under the shadow of the darkling archway, Will found himself alone for one moment with Linnet, screened from observation by the thick trellis work of the vineyards. They were walking close together, whispering in one another's ears those eternal nothings which lovers have whispered in the self-same tones, but in 100 tongues for 10,000 ages. Occasion favoured them. Will glanced round for a moment, then with a rapid movement he drew the trembling girl to himself, half unresisted. Her cheek was flushed, partly with joy, partly with fear that he should dare to lay hands on her. His boldness thrilled her through with a delicious thrill, the true womanly joy in being masterfully handled. "No, no," she cried in a faint voice. You mustn't. But she said it shyly, as one who half wishes her words to fail of their effect, and Will never heeded her no. And oh, how glad she was that Will never heeded it. He held her face up to his and bent his own down tenderly. Linnet tried to draw back, yet pursed up her lips at the same time and let him kiss her when he tried. But she made him try first, though when at last he succeeded, she felt the kiss course trembling through her inmost being. It was but a moment, yet that moment to her was worth many eternities. For a second of time she nestled against him confidingly, for now he was hers and she was his for ever. Their lips had sealed it, but before he could steal another, she had broken away from him again and stood half penitent, half overjoyed by the roadside, a little way from him. "No more now," she said gravely, lifting one finger in command. "We must follow Herr Florian." And with that they plunged at once into the gloom of the tunnel. What happened by the way no one knows save themselves. But 2 minutes later, with blushing cheeks, they rejoined their companions by the gateway of the castle. Even flushed as she was, Linnet couldn't help admiring it. It was beautiful, wonderful. The ancient wealth and dignity of the first counts of Schloss Tyrol remain well reflected to this day in the rude magnificence of their Romanesque residence. Linnet looked up with wonder at the round-arched portal of the principal doorway, richly carved with quaint squat figures of grotesque fancy, naive, not to say childish and uncouth in design, but admirable and exquisite in execution. 10th-century workmanship, Florian said with a bland smile as he looked up at it condescendingly, and Will, pulling himself together again, explained to the two girls in detail the various meanings of the queer little figures. Here were Adam and Eve, here Jonah and the whale, here saints revelled in heaven, here lost souls rolled in torment. Linnet gazed and admired the beauty of the door, but still more Will's learning. If only she could understand such things as that. But there, he was so wise and she so ignorant. They passed into the hall, that stately old Rittersaal, adorned with marble carvings of the same infantile type, and looked sheer down from the windows 1,000 feet on to the valley below, with the falls of the Adige behind, and a sea of tumultuous porphyritic mountains surging and rolling in the farther background. 'Twas a beautiful view in itself, rendered more beautiful still by its picturesque setting of semicircular arches, divided and supported by slender shafts of polished alabaster. To an untutored girl of Linnet's native artistic temperament, it was delightful to pass through those lordly halls and into that exquisite chapel with its quaint old frescoes, in company with somebody who could explain their whole meaning to her simple intelligence so well as Will de Veril, though she felt her own ignorance, felt it acutely, sensitively. She felt at the same time how fast she could learn from such a teacher. And as she dropped on her knees before the 12th century Madonna in the spangled shrine of that antiquated chantry, it was not for herself alone that she murmured below her breath, in very tremulous tones, an Ave Maria. Will and Florian talked too of the Schloss and its history. Linnet listened with all her ears, though she hardly understood half the English words they used to describe it, how it commanded the whole vast plain of Meran and Botzen, the widest and most populous in the eastern Alps, one basking garden of vines and Indian corn and fruit trees, thickly dotted with hamlets, churches and castles. You can see why the counts who lived here spread their power and their name by slow degrees over the whole of this country, Will said, as they gazed down on it. And then he went on to talk of how the counts of Tyrol gradually absorbed Meran and Botzen, and in course of time, by their possession of the Brenner route, the great medieval highway from Italy to Germany, acquired the overlordship of the whole wide tract which is now called after them. Oh, what grand words he used! Linnet listened and wondered at them. She caught from time to time the name of Margaret Maltash, that Meg of the pocket mouth who made over her dominions to the House of Austria, and learned from stray hints how the counts of the new line moved their capital northward from Meran to Innsbruck. It was marvellous how Herr Will, who was a stranger from England, should know so much more about her people's history than she herself did. But there, what did she say? Herr Will knew everything. Florian and Philippina went off by themselves after a while among the ruins of the ramparts. Linnet was left alone with Will again by the windows of the Rittersaal. All this historical talk had inflamed her eager mind with vague hopes and possibilities. Why should not she too know? Why should not she too be fit for him like the fair-haired lady? Herr Will, she said at last, turning round to him with a shy look in her shrinking eyes, how I wish you could teach me. How I wish you could tell me how to learn such things. We shall be here for a month. Why shouldn't I begin? Why shouldn't I learn now? We may see each other often. Will you be on the hill behind the town tomorrow? Will asked, half ashamed of himself for these endless breakings off and these fresh recommencements. Perhaps, Linnet answered timidly in her accustomed phrase, if Philippina will come, and if she doesn't tell Andreas. Where will you be? Will inquired, taking her hand in his own once more and holding it. Linnet looked down and paused. I might be near the cross at the turn of the road by the second oratory about 10 o'clock. She said very low, if Our Lady permits me. Will pressed her hand hard. And where do you sing tonight? He asked with a little smile of pleasure. I must come and hear you. To his immense surprise, Linnet drew back at once, red as a rose, and fixed her eyes on him pleadingly. Oh no, don't, she cried, much distressed. Don't, I beg of you. Will, in turn, lifted his head, astonished, and looked hard at her. He couldn't understand this strange freak of feeling. Then don't you like me to hear you? He cried regretfully. It's such a pleasure to me. I thought you wanted me to hear, and I thought I encouraged you. So you do, Linnet answered with a burst, half sidling towards him, half shrinking. I love you to hear me, and I'll sing for you whenever you like. I'll sing for you till I'm hoarse, but don't come to the hotels. Oh, don't come, I implore you. Why not, my child? Will cried, drawing her close to him once more. Linnet's cheeks burnt crimson. She looked down and stammered. Then, with a sudden impulse, she hid her face on his bosom and yielded up her whole soul to him. Because, she whispered, all aglow with maiden shame at having confessed the truth, if Andreas Horsberger sees you, he'll know you're in Meran, and then he won't allow me to come out on the hills to meet you. Chapter 17. That avowal of Linnet's that she didn't want Andreas Horsberger to know of Will's presence in the town put Will's relations towards her during the next few weeks on a different, and to some extent compromising, footing. It introduced into their meetings a certain shadowy element of clandestine love-making, which was in many ways distasteful to Will's frank and manly nature, though it was at the same time, as Florian felt, 100 times more dangerous for him than any open acquaintance, for Andreas, after all, was Linnet's ostensible guardian and nearest male protector. To meet Linnet on the hills without his knowledge or consent was to place oneself in the position of an unrecognized lover. Will knew it was a mistake, and yet he did it. We, who have made no mistakes of any sort in all our lives, but have steadily followed the beaten track all through with sheep-like persistence, can afford to disapprove of him. So day after day during the next few weeks Will went up on the hills to walk and talk with Linnet. Rue Palmer was delighted. She thought, poor soul, her scheme was succeeding admirably. Will was out every morning on the mountains alone, working hard at his magnum opus, which was to astonish the world, and with which she had inspired him. It was glorious, glorious, and indeed, in spite of the time wasted in talking with Linnet, though the best spent time, as everybody knows, is the time we waste, Will did really succeed in writing and composing at odd moments, and in the night watches no small part of his graceful and beautiful little operetta, The Chamois Hunter's Daughter. But alas for poor Rue, it was not she who inspired it. On these morning expeditions up the surrounding hills to some appointed trysting place, Florian sometimes accompanied him, and sometimes not, but in any case he abstained from mentioning their object to Rue. As he put it himself, never should it be said that Florian Wood could split upon two ill-advised, but confiding young people. It suited Florian's book now, indeed, that Will's attention should be distracted from Rue to Linnet. He wanted to make the running for himself with the American heiress, and he was by no means sorry that so dangerous and important a rival as the author of Voices from the Hills should be otherwise occupied. So he kept his own counsel about Will and Linnet. He had abdicated by this time his self-appointed function of moral censor, and seeing they would go to the devil in any case, he was inclined to let them go their own headlong way into the jaws of matrimony without preliminary haggling. He that will to Cupar, mourn to Cupar. Deveril would marry his cowgirl in the end, of that Florian felt certain. And when a man's quite determined to make a fool of himself, you know, why, you only earn his dislike instead of his esteem, by endeavouring to win him back again to the ways of wisdom. And Will himself had as yet no very fixed ideas of his own as to whither he was tending. Being only a poet, he was content to drift with the wind and tide, and watch on what shoals or shores they might finally cast him. Most probably, if things had been allowed to go their own way, he would sooner or later have justified Florian's pessimistic prophecies by marrying Linnet. He would have gone on and on, falling more and more deeply in love with the pretty peasant every day, and letting her fall every day more and more deeply in love with him, till at last conventional differences sank to nothing in his eyes, and he remembered only that heart answereth to heart, be it poets or Alp girls. At present, however, he troubled himself little with any of these things. He was satisfied for the moment, Florian said, to bask in the sunshine of that basilisk's smile, without care for the morrow. Sooner or later, he felt sure in so small a town, either Florian or he must run up unawares against Andreas Horsberger. Whenever that happened, no doubt, there must be some sort of change or new departure. Meanwhile, he religiously avoided the promenade, where he was likeliest to come suddenly on the wise impresario, so he stuck to the hills, with or without Linnet. The very next morning, indeed, after this their chance meeting, he went up the Kuchelberg once more, impressed with an ardent desire to aid and abet Linnet's laudable wish for self-education. He brought a book up with him to read to the two girls under the bright blue sky as they sat on the hillside. He chose a pleasant spot, in the full eye of the autumn sun, on a rounded boss of rock, whose crumbling clefts were still starred with wild pinks and rich yellow tormentals. Florian had contributed to the feast of reason and the flow of soul 1 kilogram of grapes. They cost but 3 halfpenny a pound in the vintage season, unknown luxuries till then to Philippina and Linnet. Philippina found the grapes delicious, but the book rather dry. Its style was stilted, and it appeared to narrate the story of a certain Dr. Forst, his transactions with a gentleman of most doubtful shape, who caused Philippina to look round in some fear, and his wicked designs against the moral happiness of a young girl called Gretchen. Philippina yawned. It was a tedious performance. Florian, having reduced his share of the grapes to their skins alone, yawned in concert with the lady and began to play with his eyeglass. As his German didn't suffice to understand the lines, even when aided by Will's dramatic delivery and clear enunciation, he found the play slow and the reader a nuisance, so he was very well pleased when Philippina suggested, at a break in the first act, they should go off for a walk by themselves alone and continue their course of oral instruction in the German language. Florian liked Philippina. There was no silly nonsense about her. After all, in a woman, if all you want is a walk on the Kuchelberg, the total absence of silly nonsense, you must at once admit, is a great recommendation. But Linnet sat on. She sat on and listened. She drank it in open-eyed and with parted lips, every line and every word of it. Dear Hare will read so well and made her feel and understand every point so dramatically, and the book itself was so profoundly interesting. Never in her life before had Linnet heard anything the least bit like it. It was grand, it was beautiful. She didn't know till then the world contained such books. Her reading had been confined to her alphabet and grammar at the parish folk school, supplemented by the good little tracts on purgatory and the holy saints, distributed by the Herr Vicar and the sisters at the nunnery. Theological literature was the sole form yet known to her. This weird tale about Gretchen and the transformed philosopher opened out to her new vistas of a world of possibilities. Long after, when she sang in great opera houses as Marguerite in Gounod's Faust, she remembered with a thrill how she had first heard that tale, in Goethe's deathless words from Will Deverell's lips, on the green slopes of the Kuchelberg. She sat there for an hour or two, never heeding the time, but listening all entranced to that beautiful story. Now and again Will broke off and held her hand for a moment, and gazed deep into her eyes, and said some sweet words of his own to her. He was a poet, Herr Will, in his own tongue and land. She knew now what that meant. He could make up such lovely things as he read from the book to her. "Tell me some of your own, Herr Will. Tell me some of your own verses," she said, sighing at last. "I should love to hear them," but Will shook his head. "The English is too hard. You wouldn't understand them, Linnet," he answered. "Let me try," Linnet pleaded with such a winning look that Will couldn't resist her, and to humour her whim, he repeated the simplest of the laughing little love songs from his book of voices. The ring of it was pretty, very sweet and musical. Linnet half understood no more, for the words were too hard for her, but it spurred her on to further effort. "You must lend me some books like that in English," she said simply. "I want to be wise like you and Herr Florian." So Will brought her next day from the bookshop in the town the dainty little poetry book of modern poets, in the Torchnitz edition. He wrote her name in it too. and Linnet took it home and hid it deep in her box in a white silk handkerchief, and read bits of it by night, very stealthily in her own room, spelling out what it meant with Andreas Horsburger's dictionary. Long after, she had that precious volume bound in white Florentine vellum, with a crimson fleur-de-lis on the cover, at a house just opposite the Duomo at Florence. But at present she read it in its paper covers. She read other books, too, German books which Will chose for her, not instructive books which were over her head, but poetry and romance and imaginative literature, such as her ardent Tyrolese nature could easily assimilate. Day after day Will read her aloud something fresh, Undine, the Maid of Orleans, Uhland's ballads, Paul Hase's short stories. But of all the things he read to her, the one she liked best was a German translation of an English play, a beautiful play by another English poet, whose name was also Will, but who died long ago, a play about two luckless and devoted lovers called Romeo and Juliet. Linnet cried over that sad story, and Will kissed her tears away, and a little later, when Andreas Horsburger took her to Verona on their way south to Milan, Linnet went of her own accord to see Juliet's tomb in a courtyard in the town, and wasted much excellent sympathy and sentiment over the shameless imposture of that bare Roman sarcophagus. But she meant very well, and she believed in Juliet even more firmly than she believed in Siegfried and Kriemhild, and all the other fine folks to whom Will introduced her. So 3 weeks passed away, 3 glorious golden weeks, and day after day on those lovely hillsides Linnet saw her lover. At the end of a fortnight Rue heard from various friends at other hotels of a wonderful singer in a Tyrolese troupe then performing nightly in the various salons. Why, that must surely be Linnet, she said before Will to the first friend who mentioned it. Yes, Linnet, that's her name, Rue's friend assented. I knew she was in the town, Will admitted somewhat sheepishly, for he felt as if he were somehow deceiving Rue, though it never would have entered his good, modest head to suppose she herself could care anything about him, except as a poet in whose work she was kind enough to take a friendly interest. Ah, I should love to hear her again, Rue cried enthusiastically. She sings like a nightingale, such a splendid soprano. Let's find out where she'll be tonight and go round in a body to the hotel to hear her. But Will demurred strongly. He'd rather not go, he said. He'd stop at home by himself and get on with his operetta. At that Rue was secretly pleased in her own heart. She felt it throb sensibly. After all, then, her poet didn't really and truly care for the pretty Alp girl. He knew she was in the town, and in spite of that knowledge had spent every evening all the time with herself at the Erzherzog Johann. Nor would Florian go either. He invented some excuse to account for his reluctance. So Rue went with 2 new girls she had picked up at the hotel, in succession to the giggling inarticulates at Innsbruck. Linnet recognised her in the crowd, for the room was crowded. 'Twas a nightly ovation now wherever Linnet sang, and knew her at once as the fair-haired lady. But Florian and Will weren't with her tonight. That made Linnet's heart glad. She had come without him. After all, her Engländer didn't always dance attendance, it seemed, on the fair-haired Frau with the many diamonds. So easily had Will made 2 women's hearts happy, by stopping at home at his hotel that evening. For women think much more of men than men imagine, their poor little breasts live for the most part in a perpetual flutter of love and expectancy. As the weeks wore away, however, it began to strike Franz Lindner as a singular fact that Philippina and Linnet severed themselves so much every day from the rest of the troupe, and went up on the hills all alone for exercise. That fierce young Robler was a true Tyrolese in his treatment of his women. Though he never abated 1 jot or tittle of his attentions to Linnet, It hardly occurred to him as forming any part of a lover's duty to accompany his Mädchen in her morning rambles. Franz was too much engaged himself, indeed, with the young men of the place in the cafes and beer gardens, to find much time hanging idle on his hands for female society. He had made many friends in the gay little town. His hat and his feather were well known by this time to half the gilded youth in the Meran restaurants. Andreas Horsberger had turned out the young women on the hills, and there they might stop, so far as Franz Lindner was concerned to prevent them. Andreas Horsberger had been wondrous careful of Linnet's health of late, since he saw he was likely to make pots of money from her. He had bound them all down by a 3 years' engagement, and he knew now that Linnet was worth at least 5 times the sum he had bargained to pay her. But Franz Lindner's health might take care of itself, and Franz didn't think much, personally, of the air of the mountains. He'd had enough of all that in his Yedger days. Now the chrysalis had burst and let loose the butterfly. His wander years had come, and he meant to sip the sweets of advanced civilization. And he sipped them in the second-rate bars and billiard rooms of a small town in South Tyrol. On this particular morning, however, it occurred to his Roblership to inquire in his own mind why the womenkind loved to walk so much by themselves on the mountains. Philippina hadn't told him, to be sure. Philippina had an eye to Andreas Horsberger herself. Was he not the worth and the master of the troupe? And she was therefore by no means averse to any little device which might distract poor Linnet from that most desirable admirer. Still, Franz had his suspicions. Women are so deep, a man can never fathom them. He mounted the Kuchelberg by the zigzag path, and turning to the left by the third Madonna, came at last to a little knoll of bare porphyry rock, looking down on the wide vale and the long falls of the Adige. A very small and dainty, not to say effeminate young man in a knickerbocker suit of most Britannic aspect, was strolling some distance off, with his arm encircling a woman's plump waist, which suspiciously reminded Franz of his friend Philippina's. The Robler could hardly believe his eyes. Could that be Herr Florian? Oh no, for they had left the foreign Herrschaft at the hotel at Innsbruck. But here, close by, behind the shadow of some junipers, stranger sight still, stretched at length on the ground, and reading aloud in German to some unseen person, lay another young man in another tourist suit, with a voice that most strikingly and exactly recalled the other Englanders at St. Valentin. Franz drew a deep breath and strode a long step forward. At sound of his foot, the unseen person sprang back where she sat with a quick, small scream. Black as night in his wrath, Franz peered round and faced them. It was undoubtedly Will, quite as undoubtedly Linnet. The Robler spoke angrily. "You again," he cried, clenching his fist and knitting his brow hard with bullet head held forward. "Are you following us in hiding? What do you mean by this trick? You daren't show your face, coward, at our inn in the town. You steal up here and skulk. What do you mean with the Mädchen?" At that imputation of secrecy and still worse of cowardice, Will sprang up and confronted him. "I dare show my face anywhere you like," he answered in hot blood. "I have not followed this lady. I came here before her and met her at Meran by the purest accident, but I refuse to be questioned about her by you or by anyone. What right have you to ask? She is no Mädchen of yours. Who gave you any power or authority over her?" For a moment the Robler instinct rose fierce and hot in Franz Lindner's breast. He drew back half a pace, as if making ready to spring at him. In a few angry words he repeated his cutting taunts and spoke savagely to Linnet. Go home, girl, you are here for no good. What can this Englander want save one thing with a Sennerin?" He laid his hand roughly on Linnet's shoulder. Will couldn't stand that sight. He clutched the man's arm fiercely, twisted it round in the socket and pushed him back like a child in the white heat of his anger. Franz saw the interloper was strong, far stronger than he supposed. "If you dare to lay your hand on this lady again," Will cried, standing in front of her like a living buckler, "I give you due warning you do it at your peril. Your life is at stake. I won't permit you to behave with brutality before me." In his native valley, the robbler would have flown at Will's throat on those words and fought him, strong as he was, to the death for his Mädchen. But since he came to Meran he had learned some new ways. Such were not, he now knew, the manners of civilization. Will's resolute attitude even produced a calming effect upon the young barbarian. He felt in his heart he had a better plan than that. To beat Will in fair fight would, after all, be useless. The Mädchen wouldn't abide, as Mädchen ought, by the wager of battle, but he could wound him far worse. He could go down to the town and tell Andreas Horsberger how his ward spent her mornings on the slopes of the Kuchilberg. Already he was learning the ways of the world. With a sarcastic smile he raised his hat ceremoniously, turned feather and all in mock politeness. "Good morning, Mein Herr," he drawled out with a fine North German accent picked up in the billiard rooms. "Good morning, Sennerin," and without another word he strode away down the mountain, but as soon as he was gone Linnet burst into tears. "Ah, I know what he'll do," she cried, sobbing and trembling. "He'll go down to the town and tell Andreas Horsberger. He'll go down to the town and tell how he met us here. And of course after this Andreas will put the very worst face upon it." Chapter 18. Andreas Horsberger was a wise and prudent man. He felt convinced by this time that Linnet, as he said to himself, though to no one else, for to confess it would have been foolish, was a perfect gold mine if only a man knew how to work her properly. And in exploiting this mine, like a sensible capitalist that he was, he determined to spare neither time nor pains nor money. Night after night, as the audiences at the hotels grew more and more enthusiastic, the truth forced itself upon his wise and prudent mind that what they said was right. Linnet was a singer fit for the highest undertakings. She must be trained and instructed for the operatic stage, and on the operatic stage, with that voice and that presence, she'd be worth her weight in gold if she was worth a penny. So, ever since the first day when he left the Zillerthal, Andreas's views and ideas about his troupe and his tour had been undergoing a considerable and constant modification. It would cost a good deal, of course, to abandon his first plan, and instead of proceeding to the Riviera as he originally intended, take Linnet to be trained at Milan and Florence. But it was worth the money. You must throw a sprat to catch a herring, and it must be Italy too, not Munich or Dresden. He wouldn't put her precious life in jeopardy now in those cold northern towns during the winter months, for he had grown wonderfully careful of Linnet's health since he saw how her voice conjured florins into the plate for him. And though he believed as much as ever in the virtues of fresh air and a Spartan diet, he feared to expose the throat that uttered such golden notes to the rigours and changes of a Bavarian or Saxon December. So Milan and Florence it must be, though he had Franz, Lindner and Philippiner and the others on his hands to pay and care for, and in those great settled towns where theatres and amusements were regularly organised, he couldn't hope his little troupe, deprived of its chief ornament, could compete, save at a loss, with more showy establishments. Still, to one thing he had made up his mind. Linnet should never utter another note in public after they moved from Meran, until she could blaze forth, a full-fledged star, armed and equipped at every point with all that art could do for her, on the operatic stage of London, Paris or Petersburg. He must put up with present loss for the sake of future gain. He must pay for his little troupe and for Linnet's training, though he spent by the way his bottom dollar. Not that the wise impresario was moved in this affair by any mere philanthropic desire to benefit a favourite pupil. As a prior condition to any expenditure on fitting and preparing Linnet for the operatic stage, Andreas proposed to obtain a clear hold on her future earnings by the simple little business preliminary of marrying her, and he proposed this plan to himself in the same simple-hearted and entirely dictatorial way in which he would have proposed some arrangement about his cows or his horses. That Linnet could possibly object to his designs for her advancement in life was an idea that hardly so much as even occurred to him. He was her master, and if he ordered her she could scarcely say him nay. That would be plain contumacy. Besides, the match would be one so much to her own advantage. Not a girl in St. Valentin, but would be overjoyed to catch him. Philippina, he knew, would give her eyes for such a chance, but Philippina's high notes were shrill, a great deal too shrill, while Linnet's were the purest and clearest and most silvery ever uttered by woman. He was a husband any girl might well be proud of, and though Linnet would be worth money too if properly trained, yet without his capital to back her up and give her that needful training, she could never use her voice to full, mercantile advantage. She'd be a fool, indeed, if she refused his offer. And if she did, well, she was bound to him for 3 years at any rate. He could use up her voice pretty well in those 3 years, as he used up his horses, on commercial principles, and make a very fair profit out of her meanwhile in the process. Thinking which things to himself during his stay in Meran, Andreas, who was by nature a taciturn person, had been in no hurry to communicate his ideas on the point prematurely to Linnet. He didn't want to puff her up with too much vanity beforehand, by disclosing to her oversoon the high honour in store for her. She had received more than enough homage already from the audiences at their concerts. It would turn her head outright if she knew all at once she was also to be promoted to marry her master. He would make all the legal preparations for the wedding in due time, without consulting Linnet. Then, when everything was finished, and the day had come for them to leave Meran, he would break to her all at once the good fortune he designed for her. Not only was she to marry a man of substance, and a man of weight, and a landampt of the parish, but she was to be trained and fitted by him with sedulous care as a special star of the operatic profession. When Franz Lindner burst in upon him, however, at his old-fashioned inn, in the street that is called Unter den Lorben, all indignant with the news how he had lighted upon Linnet and the Herr Engländer together on the slopes of the Kuchilberg, and how he believed they had been meeting there secretly for many mornings at a stretch, Andreas saw at once this was no laughing matter. It was serious rivalry. For Franz Lindner himself, as a possible suitor of Linnet's, he didn't care a button. He could afford to despise the self-assertive Robler. But Will de Veril, that was quite another matter. Will de Veril was dangerous. He saw so much at a glance, and all the more dangerous in that he made his advances to the girl clandestinely. Poaching on those preserves must be severely repressed. Andreas didn't for a moment suppose the Engländer intended or wanted to marry the child. That was hardly likely. But he might upset her feelings and lead her into trouble and unsettle her heart, and what was worse still, stuff her head all full of silly romantic nonsense. Still, being always a prudent man, Andreas said little at the time. He was content with assuring Franz in a very confident tone that he'd put a stop at once to this folly of Linnet's. He acquiesced for the present, it being his nature to temporize, in Franz's little pretension to treat the girl as his acknowledged Mädchen. He acquiesced and smiled, though he hadn't the slightest intention of relinquishing his own hold on a future prima donna. Meanwhile, he pushed on all the legal formalities for marrying Linnet himself, as soon as he thought it well to disclose his matured plans to her. So when Will went up to their stated meeting place on the slopes of the Kuchelberg, the morning after that stormy interview at the Knoll with Franz Lindner, hardly daring to expect Linnet would be there to receive him, he was astonished to find her awaiting him much as usual at the accustomed seat, undeterred by either the worth or the redoubtable Robler. "I can't understand it myself," she said, holding his hand and half crying. "It's awfully curious. I thought he'd be angry with me and scold me so hard, and perhaps shut me up in the house for a week, or at any rate not let me come out any more to meet you. But instead of that he never said a word. He hasn't even spoken to me at all about the matter. Perhaps Franz hasn't told him yet, but I think he must have, and so does Philippina. It almost seems as if he didn't mind my coming out at all. We can only wait and see. That's all I can make of it." Thus, for the next few days, Linnet and Will lived on in a real fool's paradise. Andreas never said a word about the meetings on the hill. Franz Lindner looked wise and bided his time in silence. At the end of the week, however, Will found himself reluctantly compelled to fulfill a long-standing engagement with Rue and Florian, entered into before Linnet's arrival at Meran, to go for a 3 days' tour among the Botzen Dolomites. Will had put it off and put it off, not to miss one morning of Linnet's time in the town, till Rue declared in her imperious little American way she wouldn't wait a single day longer for anyone. And indeed it was getting full late in the season, even south of the Alps, for a mountain excursion. Rue had ordered her carriage and settled her day to start. Will must go or stop behind, she said, and to do the last would be to confess all to Rue. So with a pang at his heart and no small misgivings in his brain, for Linnet by this time had grown wonderfully dear to him, he made up his mind to absent himself for 3 days, and to miss 3 precious mornings on the hills with his lady love. It would freshen up the operetta, Rue declared with deep conviction. There's nothing like change of scene to inspire one with the germs of poetry and music. But Will, for his part, knew something better, and he got it every day on the slopes of the Kuchelberg. "You won't go away while I'm gone?" he asked eagerly of Linnet on the day before he left for those hateful Dolomites. "You're sure Andreas means to stop longer in the town? You'll be here when I come back again?" "Oh yes, quite certain," Linnet answered confidently. "He's not going away yet. We've engagements at hotels for nearly another fortnight." Will held her hand long. It was only for 3 days, yet he found it hard to part from her. "One last kiss," he said, drawing her close to him behind the sheltering gourd vines, and Linnet let him take it without struggling for it now. In after years Will felt those words were a kind of omen. It was far more of a last kiss than ever he dreamed at the time. And Linnet, well, Linnet was glad in her heart when she came to look back on it. She had allowed him to take that last kiss so easily. Next morning Will left. Andreas knew he had gone. Not many things escaped the wise Andreas's notice. From the moment he first heard of Will's meetings with Linnet on the hill behind the town, that cool-headed Worth had been waiting for his chance, and now the chance had come of its own accord to him. That day after dinner he went into the parlour of their little inn and called Linnet to speak to him. Linnet came, all trembling. In a few short sentences, concise, curt, business-like, Andreas unfolded to his tremulous ward the notable scheme he had devised for her advancement. He would make her his wife. But that wasn't all. He would make her a great lady, a star of the first magnitude. If she did as he bid, crowds would hang on her lips, silver and gold would be hers. She should dress in silk robes, diamonds dangling at her ears, pearls in strings on her bosom, but he said never a word about her heretic lover. Still, he said never a word about himself any more. He never mentioned love, her heart, her feelings. He laid before her, like a man of the world as he was, a simple proposal for an arrangement between them, in much the same spirit as he might have laid before Franz Lindner an agreement for a partnership. And he took it for granted Linnet would instantly jump at him. Why shouldn't she indeed? She had every reason. Not a girl in St. Valentin but would be proud if she could get him. Yet he wasn't the least surprised when Linnet, growing pale and with quivering lips, hid her face in her hands at last and began to cry bitterly. "These girls are so silly. You agree to it?" Andreas asked, laying his palm on her neck behind with what tenderness he could muster. Linnet shook it away angrily. "Never, never," she cried, "never." Andreas bore with her patiently. He knew the ways of women, they were all little idiots. And this Englander on the hill had filled her poor head with sentimental rubbish. With infinite forbearance, like a business man, he began to explain, to expostulate, to admonish her. He pointed out to her how rare a chance in life it was for a girl in her position to get an offer of marriage from a man in his, how his capital would enable her to train herself for the stage, how without it she must remain forever just what she was now, how with it she might rise to the very crown and head of an admired profession. And besides, she was bound to him for 3 years in any case. In those 3 years, of course, he could do as he liked with her, but Linnet, weeping passionately with her face in her hands, and every nerve in her body quivering with emotion, only sobbed out now and again in a heartbroken voice, "No, never, never." At last, after one such convulsive outburst, even fiercer than before, Andreas put the question point blank, "Is it because of this Englander?" And Linnet, raising her head and clasping her hands in despair, made answer obliquely in one wild burst of speech, "Oh, I love him, I love him." At those words Andreas smiled a peculiar cold smile and began once more. He kept his head cool, he explained, he reasoned. The Englander, of course, never meant to marry her. Marriage in such a case was out of the question. She must know what that meant. Why go off on such side issues? And besides, she must never forget the man was a heretic. Still, Linnet, unflinching, looked up and clasped her hands. "I don't care for that," she cried wildly. "I love him, as I love him." "Then you refuse point blank?" Andreas asked, stepping a little aside and holding the knob of the bedroom door in his hand, half irresolute. "I utterly refuse," Linnet answered, very firm but sobbing. With an air of cruel triumph, Andreas opened wide the door. "Come in, Herr Vicar," he cried with real theatrical effect. And even as he spoke, the Herr Vicar entered. Linnet gazed at him, dumb with awe, surprise and amazement. How had he ever got here? It was her own parish priest, her confessor from St. Valentin, chapter 19. The Herr Vicar in Meran. It was wonderful, miraculous. For a minute or two, Linnet was so utterly taken aback at this unexpected portent that she hardly knew how to comport herself under such novel circumstances. Now, that was exactly the result Andreas Horsberger had counted upon. Andreas loved not the church, to be sure, but, like all sound strategists, political or social, he knew how to make use of it for his own wise purposes. As soon as ever he learned from Franz Lindner how things were going on between Linnet and her Engländer, and had ascertained by private inquiry from the Herr Oberkellner at the Erzherzog Johann that Herr Will was going away for a few days' tour among the Botzen Dolomites. Why, taking opportunity by the forelock, he telegraphed at once to the Herr Vicar at St. Valentin to come on by the first train. all expenses paid over the Brenner to Meran, on purpose to save the soul of an erring member of his flock, in imminent danger of faith and morals from a heretic Englishman. And the Herr Vicar in return, though he loved not Andreas, for the Worth was a liberal, an enemy of the blacks, and reputed to be even not far short of a freethinker, the Herr Vicar, for his part, was by no means averse to a pleasant holiday in a fashionable watering place south of the Alps at that delightful season, especially if someone else was to pay the piper. It is well to combine the salvation of souls with an agreeable excursion. The Herr Vicar was prepared to make free use of the mammon of unrighteousness in the Church's service. A good pastor employs it without stint or compunction to secure the eternal bliss of the particular flock committed to his guidance. Not that the astute priest began at once with the matter in hand, on which Herr Andreas had already most amply coached him. He was far too wise and politic a fisher of souls for so clumsy a procedure. He angled gently. He started on his task by striking first all the familiar home chords of St. Valentin. The moment he entered the room, indeed, Linnet rushed up and seized his hand. She had known him from her childhood and taken the Mass from him often. She had confessed to him her sins and received time and again his paternal blessing. At such a moment as that any old friend from St. Valentin would have been a welcome counsellor. How much more then the Herr Vicar, who had taught her the Credo, and the Vater Unser and the Ave, who had prepared her lisping lips for First Communion, who had absolved her from her sins from her babyhood onward, and he had seen that dear mother only the day before. How she flooded him with questions as to everyone at St. Valentin, the Herr Vicar in reply, folding two plump hands over his capacious waistband, sank back in an easy-chair, and answered her at full length as to all that had happened since she left the village. The good mother was well, very well indeed, seldom better in November. Some holy oil rubbed on night and morning had proved highly effectual against her threatened rheumatism. Oh yes, she had duly received the 5 florins that Linnet sent her, thanks very much for them, and had expended 2 of them, as Linnet would no doubt herself have wished, in the performance of a Mass for the deliverance of the dear father's soul from purgatory. She knew the Herr Vicar was coming to Meran, and would see her daughter, and she had sent many messages all detailed at full length, how the cow with the crooked horn was giving no milk, and how the cat had 5 kittens, and how pleased they all were to hear at St. Valentin there was talk Linnet was to make such a brilliant marriage. Then poor Linnet faltered out, half sobbing again, when the Herr Vicar spoke of that Mass for the repose of her father's soul. How great a trial it had been to her to be away from St. Valentin for the first time in her life on All Souls' Day, the feast of the dead, when it had always been her custom to lay a little wreath and burn 4 small tapers on her father's grave in the village churchyard. She was afraid that dear spirit in its present home would feel itself neglected by the duty unperformed in due season. But the Herr Vicar, with a benign smile, was happy he should be able to reassure her as to this matter. The candles and the wreath had been forthcoming as usual. He had seen to them himself, at Herr Andreas's request, who had written to him on the subject from Meran most thoughtfully. That was kind, Linnet thought, far kinder than she ever could have expected from Andreas. But that wasn't all. He had provided in many ways, or intended to provide, for the good mother's comfort. Then the Herr Vicar went on to speak still more of Andreas, who slipped out as he spoke, leaving priest and penitent alone together. So Herr Andreas, it seemed, was going to marry her. For a girl like her that was a very great honour, and the sooner the better indeed, the sooner the better. These were grave and painful rumours now afloat in St. Valentin, and the Herr Vicar shook his head in solemn warning. Grave and painful rumours, how Linnet had been seen on the hillsides more than once with an English heretic, and he had followed her to Innsbruck, and then to Meran, and now heaven knew what he was trying to do with her. 'Twas a dangerous thing, a compromising thing, the Herr Vicar thought, for a girl to get involved in an affair like that with a man so much above herself in position and station. But Herr Andreas was so kind, and consented to overlook it. There were very few men who in a similar case would act like Herr Andreas. In other matters the Herr Vicar had withstood him to his face because he was to be blamed, but in this he had behaved like a generous gentleman. To all which poor Linnet, hiding her face in her hands, only made answer once more, "I can never marry Andreas Horsberger." "Why not?" the priest asked sharply, and Linnet, hardly knowing how to answer him for fear and shame, yet murmured very low, "Because I don't love him." Then the Herr Vicar, thus aroused, went off at a tangent into a clerical exhortation on the nature, duties and inducements of matrimony. We must remember that in these matters the wishes of the flesh were not alone or even chiefly to be consulted. They were of minor importance. There was her duty as a daughter, for example. Herr Andreas was rich. How much might he not do to lighten her mother's old age? How much to release her poor father's soul from the flames of purgatory? There was her duty as a woman and a child of the church. How much might not Herr Andreas's money enable her to accomplish for the good of the world and for the souls of her people? She was still a giddy girl. What temptations such a marriage would enable her to avoid! What a brilliant future in the end it might open out before her! And then these floating rumours had disturbed him much. On his way from Jenbach, if she would only believe him, he had said prayers on her behalf to Our Lady, to preserve her honour, but Linnet, raising her head and looking him straight in the eyes, made answer at last in these wicked, rebellious words, "I love the Engländer. Ah, I love the Engländer. If ever I marry at all, I'll marry the Engländer." The Herr Vicar grew grave. This was a case indeed not for humouring and coaxing, but for the sternest admonition, and he administered it without stint. With the simple directness of the Tyrolese priest, accustomed to deal with coarse, straightforward natures, he spoke the plain truth. He brought her future sin home to her with homely force and unvarnished language. In the first place, this young man clearly meant no good by her. That was obvious to everyone. Now, if he were one of her own sort, a faithful son of the church and a Tyrolese Jäger, well, the Herr Vicar might in that case have been disposed, no doubt, to be somewhat more lenient. He admitted, while he deplored, the temptations and difficulties of a Sennarin's life, and was never too hard on them, and besides, in such circumstances, the young man might mean in the end to marry her. But this Engländer assuredly meant nothing of the kind, and what was worse, even if he did, the Herr Vicar could by no means approve of such a union. The Holy See, acting as ever on the apostolic advice, be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, disallowed and discouraged the union of Catholics with Jews, heretics, infidels, and other schismatics, under one or other of which unholy categories, and the Herr Vicar frowned. He must needs place her Engländer. True, the Holy Father was sometimes pleased, on good cause duly shown, to grant certain persons an exceptional dispensation, but even if the Engländer desired to marry her, which was scarcely likely, and even if he consented to invoke such aid, which was still more improbable, how could he, the Herr Vicar, knowing the young man's circumstances, back up such a request? How consign a lamb of his flock to the keeping of an infidel? Every sentiment of gratitude should bind her to Herr Andreas. Every feeling of a Catholic should turn her instinctively away from the false wiles of a schismatic, to all which theological argument Linnet, raising her head and wringing her hands, only answered once more in a wildly despairing voice, "But I love him, I love him." The priest saw at once this was a case for strong measures. Unless he adopted them, a lamb might slip from his pastoral grasp, a doubtful soul might stray for ever from the fold of true believers. He put on at once the set tone and manner of the confessional. It was no longer a question now of merely meeting Herr Andreas's wishes, though Herr Andreas's aid would be most useful indeed in the affairs of the parish. It was a question of preserving this poor sheep of his flock from everlasting perdition. What are a few fleeting years with this lover or that, compared with an eternity of unceasing torment? The Herr Vicar was an honest and conscientious man, according to his lights. This poor girl was in deadly danger of her immortal soul, and that window for the chancel which Herr Andreas vowed would be a work of piety most pleasing to their holy patron saint, the blessed Valentin. So, with all the strength of imagery he possessed at his command, the priest began to play of deliberate design upon the chords of poor Linnet's superstitious terror. In horribly vivid and realistic language, such as only a Tyrolese tongue could command, he conjured up before her mind that familiar picture of dead souls in purgatory, lost souls in torment. He poured out upon her trembling head all the thunders of the Church against unholy love, or, what came to the same thing, against an uncatholic union. Linnet listened and cowered. To you and me this would just have been a well-meaning but ignorant parish priest. To Linnet he was the embodied voice of all Catholic Christendom. She had sat upon his knees, she had learnt prayers from his lips, she had looked upon him for years as the mouthpiece of whatever was right and just and holy, and now he was bringing all the weight of his authority to bear against the dictates of her poor hot heart. He was terrifying her with his words. He was denouncing upon her the horrible woes of apostasy. Whether the man meant to marry her or not, all was equally sin. She was bent on the downward path. She was flying in the face of God and his priest to her own destruction. She might marry Andreas or not. That was a question of inclination, but if she persisted in her relations with an infidel, who could mean her no good, she was hurrying straight to the devil and all his angels. And the devil and all his angels were very real and very near indeed to Linnet. The flames of purgatory were as familiar to her eyes as the fire on the hearth. The tortures of hell were as solid and as material as she had seen them pictured on every roadside oratory, and the effect, well, only those who know the profound religious faith of the Tyrolese peasantry can fully understand the appalling effect this pastoral exhortation produced upon Linnet. It was no new discovery indeed. All along, amid the tremulous delight of her first great love, she had known in her heart this thing she was doing, though sweet, too sweet, was unspeakably wicked. She was paltering with sin, giving her heart to a heretic. She herself had seen him pass many a wayside crucifix, many a shrine of Our Dear Lady, without raising his hat or letting his knee do obeisance as was right before them. He was good, he was kind. In a purely human sort of way he sympathized with her and understood her as no one else in the world had ever yet done, but still, he was a heretic. She had known that all along. She had known the danger she ran, and the end, the horrible end it must finally lead her to. And now when her parish priest, her earliest friend, her own tried confessor, pointed out her sin to her, she quivered and crouched before him in bodily terror and abject submission. The flames of hell seemed to rise up and take hold of her, and the more frightened she grew, the more vehement and fierce grew the priest's denunciation. He saw his opportunity and made the best use of it. What were the few short years of this life to an eternity of pain? What a dream of brief love to fiery floods forever! At last, appalled and horrified, Linnet, bowing her frightened head, held up her bloodless hands and begged convulsively for mercy. "Give me absolution," she cried. "Father, oh Father, forgive me." Her confessor seized the occasion for her soul's benefit. "Not unless you abandon him," he answered in a very stern voice. "While you remain in your sin, how can God's priest absolve you?" Linnet wrung her hands for a moment in silent agony. She couldn't give him up. Oh no, she couldn't. "Father," she cried at last with a despairing burst, "what shall I do to be saved? Guide me, save me." The priest snatched at the chance. "Will you come back to St. Valentin tomorrow?" he asked with two uplifted fingers poised half doubtful in air as if waiting to bless her. "Will you come back to St. Valentin and marry Andreas Horsberger?" In an agony of abject religious terror, Linnet bowed her head. "Is there no other way?" she cried, trembling. "No other way of salvation?" The priest pressed his advantage. "If you died tonight," he answered in a very solemn voice, "you would die in your sin, and hell's mouth would yawn wide for you. Accept the escape an honourable man offers you, and be clear of your heretic." Linnet flung herself on her knees and clasped her hands before him. The horrors of eternity and of the offended church made her shake in every limb. She was half dumb with terror. "I'll do as you wish, Father," she moaned in a voice of hushed awe, "if you'll only bless me. I'll go back to St. Valentin and marry Andreas Horsberger." Chapter 20. In spite of the lateness of the season and Will's preoccupation, that visit to the Dolomites turned out a complete success. Rue was in excellent spirits. Florian was in fine form. Nature smiled compliance, as he consummately phrased it. In other words, the weather was lovely, the mountains clear of cloud, the horses fresh, and the roads for Austria in very good order. Their capacious carriage held its party of 5 comfortably, for Rue, with her wonted wisdom, had consulted Mrs. Grundy's feelings by inviting an old Indian colonel and his wife, whose acquaintance she had picked up at the Erzherzog Johann, to accompany them on their trip and chaperone the expedition. Rue herself enjoyed those 4 days immensely. She had lots of long talks with Will on the hillsides, and she noticed Will spoke much, though always in an abstract and highly impersonal way, of the human heart, its doubts and its difficulties. He was thinking of Linnet, who engaged his thoughts much during that enforced absence, but Rue imagined he was thinking of himself and her, and was glad accordingly. She was growing very fond of her English poet. She hoped and half believed he in turn was growing fond of her. As for Will, now he was away from Linnet for a while, he began to think much more seriously than he had ever thought before of the nature of his relations with her and the end to which they were inevitably leading him. As long as Linnet was near, as long as he could hold her hand in his and look deep into her eyes, and hear that wonderful voice of hers carolling out some sweet song for his ear alone among the clambering vineyards, why, he could think of nothing else but the passing joy and delight of her immediate presence. Imperceptibly and half unconsciously to himself, she had grown very dear to him, but now that he was away from her, and alone with Rue, he began to realize how much he longed to be once more by her side, how little he was prepared to do without her, how deeply she had entwined herself into his inmost being. Again and again the question presented itself to his mind, when I go back to Meran, on what footing shall I stand with her? If I find it so hard to run away for 4 days, how shall I ever run away from her for ever and ever? Besides, during those few happy weeks at Meran, Linnet had begun to reveal herself to him as another person. He was catching faint glimpses now of the profounder depths of that deeply artistic, though as yet almost wholly undeveloped character. The books he had read to her she understood so fast, the things he had told her she caught at so readily. The change to new scenes seemed so soon to quicken and stimulate all her latent faculties. Had not nature said of her, as of Wordsworth's country lass, "She shall be mine, and I will make a lady of my own," for that she was a lady indeed had been forcing itself every day more and more plainly upon Will's mind, as he walked and talked with her. At Innsbruck he had thought more than once to himself, how could one dream in a world where there are women like Rue of tying oneself for life to this sweet-voiced Alp girl? Among the Dolomites 3 weeks later, he asked himself rather, how could one ever be content with mere brightness and sunniness like that charming Rue's, in a world which holds women so tender, so true and so passionate as Linnet? Slowly, bit by bit, he began to wonder how he could muster up courage to tear himself away again, and if he did, for how long he could manage to keep away from her. And then, as he debated, there arose in his mind the profounder question of justice or injustice to Linnet. Was it right of him so deeply to engage her affections, unless he meant by it something real, something sure, something definite? She loved him so well that to leave her now would surely break her heart for her. What end could there be to this serious complication save the end he had so strenuously denied to Florian? On the very last evening of their drive through those great bare unearthly peaks that look down upon Botzen, Florian came into Will's room for an evening gossip. They sat up long over the smouldering embers of a fragrant pinewood fire. There's nothing more confidential than young men's confabulations over a smouldering hearth. In the small hours of the morning, the two friends talked and talked and talked and talked, till at last Will was moved to make a clean breast of his feelings in the matter to Florian. He put his dilemma neatly. He acknowledged he was going just where Florian had said he would go. "I pointed out the noose to you," the Epicurean philosopher observed with bland self-satisfaction, "and you've run your neck right into it. Instead of playing with her like a doll as a sensible man would have done, you've simply gone ahead and lost your heart outright to her. Foolish, foolish, exceedingly foolish, but just what I expected from you. I said from the very first, now mark my words, de Veril, as sure as eggs is eggs, you'll end by marrying her." "I don't say I'll marry her now," Will replied somewhat sheepishly. "How can I indeed? I've got nothing to marry on. I find it hard enough work to keep body and soul together for myself in London, without thinking of an engagement to keep somebody else's into the bargain." "Then what do you mean to do?" Florian inquired with sound common sense. "If you don't mean to marry her, and you don't mean to harm her, and you can't go away from her, and you can't afford to stop with her, why, what possible new term are you going to introduce into human relations and the English language to cover your ways with her?" "That's just it. I don't know," Will answered in a somewhat hopeless and helpless voice, piling the embers together in the centre as he spoke, just to keep them alight for some minutes longer. "There's the rub, I admit it. Nobody feels it more than I do, but I don't see any possible kind of way out of it. I've been thinking to myself, or perhaps half thinking, I might manage it like this if Linnet would assent to it. We might get married first." Florian raised one warning hand and nodded his shapely head up and down 2 or 3 times solemnly. "I told you so," he interposed, in a tone of most mitigated and mournful triumph. "There we get at it at last. You have said the word. I was sure 'twould come to that. Marry, marry, marry." And then Will went on with a very shamefaced air, never heeding his comment, "What's enough for one's enough for two, they say, or very nearly. I thought we might live in lodgings quite quietly for a while, somewhere cheap in London. Not live, Florian corrected gravely with another sage nod of that sapient head. Lurk, linger, vegetate. A very sad end, a most dismal downfall. I see it all. Surrey side, 30 shillings a week. Cold mutton for dinner, bread and cheese for lunch, an ill-furnished parlour, a sloppy-faced slavey. I know the sort of thing. Pa, my gorge rises at it. And then I could get Linnet's voice trained and prepared for the stage, Will continued perusing his boots, and work very hard myself to keep us both alive till she could come out in public. In a year or two, I feel sure, if I watched her close and saw her capabilities, I could write and compose some good piece of my own to suit her exactly. With me to make the songs, and Linnet to interpret them, I believe sooner or later we ought easily to earn a very good livelihood. But it'd be a hard pull first. I don't conceal that from myself. We'd have a struggle for life, though in the end I feel sure we'd live it down and conquer. If Florian lighted a cigarette and watched the thin blue smoke curl upward languidly. Love's young dream, he mused to himself with a placid smile of superior wisdom. I know the style of old, bread and cheese and kisses, very charming, chorus hymeneal of the most approved pattern, so odd, so interesting. I've often asked myself what it is in the world that leads otherwise sensible and intelligent fellows to make wrecks of their lives in this incredible way, and all for the sake of somebody else's daughter. Why this insane desire to relieve some other man of his natural responsibilities? I account for it in my own mind on evolutionary principles. Marriage, it seems to me, is an irrational and incomprehensible civilized instinct by which the individual sacrifices himself on the shrine of duty for the benefit of the species. Have you ever heard of the lemmings? The lemmings, Will repeated, unable to conceive the connection in Florian's mind between two such totally dissimilar and unrelated subjects. Not those little brown animals like rats or marmots they have in Norway. Precisely, Florian answered, waving his cigarette airily. Those little brown animals like rats or marmots they have in Norway. You put it like a dictionary. Well, every year or two, you know, an irresistible desire seizes on many myriads of those misguided rodents at once, to march straight to the sea in a body together, plunge boldly into the water, and swim out in a straight line, without rhyme or reason, till they can swim no farther but drown themselves by cartloads. What's the origin of this swarmery? It's only an instinct which keeps down the number of the lemmings, and so acts as a check against overpopulation, a beautiful and ingenious provision of nature, they call it. And Florian smiled sweetly. I've always thought, he went on, puffing a contemptuous ring of smoke from his pursed-up lips, that marriage among mankind was a very similar instinct. It's death to the individual, mental and moral death, but it ensures at least a due continuance of the species. The wise man doesn't marry, he knows too well for that. He stands by and looks on, but he leaves no descendants and his wisdom dies with him. Whereas the foolish burden themselves with a wife and family, and become thereby the perpetuators of their race in future. It's a wonderful dispensation. I admire it at a distance. But you said you'd marry yourself, Will objected, if you met the right person. And to tell you the truth, Florian, I fancied you'd been rather markedly attentive to Rue for the last few weeks or so. Florian stroked a smooth small chin with 5 meditative fingers. That's quite another matter, he answered, in a self-satisfied tone. Circumstances, it has been well remarked by an anonymous thinker, alter cases. If an oriental potentate in all his glory were to order me to flop down on my marrow bones before him and kiss his imperial foot as an act of pure homage, I should take my proud stand as a British subject, and promptly decline so degrading a ceremony. But if he offered me £1,000 down to comply with his wishes, I would give the polite request my most earnest consideration. If he made it 10,000, I would almost certainly accede, and if he went to 500,000, which is a fortune for life, well, no gentleman on earth could dream of disputing the question any further with him. Just so, I say, with marriage. If a lady desires me without due cause assigned to become her abject slave, and serve her alone for a lifetime, I will politely but firmly answer no, thank you. If she confers upon me incidentally a modest competence, I shall perpend for a moment and murmur, well, possibly. But if she renders me independent and comfortable for life, with a chance of surrounding myself with books, pictures, music, without a moment's hesitation I shall answer like a bird to her. Slavery, in short, though in itself disagreeable, may be mitigated or altogether outweighed by concomitant advantages. Florian, Will said earnestly, I don't know what you mean. You speak a foreign language to me. If I felt like that, I could never bring myself to marry any woman. If I married at all, I must do it for the sake of the girl I loved, and to make her happy. Florian gazed at him compassionately. Quixotic, he answered low, shaking his sculpturesque head once or twice with a face of solemn warning. Quixotic exceedingly, the pure lemming instinct, they will rush into it. It's the moth and the candle again, dazzle, buzz and flutter, and pom, pom, pom. In a second you're caught, and sizzled hot in the flame and reduced to ashes. That's how it'll be with you, my dear fellow. You'll go back to Merron, and by Jingo, tomorrow you'll go straight up the hill and ask the cowgirl to marry you. I think I will, the poet answered, taking up his candlestick with a sigh to leave the room. I think I will, Florian. I'll fight it out to the bitter end, sloppy slavey and all, on your threatened south side in those dingy lodgings, and he took himself off with a hurried nod to his bland companion. Florian rose and closed the door behind the poet softly. He had played his cards well, remarkably well, that evening. If he wanted to drive Will into proposing to Linnet, he had gone the right way to effect his object. And I, he thought to himself with a contented smile, will stand a fair chance with Rue without fear of a rival. When once he's gone off and got well married to his cowgirl, it'll be interesting to ask them to a nice little dinner from their Surrey side garret, at our snug small den in Park Lane or South Kensington. Park Lane's the most fashionable, but South Kensington's the pleasantest. In Cromwell Road did Florian Wood a stately pleasure dome decree, such a palace of art as it will be too. I can see it now in my mind's eye, Horatio. Botticelli's, Della Robbia's, Elsevier's, Stradivarius's, William Morris on the floor, Louis Day on the ceiling. It rises like an exhalation, all beautiful to behold. Such things might I do with Rue's 700,000. Chapter 21. It was with no little trepidation that Will mounted the Kuchelberg on the morning after his return to Merron from the Dolomites. Would Linnet be there, he wondered, or would he somehow miss her? He didn't know why, but a certain vague foreboding of possible evil possessed his soul. He was dimly conscious to himself of danger ahead. He couldn't feel reassured till he stood once more face to face with Linnet. When he arrived at the appointed place, however, by the station of the cross which represented the comforting of the daughters of Jerusalem, a cold shudder of alarm came over him suddenly. No Linnet there, not a sign of her to be seen, and hitherto she had always kept her tryst before him. He took out his watch and looked. A moment's respite. In his eagerness he had arrived 5 minutes early. but Linnet was usually, even so, 5 minutes ahead of him. He couldn't make it out. This was ominous, very. With heart standing still, he waited a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 3/4, and still no Linnet came, and still he watched eagerly. He paced up and down, looking again and again at his watch with impatience. Could she have mistaken the place? Yet he told her plain enough. On the bare chance of some error, he would try the other stations. He went to them all one by one, from the Crown of Thorns to the Calvary. The same luck still, no Linnet at any of them. Then he mounted the great boss of ice-worn rock with the bench on its top, that commands far and wide the whole expanse of the Kuchelberg. Gazing down on every side upon the long, low Hog's Back, he saw nobody all around save the women in the fields, watching their cows at pasture, and the men with the carts urging overtasked oxen to drag too heavy a load up the cobble-paved hill track. Thoroughly alarmed by this time and uncertain how to act, Will determined to take a very bold measure. He descended the hill once more, and passing under the archway of the old town gate and through the narrow streets and past the high-towered parish church, he made his way straight to Andreas Horsberger's inn in the street that is called Unter den Lorben. At the doorway, Franz Lindner, all on fire, was standing. Wrath smouldered in his face. His hat was cocked fiercely. His feather, turned Robbler-wise, looked angrier, more defiant, more aggressive than ever. But to Will's immense surprise, the village champion, instead of scowling challenge at him or receding under the arch, stepped forward with outstretched palm to meet him. He grasped Will's hand hard. His pressure struck some note of a common misfortune. "You've come to look for Linnet," he said, holding his head very haughtily. "She wasn't on the hill. She'd promised to meet you there. Well, we are both in the same box, it seems. He's done 2 of us at once. This is indeed a dirty trick Andreas Horsberger has played upon us." "What do you mean?" Will cried, aghast, clapping his hand to his head. "Where's Linnet? I want to see her." "You won't see her ever again as Lena tells her, that's sure," the Robbler answered aloud with an indignant gesture. His wrath against Andreas had wholly swallowed up all memory of his little quarrel on the hills with Will de Veril. It was common cause now, as Andreas had outwitted both of them. "You can't mean to tell me," Will cried, drawing back in horror. Franz took him up sharply. "Yes, I do mean to tell you just what I say," he answered, knitting his brows. "Andreas Horsberger has gone off with her, to St. Valentin, to marry her. It was a bolt from the blue, an unforeseen thunderstroke." Will raised his hat from his brow and held his hand on his stunned and astonished forehead. "To marry her," he repeated, half dazed at the bare thought. "Andreas Horsberger to marry her, to marry Linnet. Oh no, it can't be true. You never can mean it." Franz stared at him doggedly. "He gave me the slip on Wednesday morning," he answered with a resounding German oath. "He went off quite secretly. May the evil one requite him. He knew if he told me beforehand I'd have planted my good knife to the handle in his heart. So he said never a word, but went off unexpectedly, with Linnet and Philippina, leaving the rest of us here stranded, but cancelling all engagements for the next 3 evenings. The white-livered cur, he'll never dare to come back again. He knows if I meet him now, it'll be this in his black heart." And Franz tapped significantly the short hunting knife that stuck out from his leather belt in true Yedger fashion. "And you haven't followed him?" Will exclaimed, taken aback at the man's inaction. "You know all this, and you haven't gone after him to prevent the wedding? In an emergency like the present one, with Linnet's happiness at stake, he was only too ready to accept as an ally even the village bully." Franz shrugged his broad shoulders. "How could I?" he asked helplessly. "Have I money at command? Have I wealth like the Worth to pay my fare all the way from Meran to Genbark?" Will drew back with a deep sigh. He had never thought of that difficulty. It's so natural to us all to have money in our pockets, or at least at our command, for any great emergency, that we seldom realize how insuperable a barrier a bare 100 miles may often seem to men of other classes. It was as impossible for Franz Lindner to get from Meran to St. Valentin at a day's notice as for most of us to buy up the house of Rothschild. "Come with me," Will cried, starting up. "The man has cheated us vilely. Come with me to St. Valentin, Herr Franz, forget our differences, and before he has time to get through with the legal formalities, help me to prevent this nefarious wedding." "It's too late to prevent it now," Franz answered, shaking his head with a settled gloom on his countenance. "It's all over by this. She's his wife already. They were married on Friday." At those words Will felt his heart stand still within him. He gasped for breath. He steadied himself mechanically. Never till that moment had he known how much he loved the Tyrolese singer-girl, and now the blow had come. He couldn't even believe it. "Married?" he faltered out in a broken voice. "What, married already? Linnet married to that man? Oh, impossible, impossible." "But it's true all the same," Franz answered sturdily. "Philippina was there and she saw them married. She came back last night to collect their things and pack up for Italy. She's to meet them tomorrow by the midday train at a place called Verona." "But how did he do it in the time?" Will exclaimed, still incredulous and clinging still to the last straw with a drowning man's instinct. "Your Austrian law has so many formalities. Perhaps it's a story the man has made up on purpose to deceive us. He may have told Philippina and she may be in league with him." Franz shook his head with gloomy determination. "No, no," he said. "It won't do. Don't flatter your soul with that. There's no doubt at all in the world about it. He's as deep as a well and as false as a fox, and he'd laid all his plans very cunningly beforehand. He made the arrangements and swore to the civil act without consulting Linnet. He and the priest were in league, and the priest helped him out with it. At the very last moment Andreas carried her off, and before she could say nay he went straight through and married her." Will's brain reeled round. His mind seemed to fail him. The sense of his loss, his irreparable loss, deadened for the moment every other feeling. Linnet gone from him forever, Linnet married to somebody else, and that somebody else so cold, so calculating, so cruel a man as Andreas Horsberger. It was terrible to contemplate. He must have forced her to do it. The Englishman cried in his distress. But how could she ever consent? How could she ever submit? "I can't believe it. I can't even understand it." "He didn't exactly force her," Franz answered, tilting his hat still more angrily on one side of his head. "But he brought the Herr Vicar from St. Valentin to persuade her, and you know what priests are and you know what women. The Herr Vicar just turned on purgatory and all the rest of it to frighten the poor child, so Philippina says. She was crying all the time. She cried in the train, and she cried on the road, and she cried in the church, and she cried at the altar. She cried worst of all when Herr Andreas took her home to the Wirtshaus to supper, but I'll be even with him yet. And Franz tapped his knife once more. When I meet him again, 10,000 devils. This goes right up to the hilt in the base black heart of him. Can I see Philippina? Will gasped out white as death. Yes, certainly you can see her, the Robbler answered with a burst, leading him in through the dark archway to the sunless courtyard. Come this way into the parlour. She's upstairs just now, but I'll bring her down to speak to you. In a minute or two more, sure enough, Philippina appeared in her very best dress, looking bright and smiling. She was garrulous as usual and most gay and lively. Oh yes, they had been to St. Valentin, and no mistake. The Herr Vicar going with them, no scandal of any sort, and 'twas a very grand affair, never anything like it. Andreas Horsbadger had spared no expense or trouble, red wine at the supper and fiddlers for the dance, and all the world of the valley bidden to the feast on the night of the wedding. Linnet had cried a good deal, yes, she had cried how she had cried, but cried. Mein Gott, it was wonderful. But there, girls always will cry when they are going to be married, and you know Herr Will, archly, she was very, very fond of you. For herself, Philippina couldn't think what the child had to cry about, except, of course, what you call her feelings, but all she could say was, she'd be very glad herself to make such a match as Lena Telsa was making. Why would the Neddige Herr believe it? Herr Andreas was going to take her to a place called Mayland, away off in Italy, to train her for the stage, the operatic stage, and make in the end a real grand lady of her. Will sat down on a wooden chair by the rough little table, held his face in his hands, and listened all aghast to Philippina's artless outpourings. The Sennerin, unheeding his obvious distress, went on to describe in her most glowing terms the magnificence of the wedding and of the Worth's entertainment. St. Valentin hardly knew itself. Andreas had had a wedding dress, a beautiful wedding dress made beforehand as a surprise at Meran for Linnet, a white silk wedding dress from a Vienna clothes maker's on the promenade by the Stephanie Garten. It was cut to measure from an old bodice of Linnet's, which he abstracted all unknown from her box on purpose, and it fitted her like a glove, and she was ever so much admired in it, and all the young men thought Andreas the luckiest dog in the whole Tyrol, and cousin Fridolin had almost wanted to fight him for his bride, but Linnet intervened and wouldn't let them have it out for her. And on the morning after the marriage, Philippina concluded with wide open eyes, there wasn't a cradle at the door, though Linnet was a Sennerin, not one single cradle. Of course not, Franz Lindner cried, bridling up at the bare suggestion and frowning native wrath at her. But perhaps if you'd been there, Franz, Philippina put in saucily, and then broke off short like a discreet maiden. The robbler rose above himself in his generous indignation that anyone should dare even to hint such things about their peerless Linnet. He clenched his fist hard. If a man had said that my girl, he cried, fingering his knife involuntarily, though she's Andreas Horsbadger's wife, he'd have paid with his blood for it. Philippina for a moment stood silent and overawed. Then, recovering herself at once with a sudden little recollection, she thrust her hand into her bosom and drew out a small note which she passed to Will openly. "Oh, I forgot," she exclaimed. "I was to give you this, Herr Will. Linnet asked me to take it to you on the morning of her marriage." Will opened it and read. It was written in a shaky round hand like a servant's, and its German orthography was not wholly above criticism, but it went to Will's heart like a dagger for all that. "Dear Herr Will," it began simply, "I write to you tonight, the last night that I may, on the eve of my wedding, for tomorrow I may not. When Andreas asked me first, it seemed to me impossible. But the Herr Vicar told me it was sin to love a heretic. You did not mean to marry me, and if you did, you would drag my soul down to eternal perdition. And then the good mother and the dear father in purgatory. So between them they made me do it, and I dared not refuse. It is hard to refuse when one's priest commands one. Yet, dear Herr Will, I loved you, how I loved you, and I know it is sin, but may our dear Frau forgive me as long as I live. I shall always love you, though I never must see you again. Your heartbroken Linnet." Will folded it reverently and slipped it into the pocket just over his heart. "And tell her, Philippina," he said, "when you see her at Verona, I had come back today to ask her to marry me." Chapter 22. For the next 3 years Will heard and saw nothing more of Linnet. Not that he failed to make indirect inquiries as time went on from every likely source as to her passing whereabouts. Once Linnet was lost to him, he realized to himself how deeply he had loved her, how much he had admired her. But for her happiness' sake, he felt it would be wrong of him to write to her direct, or attempt in any way to put himself into personal communication with her. She was Andreas Horsbudger's wife now, and there he must leave her. He knew himself too well, he knew Linnet too well too, to cheat himself with false ideas of mere friendship in future. A woman with so passionate a nature as hers, married against her will to a man she could never love, and meeting once more the man whom she loved, the man who really loved her, must find such friendship a dangerous pitfall. So, for the very love's sake he bore her, he refrained from attempting to communicate with her directly, and all indirect inquiries failed to elicit anything more than the bare fact, already known to him, that Linnet was being musically educated for the stage, in Germany and Italy. 3 years, however, must be got through somehow, no matter how drearily, and during those next 3 years many things of many sorts happened to Will Deveril. To begin with, he was steadily growing in name and fame in the stage world of London as a composer and playwright. That was mainly Rue's doing, for Rue, having once taken her Englishman up, was by no means disposed to lay him down again easily. Not twice in her life, indeed, does even a pretty American with money at her back stand her solid chance of booming a poet, and Rue boomed Will steadily, after the manner of her countrymen. It didn't escape her quick womanly eye, indeed, that Linnet's sudden marriage and hasty flight to Italy had produced a deep effect on Will's spirits for the moment. But it was only for the moment, she hoped and believed, a mere passing whim, a poet's fancy. Impossible that a man who thought and wrote like Will Deveril, a bard of lofty aim and exquisite imaginings, one who on honeydew had fed and drunk the milk of paradise, should be permanently enslaved by a Tyrolese cowgirl. Surely in the end common sense and good taste and right feeling must prevail. He must come back at last, well, to a woman worthy of him. So very shortly after Will's return to London, Rue decided on a complete change in her plans for the winter, and made up her mind, instead of going on as she had intended to Rome and Naples, to take a house for the season in Mayfair or South Kensington. But Florian would hear of no such temporary expedients. She must have a home of her own in London, he said, in the world's metropolis, and he himself would choose it for her. So he found her a shelter in Hans Place, Chelsea, and fitted it up beforehand with becoming magnificence, just such a palace of art as he had dreamed of among the Dolomites, though, to be sure, his own chance of inhabiting it now seemed considerably lessened, since the failure of his scheme for putting off Will Deveril on his musical Cenerin. Still, Florian furnished it all the same, with a strictly business eye to his own tastes and fancies. In case of contingencies, there was a drawing-room for Rue, of course quite utterly Hellenic. There was a dining-room for society, not grim and gloomy after the common superstition of all British dining-rooms, but gay and bright and airy like Florian himself. For Florian held that the cult of the sacred dinner bell, though important enough in the wise man's scheme of life, should be a blithe and joyous, not a solemn and stolid one. There was a smoking-room, for which Rue herself had certainly no need, but which Florian insisted might be useful in the future, as events demanded. For you see, he said pointedly, we are not in Bombay. You may yet choose a new friend to light his cigars in it. All was decorated throughout in the most modern taste. Incandescent wires shed tempered beams through Venetian glass globes on Liberty brocades and Morris wall-papers. 'Twas a triumph of ornamental art on a very small scale, an Aladdin's palace in Hans Place, and Florian took good care that paragraphs should get into the society papers, both describing the house and attributing its glories to his own superintendence. However, he took good care too that due prominence should be given on every hand to Rue's own personal claims to social distinction. He was a first-rate wire puller. Little notes about the beauty, the wealth, the cleverness, and the fine taste of the pretty American widow cropped up spasmodically in Truth and the Pall Mall. Even the Spectator itself, that high and dry organ of intellectual life, deigned to recognize her existence. It was Florian's intention, in short, to float his new protégé. Now all the world admitted that Florian, if he chose, could float almost anybody, while Rue, for her part, was without doubt exceptionally easy of flotation. £700,000, to say the truth, would have buoyed up a far heavier social subject than the pretty and clever New Yorker. Americans are the fashion. For a woman, at least, the mere fact that she comes from beyond the millpond is in itself, just at present, a passport to the best society. But Rue had also money, and money in these days will admit anyone anywhere. Furthermore, she had good looks, taking manners, much culture, real cleverness. She was well informed and well read. Society itself, that collective critic, could find nothing to criticize or to carp at in her conversation. So, introduced by Florian on one side, and His Excellency the American Minister on the other, Rue made that spring a perfect triumphal progress through the London drawing-rooms. She was the fact of the season. She entertained in her own pretty rooms in Hans Place, where Florian exhibited his decorative skill with bland satisfaction to dowager marchionesses. "I edited it," was his pet phrase, while Will Deverell hung modestly in the background by the door, talking, as was his wont, to those neglected souls who seemed to him most in need of encouragement and companionship. Before 2 months were out, everybody was talking of Rue as our new acquisition. It was Mrs. Palmer this and Mrs. Palmer that. We understand Mrs. Palmer will not be present at the Duchess of Thingumabob's dance on Tuesday. Among the guests on the terrace, we noticed Lord So-and-so, Lady What's-her-name of Ware, and Mrs. Palmer of New York, whose pretty house in Hans Place is fast becoming a rallying point for all that is most interesting in London society. Old Miss Beard, indeed, when she arrived at the Langham Hotel early in May and found Rue in quiet possession of the very best houses, was positively scandalized. She declared with a little sneer it was perfectly disgraceful the way that woman had forced herself by pure brass on the English aristocracy, the widow of a dry goodsman, to give herself such airs. But there, Miss Beard had begun to despair before now of the future of Europe. The nobility and gentry of England had degringolated. For true blue blood, she was perfectly convinced. You could only look nowadays to the heirs of the Puritans, the Knickerbockers, and the Virginians. The very first use Rue made of her new-found friends and position in London was to push Will Deverell's claims with theatrical managers. Will had sent the manuscript score of his pretty little open-air operetta, Honeysuckle, to Wilden Blades of the Duke of Edinburgh's theatre, and before Mr. Blades had had time to consider the work submitted to him, backed up as it was by Florian Wood's powerful recommendation, Rue's new Victoria drew up one day at the door of the manager's house in St. John's Wood, and Rue herself, in her most becoming and bewitching costume, stepped out with her blameless footman's aid to interview him. The pretty little American looked prettier and more charming than ever that morning. A dainty blush rose readily to her peach-blossom cheeks. Her eyes were cast down. An unwonted tinge of flutter in voice and manner became her even better than her accustomed serenity. Mr. Blades bowed and smiled as he scanned her card. He was a bullet-headed man with shifty grey eyes, a dubious mouth, and a sledge-hammer manner. He knew her name well, Florian had already sung the American's praises to the astute manager. They sat down and talked. With many indirect little feminine twists and turns, Rue gradually got round to the real subject of her visit. She didn't approach it straight, of course. What woman ever does? By stray hints and roundabout roads she let Mr. Blades understand in dim outline she was to some extent interested, platonically interested, in the success of Will Deverill's Tyrolese operetta. Mr. Deveril, she explained, was merely a young poet of musical tastes whom she had met last year at an hotel in the Tyrol, a friend of their mutual friend's, Mr. Wood. The manager smiled wisely with that dubious mouth. Rue saw he drew his own inference, and drew it wrong. He thought it was Florian in whom her interest centred, not the unknown poet. Indeed, Florian himself had done his very best already to produce that impression. If you want to marry a rich woman, it's not a bad plan to let her friends and the world at large believe the matter's as good as settled already between you. So the manager smiled and looked intensely wise. "Anything I can do for any friend of our friend Florian's," he said politely, "I'm sure will give me the very greatest pleasure." Rue was not wholly unwilling he should make this mistake. She could ask the more easily the favour she had to beg on behalf of Will Deveril. With many further circumlocutions and many womanly wiles, she gradually let the bullet-headed manager see she was very anxious honeysuckle should be duly produced at an early date at the Duke of Edinburgh's. But Mr. Blades, for his part, like a man of the world that he was proof against all the smiles and blandishments of the pretty enchantress. A beautiful woman is thrown away, to say the truth, upon a theatrical manager. They are his stock in trade. He's accustomed to bargaining with them, bullying them, quarrelling with them. He regards them merely as a class of exceptionally exacting and irritating persons, who presume upon their good looks and their popularity with the public to excuse the infinite trouble and annoyance they give in their business relations. So Mr. Blades smiled again, this time a hard little mercantile smile, as of a man unimpressed, and answered briefly in his sledgehammer style, "Now let's be frank with one another at once, Mrs. Palmer. I run this theatre not for the sake of high art nor to oblige a lady, but on the vulgarest and commonest commercial grounds, just to make my living and get a fair percentage on the capital I invest in it. I judge by returns, not by literary merit or artistic value. If Mr. Deveril's little piece seems likely to pay, why, of course, I'll produce it. If it don't, why, I won't. That's the long and the short of it." Rue seized her cue at once with American quickness. "Just so," she replied, catching him up very sharp and going straight to the point. "That's exactly why I've come here. I want you to read this play very soon and to say as a candid business man what you think of it. Then I want you to tell me what you'll take money down to produce it at once, and to run it on your boards till you see whether it's likely to succeed or fail. If I give you a guarantee, secured against bonds, to reimburse you in full for any loss you may sustain, say by giving it the chance of a fortnight's production." It was a curious offer. The manager's shifty grey eyes ran her over with a sharp little stare of astonishment. Her directness amused him. "Well now," he said, "that's odd, but it's business-like for a woman." "You understand," Rue said, blushing crimson and letting her eyelids drop once more. "I make this suggestion in strict confidence. I don't want it talked about." "Certainly, certainly," Mr. Blades replied with a scrutinizing glance. "Not even to our friend Florian," and he eyed her quizzingly. Rue's face flushed deeper still. "Above all, not to him," she answered firmly. "But what do you say to my offer? Is it business or not? Does it seem to you possible?" The manager hesitated and drummed with his finger on the desk before him. "Well, to tell you the truth, my dear lady," he answered evasively, "I couldn't very well give you any opinion, good, bad, or indifferent, till I've read the manuscript and considered it carefully. You see, a play's not quite like a book or picture, a deal of capital's involved in its production, and besides, its success or its failure don't stand quite alone. They mean so much in the end to the theatre. It won't do for me to reckon only how many hundreds or thousands I may possibly lose on this or that particular venture if it turns out badly. There's the indirect loss as well to take into consideration. Every success in a house means success in future. Every failure in a house means gradual increase in the public coldness. It wouldn't pay me, you understand, if you were merely to offer me a big lump sum down to produce a piece with no chance of a run in it. I never produce anything for anybody on earth unless I believe myself there's really money in it. But I'll tell you what I'll do," and he brightened up most amiably. "I'll read it this very day, and then if I think it won't prejudice the Dukes to bring it out at once, why, I'll consider whether or not I can accept your offer." "Oh, thank you," Rue cried very gratefully indeed, for she was a simple soul in spite of her thousands. The manager drew himself up and looked stonily grave. He shook his bullet head. This charge was most painful. It hurt his feelings as a businessman that a pretty woman should even for one moment suppose he meant to make a concession to her. "You've nothing to thank me for," he answered truthfully, and indeed she hadn't, for his answer, after all, amounted merely to this, that if he thought the play likely to prove a success, he would generously permit the rich American to indemnify him beforehand against the off chance of a failure. In other words, if it turned out well, he stood to win all, while if it turned out ill, it was Rue who stood to lose whatever was lost upon it. Nevertheless, after a few more preliminary arrangements, Rue drove off, not ill-satisfied with her partial success, leaving behind her many injunctions of profoundest secrecy with the blandly smiling manager. As she disappeared down the road, Mr. Blades chuckled inwardly. Was he likely to tell anyone else in the world, indeed, that he had even entertained so unequal a bargain? He would keep to himself his own clever compact with the American heiress. But 2 days later, Rue's heart was made glad when she came down to breakfast by a letter from the manager, couched in politest terms, informing her that he had read Mr. Deverill's manuscript, that he thought on the whole there was possibly money in it, and that he would be pleased to talk over the question of its production on the basis of the arrangement she had herself proposed at their recent interview. Rue read it, overjoyed. In the innocence of her heart, she agreed to promise whatever the astute Mr. Blades demanded. Moreover, this being a strictly confidential matter, she couldn't even submit it to her lawyer for advice. She was obliged to act for once on her own initiative. She longed to rush off the very moment it was settled and tell Will the good news, but prudence and womanly reserve prevented her. However, she had her reward none the less next day, when Will hurried round immediately after breakfast to announce the splendid tidings which had come by that morning's post, that Blades had accepted Honeysuckle without any reserve and intended to put it in rehearsal forthwith at the Duke of Edinburgh's. His face beamed with delight. Rue smiled contentment. She was pleased he should burst in upon her first of all the world in London with news of his good fortune. That really looked as if he rather liked her. And then, how sweet it was to feel she had managed it all herself, and he didn't know it. It was such a delightful secret that, woman-like, she longed to tell it to him outright, only that of course to divulge it would be to spoil the whole point of it. So she merely smiled a tranquil smile to her own proud heart, and felt as happy as a queen about it. 'Tis delicious to do something for the man you love, and to know he doesn't even suspect you of doing it. Some day, perhaps, she would be able to tell him, but not till he'd made a great name for himself. Then she might say to him with pride at some tender moment, "Before the world found you out, Will, I knew what you were, and all unknown to yourself, it was I who stretched out the first helping hand to your fortunes." Chapter 23. While Will Deverill's operetta was still in rehearsal at the Duke of Edinburgh's, a little episode occurred at Rue's house in Hans Place, which was not without a certain weird influence of its own on the after-life of herself and her companions. Rue gave an at-home one night early in March, to which Florian and Will Deverill were invited. Will brought his sister with him, the sister who was married to an East End curate, and who had called upon Rue at her brother's bidding. "Well, what do you think of her tonight, Maud?" Will asked a little anxiously as they stood alone for a minute or two in the middle of the evening. Mrs. Sartoris curled her lip. "Oh, she's pretty enough," she answered, "pretty enough after her fashion. I could see that the first time, and she's got nice manners. She lights up well, too. Women of her age always do light up well. They look better by night, even in the searching glare of these electric lamps, than in full broad sunshine. But of course she hasn't got quite the tone of our set. You couldn't expect it. A faded air of drapery clings about her to the end. That's the way with these people. They may be ever so rich, they may be ever so fascinating, but a discriminating nose still scents trade in them somewhere." Will smiled a quiet smile of suppressed amusement. He didn't care to answer her. Rue's father, he knew, had been an Episcopal clergyman in New York, and she herself, though she married a dry goodsman, had been every bit as well brought up as Will and his sister. But 'tis a sisterly way to say these disparaging things about women whom one's brother might be suspected of marrying. Will didn't mean to marry Rue, it is true, but Maud thought he might, and that idea alone was more than enough to give a caustic tone to her critical comments. The feature of the evening, it seemed, was to be a peculiar seance of a new American phenomenon, who had come over to Europe with a wonderful reputation for thought-reading, hypnotism, and what he was pleased to style magnetic influences. Like most of her countrymen and countrywomen, Rue had a sneaking regard in the background of her soul for mesmerism, spiritualism, psychic force, electrobiology, and the occult and mysterious in human nature generally. She was one of those impressionable women, in short, who fall a ready prey to plausible impostors with voluble talk about ethereal vibrations, telepathic energy, the odic fluid, and the rest of such rubbish, unless strong-minded male friends intervene to prevent them. The medium on this occasion, it appeared, was one Joaquin Holmes, otherwise known as the Colorado Seer, who professed to read the inmost thoughts of man or woman by direct brainwaves, without contact of any sort. The guests that night had been specially invited to meet Mr. Holmes on this his first appearance at a séance in London. So about 10 o'clock all the world trooped down to the dining-room, which Florian had cunningly arranged as a temporary lecture hall, with seats in long rows, and an elevated platform at one end for the medium. "What an odd-looking man!" Mrs. Sartoris exclaimed as the Colorado Seer in full evening dress bowed a graceful bow from his place on the platform. "He's handsome, though, isn't he? Such wonderful eyes, just look, and such a Spanish complexion, a hidalgo every inch." Florian assented gravely, nodding his head and looking at him as he would have looked at a Velázquez. "That olive-brown skin points back straight to Andalusia. It doesn't want his name to tell one at a glance that if his father was an American of English descent, His mother's folk must have emigrated from Cordova or Granada. I see a Moslem tinge in cheek and eye. Those dusky thin fingers are the Moor all over. For Moor, read Blackamoor, Colonel Quackenboss, the military attaché to the American legation, murmured half under his breath to his next-door neighbour, and they were each of them right, in his own way and fashion. The Colorado seer was a very handsome man, somewhat swarthier than is usual with pure-blooded Europeans. His eyes were large and dark and brilliant. His abundant black hair fell loose over his brow with a graceful southern curl. A heavy moustache fringed his upper lip. He looked to the unsophisticated European eye like a pleasing cross between Buffalo Bill and a Castilian poet. But his Christian name of Joaquin and his southern skin had descended to him, not from Andalusian hidalgos, but from a mother who was partly Spanish and partly negress, with a delicate undercurrent of Red Indian ancestry. As he stood there on the platform, however, in his becoming evening dress, and flooded them with the light of his lustrous dark eyes, 'twas a trick of the trade he had learned in Colorado. Every woman in the room felt instinctively to herself he was a superb creature, while every man admitted with a grudging smile that the fellow had at least the outward air of a gentleman. The seer, stepping forward with a genial smile, entertained them at first with some common little tricks of so-called thought-reading, familiar enough to all those who have ever attempted to watch the ways of that simple exhibition. He found pins concealed in ladies' skirts, and guessed the numbers of banknotes in financiers' pockets. Florian's mouth curled incredulity. Why, these were just the same futile old games as ever, the well-known and innocent little conjuring dodges of the Bishops and the Stuart Cumberlands. But after a while, Mr. Joaquin Holmes, waking up all at once, proceeded to try something newer and more original. A pack of cards was produced. To avoid all suspicion of collusion or trickery, 'twas a brand-new pack. Observe, there's no deception. Bought by Rue herself that afternoon in Bond Street. With much air of serious mystery, the Colorado seer pulled off the stamped cover before their very eyes, gave the cards themselves to Wilter shuffle, and then proceeded to offer them to every member of the company one by one in order. Each drew a card, looked at it, and replaced it in the pack. Instantly, the seer, in a very loud voice, without one moment's hesitation, announced it correctly as 10 of spades, ace of clubs, 5 of hearts, or queen of diamonds. It was an excellent trick, and the performer could do it equally well with open eyes or blindfolded. He could offer the cards behind his back, after the pack had been shuffled and handed him unseen. He could even succeed in the dark, he said, if the lights were lowered, and each person in the company took his own card out to inspect it in the passage. That looks like genuine thought-reading, Will was compelled to admit, thinking it over in his own mind. But perhaps he forces his cards. One knows conjurers can do such wonderful things in the way of forcing. Instantly the seer turned upon him with an air of injured innocence. "If you think there's any conjuring about this performance," he exclaimed with much dignity, drawing himself up to his full height of 6 feet 2, "you can offer them yourself, and allow each lady and gentleman in the room to pick as they choose for themselves among them. I'll take each card blindfold as fast as they pick, hold it up behind my back with my hands tied without seeing it myself, and read off for you what it is by direct thought transference." Will accepted the test, a fairly severe one, and sure enough the seer was right. Carefully blindfolded with one of those moulded wraps invented for the purpose which prevent all possibility of looking down through the chinks, he yet took each card behind his back in one hand, held it up before their eyes without moving his head, and gave out its name distinctly and instantly. The audience was impressed. There was a touch of magic in it, but the seer smiled blandly. "Oh, that's nothing," he murmured aloud with a deprecating little laugh, "a mere matter of choosing between 52 alternatives, which, after all, is easy." With Mrs. Palmer's consent, and he turned in a gracefully deferential attitude to Rue, "I can show you something a great deal more remarkable. Here are pencils and papers. Each lady or gentleman will please take a sheet as I hand them round. Write anything you like in English, French, German, or Spanish on the piece of paper. Then fold it up so, and put it into one of these envelopes gummed down and fastened. After that, as this experiment requires very great concentration of thought," he knitted his brows and assumed an expression of the intensest internal effort. "With Mrs. Palmer's kind leave, we will turn out the electric light, which confuses and distracts one by revealing to the eye so many surrounding visible objects. And then, without breaking the envelopes in which you have enclosed the pieces of paper, I will read out to you in the dark what each of you has written." He spoke deliberately with slow Western American distinctness, though with a pleasing accent. That accent, superimposed on his native Negro dialect, had cost him no small effort. The guests, half incredulous, took the sheets of paper he distributed to them one by one, and wrote down a sentence or two, according to taste, after a little interval of whispered consultation. Then, by the seer's direction, they folded the slips in two and placed them in their envelopes, each bearing outside the name of the person who wrote it. Florian collected the papers, all carefully gummed down, and handed them to the seer, who stood ready to receive them at his place on the platform. Without one moment's delay, the lights were turned out. It was the instantaneousness, indeed, and the utter absence of the usual hocus-pocus that distinguished Mr. Joaquin Holmes's unique performance from the ordinary style of spiritualist conjuring. In a second, the seer's voice rang out clear from his place. "First envelope, Mrs. Palmer, containing inscription in French, very prettily written, La vie est brève, un peu d'amour, un peu de rêve et puis bonjour. La vie est vaine, un peu d'espoir, un peu de haine, et puis bonsoir." Extremely graceful verses. I don't know the author, however, no matter. Second envelope, Colonel Marchmont, containing inscription in English. The General immediately ordered an advance, and the gallant 21st, regardless of danger, charged for the battery in magnificent style, sabring the enemy's gunners in a wild outburst of military enthusiasm. Very characteristic, a most soldierly choice, and boldly written. Third envelope, Mrs. Sartoris. Stop, please, the lady's thoughts are wandering. Kindly fix your attention for a moment, madam, on the words you have given me. Ah, so that's better. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd wins slowly o'er the lea, the ploughman homeward wends, it should have been plods, but wends is what you thought. The ploughman homeward wends his weary way and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Very appropriate, it's dark enough here, and I am the only speaker. Bend your minds to what you have written, please, or I may have to hesitate. Each think of your own. Fourth envelope, Mr. Florian Wood, containing inscription. We struggle fain to enlarge our bounded physical recipiency, increase our power, supply fresh oil to life, repair the waste of age and sickness. No, it skills not. Life's inadequate to joy as the soul sees joy tempting life to take. An exceedingly appropriate quotation. I forget where it comes from. Try to concentrate your mind, Mr. Wood. Ah, now I know, from Browning's Cleon. Florian's mellifluous voice broke the silence in the auditory. "This is wonderful," he said in his impressive tone, "most wonderful, miraculous. I never heard anything in my life to equal it." The seer, noting his advantage, didn't pause for a moment to answer the interruption, but smiling a self-satisfied though invisible smile, which could be heard in his voice in spite of the dense darkness, went on still more rapidly. "Fifth envelope, Lady Martindale, a familiar quotation. A thing of beauty is a joy forever." Somewhat hackneyed that, but easy enough to read on her brain for that very reason. "Sixth envelope, Sir Henry Martindale. I regret to say, a confirmed skeptic. Sir Henry didn't believe I could read his thoughts, so he wrote down these rude words. The performance is a sham and the man's a humbug. But the performance is not a sham and the man's a thought reader." Sir Henry also wrote 3 words below in the Russian character, which he learnt in the Crimea. Now I don't know Russian, and I can't pretend to read thoughts in languages I don't understand, any more than I could pretend to repeat a conversation I happened to overhear on top of an omnibus in Japanese or Hottentot. But I can tell Sir Henry what he thought in English as he wrote those words. He thought to himself, "That's a puzzler for him, that is. I'll bet 5 quid that'll beat the fellow." The audience laughed at this unexpected sally. Sir Henry felt uncomfortable, but the seer, unabashed, went on as before without an instant's pause to the succeeding envelopes. He ran through them all in the same rapid manner till he reached the last, "Miss Violet Farrar. Kindly concentrate your thoughts on the subject, Señorita. Miss Farrar wrote a couple of lines from Swinburne. 'Thou hast forgotten, O summer swallow, but the world shall end when I forget.' That's the last I received." He drew a deep sigh. Then, without one instant interposed, "Turn up the lights, please," he said. "To show all's fair, I'll return you your envelopes." Will turn the light on again in a turmoil of surprise. He had never before seen anything that looked so like a genuine miracle. There stood the seer, erect and smiling, with all the envelopes in a huddled heap on the little round table on the platform beside him. With a quiet air of triumph, he stepped down to the floor, and reading out the names as he walked along the rows, replaced in each outstretched hand its own envelope unopened. The visitors tore the covers off before his eyes and found inside their own manuscript, exactly as they had written it. It was a most convincing trick, and the Colorado seer had good cause to be proud of the astounded way in which his company received it. A buzz of voices ran humming round the room for some minutes together. As the seer concluded, everybody hazarded some conjecture of his own, more or less inept, as to how the man did it. The younger ladies were mostly of opinion that he must have a confederate, though how a confederate could help him with this particular trick, they didn't deign to explain, not having, indeed, any clear picture of their own in their sapient heads as to the nature of the confederacy. They merely threw out the hint in the self-same expansive and generous spirit in which they are wont to opine that it's done by electricity, or that the thing has springs in it. Mr. Arthur Sartoris, the East End curate, and 2 old maids with amiable profiles in a back row, were inclined to set it down to cerebral undulations in the ethereal medium, which, of course, would be competent to explain almost anything if they only existed. Lady Martindale leaned rather towards the extremer view that the man had dealings with a familiar spirit, and objected to take any further part in such doubtful proceedings. Sir Henry, while not venturing to offer any direct explanation, was yet reminded at once of some very remarkable and surprising feats he had seen performed by a fakir in India, who had told him the name of his future wife. made a mango tree grow and bear fruit before his eyes, and sent a boy to climb up a loose end of twine till he disappeared in space, whence he was precipitated in fragments a few minutes later, to get up and walk away one moment afterwards at the first touch of the fakir's wand, as cool and unconcerned as if nothing had happened. Everybody had a theory which satisfied himself, and every theory alike seemed pure bosh to Will Deveril. To everybody's surprise, however, Florian's melodious voice after that one interruption took no further part in the brisk discussion. The world rather expected that Florian would intervene with some abstruse hypothesis of telepathic action, or enlarge on the occult influence of soul upon soul, without the need for any gross and palpable link of material connection. But Florian held his peace. He had an idea of his own, and he wasn't going to impart it for nothing to anybody. Only once did he speak. The man has eyes in the back of his head. A lady had cried after one trick in profound astonishment. Say rather, the man has eyes in the tips of his fingers, Florian corrected gravely. For he was no fool, Florian. The seer heard him and darted a strange glance at his face. This man Wood was too clever. The seer must square him. The evening wore away and conjecture died down. The seer mixed with the throng in his private capacity, told good stories to the men with a strong Western flavour, said pretty things to the women with Parisian grace, and flashed his expressive eyes into theirs to point them. Everybody allowed he was a most agreeable man, and everybody thought his performance simply marvellous. Florian waited on the doorstep as the seer was leaving. "I'll walk home with you," he said, with an air of quiet determination. The seer stared at him hard. "As you like," he answered coldly, but it was clear from his tone he distrusted Florian. They walked round the corner for some yards in silence. Then Florian spoke first. "There was only one thing I didn't quite understand," he began with a confidential air, "and that was how the dickens you managed to get those gummed envelopes open." The seer stood still for a second and fronted him. They were in a lonely street. "Now you look here, Mr. Florian Wood," the American said quietly, dropping back all at once into his native dialect and his native accent. "You lay low this evening. You thought you spotted it. I saw you lay low, and I knew pretty well you meant to come round and have it out some time with me." "Well, sir, what do you mean by insinuating to a gentleman like me that I broke those there envelopes? That's an imputation on my honesty and honour, and out west, you know, we answer questions like that only one way, with a 6-shooter. He spoke with the menacing air of an angry bully, but Florian wasn't exactly the sort of man to be bullied. Small as he was, he did not lack for courage. If Mr. Joaquin Holmes was tall and big-built, why, Florian was backed up by all the strength of the police of London. The Englishman smiled. "Yes, you do out west, I know," he answered calmly. "But in London that style's very much out of fashion. We keep a police force on purpose to prevent it. Now don't let's be two fools. I lay low, as you say. If you want me to go on lying low in future, you'll answer me sensibly like a man of the world and trust my honour. If you want me to expose you, you'll tell lies and bluster. You've had £20 down from my friend Mrs. Palmer for this evening's entertainment. That's first-rate pay. You can't earn it again if your system's blown upon." The Coloradan darted a furtive side glance at Florian. This sleek-faced, innocent-looking, high-flown little Englishman was more dangerous, after all, than the Westerner imagined. But he blustered still for a while about his honour and his honesty. He was ashamed to throw up the sponge so easily. Florian listened, unmoved. All this talk fell flat upon him. At last, when the seer had exhausted his whole stock of available indignation, Florian interposed once more, bland and suave as ever. "It's a very good trick," the small man said, smiling, "and I don't know how you managed that part about the envelopes. Besides, I never met such delicacy of touch in my life before in a sighted person." At that word Joaquin Holmes gave a perceptible start. He saw its implications. It is the term which the blind in asylums or the like invariably apply to the outside world with normal vision. Florian noticed the little start, all involuntary as it was, and the seer in turn observed that he noticed it. No man can play the thought-reading or spiritualist game unless endowed with exceptional quickness of perception. "How did you know I'd ever been blind?" he asked quickly, taken aback for a moment and making just that once an unguarded admission. "I didn't know it," Florian answered with equal frankness. "I didn't even guess it, but I saw at once you'd at least been bred and brought up among the blind. My own grandfather was blind, you see, and my uncle as well, and I've inherited from them myself some germs of the same faculty, but you've got it stronger than anyone I ever saw in my life till now. Besides, I want to know how you managed those envelopes. I hate being baffled. When I see a good trick, I like to understand it. Remember, I have influence in the press and in society. I can serve your purpose, but I make it the price of my lying low in future that you tell me the way you managed about the envelopes." The seer seized his arm. "You're a derned smart chap," he said, with genuine admiration. "Nobody, even in America, ever guessed that trick, and we are smarter out there, I reckon, than the run of the old country. Come along to my rooms and we'll talk this thing over." "No, thank you," Florian answered with a quiet little smile. "My friends wouldn't know where I'd gone tonight. Your hint about 6-shooters is quite too pregnant. But if you care to come home to my humble chambers in Grosvenor Gardens and make terms of surrender, we can see this thing out over a whiskey and soda." Chapter 24. They walked on side by side to the house in Grosvenor Gardens. Florian let himself in with a latchkey and rang the bell for his servant. While he waited, he wrote a name on the back of a card carelessly. "Look here, Barnes," the butterfly of society said as his eminently respectable man-of-all-work entered. "This is Mr. Joaquin Holmes," and he handed him the card. "You can read the name there. He comes from America. I particularly desire you to remark Mr. Joaquin Holmes's appearance and features. You may be called upon to identify him." Then he turned with his bland smile to the discomfited seer, and observed in that unfailingly honeyed voice of his, "You must excuse me, Mr. Holmes, but as a gentleman from out west addicted to the frequent use of the 6-shooter, I'm sure you'll appreciate the delicacy of my motives for this little precaution. You can go now, Barnes, a mere matter of form, so that, in case your evidence should be needed in court, you'll be able to swear to Mr. Holmes's identity and give evidence that he was here in my company this evening." Barnes glanced at the card and retired to the door discreetly. The seer flung himself down in an easy-chair with true Western sang-froid. He knew he was detected, but he wasn't going to give up the game so soon, without seeing how much Florian really understood of his secret and his methods. Meanwhile, Florian produced a couple of pretty little old-fashioned stoneware jugs and some Venetian glasses from a dainty corner cupboard. A siphon stood on a Moorish tray at his side by the carved Bombay blackwood fireplace. "Caledonian or Hibernian?" Florian asked, turning to his visitor with his most charming smile. "I mean Scotch or Irish." "Thanks, Scotch," the Coloradan answered, relaxing his muscles a little. As he began to enter into the spirit of his entertainer's humour, Florian poured it out gracefully and touched the knob of the siphon. Then he handed it, foaming, still bland as ever, to the hesitating American. "Now let's be frank with one another, Mr. Holmes," he said with cheerful promptitude. "I don't want to hurt you. You're a very smart man and I admire your smartness. I lay low tonight, as you justly observed, and I'm game to lie low, if you'll take my terms in future. I'm not going to blow upon you, and I'm not going to stand in the way of your success in life, but I just want to know, how did you manage those envelopes? If you think it's a trick, why, the envelopes would be a long chalk the easiest part of it," the seer responded with a dry little cough. "The real difficulty, of course, would be to read in the dark what folks had written, and that's the part I claim that I do myself by pure force of thought, in short, by psychic transference." He stared hard at his host. Their eyes met searchingly. It was seldom that Florian did a vulgar or ungraceful thing, but as Mr. Joaquin Holmes uttered those high-sounding words and looked him straight in the face with great solemnity, Florian gravely winked at him. Then he raised that priceless Venetian glass goblet to his curling lips, took a long pull at the whisky without speaking a word, and went over to a desk by the big front window. From it he took out a pack of cards and returned with them in his hand. "Shuffle them," he said briefly to the uneasy seer in his own very tone, and the American shuffled them. Florian picked one out at random and held it before him face down for some seconds in silence. "Now I can't do this trick like you," he said in a very businesslike voice, "but I can do it a little. Only I'm obliged to feel the card all over with my fingers like this, and I'm often not right as to the names of the suits, though I can generally make a good shot at the pips and numbers. This is a 3 that I've drawn, I think the 3 of spades, but it may be clubs, I don't feel quite certain." He turned it up. Sure enough, it was a 3, but of clubs, not spades. "I'll try another," he said unabashed, and he drew one and felt it. "This is a 9 of diamonds," he continued more confidently after a moment's pause. The American took it from him without turning up its face, drew his forefinger almost imperceptibly over the unexposed side, and answered without hesitation, "Yes, you're right, that's it, the 9 of diamonds." Florian pulled out a third and felt it again carefully with the tips of his fingers. "It's a picture card this time," he went on. "King, queen, or knave of hearts, I'm not sure which. I'm no good at picture cards, they are all a blur to me. I can tell them only by the single pips in the corners." The seer took it from him, hardly touching it perceptibly. "That's not a heart," he answered in a sharp voice without a second's hesitation. "That's the Jack of spades. You're right as to the general shape, but you've neglected the handle." He turned it up as he spoke. The knave of spades indeed it was. Florian corrected him solemnly. "In good English society," he murmured, still polite and still inscrutable, "we say knave, not jack. Remember that in future. To call it a jack's an odious vulgarism. I merely mention this fact because I notice how cleverly you've managed to acquire the exact little tricks of accent and manner, which are sure to take with an English audience. I should be sorry to think a man of your brains and a man of your moral character, positive or negative, should be thought the less of in this town of London for so very unimportant a matter of detail." "Thank you," the seer responded quietly with another searching look. "I believe, Mr. Florian Wood, we too understand each other, but mind you," and he looked very wise and cunning, "I didn't pass my finger over the cards at Mrs. Palmer's." "So I saw," Florian replied, with unabated good humour. "But I looked at them close, and I noticed they were squeezers. What's more, I observed you took them always by the left-hand corner, which was the right hand upside down whenever they were passed to you. That gave me the clue. I saw you could read with one touch of your finger the number and suit marked small in the corner. I recognized how you did it, though I couldn't come near it myself. Your sense of touch must be something simply exquisite. The American's mouth curled gently at the corners. Those words restored his confidence. He took up a casual book from the table at his side. 'Twas the first edition of Andrew Lang's Ballads in Blue China, for Florian, as a man of taste, adored first editions. "Look here," the seer said carelessly. He turned it face downwards and opened it at random. Then, passing one finger almost imperceptibly over the face of a page, he began to read, as fast as the human voice can go, the very first verses he chanced to light upon. Ballad of primitive man. He lived in a cave by the seas. He lived upon oysters and foes, but his list of forbidden degrees an extensive morality shows. Geological evidence goes to prove he had never a pan, but he shaved with a shell when he chose. 'Twas the manner of primitive man. He read it like print. Florian leaned back in his chair, clasped his dainty hands on his small breast before him, and stared at the seer in unaffected astonishment. "I knew you did it that way," he said after a pause, nodding his head once or twice. "I felt sure that was the trick of it. But now I see you do it, why, it's more wonderful almost than if it were nothing more than a mere ordinary miracle. Miracles are cheap, but sleight of hand like this, well, it's priceless, priceless. Now you're a man of honour," the seer said, leaning forward anxiously. "You've found me out, fair and square, and I don't deny it, but you're not going to round on me and spoil my business, are you? It's taken me years and years to work up this sense by constant practice, and if I thought you were going to cut in right now and peach upon me, why, hanged if I don't think, witness or no witness, I'd settle this thing still, straight off with a 6-shooter. Yes, sir. I'd settle it straight off, I would, and let 'em scrag me if they would for it." Florian stirred the fire languidly with a contemplative poker. A poker's a very good weapon to fall back upon, one knows, in case of necessity. "That'd be a pity," he drawled out calmly in an unconcerned voice. "I wouldn't like you to make such a nasty mess on my Damascus carpet. This is a real old Damascus, observe, and I paid 50 guineas for it. It's a nice one, isn't it? Good colour, good pattern. Besides, as you say, I'm a man of honour, and I've a fellow feeling, too, being clever myself, for all other clever fellows. I've promised you not to peach if only you'll tell me how you managed those envelopes. That's a mere bit of ordinary everyday conjuring. It's nothing to the skill and practice required to read as you do with the tips of your fingers." The seer drew a long breath and passed his dark hand wearily across his high brown forehead. "That's so," he answered with a sigh. "You may well say that." Then he dropped spontaneously into his own Western manner. "See here, stranger," he said, eyeing Florian hard and laying one heavy hand on his entertainer's arm. "It's bred in the bone with me to some extent, but all the same it's cost me 15 years of practice to develop it. I come of a blind family, I do. Father was blind and mother as well, made them match up at the Indiana State Asylum. Grandfather was blind in mother's family and 2 aunts in father's. I was born sighted, but at 5-year-old I was taken with the cataract. They weren't any great shakes at the cataract in Colorado where I was raised. I was 15-year-old before they tried to couch it. So I learned to read first with embossed print on grandfather's old blind Boston Bible. I learned to read first rate. That was as easy as A, B, C, for the tips of my fingers were always sensitive. I learnt to make mats a bit too, and to weave in colours. Weaving in colours develops the sensitiveness of the nerves in the hand. You get to distinguish the different strands by the feel, and to know whereabouts you're up to in the pattern. And at 15 you recovered your sight," Florian murmured reflectively, still grasping the poker. "Yes, sir, At 15 they took me to New York and got my eyes couched there. As soon as ever I could see, I began to learn more things still with the tips of my fingers. My eyes sort of helped me to interpret what I felt with them. Pretty soon I saw there was money in this thing. People in Colorado didn't care to play poker with me. They found out I'd a wonderful notion what was printed on a card by just drawing my finger like this over the face of it. I see you're a straight man and haven't got many prejudices, so I don't mind telling you now my first idea was to go in for handling the cards as a profession. However, I soon caught on that that wasn't a good game. People in our section observed how I worked it, and it was apt to lead in the end to bowies and other unpleasantness. Several unpleasantnesses occurred, in fact, in Denver City before I retired from that branch of the business, so then I began to reflect this thought-reading trick would come in more handy. One might do a bit at the cards now and again for a change, but if one tried it too often, it might land one at last in free quarters at the public expense, and the thought-reading's safer and more gentlemanly anyway. So I worked at learning to read as time afforded, till I could read a printed book as easy with my fingers as I could read it with my eyes. It took me 10 years, I guess, to bring that trick to perfection. You made us write with a pencil, I noticed, Florian interposed with a knowing smile. That's easier to read, of course, for a pencil digs in so. The seer regarded him with no small admiration. You're a smart man and no mistake, sir, he answered emphatically. That's just how I do it. I read it from the back where it's raised into furrows in relief as it were by the digging in. I read it backwards. I gave him each a pad with the paper. You may have noticed that pad supplies just the right amount of resistance. I had to stop once or twice tonight where I couldn't read a sentence and fill in the space meanwhile with a little bit of patter about concentrating their thoughts upon it and that sort of nonsense. Mrs. Sartoris's hand was precious hard to decipher, and there was one young lady who pressed so light she almost licked me. And the envelopes? Florian asked once more. The seer smiled disdainfully. Why, that's nothing, he answered with a contemptuous curl of the lip. Any fool could do that, it's as easy as lying. The lower side flap of the envelopes is hardly fastened at all with just a pin's head of gum. He drew one from his pocket. See here, he said. It's got a bit left dry to wet and fasten afterwards. I draw out the paper so and read it with my finger. Then I push it back, gum down again and pull out the next one. It's the rapidity that tells, and it's that takes so many years of practice. But Browning's Cleon, Florian exclaimed, and Sir Henry Martindale's having learnt the Russian character in the Crimea. He told me it was there he picked it up himself. How on earth did you get at those now? The seer stretched out his legs with a self-satisfied smirk and took a pull at his whisky. See here, my dear sir, he said, stroking his smooth chin placidly. A man don't succeed in these walks of life unless he's got some news in him to start with. He's bound to observe and remember and infer a good deal. He's bound to have an eye for character and be a reader of faces. Now, it happens you wrote those self-same lines in Mrs. Palmer's album, and I chanced to read them there while I waited for her in the drawing-room this very morning. A man's got to be smart, you bet, and look out for coincidences, if he's going to do much in occult science to astonish the public. Well, I've noticed everyone has certain pet quotations of his own, which he uses frequently, and you'd be surprised to find how often the same quotation turns up, time after time, in these psychical experiments. The curfew tolls the knell or not a drum was heard are pretty sure to be given 6 times out of 7 that one holds a seance. But yours was a new one, so I learnt it by heart and observed you set it down to Browning's Cleon. As for the Russian character, well, where was an English officer likely to learn it except in the Crimea? That was risky, of course. I might have been mistaken. But one bad shot don't count against you, while a good one carries conviction straight off to the mind of your subject. Florian paused and considered. Before the end of the evening, indeed, he had learnt a good many things about the trade of profit, and Mr. Joaquin Holmes had taken, incidentally, every drop as much whisky as was good for his constitution. When at last he rose to go, he clasped Florian's delicate hand hard. "You're a straight man, I believe, stranger," he said significantly, "and I'm sure you're a smart one. But mind this from me, Mr. Florian Wood, if ever you round on me, Colorado or London, the 6-shooter'll settle it." Florian smiled and pressed his hand. "I don't care that for your 6-shooter," he answered calmly with a resonant snap of his tiny left forefinger. "But I don't want to spoil a man's prospects in life when he's taken 15 years to make a consummate rogue of himself. You're perfect in your way, Mr. Holmes, and I adore perfection. If ever I breathe a single word of this to my dearest friend, well, I give you free leave to whip out that 6-shooter you're so fond of bragging about." Chapter 25. Among the minor successes of that London season, all the world reckoned the Colorado Seer's psychophysical entertainment at the Assyrian Hall in Bond Street, and Will Deverell's dainty operetta, Honeysuckle, at the Duke of Edinburgh's Theatre in Long Acre. The Seer, indeed, had been well advertised beforehand by the Morning Post and other London dailies, which gave puffs preliminary of his marvellous performance, as privately exhibited to a select audience at Mrs. Palmer's charming and hospitable residence in Hans Place, Chelsea. A well-known society writer, with a lingering love of the occult and the supernatural, saw in Mr. Joaquin Holmes's abstruse gifts a genuine case of second sight, and a curious modern parallel to the most famous feats of the Delphic oracle and the Indian yogis. The Spectator suggested in a learned article that Mahatmas were about. The Daily News averred that nothing like Mr. Holmes's extraordinary powers had been seen on earth since the Egyptian magicians in Piersley counterfeited the miracles of Moses and Aaron before the throne of Pharaoh. Every one of the accounts particularly insisted on the presence at the first trial of Mr. Florian Wood, the distinguished musical and dramatic critic, whose inmost thoughts the Seer had read offhand like an open book, and whose quotations from little-known and unpopular sources he had instantly assigned to their proper origin. But when Florian himself was questioned on the subject, he shook his head with an air of esoteric knowledge, put 2 soft white fingers to his delicate lips, and smiled mysteriously. To say the truth, Florian loved a mystery. It flattered his sense of personal importance. Nay, he would almost have joined Mr. Joaquin Holmes as a confederate in his little tricks for pure love of mystification, were it not for a wholesome and restraining dread that others might find them out as he himself had done. So the Seer, thus well and cheaply advertised by anticipation, made a hit for the moment, as dozens of such quacks have done before and since, from Home and Bishop to the little Georgia Magnet. As for Will Deverell's play, the first night was crowded. All London was there, in the sense that the Savage, the Garrick, and the Savile give to all London. Rue had taken tickets for stalls with reckless extravagance, and bestowed them right and left, as if on the author's behalf, to every influential soul among her fine acquaintance. Florian whipped up a fair number of first-nighters of the literary clique, and not a few great ladies from Belgravia drawing-rooms. The audience was distinctly and decidedly favourable, but not all the packed houses that ever were can save a bad play, if bad it is, from condign damnation. The incorruptible pit and the free and independent electors of the gallery are no respecters of persons in their critical capacity. Fortunately, however, as it happened, Will's play was a good one. It didn't take the audience by storm at the first hearing, but it pleased and satisfied them. One or two of the melodies had a catchy ring, one or two of the scenes were both brilliant and pathetic. The house encored all the principal tunes, and when the curtain fell on Virtue Triumphant, in the person of honeysuckle vociferous cries arose on every side for author. Will sat in a stage box throughout the whole performance with Florian Rue, his sister, Mrs. Sartoris, and her husband, the amiable East End curate. It was a 3-act piece. As far as the end of the second act, Maud Sartoris was delighted. It was a distinct success, and Rue was very well pleased. Maud thought that was good. After all, whether she smelt of drapery or not, it's well for one's brother to produce a favourable impression on a woman with a fortune of 700,000. But the third act, she felt sure, was distinctly inferior to the 2 that preceded it. She said as much to Rue, while Will, trembling with excitement from head to foot, slipped off to make his expected bow before the curtain. At those words of hers, Rue turned pale. She had thought so all through, though she would hardly acknowledge it even to herself, and she feared in her own heart she knew the reason. Could Will have written the first 2 acts during those happy days when his head was stuffed full of linnet at Meran, and gone on with the third in a London lodging after he learned of her marriage to Andreas Horsberger? Rue more than half suspected that obvious explanation for honeysuckle was Linnet, and the thought disquieted her. "You're quite right," Florian interposed with his airy eloquence. "The first 2 acts are good, distinctly good. Will wrote them in the Tyrol. The third's a poor thing, mere fluff and feather. Oh, what a falling off was there! It was written in London. But who can sing aright of Arcady in the mud of Mayfair? Who can sing of Zion by the willows of Babylon? Will drew his first inspiration from the sparkling air of Meran. It faded like a mist with the mists of the Channel." "The audience doesn't seem to think so," Rue put in, somewhat anxiously, as a hearty round of applause greeted Will by the footlights. "They feel it's all right. They are evidently satisfied on the whole with the nature of the denouement." "If you look at the papers tomorrow morning," Florian answered carelessly, "you'll find every candid critic disagrees with the audience and agrees with Mrs. Sartoris. But what matter for that? It's a very good play with some very good tunes in it, and the actors have made it. I really didn't think our dear friend Will could do anything so good till I saw it interpreted. I call the reception, on the whole, most promising." Rue felt positively annoyed that Florian should speak so condescendingly of Will's beautiful music. He damned it with faint praise, while Rue herself felt for it a genuine enthusiasm. For she knew it was good, all except that third act, and even there she saw touches of really fine composition. In a minute or 2 more Will came back to them radiant. Florian boarded him at once. "10,000 congratulations, dear boy," he cried affectedly. "We are all delighted. Laurel wreaths for the victor. Bays drape your lute. Everybody's been saying the first 2 acts are a triumphal progress, though the third, we agree, fails to sustain the attention, flags in interest somewhat." Will coloured up to his eyes. Rue noted the blush, her heart sank at sight of it. "I knew it was weak myself," he admitted a little shamefacedly. "The inspiration died down. Perhaps it was natural. You see, Maud," he went on, turning round to his sister as to a neutral person and avoiding Rue's eye, "I wrote and composed the first 2 acts at Innsbruck and Meran, under the immediate influence of the Tyrolese air and the Tyrolese music. They welled up in me in the midst of peasant songs and cowbells. The third act I had to manufacture at my rooms in Craven Street. Surroundings, of course, make a deal of difference to this sort of thing. I was in the quay there and out of it in London. Pumped-up poetry and pumped-up music are poor substitutes after all for the spontaneous article. He didn't dare to look at Rue as he spoke those words. He was conscious all the while, let him boggle as he might, that she knew the real reason for the failure of the denouement, and he was conscious, too, though he was a modest man, that Rue would feel hurt at the effect Linnet's marriage had had upon his music. As for Rue herself, poor girl, her face was crimson. To think she should have done so much, and wronged her modesty so far with Mr. Wilden Blades to get Will's operetta put on the stage that evening. To think she should have risked her own money to ensure its success, and then to find it owed its inspiration wholly and solely to the charms of her peasant rival, Linnet. Rue was more than merely vexed, she was shamed and humiliated. Will's triumph was turned for her into gall and bitterness. His heart, after all, was still fixed on his cowgirl. They drove home together in Rue's luxurious brougham to Hans Place, Chelsea, Mr. Sartoris and Florian following close in a hansom. The party were engaged to sup at Rue's. Florian had invited them indeed to a banquet at Romano's as more strictly in keeping with the evening's entertainment, but Maud Sartoris had objected to such a plan as improper and likely to damage dear Arthur's prospects. So at Rue's they supped, but in spite of Will's success, and his health which they drank in Rue's finest champagne with musical honours, the party somehow lacked go and spirit. Will was dimly conscious in his own soul of having unwittingly behaved rather ill to Rue. Rue was dimly conscious of harbouring some deep-seated but indefinite resentment towards Will and Linnet. It was some consolation, at least, to know that the girl was now decently married and done for. Sooner or later, for certain, such a man as Will Devereux was sure to get over a mere passing fancy for a handsome, upstanding Tyrolese peasant girl. After supper, Will Devereux and the Sartorises went home in a party, but Florian lingered late. This was an excellent opportunity. Rue was annoyed with Will and therefore all the more likely to accept another suitor. He gazed around the room, that little palace of art he had decorated with such care for his soul to dwell in. "Upon my word, Rue," he murmured at last after some desultory talk, glancing around him complacently, "I'm proud of this place. I never knew before what a decorator I was. It's simply charming." He gazed at her fixedly. "It's the sweetest home in all London," he went on in a rapt voice, "and it's inhabited by the sweetest and brightest creature in the whole of Christendom. I sometimes think, Rue, as I gaze round this house, how happy I should be if I too lived in it." For a moment Rue stared at him without quite understanding what he meant to convey by this singular intimation. Then all at once it flashed across her. In spite of her distress, a smile stole over her face. She held out her hand frankly. "Good night, Florian," she said in a very decided tone. "Let me urge upon you to be content with your chambers in Pimlico. You're a delightful and always most amusing friend. I hope you're not going to make your friendship impossible for me. I like you very much in your own sort of way, but if ever you reopen that subject again, I'm afraid I could give you no further opportunity of admiring your own handicraft in this pretty little house of mine. That's why I say good night to you now so plainly. It's best to be plain, best to understand one another once for all and for ever." 2 minutes later, a dejected creature named Florian Wood found himself walking disconsolate, with his umbrella up, on the sloppy wet flags of ill-lighted Sloane Street. He had sustained a loss of £700,000 on a turn of fortune's wheel, at an inauspicious moment. And Rue, with her face in her hands by the fire, was saying to herself with many tears and sighs that, Linnet or no Linnet, she never would and never could love anyone in the world except that dear Will Deveril. Chapter 26. The papers next morning with one accord were almost unanimous in their praise of Honeysuckle. Will's operetta didn't set the Thames on fire, to be sure, a first work seldom does, but it secured such an amount of modest success as decided him to change his plans largely for the future. It was certain now that he might take himself seriously as a musical purveyor, so he began to drop off to some extent from the hack work of journalism and devote his energies in earnest to his new task in life as a playwright and composer. Rue had nothing to pay for her guarantee of Honeysuckle. On the contrary, Will received a very solid sum for his royalties on the run through the remainder of that season. He never knew, indeed, how much he had been indebted to the pretty American's not wholly disinterested act of kindness, for Mr. Blades kept his word, and in spite of what he said, Rue's timely intervention had decided him not a little in accepting that first piece by an unknown author. Thus, during the next few years, as things turned out, Will's position and prospects improved very rapidly. He was regarded as one of our most rising composers. Critics spoke of him as the sole representative and restorer of the serious English poetical opera. Monetary troubles no longer oppressed his soul. He had leisure to write, and to write, if he would, the thing that pleased him. His position was secured, so much so indeed that judicious mamas gave him frequent invitations to their gayest at-homes and garden parties. But he successfully avoided all snares so set for him. Many people expressed no little surprise that so nice a young man, and a poet to boot, with a position like his and such excellent principles, should refrain from marriage. Society expects that every man will do his duty. It intends him to marry as soon as he has means to relieve it becomingly of one among its many superfluous daughters. But in spite of society, Will still remained single, and met all the casual feelers of interested acquaintances as to the reasons which induced him so to shirk his duty as a British citizen with a quiet smile of self-contained resolution. Rue came to London now for each succeeding season. Will was much at her house, and a very real friendship existed between them. Busybodies wondered indeed that those two young people, who were so thick together, didn't stop scandal's mouth by marrying as they ought to do. The busybodies could see no just cause or impediment why they should not at once be joined together in holy matrimony. The young woman was rich, the young man was a genius. She was mad for him, everyone said in everyone's usual exaggerated phraseology. And as for him, though perhaps he wasn't quite so wildly in love, yet he liked her so well and was so often in her company that it would surely be better to avoid whispers at once by marrying her off-hand, like the Earl in the Bab Ballads, quite régla at St. George's. The busybodies were surprised he didn't see it so himself. It really was almost somebody's duty, they thought, to suggest the idea to him. But perhaps Mrs. Palmer's money was strictly tied up, in which case, of course, society broke off short and shrugged its sapient shoulders. To some extent, in fact, Will agreed with them himself. He almost fancied he would have proposed to Rue if he wasn't so fond of her. As he sat with her one evening by the drawing-room fire at Hans Place, before the lights were turned on during Blind Man's holiday, he said to her suddenly, after a long, deep pause, "I dare say, Rue, you sometimes wonder why it is I've never tried to ask you to marry me." Rue gave a little start of half-tremulous surprise. He could see how the colour mounted fast to her cheek by the glow of the firelight. She gave a faint gasp as she answered candidly, with American frankness, Well, to tell you the truth, Will, I've fancied once or twice you were just going to do it. Will looked across at her kindly. She was very charming. I won't be cruel enough, Rue, he said, leaning forward to her like a brother, to ask you what answer you meant to give if I'd done as you expected. I hope you won't think me conceited if I say I half believe I know it already, and that's just why I want to tell you now the reason that has prevented me from ever asking you. If your nature were a little less deep and a little less womanly than it really is, I might have asked you long ago. But Rue, you know, I feel sure you know, how deeply I loved that other woman. I love her still, and I won't pretend to deny it. I've waited and wondered whether in time her image might fade out of my heart, but it never has faded. She's another man's wife, and probably I shall never see her again, yet I love her as dearly and regret her as much as I did on the day when I first heard she'd thrown herself away for life upon Andreas Horsberger. I felt sure you did, Rue answered with downcast eyes. I've felt it, Will, and for that very reason I've wondered all the less you didn't ask me. Will looked across at her again. She was beautiful as she sat there with the glow of the fire on her pensive features. Dear Rue, he said softly, you and I are no mere children. We know our own minds. We are grown man and woman. We can venture to talk freely to one another of these things without the foolish, childish nonsense of false shame or false blushes. In spite of Linnet, I'd have asked you long ago to be my wife, if I hadn't respected and admired you so deeply. But I feel you're not a woman who could ever put up with half a man's heart or half a man's confidence, and half my heart is all I could give you. I love Linnet still, and I shall always love her. I never shall cease to feel an undying regret that I didn't marry her instead of that fellow Horsberger. Now there are women not a few I might still have asked to marry me in spite of that regret, but you're not one of them. I love you better than I ever have loved anyone else on this earth, anyone else but Linnet. And therefore I don't ask you to marry a man who could give you a second place only in his affections. The tears stood dim in Rue's swimming eyes. She looked at him steadily and let them trickle one by one down her cheeks unheeded. Dear Will, she answered him back with equal frankness, it was kind of you to speak, and I'm glad you've spoken. It'll make our relations all the easier in future. I guessed how you felt. I guessed it all long ago, but I'm glad all the same to have heard from your own lips the actual facts of it. And Will, you quite rightly interpret my feelings. I'm an American at heart, and you know we Americans are very exacting in matters of affection. Some savage strain of monopoly exists in us still. I can't help it, I acknowledge it. I won't deny to you. And she stretched out her hand quite frankly and let him hold it in his own for a few brief moments. I won't deny that I'm very, very fond indeed of you. If you could have given me your whole heart, I would have accepted it gratefully. I admired you with a deep admiration from the very first day I ever met you. I loved you from the time we sat together on the Lancer Kopf that afternoon at Innsbruck. I'm not ashamed to tell you so. Nay, rather, dear, I'm proud of it. For Will, you're a man any woman might be proud to waste her love upon. But much as I love you, much as I admire you, I never could accept you if you feel like that. As an American born with my monopolist instincts, I must have a whole man to myself all alone, or I won't have any of him. I knew it, Will answered, caressing her hand with his fingers and bending over it chivalrously. And that's why I never have ventured to ask you, but I've loved you all the same, Rue, as one loves the woman who stands best of all, save one, in one's affections. Rue withdrew her hand gently. Her tears were falling faster. Well now, she said with a quiet sigh, we can be friends in future, all the better, I hope, for this little explanation. I'm rich, of course, Will, and a great many men, circumstanced as you were, would have been glad to marry me for the sake of my money. I liked you all the more, I like you the more today, in that has never counted for one moment with you. If you'd been a mercenary man, you'd have dissembled and pretended. You need never have let me see how much you loved that girl, or if you had, you might have led me to suppose you had gradually forgotten her, dear friend, and she turned to him once more with a sudden burst of uncontrollable feeling. We are man and woman, as you say, not boy and girl, so why should I be ashamed to open my whole heart to you? You've told me the truth like a man. Why shouldn't I tell you the truth in return like a woman? I will. I can't help it. I have waited and watched and thought often to myself, in time he must surely get over it. He must cease to love her. He can never really have loved her so much as he imagines. He must turn at last to me when he forgets all about her. So I waited and watched, and month after month I thought at last you must surely begin to forget her. But month after month I have seen you loved her still, and while you loved her still, Will, dear Will, I didn't want you to ask me. Will seized her hand once more and kissed it tenderly. Oh, how good you are, he cried in a very melting voice. Rue, do you know, when you talk like that you make me love you, but not better than her. Rue murmured softly. Will couldn't lie to her. No, not better than her, he answered slowly in a very low voice. If it were otherwise, I'd have asked you this very minute, dear sister. Rue rose and faced him. The firelight flickered red on her soft white dress. He could see by its bright glow the tears still trickling slow down those full round cheeks of hers. After this, Will, I must go, she said. Don't come again tomorrow. Next week you may call if you like some afternoon casually, but for heaven's sake, please don't refer to this interview. I have only one thing to say, and when I've said it I must run from you. Remember, I'm a woman, my pride is fighting hard against my love tonight, and if I let love win I should forever despise myself. As long as you live, don't speak to me of this matter again unless you speak to say, Rue, I've forgotten her. If ever that day comes, and she flushed rosy red, you have my answer already. You know you can claim me. She moved over to the door with hurried step and beating heart, hardly able to trust herself. With a true sense of delicacy, Will abstained from opening it. He stood on the hearth-rug, irresolute, and just watched her depart. He felt in the circumstances that course was the more respectful. With her fingers on the handle, Rue paused and looked round again. I wouldn't have said so much even now, she faltered, if it weren't for this, that I feel you're the one man I've ever met in my life to whom the question of my money was as dust in the balance. You speak the truth, and I know I can trust you. If ever you can say to me, I love you better now, Rue, than I ever loved anyone, I am yours, then take me. But till that day comes, if come it ever does, let us only be friends. Never speak to me again, for heaven's sake, never speak as we have spoken this evening. She opened the door and passed out, all tremulous. Will waited a moment, and then with a throbbing heart went slowly down the stairs. As he did so, something moist fell suddenly on his hand that grasped the banister. To his immense surprise, he found it was a tear from his own eyelids, for he too was crying. Poet that he was, he felt more than half inclined, while he stood there hesitating, to rush after her as she went, and seize her in his strong arms, and cover her with warm kisses that very minute. For a poet is a man even more than the rest of us. But could he tell her with truth he had quite forgotten Linnet? Oh, no. Linnet's image on his heart remained graven, even then, quite as deeply as ever. We men are built so. Chapter 27. A week or two later, one bright spring afternoon, Will was strolling by himself down the sunny side of Bond Street. All the world was there, for the world was in town and the pavements were crowded. But Will moved through the stream of well-dressed dawdlers, seeing and hearing little. In the midst of all that idle throng, his head was full of melodies. He was working up rhymes to ready-made tunes, undisturbed by the hubbub and din of London. Of a sudden, somebody stopped and stood straight in front of him. "Mr. de Veril, I believe," a tuneful voice said brusquely. Will's eyes returned at once from heaven to earth and saw standing before them a tall young man of somewhat defiant aspect, dressed in the black frock coat and shiny silk hat of metropolitan respectability. Will paused and surveyed him. He was a good-looking young man, with much swagger in his air and a black moustache on his upper lip. But his face seemed somehow strangely familiar to Will, while his voice stirred at once some latent chord in the dim depths of his memory. But he wasn't one of Will's fine London acquaintances. The poet saw that much at once by the cheap pretentiousness of his coat and hat, the flaring blue of his made-up silk tie, the obtrusive glitter of the false diamond pin which adorned its centre. The stranger's get-up, indeed, was redolent of the music halls. Yet he was handsome for all that, with a certain strange air of native distinction, not wholly concealed by the vulgar tone of his costume and his solicitous jewellery. Will held out his hand with that dubitative air which we all of us display in the first moment of uncertainty towards half-recognised acquaintances. "I see you have forgotten me, Zen," the stranger said in very decent English, drawing himself up with great dignity and twirling his black moustache airily between one thumb and forefinger. "It is long, to be sure, since we met in Z Tyrol, and I have changed much since then, no doubt. I have mixed with Z world, I have grown what you call in English cosmopolitan. But I see it comes back, I see you remember me now, my voice recalls it to you." Will grasped his hand more cordially. "Yes, perfectly, when you speak," he said, "though you are very much changed indeed, as you say, but I see you're Franz Lindner." "Yes, I'm Mr. Franz Lindner," the stranger replied, half imperceptibly correcting him, for it was indeed the robbler. Will scanned him from head to foot and took him in at a glance. He was a fiery young man still, and his mien as of old was part fierce, part saucy. But oh, what a difference the change of dress had made in him! No conical hat, no blackcock's feather now, whether turned or otherwise. In his Tyrolese costume, with his rifle in his hand and his cartridges at his side, Franz Lindner had looked and moved of yore a typical Alpine Jäger. But in black frock coat and shiny tall hat, strolling like a civilized snob that he was down the flags of Bond Street, all the romance and poetry had faded utterly out of him. The glamour was gone. He looked and moved for all the world today like any other young man of the Baser Moxwell sort, dressed up in his Sunday best to lounge and ogle and bandy vulgar chaff in Burlington Arcade with his predestined companions. "Why, what has brought you to London, then?" Will asked, much astonished. "Art, the transfigured robbler responded offhand with inimitable swagger. "You must surely then know my stage name, though you don't seem to have heard me." He pulled out a printed card and handed it to Will with a flourish. "I am Z Signor Francesco," he continued, "all Z world is talking about." And he threw back his chin and cocked his head on one side, looking, even as he spoke, more pretentious than ever. "Oh, indeed," Will answered with a bewildered little laugh, but it was the non-committing "oh, indeed" of mere polite acquiescence. Franz Lindner caught the tinge of implied non-recognition in the Englishman's voice and hastened to add, as if parenthetically, "I perform at Z Pavilion." "What, the London Pavilion at the top of the Haymarket?" Will exclaimed, beginning to realise. Franz Lindner looked hurt. "I've seen your name often enough," he said, asserting himself still more vigorously as Will seemed to know less of him. "And I thought as you were a pillar of Z profession yourself, you would certainly have seen mine if it were only on Z posters. I'm advertised largely. All London rings wise me. The County Council has even taken notice of me. I'm a public character, and I have had the intention more than once of looking you up as also Mr. Florian. But Zia, here in London our time is so occupied. You and I, who are public men, wise professional engagements, we are ever overtaxed. We know not how to find the leisure or the space for the claims of friendship. Have you been long in London? Will asked, turning down with him towards Piccadilly. More than 2 years now, the Robbler answered briskly, lounging on at his own pace with a cane in his gloved hand, and staring hard as he passed at every pretty girl he saw on foot or in the carriages. After I leave you at Meran, I worked my way slowly, singing, ever singing, by degrees to Paris. But Paris didn't suit me. Zia is too much Blague Zia. They go in for buffoons, they laugh at a man of modest merit. I hate Blague myself, so then I came on pretty soon to London. At first I had to sing in common low music halls, Sue's side and that, but talent is sure to make its way in the end. I rose very quick, and now I am at the head of my branch of the profession. You sing, of course, Will interposed, restraining a smile at the Robbler's delicious self-satisfaction. The man himself was the very same as ever, to be sure, but 'twas strange what a difference mere externals had made in him. Yes, I sing, and sometimes, too, I play zither, but mostly I sing. It surprises me, indeed, you should not have heard of my singing. And what's the particular branch of which you're the acknowledged head? Will asked, still amused at the Tyroler's complacency. Franz Lindner held his head very high in the air, and gave a twirl to his cane as he answered with much importance, My line is the Mamos Continental Comique, the Serio-comic foreigner, they call me Frenchy. I sing the well-known songs in broken English that are in everybody's mouse. Mossu Robert is my name, or Lacey Esther Squire, or the little black dog, or that lovely Matilda. I wonder you have not heard of me. Mossu Robert is all the talk of London. Frank Wilkins writes songs especially for my voice. If you look in the music shops, you will see on the covers, written expressly for Signor Francesco. Signor Francesco, that's me. And he tapped his breast and swelled himself visibly. I remember to have seen the name, I think. Will answered with a slight internal shudder, well pleased none the less to give some tardy salve to his companion's wounded vanity. I'm glad you've got on, and delighted to find you have such kindly recollections of me. Franz Lindner laughed. Oh, that, he said, snapping his fingers in the air very jauntily. I was a hot young man then. I knew little of the world. You mustn't think much of what a young man did in the days before he knew how society is managed. I owe you no grudge. We were both of us younger. Besides, our friend Horsbadger has wiped out our old scores. I have transferred to him entire all my feelings in the matter. That's well, Will replied, anxious indeed to learn whether the Tyroler had heard anything fresh of late years about Linnet. And Horsbadger himself, what of him and his wife? Have you ever knocked up against them? The Robbler's brow gathered, his hand clenched his cane hard. It was clear civilization and cosmopolitanism, however neatly veneered, hadn't made much serious change in his underlying nature. That rascal, he exclaimed, bringing his stick down on the pavement with a noisy little thud. That rogue, that liar. If ever I had come across him, it would be bad for his head. Souse and devils, what a man! Here we are close to the cry. Will you come and have a drink? We can talk this over afterward. I like to offer something to a friend new discovered. It's not much in my line, Will answered, smiling. But still, for old time's sake, I'll go in and have a glass with you. To say the truth, He was so eager to find out what France might have to communicate that he stretched a point for once, and broke through his otherwise invariable rule never to drink anything anywhere except at meal times. France stalked along Piccadilly and strode airily into the Criterion, like one who knew his way well about the London restaurants. "What'll you take?" he asked of Will in an assured tone, which showed the question in English was a very familiar one to him. "Whatever you take yourself," Will answered, much amused, for the Tyroler was far more at home than himself in a London bar, and far more at his ease with the London barmaid. "2 half-porters and 2 small Scotch, miss," the Robbler cried briskly to the tously-haired young woman who attended to his call. "You'll find it a very good mixture for this time of day, Mr. de Veril. I always take it myself. It softens the organ." The young woman fulfilled the order with unwonted alacrity. France was a favourite at the bar, and gave his commands leaning across it with the arch smile of an habitué, and Will then discovered that the mixture in question consisted of a glass of Dublin stout, well fortified with a thimbleful of Highland whisky. He also observed what he had not at first sight noticed, that Franz Lindner's face, somewhat redder than of old, bore evidence perhaps of too frequent efforts for the softening of the organ. Franz nodded to the barmaid. "Here's our meeting," he said to Will. "Shall we step a little aside here? We can talk without overhearing." They drew aside to a round table for their unfinished gossip. "You're not in town often, I suppose," the Tyroler began, scanning his companion from head to foot with a critical scrutiny. "Why, I live here," Will answered, taken aback. "In Craven Street, Strand. I've always lived here." "Oh, indeed," the Robbler responded, with a somewhat superior air. "I thought from your costume you'd just come up from the country." Will smiled good-humouredly. He was wearing, in point of fact, a soft slouch hat and a dusty brown suit of somewhat poetical cut, which contrasted in more ways than one with the music-hall singer's too elaborate parody of the glossy silk chimney-pot and regulation frock-coat of the orthodox Belgravian. Then France came back at a bound to the subject he had quitted on the flags of Piccadilly. He explained with much circumlocution and many needless expletives how he had heard from time to time, through common friends at St. Valentin, that Andreas Horsberger and his wife had fluctuated of late years between summer at Munich, Leipzig, Stuttgart, and winter at Milan, Florence, Naples, Venice. Linnet got on with him very well, oh, very well indeed. Yes, Linnet, you know, was just the sort of girl to get on very well with pretty nearly anyone. No doubt by this time she'd settled down into tolerably amicable relations with Andreas Horsberger. Any children? Oh dear no, Horsberger'd take care of that. A public singer's time is far too valuable to be wasted on the troubles of a growing young family. Had she come out yet? Well, yes, that is to say, from time to time she'd sung at concerts in Munich, Florence, and elsewhere. Successfully, of course. She'd a very good voice as voices go for her sort, and training was sure to do something at least for it. France had heard rumours she was engaged next season for San Carlo at Naples. You might count upon Horsberger's doing his very best, now he'd invested his savings in preparing her for the stage, to make money out of his bargain. Through all France said, however, there ran still, as of yore, one constant thread of undying hatred to the man who had outwitted him at Meran and St. Valentin. "Then you haven't forgiven him yet?" Will inquired at last after one such spiteful allusion to Andreas's meanness. The Robbler's hand moved instinctively of itself to his left breast pocket. He had changed his coat but not his customs. "I carry it here still," he answered with the same old defiant air, just defining with finger and thumb the vague outline of the knife that bulged between them through the glossy broadcloth. It's always ready for him, the day I meet him, and he stopped short suddenly with a face like a bulldog's. You Tyrolers have long memories, Will answered with a little shudder. It's very unfashionable, you know, to stab a rival in London. France showed his handsome teeth. Unfashionable or not, he replied with a shrug, it is so I was born, it is so I live ever. As we say in Z song, I am made that way, I cannot help it, I never forget an injury. So mind you, he continued, after a telling little pause during which he drove many times an imaginary knife into an invisible enemy. It isn't so much now that I grudge him Linnet. Let him keep his fine Frau. There are better girls in the world, you and I have found out, than Lena Telser, today Frau Horsberger. We were younger then, we are men of the world now, we know higher things, I think, than a zilithal Senarin. What I feel wise him at present is not so much that he took away the girl, as that he played me so mean a trick to take her. Will smiled to himself in silence. How strangely human feelings and ideas differ. He himself had never forgotten the beautiful Alp girl with the divine voice. In the midst of London drawing-rooms he never ceased to miss her, while Franz Lindner thought he had left Linnet far, far behind, since he became acquainted with those higher and nobler types, the music-hall stars of the London pavilion. There's no accounting for tastes, people say. Oh, most inept of proverbs, surely it's easy for anyone to account for the reasons which made Linnet appear so different now in Franz Lindner's eyes, and in her English poets. But before Franz and Will parted at the circus that afternoon, they had made mutual promises for old acquaintances' sake. Franz, that he would graciously accept a stall on an off night at the Duke of Edinburgh's to see Will's new piece, The Duchess of Modena, and Will that he would betake himself to the London pavilion one of these next few evenings, to hear Signor Francesco, alias the Frenchie, in his celebrated and universally honoured impersonation of Mossoo Robert in Regent Street. Chapter 28. 3 years and more had passed since Will's visit to the Tyrol. Events had moved fast for his fortunes meanwhile. He was a well-known man now in theatrical circles. Florian Wood went about, indeed, boasting in clubs and drawing-rooms that 'twas he who had discovered and brought out Will de Veril. It's all very well to be a poet, he said, and it's all very well to be born with a head full of rhymes and tunes, of crochets, clefs and quavers, but what's the use of all that, I ask you, my dear fellow, without a critic to push you? A critic is a man with a fine eye for potentialities. Before the world sees, he sees. Before the world hears, he listens. He sits by the world's wayside, as it were, with open eye or ear, and catches unawares the first faint lisping notes of undeveloped genius. He divines in the bud the exquisite aroma and perfect hue of the full-blown blossom. Long ago I said to de Veril, you have the power within you to write a good opera. He laughed me to scorn, but I said to him, try. And the outcome was honeysuckle. He took up a battered fiddle one day at an old inn in the Zilithal, when we two were rusticating on the emerald bosom of those charming, unsophisticated Tyrolese valleys. He struck a few notes on it of his own composing, and I said to him, my dear Will, Sullivan trembles on his pedestal. At the time he treated it as a mere passing joke, but I made him persevere, and what was the result? Why, those exquisite airs which found their way before long to the sheep-runs of Australia and resounded from lumberers' camps in the backwoods of Canada. The critic, I say, is the true prophet and sage of our modern world. He sees what is to be, and he helps to produce it. But whether Florian was right in attributing Will's success to himself or not, It is certain, at least, that Will was rapidly successful. The world recognized in him a certain genuine poetical vein which has seldom been vouchsafed to the English librettist. It recognized in him also a certain depth and intensity of musical sense which has seldom been vouchsafed to the English dramatic composer. One afternoon that spring, Will returned to town from a visit to the provinces in connection with his new opera, The Lady of Llandudno, then about to be performed in several country theatres by Mr. Darcy Clift's operatic company. He drove almost straight from the station to Roos. Florian was there in great form, and Mr. Joaquin Holmes, the Colorado seer, had dropped in for afternoon tea at his fair disciples. In spite of Will's ridicule, Rue continued to believe in Mr. Holmes' thought-reading and other manifestations, for the seer had added by this time a touch of spiritualism to the general attractions of his flagging entertainments at the Assyrian Hall. And it is a mysterious dispensation of Providence that wealthy Americans, especially widows, fall a natural prey to all forms of transcendentalism or spiritualistic quackery. It seems to be one of the strange devices which Providence adopts for putting excessive or monopolized wealth into circulation. "Mr. Holmes wants me to go to the Harmony tonight," Rue said with a smile. "You know what it is, the new Harmony Theatre. He says there's a piece coming out there this evening I ought to see, a pretty new piece by an American composer. You're going to be crushed, Will. They've got a fresh tenor there, a very good man whom Mr. Holmes thinks a deal of. I've half a mind to go. Will you join our party?" "You ought to hear it," the seer remarked with his oracular air, turning to Will and looking critical. "This new tenor's a person you should keep your eye upon. I heard him rehearse, and I said to myself at once, that fellow's the very man Mr. de Veril will want to write a first part for. If he doesn't, I'll retire at once from the prophetic business. He has a magnificent voice. You should get Blades to secure him next season for the Duke of Edinburgh's. He's worth £50 a night if he's worth a penny. Very good trade, a tenor's." Florian mused philosophically. "I often regret I wasn't brought up to it. What's his name?" Will asked with languid interest, for he had no great faith in the seer's musical ear and critical acumen. "His name? Heaven knows," the seer answered with a short laugh, "but he calls himself Papadopoli, Signor Romeo Papadopoli. There's a deal in a name in spite of that vastly overrated man, Shakespeare," Florian murmured musingly. "It's my belief, if the late lamented Lord Beaconsfield had only been christened Benjamin Jacobs or even Benjamin Israels, he never would have lived to be Prime Minister of England. But as Benjamin Disraeli, what poetry, what mystery, what oriental depth, what Venetian suggestiveness. And Romeo's good too, Signor Romeo Papadopoli. Why, 'twas of Romeo himself the bard first asked, what's in a name? The rose, etc. And in the fullness of time, this singer-man crops up with that very name to confute him. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Why, because it looks so extremely romantic in a line of the playbill and helps to attract the British public to your theatre. Papadopoli indeed. And his real name's Jenkins. I don't doubt it's Jenkins. There's a Palazzo Papadopoli on the Grand Canal. But this fellow was born, you may take your oath, at Haggerston or Stepney." "Well, your own name has floated you in life at any rate," Rue put in a little mischievously. Florian gazed at her hard and changed the subject abruptly. "And there's a woman in the troupe who sings well too, I'm told," he interposed with airy grace, the airy grace of 5 feet, turning to Joaquin Holmes. "I haven't heard her myself. I've been away from town, you know how engaged I am, visits in the country, Lady Barnes, Lady Ingleborough. But they say she sings well. Really, Will, you ought to come with us. Yes, she's not bad in her way, the seer admitted with a stifled yawn, stroking his long moustache and assuming the air of a connoisseur in female voices. She's got a fine, rich organ, a little untrained, perhaps, but not bad for a debutante. A piquante little Italian, Signora Carlotta Caselmont she calls herself. But Papadopoulos the man, you should come, Mr. de Veril. My friend Mr. Florian has secured us a box. I dine at Mrs. Palmer's, and we all go together to the Harmony afterwards. I should like to go, Will replied with truth, for he hated to leave Rue undefended in that impostor's clutches. But unfortunately I've invited my sister and her husband to dine with me tonight at my rooms in Craven Street. Well, wire to them at once to come on and dine here instead, Rue suggested with American expansiveness, and then we can all go in a party together, the more the merrier. Will thought not badly of this idea. It was a capital compromise, the more so as he had asked nobody else to meet the Sartorises, and a family tete-a-tete with Maud and Arthur wasn't greatly to his liking. I'll do it, he said after a moment's reflection, if they are at home and will answer me. Rue sent out a servant to the nearest office with the telegram at once, and in due time an answer arrived by return that Arthur and Maud would be happy to accept Mrs. Palmer's very kind invitation for this evening. It was most properly worded. Maud was nothing if not proper. Her husband had now been appointed incumbent of St. Barnabas's, Marylebone, and her dignity had received an immense accession. Indeed, she debated for 10 minutes with dear Arthur whether it was really quite right for them to go at all on such hasty notice, and she was annoyed that Will, after inviting her himself, should have ventured to put her off with a vicarious dinner party. But she went all the same, partly because she thought it would be such a good thing for Will and for our own dear boys, Arthur, if Will were to marry that rich bourgeois American, and partly because she remembered it would give her such an excellent opportunity of displaying her pretty new turquoise blue dinner dress among the best company, in a box at the Harmony. Besides, a first night is a thing never to be despised by the wise man or woman. It looks so well to see next day in the society papers. Mrs. Palmer's box contained, amongst others, Mr. Florian Wood, Mr. W. de Veril, his sister, Mrs. Sartoris, and her husband, the incumbent of St. Barnabas's, Marylebone. So, at 7:30, Maud Sartoris sailed in, turquoise blue and all, and holding out her hand with a forgiving smile, murmured gushingly to her hostess, "We thought it so friendly of you, dear Mrs. Palmer, to invite us like that at a moment's notice, as soon as you knew we were engaged to Will, and that Will couldn't possibly go unless he took us with him. We want to see this new piece at the Harmony so much. A first night to us quiet clerical folks, you know, is always such a treat. We're immensely obliged to you." Dinner went off well, as it usually did where Florian was of the party. To give Florian his due, he bubbled and sparkled, like the Apollinaris spring, with unfailing effervescence. That evening, too, he was in specially fine form. It amused him to hear Mr. Joaquin Holmes discourse with an air of profound conviction on his own prophetic art, and then watch him glancing across the table under his long dark eyelashes to see between whiles how Florian took it. The follies and foibles of mankind were nuts to Florian. It gave the Epicurean philosopher a calm sense of pleasure in his own superiority to see Rue and Arthur Sartoris drinking in, open-mouthed the mysterious hints and self-glorificatory nonsense of the man whom he knew by his own confession to be a cheat and a humbug. Their eyes seldom met. Joaquin Holmes avoided such disconcerting experiences, But whenever they did, Florian's were brimful of suppressed amusement, while the seer's had a furtive hangdog air as of one who at once would deprecate exposure and beseech indulgence. After dinner, the seer kept them laughing so long at his admirable stories of the far west of his childhood, which Arthur Sartoris received with the conventional really, now, Mr. Holmes, of forced clerical disapprobation that they were barely in time for the beginning of the opera. As they entered, the tenor held possession of the stage. Will didn't think so much of him. Florian, his head on one side in a critical attitude, observed oracularly at the end of his first song that the Papadopoli was perhaps not wholly without capabilities. That's the sort of criticism that Florian loved best. It enables a man to hedge in accordance with the event. If the fellow turns out well in the near future, you can say you declared from the very first he had capabilities. If the public doesn't catch on, you can remark with justice that he hasn't developed what little promise he once showed, and that from the beginning you never felt inclined to say much for him. Presently, from the rear of the stage, down the mimic rocks that formed the background of the scenery, a beautiful woman, entering almost unobserved, sprang lightly from boulder to boulder of the torrent bed, with the true elastic step of a mountain-bred maiden. She had a fine, ripe figure, very lithe and vigorous-looking. Her features were full but extremely regular. Her mouth, though large and somewhat rich in the lips, was yet rosy and attractive. Eyes full of fire, and a rounded throat with a waxy softness of outline that recalled a nightingale's, gave point to her beauty. She was exquisitely dressed in a pale cream bodice, with what passes on the stage for a peasant kirtle, and round her rich brown neck she wore a drooping circlet of half-barbaric-looking lance-like red coral pendants. Before she opened her mouth, her mere form and grace of movement took the house by surprise. A little storm of applause burst spontaneous at once from stalls, boxes, and gallery. The singer paused and curtsied. She looked lovelier still as she flushed up with excitement. Every eye in the house was instinctively fixed upon her. Will had been gazing round the boxes as the actress entered, to see what friends of his they might contain and to nod recognition. The burst of applause recalled him suddenly to what was passing on the stage. He looked round and stared at her. For a moment he saw only a very beautiful girl in the prime of her days, gracefully clad for her part, and most supple in her movements. At the self-same instant, before he had time to note more, the singer opened her mouth and began to pour forth on his ear lavish floods of liquid music. Will started with surprise. In a flash of recognition, voice and face came back to him. He seized Florian by the arm. "Great God!" he cried, "it's Linnet!" Florian struck a little attitude. "Oh, unexpected felicity! Oh, great gain!" he murmured in his supremest manner. "You're right, so it is a most undoubted Linnet." And Linnet it was, dressed in the impossible peasant costume of theatrical fancy, grown fuller and more beautiful about the neck and throat, with her delicate voice highly trained and developed by all that Italian or Bavarian masters could suggest to improve it, but Linnet still for all that, the same beautiful, simple, sweet Linnet as ever. Joaquin Holmes glanced at the programme. "And this," he murmured low, "is Signora Carlotta Caselmont that I spoke about." Florian's eyes opened wide. "Why, of course," he exclaimed with a start. "I wonder we didn't see it. It's a mere translation. Caselmont, Horsbadger, Carlotta, Carolina, Lena, Linnet, there you have it." And he turned, self-applausive of his own cleverness, to Rue, who sat beside him. As for Rue, her first feeling was a sudden flush of pain. So this girl had come back to keep Will still apart from her. One moment later that feeling gave place with lightning speed to another. Would he care for this peasant woman so much, and regret her so deeply, if he saw her here in England, another man's wife and an actress on the stage, dressed up in all the vulgar tinselled gewgaws, surrounded by all the sordid disenchanting realities of theatrical existence? But Will himself knew two things, and two things alone. That was Linnet who stood singing there, and she wore the necklet he had sent her from Innsbruck. Chapter 29. Yes, it was Linnet indeed. The natural chances of Will's profession had thrown them together almost inevitably on the very first night of her appearance in London. Linnet had looked forward to that night. She had always expected it. During those 3 long years that had passed since they parted, she had never yet ceased to hope and believe that Andreas would some day take her to England. And if to England, then to London and Will de Verril. But much had happened meanwhile. She was the self-same Linnet still, in heart and in soul, yet oh, how greatly changed in externals of every sort. Those 3 years and a half had made a new woman of her in art, in knowledge, in culture, in intellect. She had left the Tyrol a mere ignorant peasant girl. She came to London now an educated lady, an accomplished vocalist, a powerful actress, a finished woman of society, and it was Will de Verril who had first put into her head and heart the idea and the desire of attaining such perfect mastery in her chosen vocation. The capacity, the potentiality, the impulse, the instinct were all there beforehand. No polish on earth can ever possibly turn a common stone into a gem of the first water. The beauty of colour, the delicacy of grain must be inherent from the outset, only waiting for the art of the skilful lapidary to bring them visibly out and make them publicly manifest. So Linnet had been a lady in fibre from the very first, inheriting the profound Tyrolese capacity for artistic receptiveness and artistic effort. Everything that was beautiful in external nature or human handicraft spoke straight to her heart with an immediate message, spoke so clear that Linnet could not choose but listen. Still, it was Will de Verril's words, and Will de Verril's example, that first set her soul upon the true path of development. It was he who had read her Goethes forced on the Kuchelberg. It was he who had explained to her the rude Romanesque designs on the portal of the Rittersaal. She had treasured up those first lessons in her inmost heart. They were the key that unlocked for her the front door of culture. Andreas Horsberger, for his part, could never have taught her so. He had taken her straight from Meran to Verona and Milan, but his soul was bounded by the one idea of music. Even in the first poignant sorrow of that hateful honeymoon, however, Linnet had found time to gaze in wonder at the great amphitheatre, still haunted by the spectral form of the legendary Dietrich, to cry like a child over the narrow tomb where Juliet never lay, to tread with silent o'er the vast aisles and solemn crypt of San Zeno Magia. At Milan they loitered long. Andreas set her to work at once under a famous local teacher, and took her often in the evening to hear celebrated singers on the stage of La Scala. Such elements in an artistic education he thoroughly understood, but it never would have occurred to his mind as any part of a soprano's training to make her examine the Luinis and Borgognons of the Brera, or do homage before the exquisite Botticellis and Peruginos of the Museo Pol di Pezzoli. To the worth of St. Valentin, such excursions into the sister arts would have seemed mere waste of valuable time, for Andreas regarded music as a branch of trade, and had not that higher wisdom which understands instinctively how every form of art reflects its influence indirectly on the musician's mind and the musician's inspiration. That wisdom Linnet possessed, And Andreas, after a few ineffectual remonstrances, let her go her own way and live her own artistic life, unchecked to the top of her bent, the more so as he perceived she sang best and most vigorously when least thwarted or worried. Moreover, many well-advised friends assured him in private it was desirable for an actress to know as much as possible of costume, of colour, of posture, and of grouping, which could best be learned by studying the works of the great early painters. So Linnet went her way, undeterred by her husband, and educated herself in general culture at the same time that she received her strict musical training. She knew Raphael's Sposalizio as intimately after a while as she knew her own chalet. She gazed on the flowing lines of Luini's frescoes till they grew familiar to her eyes as the stations of the cross in the old church at St. Valentin. She drank in the cathedral with an endless joy. She loved its innumerable pinnacles, its 1,000 statues in the marble niches. She admired the gloomy antiquity of mouldering Sant' Ambrogio, the dim religious aisles of Santa Maria del Grazie. Amid surroundings like these, her artistic nature expanded by degrees as naturally as a bud opens out into a flower before the summer sunshine. She revelled in the architecture, the pictures, the statuary. Milan stood to the soul of the peasant singer as a veritable university. It was the first time, too, that Linnet had ever found herself in a bustling, business-like modern city. The hurry and scurry were as new as the art to her. The throng of men and women in the crowded streets, the piazza, brilliant with the flare of glowing lamps, the great glass-roofed gallery where the gilded Lombard youth promenaded by night in 2s and 3s, or sipped absinthe before the doors of dazzling cafes. All these were quite fresh, and all these were, in their way, too, an element of education. There are many who can see no more in Milan than this. They know it only as the most go-ahead and modernized of Italian cities. Linnet knew better. To her it was the town of Leonardo and his disciples, of the great marble pile whose infinite detail escapes and eludes the most observant eye, of the vast and stately opera house where Otello and Carmen first unfolded their wonders of sight and sound to her ecstatic senses. Wiser in her generation, she accepted it aright as the vestibule and antechamber of artistic Italy. From Milan they went on in due time to Florence. There they stopped less long, for opportunities of learning were not by any means so good as at Milan and Naples. But those few short weeks in the city of the soul were to Linnet as a dream of some artistic paradise. They made her half forget, for the moment at least, her lost English lover and her husband's presence. The Duomo, the Palazzo Vecchio, the Loggia, the Piazza, the old bridge across the Arno, the enchanted market-place, Michelangelo's tomb, Giotto's crusted campanile. What hours she spent, entranced, in the endless halls of the Uffizi and the Pitti! What moments of hushed awe and rapt silence of soul before the pallid Fra Angelico's in the dim cells of San Marco! Gott, it was beautiful. Linnet gazed with the intense delight of her mountain nature at Raphael's Madonnas and Andrea's Holy Families. She stood spellbound before the exquisite young David of the Accademia. She wandered with a strange thrill among the marvellous Della Robbias and Donatellos of the Bargello. The Tyrolese temperament is before all things artistic. A new sense seemed quickened within Linnet's soul, as she trod those glorious palaces instinct with memories of the Medici and their compeers. A great thirst for knowledge possessed her heart. She read as she had never known how to read before. That Florentine time was as her freshman year in the splendid quadrangles of this Italian Oxford. Then Rome, the Vatican, the Colosseum, the monuments, St. Peter's, the loud organs, the singing boys, the incense, the purple robes and mitres, the great guttering candles, all that could awake in unison every chord of religion and its sister art in that simple, religious, artistic nature, was there to gratify her. It was glorious. It was wonderful. So her winter passed away, her first winter with Andreas. She was learning fast, both with eye and with ear, all that Italy and its masters could possibly teach her. As spring returned, they went northward through Lombardy and the Brenner once more on their way to Munich. Her own Tyrol looked more beautiful than ever as they passed, with its unmelted snows lying thick on the mountains. But save for a night at Innsbruck, they might not stop there. Yet, even after that short lapse of time in southern cities, oh, how different, how altered little Innsbruck seemed to her. She had thought it before such a grand big town. She thought it now so much shrunken, so old world, so quaint, so homely. And then Noel de Veril was there as before to brighten it. The mountains gazed down as of old from their precipitous crags upon the nestling town. They were Tyrolese and homelike, and therefore she loved them. But everything had a smaller and meaner air than 6 months earlier. The queer old high street was just odd, not magnificent. The Anna Seyul was dwarfed, the Rathhouse had grown smaller. She had only seen Milan, Florence, Rome meanwhile. But Milan, Florence, Rome made Innsbruck sink at once to its proper place as a mere provincial capital. While they waited for the Munich train next morning, she strolled into the Hofkirche, to see once more Maximilian's tomb with its attendant figures. She started at the sight. After the Venus and the Laocoon, it surprised her to think she could so lately have stood awestruck before those naïve bronze abortions. That summer they spent in Germany, almost wholly at Munich. Their Linnet went through a course of musical training under a well-known teacher, and there too she had ample opportunities at the same time of cultivating to the full her general artistic faculties. Next winter back to Italy, this time to Venice, Rome and Naples. Linnet learnt much once more. It was all so glorious. The Grand Canal, St. Mark's, the Academy, the Frari, Sorrento, Capri, Pozzuoli, the great operas at San Carlo. So she stored her brain all the time with fresh experiences of men, women and things, with pictures of places, of architecture, of sculpture, of scenery. Everywhere her quick mind assimilated at once all that was best and most valuable in what she saw or listened to. By eye and by ear alike, she was half unconsciously educating herself, but that wasn't all. She had ideas as well of still higher education. Will de Veril had given her the first key to books, and books are the gateways of the deepest knowledge. Partly to escape from the monotony of Andreas Horsberger's conversation, partly also quite definitely to fit herself for the place in the world she was hereafter to fill. When she went to England, Linnet turned to books as new friends and companions. German literature first of all, and especially the dramatic. Andreas was wise enough in his generation to approve of that. He was aware that acquaintance with plays and with romantic works in general forms no small integral part of an opera singer's equipment. German literature, then, first, Goethe, Schiller, Lessing, Richter, Paul Heyse, Freiligrath. German literature first, but after it English. Andreas approved of that too, for was there not much money to be made out of England and America? It was well Linnet should enlarge her English vocabulary. Well, too, she should know the plays and novels on which Romeo e Giulietta and Lucia di Lammermoor and I Puritani were founded. But Linnet herself had other reasons of her own for wishing to study English. Though she looked upon Will de Veril as something utterly lost to her, a bright element in her life now faded away forever, She yet cherished the memory of that one real love episode so deep in her heart that, for her Englishman's sake, she loved England and English. She looked forward to the time when she should go to England, not so much because she thought she should ever meet Will Deverell there. Naples and Munich had taught her vaguely to appreciate the probable vastness of London, but because it was the country where Will Deverell lived, and it spoke the tongue Will had made so dear to her, so she read every English book she could easily obtain, Shakespeare, Milton, Scott, Dickens, Thackeray, and she took oral lessons in conversational English, which, as Andreas justly remarked, would improve her accent and enable her to sing better in English opera. Thus 3 years passed away, and Linnet in their course saw much of the continent. They got as far north and west at times as Leipzig, Brussels, and even Paris. But they always spent their winters in Italy. It was best for Linnet's throat, Andreas thought. It gave her abundance of fresh air and sunshine. And besides, the Italian style of teaching was better suited, he felt sure, to her ardent, excitable Tyrolese temperament than the colder and more learned Bavarian method. 'Twas at Naples, accordingly, that Linnet came out first as Signora Casalmont. But after a short season there, Andreas was quite sufficiently assured of ultimate success to venture, upon taking his prize, at once to England. He would sell his goods, like a prudent merchant that he was, in the dearest market. When Linnet first learned she was to go to London, a certain strange thrill of joy and hope and fear coursed through her irresistibly. London, that was the place where Will Deverell lived. London, that was the place where she soon might meet him. She clasped the little metal Madonna that still hung from her neck convulsively. Our dear Frau, oh, protect me. Save me, oh, save me from the thoughts of my own heart. Help me to think of him less. Help me to try and forget him. She was Andreas Horsberger's wife now, and she meant to be true to him. Love him she never could, but she could at least be true to him. Not in deed alone, but in thought and in word, as our dear Frau knew, she strove hard to be faithful. Then came the first fluttering excitement and disappointment of London, that dingy Eldorado, so rich, so miserable, the dim, dank streets, the glare, the gloom, the opulence, the squalor of our fog-bound metropolis. For a week or two, thank heaven, Linnet was too busy at arrangements and rehearsals to think of surroundings. They were the weeks during which Will was away in the provinces, or he must almost certainly have heard of, and attended the preliminary performances of the forthcoming opera. The final day arrived, and Linnet, all tremulous at the greatness of the stake, had to make her first appearance before that stolid sea of unsympathetic, hide-bound English faces. She had peeped at them from the wings before the curtain rose. Oh, how her heart sank within her! The respectable sobriety of stalls and boxes, the square-jawed brutality of pit and gallery, the cynical aspect of the gentlemen of the press, in their faultless evening clothes and unruffled shirt-fronts, all contrasted so painfully with the vivid excitement and frank expectancy of the Neapolitan audiences to which alone she had hitherto been accustomed. One brighter thought, and only one, sustained her. Dear lady, forgive her that she should think of it now. These were all Herr Will's people, and they spoke Herr Will's tongue. As Herr Will was kind, would not they too be kind to her? So, plucking up heart of grace, though trembling all over, she tripped down the stage rocks with her free gait of a Sennerin. To her joy and surprise, a burst of applause rose responsive at once from those seemingly irresponsive dress-coated stalls, those stolidly brutal and square-faced Pittites. Her mere beauty stirred them. Even the gentlemen of the press, smiling cynically still, drummed their fingers gently on the flat tops of their opera hats. Thus encouraged, Linnet opened her mouth and sang. Her throat rose and fell in a rhythmical tide. She rendered the first stanza of her first song almost faultlessly. She knew herself she had never sung better. Then came a brief pause before she went on to the second. During that pause she raised her eyes to a box of the first tier, the blessed Madonna in Britannia metal on the oval pendant, ever faithful at a pinch, almost crumpled in her grasp as she looked and started. It was Will she saw there, Will, her dear Englishman, and Herr Florian by his elbow, and the grand foreign Frau, the fair-haired Frau, the Frau with the diamonds ever still beside them. In a second, Linnet felt from head to foot a great thrill break over her. It broke like a wave of fire, in long, undulating movement, as she had felt it at Innsbruck. The wave rose from her feet as before, and coursed hot through her limbs and burnt bright in her body, till it came out as a crimson flush on neck and chin and forehead. Then it descended once more, thrilling through her as it went in long, undulating movement from her neck to her feet again. She felt it as distinctly as she could feel our blessed Lady clenched hard in her little fist. Her Englishman was there, whom she thought she had lost. As at Innsbruck, so in London, he had come to hear her sing her first song in public. All at once yet again the same strange seizure came over her. As her eyes met Will's and that wave of fire ran resistlessly through her, she was conscious of a weird sense she had known but once in all her life before, a sudden failure of sound, a numb deadening of the orchestra. Not a note struck her ear. It was all a vast blank to her. Instinctively, as she sang, her right hand toyed with Will's coral necklet, but her left, with all its might, still gripped and clasped Our Lady with trembling fingers. She heard not a word she herself was uttering. She knew not how she sang, or whether she sang at all. In an agony of terror, of remorse, of shame, she kept her eyes fixed on the conductor's baton. By its aid alone she kept true to her accompaniment. But her heart went up silently in one great prayer to Our Lady. When she felt this at Innsbruck, she knew it was love. If it meant love still, Andreas Horsberger's wife. Oh, blessed Mother, help! Oh, dear Lady, protect her! Chapter 30. How she got through that song, how she got through that scene, Linnet never knew. She was conscious of but two things, Will Deverill's presence and the blessed Madonna. Remorse and shame almost choked her utterance, but mechanically she went on and sang her part out to the end, sang it exquisitely, superbly. Have you ever noticed that what we do most automatically we often do best? It was so that night at the Harmony with Linnet. She knew her music well, she had studied it carefully, and the very absence of self-consciousness which this recognition gave her made her sing it more artlessly yet more perfectly than ever. She forgot the actress and the singer in the woman. That suited her best of all. Her mental existence was divided, as it were, into two distinct halves, one conscious and personal, absorbed with Will Deverill and Our Dear Lady in Britannia metal, the other unconscious and automatic, pouring forth with a full throat the notes and words it was wound up to utter. And the automatic self did its work to perfection. The audience hung entranced, Andreas Horsberger, watching them narrowly from a box at the side, hugged his sordid soul in rapture at the thought that Linnet had captured them on this her first night in that golden England. She sang on and on. The audience sat enthralled. Gradually, by slow stages, the sense of hearing came back to her, but she had done as well or even better without it. The act went off splendidly. Andreas Horsberger was in transports. At the first interval between the scenes, Rue debated in her own soul what to do about Linnet, but, being a wise woman in her way, she determined to wait till the end of the piece before deciding on action. Act the second, act the third, act the fourth followed fast. In Act the Fifth, when Linnet, no longer a peasant girl but the bride of the Grand Duke, came on in her beautiful pale primrose brocade, cut square in the bodice like a picture of Titian's, the audience cheered again with a vociferous outburst. Linnet blushed and bowed. A glow of conscious triumph suffused her face. Then she raised her eyes timidly to the box on the first tier. Her victory was complete. She could see by his face Will de Veril was satisfied, and the grand lady with the diamonds was sincerely applauding her. Was the grand lady his wife? Why not? Why not? What could it matter to her now? She was Andreas Horsberger's. And Will, why, Will was but an old Zillerthal acquaintance. Yet she clutched our blessed Frau tighter than ever in her grasp at that painful thought, and somehow hoped illogically our blessed Frau would protect her from the chance of the grand lady being really married to Will de Veril. Not even the gods, says Aristotle in his philosophic calm, can make the past not have been as it was. But Linnet thought otherwise. The curtain fell to a storm of clapping hands. After that a moment's lull, then loud cries of Cazelmont. The whole theatre rang with them. The Papadopoli, revived by magic from his open-air deathbed on the blood-stained grass, came forward before the curtain alive and well, his wounds all healed, leading Linnet on his right and bowing their joint acknowledgments. At sight of the soprano, even the cynical critics yielded spontaneous homage. It was a great success, a very great success. Linnet panted and bowed low. Surely she had much to be grateful for that night. Surely the blessed Madonna in heaven above had stood by her well through that trying ordeal. But in Rue Palmer's box, after all was over, Florian's voice rose loud in praise of this new star in our musical firmament. When first she swam into my ken, he said, on her Tyrolese hillside, you remember it, de Veril, I said to myself, behold a singer indeed. Some day, we may be sure, we shall welcome her in London, and now, could any mortal mixture of earth's mould breathe purer music or more innate poesy? For it was Florian's cue, as things stood, to make much of Linnet, for many reasons. In the first place, it would reflect credit and glory on his insight as a critic that he should have spotted this flaming comet of a season, while as yet it loomed no larger than the 11th magnitude. Indeed, he had gone down among the other critics between the acts and buttonholed each of them in the lobby separately. A discovery of my own, I can assure you. I found her out as a peasant girl in a Tyrolese valley, and advised her friends to have her trained and educated. Then again, his praise of Linnet no doubt piqued Rue, and Florian, in spite of rebuffs, had still one eye vaguely fixed in reserve on Rue's 700,000. Faint heart, he well knew, never won fair lady. Besides, Florian felt it was a good thing Will's cowgirl should have come back to him in London thus transformed and transfigured, for he recognised in Will his one dangerous rival for Rue's affections, and he was bent as of old on getting rid of Will by diverting him, if possible, upon poor helpless Linnet. The mere fact of her being married mattered little to a philosopher, so he murmured more than once, as Linnet bowed deeper and deeper, "What a beautiful creature she is, to be sure. You remember, Will, what I said of her when we met her first in the Zillerthal. Even poets are human." There was a malicious little twinkle in the corner of Will's eye as he answered briskly, "Oh, yes, I remember it word for word, my dear fellow. You said you thought with time and training she ought to serve Andreas Horsberger's purpose well enough for popular entertainments. Her voice, though undeveloped, was not wholly without some natural compass." Will had treasured up those words. Florian winced at them a little. They were not quite as enthusiastic as he could have wished just now, but he recovered himself dexterously. "And I told Horsberger," he went on, "it was a sin and a shame to waste a throat like that on a Tyrolese troupe. and happily he took my advice at once and had her prepared for the stage by the very best teachers in Italy and Germany. I'm proud of her success. It's insight, after all, insight alone, that makes and marks the heaven-born critic. Rue was writing meanwhile a hurried little note in pencil on the back of a programme. She had debated with herself during the course of the piece whether or not to send down and ask Linnet to visit them. Her true woman's nature took naturally at last the most generous course, which was also the safest one. She folded the piece of paper into a three-cornered twist and handed it with one of her sunny smiles to the seer. It was addressed Herr Horsberger. "Will you take that down for me, Mr. Holmes?" she asked with a little tremor, "and tell one of the waiting girls to give it at once to Madame Cazelmont's husband." The seer accepted the commission with delighted alacrity. In a moment he had spied game. His quick eye, intuitive as a woman's, had read at a glance conflicting emotions on Rue's face and Will's and Florian's. Whatever else it might mean, it meant grist for the mill. He would make his market of it. A suspicion of intrigue is the thought reader's opportunity. Linnet was standing at the wings in a flutter of excitement, all tremulous from her triumph, and wondering whether or not Will would come down to ask for her, when Andreas Horsberger bustled up, much interested, evidently with some pleasurable emotion. He had seen his wife between the acts already, and assured her of his satisfaction at so fortunate an event for the family exchequer. But now he came forward, brimming over with fresh pleasure, and waving a note in his hand, as he said to her briskly in German, "Don't wait to change, Linnet. This is really most lucky. Mrs. Palmer, the lady we met at Innsbruck, you know, wants to see you in her box. She's immensely rich, I'm told, and Florian Wood's up there with her. The manager assures me he's one of the most influential critics in London. Come along just as you are, and mind you speak nicely to her." The lights were left burning long in the passages, as is often the case on first nights in London. Andreas led the way. Linnet followed him like one blindfolded. "Oh, blessed Madonna, how strangely you order things on this earth of yours sometimes." It was her husband himself, then, of all men in the world, who was taking her to the box where Will Deveril was waiting for her. As for Andreas Horsberger, he stalked on before, elated, hardly thinking of Will, as indeed he had no cause to do. The rich woman of the world and the influential critic monopolized his attention. Tyrolese though he was by no means jealous. Greed of gain had swallowed up in him all the available passions of that phlegmatic nature. Linnet was his chattel now. He had married her and trained her. Her earnings were his own, doubly mortgaged to him for life, and no poet on earth, be he ever so seductive, could charm them away from him. He opened the box door with stately dignity. At St. Valentin or in London he was a person of importance. Linnet entered, quivering. She still wore her primrose brocade as all through the last act, and she looked in it even yet a very great lady. Not Rue herself looked so great or so grand, charming, smiling Rue as she rose to greet her. They stood and faced each other. 1 second Rue paused, then a womanly instinct all at once overcame her. Leaning forward with the impulse, she kissed the beautiful, stately creature on both cheeks with effusion, in unfeigned enthusiasm. "Why, Linnet," she said simply as if she had always known her, "we are so glad to see you, to be the very first to congratulate you on your success this evening." A flood of genuine passion rushed hot into Linnet's face. Her warm southern nature responded at once to the pressure of Rue's hand. She seized her new friend by either arm and returned her double kiss in a transport of gratitude. "Dear lady," she said with fervour in her still imperfect English, "how sweet that you receive me so, how kind and good you English are to me." Andreas Horsberger's white shirt front swelled with expansive joy. This all meant money. They were really making wonderful strides in England. Will held his hand out timidly. "Have you forgotten me, Frau Horsberger?" he asked her in German. Linnet's face flushed a still deeper crimson than before as she answered frankly, "Forgotten you, Herr Will. Ech lieber Gott, no, how kind of you, to come and hear my first performance." "Nor me either, Linnet, I hope," Florian interposed more familiarly in his native tongue, for he had caught at the meaning of that brief Teutonic interlude. "I shall always feel proud, Herr Andreas, to think it was I who first discovered this charming songbird's voice among its native mountains." But Will found no such words. He only gazed at his recovered peasant love with profound admiration. Fine feathers make fine birds, and it was wonderful how much more of a personage Linnet looked as she stood there tonight in her primrose brocade than she had looked nearly 4 years since in her bodice and kirtle on the slopes of the Zillerthal. She was beautiful then, but she was queenly now, and it was not dress alone either that made all the difference. Since leaving the Tyrol, Linnet had blossomed out fast into dignified womanhood. All that she had learnt and seen meanwhile had impressed itself vividly on her face and features, so they sat for a while in blissful converse, and talked of what had happened to each in the interval. Rue sent Florian down with a message to ask their friend the manager not to turn his gas off while the party remained there. The manager, bland and smiling, and delighted at his prima donna's excellent reception, joined the group in the box, and insisted that they should all accompany him to supper. To this the Sartorises demurred, on the whispered ground of dear Arthur's position. Dear Arthur himself, indeed, resisted but feebly. It was Maud who was firm, but Maud was firm as a rock about it. Let dear Arthur go to supper with a theatrical manager, to meet a bedizened young woman from a playhouse like that, and him a beneficed clergyman with an eye to a canonry. Maud simply put her foot down, so the Sartorises went home in a discreet four-wheeler, but the rest lingered on and gossiped of old times in the Tyrol together, and heard each other's tales with the deepest interest. "And your mother?" Will asked at last. He was the first who had thought of her. Linnet's face fell fast. She clasped her dark hands tight. "Ah, that dear mother," she said with a deep-drawn sigh and a mute prayer to Our Lady. "She died last winter when I was away from home, away down in Venice. I couldn't get back to her. 'Twas the Herr Vicar's fault. He never wrote she was ill till the dear God had taken her. It was too late then. I couldn't even go home to say a pater noster over her. So now you're alone in the world," Will murmured, gazing hard at her. "Yes, now I'm alone in the world," Linnet echoed sadly. "But you have your husband, of course," Florian put in with a wicked smile and a side glance at Andreas, who for his part was engaged in paying court most assiduously to the rich young widow. Linnet looked up with parted lips. "Ah, yes, I have my husband," she answered as by an afterthought in a very subdued tone, which sent a pang and a thrill through Will's heart at once. So much did it tell him. He knew from those few words she wasn't happy in her married life. How could she be indeed, such a soul as hers, with such a man as Andreas? Their first gossip was over, and they were just getting ready to start for supper, when one of the box-keepers knocked at the door with a card in his hand, which he passed to Andreas Horsberger. "There's a gentleman here who's been waiting outside for some time to see you," he said, "and he asked me to give you this card at once. If you'll kindly step down to him, sir." Andreas took it with a smile and gazed at it unconcernedly. But a dash of colour mounted suddenly into those pale brown cheeks as his eye caught the words neatly engraved on the card, "Mr. Franz Lindner," and below in the corner, Signor Francesco, the London Pavilion. Chapter 31. Andreas handed the card to Will with a sardonic smile. That wild fellow again, he muttered. I didn't know he was in England. I suppose I must go down to the door to see him. But Will glanced at the name in profound dismay. It was an awkward moment. Heaven knew what might come of it. As he gazed and paused, all that France had said to him at the Criterion Bar a year before recurred to his mind vividly. He seized Horsbadger's arm with a nervous clutch and drew him a little aside. Take care of this man Lindner, he said in a warning whisper. He doesn't love you, he is not to be trusted. If I were you, I wouldn't see him alone. He owes you a grudge. Ask him up here and talk with him before us all and the ladies. Did you know he was in London? Andreas inquired, scarcely flinching. Yes, I met him by accident in Bond Street a year ago. I've been to hear him sing at the music hall where he works, and he came with Mr. Wood and myself to the Duke of Edinburgh's to see Sweet Macy, one of my pieces. But he was breathing forth fire and slaughter against you, even then, for leaving him in the lurch that time at Meran. To tell you the truth, he's a dangerous man in a dangerous mood. I can't answer for what may happen if you go down alone to him. Let me go down and fetch him, Florian suggested, blandly. The job would just suit me. I'm warranted to disarm the most truculent fool in Christendom with a smile and a word or two. To this middle course Andreas consented somewhat doubtfully. He knew France's temper and his Tyrolese impetuosity, but as a Tyroler himself, hot-hearted at core for all his apparent phlegm, he didn't feel inclined to parley through an ambassador with a pretentious robbler. However, a scene on the first night would be bad business. That touched a tender point, so he gave way ungraciously. Florian departed, full of importance at his post of envoy, and returned in a minute or two with the robbler's ultimatum. He's been drinking, I fancy, he said, and he's very wild and excited, Montepulciano in his eye, Lacrima Christi in his gait, Falanian in his utterance. But he'll come up if you like. Only I thought, Rue, as it's your box, I'd better ask you first whether you'd care to see him. He isn't drunk, is he? Rue asked, shrinking back. We couldn't have a drunken man shown up into the box here. Not more drunk than a gentleman should be, Florian answered airily. He can walk and talk, and I think he can behave himself, but he's a good deal flushed and somewhat flustered, and he expresses a burning desire for Herr Horsbadger's heart-blood in a guttural bass with quite unbecoming ferocity. Rue shrank away with a frightened face. Oh, don't bring him up here, she cried. Please, Florian, don't bring him up here. I'm so afraid of tipsy men. And you don't really think he wants to murder Herr Horsbadger? Well, not exactly to murder him, perhaps, Florian replied with a tolerant and expansive smile. That would be positively vulgar, but to fight him, no doubt, and if possible to put an end to him. The duel in one form or another, you see, is a most polite institution. We don't call it murder in good society. Lindner feels himself aggrieved. There's a lady in the case. And he gave an expressive side glance over his shoulder towards Linnet, so he desires to bury his knife to the hilt in the gentleman's body whom, rightly or wrongly, he conceives to have acted ill towards him. Nothing vulgar in that you'll allow, a most natural sentiment. Only, as Herr Horsbadger's friends in this little affair, we must strive our best to see that all things are done, as the apostle advises, decently and in order. Linnet drew back with a convulsive gasp. Was this bloodshed they contemplated and were talking of so calmly? Will laid his hand on Rue's arm. Even in the heat of the moment, Linnet noticed that simple action, and she knew not why her heart sank within her. If I were you, Rue will put in very hurriedly, I'd let this man come in. Drunk or sober, I'd see him. It's better he should speak with Herr Horsberger here than anywhere else. Try to sink your own feelings and put up with him for a minute or two. If you don't, I'm afraid I can't answer for the consequences." He spoke very seriously. Rue drew back, still shrinking. Her face was pale, but her voice was firm. "Very well, Will," she answered without another word of demur. "I hate a tipsy man, but if you wish it, I'll see him here." Linnet noticed the lingering stress of her voice on the you and the obvious familiarity that subsisted between them, and she thought to herself once more, what did it matter to her? She was Andreas Horsberger's wife now. Blessed Madonna protect her. Florian disappeared a second time, buoyant as usual, and came back in a minute, bringing Franz Lindner with him. The seer had left the box some moments earlier. Linnet and Rue stood forward towards the door, as if to break the attack, with Andreas in the background between Will and the manager. Florian flung the door open with his customary flourish. "Mr. Franz Lindner," he said, introducing him with a wave of his dainty small hand, "whose charming performance on the zither we had the pleasure of hearing, you will recollect, Rue, with Signora Kaiselmont some years ago at Innsbruck." The Robbler stepped into the box, erect, haughty, defiant. His handsome face was flushed and flown with drink, but his manner was alert, self-respecting, angry. He glared about him with fierce eyes, his left hand held to his bosom, just defined between finger and thumb the vague shape of the bowie in his breast coat pocket. His right was disengaged with a tremulous quiver, as if in readiness to spring at Andreas Horsberger and throttle him. With unexpected presence of mind, Rue extended her pretty gloved hand towards the Robbler, cordially, as if she fancied he had come on the most ordinary errand. "We are so glad to see you, Mr. Lindner," she cried in a natural voice and with apparent frankness, though that was a fearful feminine fib. "I remember so well your delightful jodels. You were a member of Herr Horsberger's company then, I recollect. How charmingly his wife has been singing here this evening." The Robbler gazed about him, a little disconcerted at so different a welcome from the one he had expected. However, as things stood, the acquired instincts of civilization compelled him to hold in check for a moment the more deeply ingrained impulses of his mountain nature. Besides, Rue's words appealed at once to his personal vanity. To think that this beautiful and exquisitely dressed lady, with the diamonds on her white neck, and the dainty pale gloves on her tapering fingers, should receive him in her box like a gentleman and an equal. How could he jump at his enemy's throat then and there before her eyes? How remain insensible to so much grace, so much tact, so much elegance? Moreover, he was taken aback by the number of persons in the box, the unexpected brilliancy, the imposing evening dress, Linnet's stately costume, Rue's dazzling jewellery. He had come up there, meaning to rush at his antagonist the very moment he saw him, and plunge a knife into his heart, like a true Tyrolese Robbler, even here in London. Instead of that, he paused irresolute, took the gloved hand in his, bent over it with the native dignity and courtesy of his race, and faltered in broken English some inarticulate words of genuine gratification that Mrs. Palmer should deign to remember so kindly his poor performances on the zither at Innsbruck. Then Will came forward in turn, seized the Robbler's right hand, rang it hard and long, just to occupy the time and prevent possible mischief, and poured forth hurried remarks, one after another hastily, about Linnet's first appearance and the success of her singing. It was a friendly meeting. The manager chimed in, with Florian in his most ecstatic mood for chorus. Franz Lindner's blood boiled. dazed and startled as he was, more than ever now he felt in his heart of how great a prize Andreas Horsbudger had defrauded him. By trickery and stealth that sordid wretch had defrauded him. The ladies at the London pavilion indeed. Why, Linnet on those boards, Linnet in that dress, Linnet in her transformed and transfigured beauty, she was worth the whole troop of them. Yet what could he do? Linnet held out her frank hand. France grasped it fervently. Her beauty surprised him. She was no longer, he saw well, the mere musical peasant girl. She had risen to the situation. She was now a great artist, a great lady, a queen of the theatre. Primitive natures are quick. Their emotions are few but strong and overpowering. Mood succeeds mood with something of the rapidity and successive effacement we see in children. Franz Lindner had entered that box, full of rage and anger, thirsting only for blood, eager to wreak his vengeance on the man who had offended him. He had no thought of love for Linnet then, only a fierce, keen sense of deadly resentment towards Andreas. Now, in a moment, as Linnet let her soft hand lie passive in his like an old friend recovered, another set of feelings rushed over him irresistibly. His heart leaped up into his mouth at her pressure. Why, Linnet was beautiful, Linnet was exquisite, Linnet was a prize worth any man's winning. If he stabbed Andreas then and there before his wife's very eyes, he might glut his revenge to be sure, but what would that avail him? Why go and be hanged for killing Linnet's husband, and leave Linnet herself for some other man to woo and win and be happy with? Herr Will there would thank him no doubt for that chance, for he could plainly see by his eyes Herr Will was still deeply in love with Linnet. No, no, hot heart, down, down for the present. Keep your hands off Andreas's throat. Wait for sweeter vengeance. To win away his wife from him, to steal her by force, to seduce her by soft words, to wile her by blandishment, that were a better revenge in the end than to stick a knife in him now, though to stick a knife, too, is very good requital. Sooner or later, France meant to have Andreas Horsbudger's blood, but not to be hanged for it. He would rather live on. To kill Horsbudger first and enjoy his wife afterwards, all this quick as lightning, not thought but felt in an indivisible flash of time, darted fast through Franz Lindner's seething brain at touch of Linnet's fingers. She spoke a few words to him of friendly reminiscence. Then Andreas, stepping forward, held out his hand in turn. It was a critical moment. Linnet's heart stood still. Franz lifted his arm, half hesitating, towards his breast coat pocket. Should he stab him or wring his hand? The surroundings settled it. It's 1,000 times harder to plunge your knife into your man before the eyes of ladies and dramatic critics, in a box of a London theatre, than among the quarrelsome hinds on a Tyrolese hillside. Surlily and grudgingly, Franz lifted his right, extended it with an effort, and shook hands with his enemy. Rue and Linnet looked on in an agony of suspense. Once the grasp was over, every member of the party drew a deep breath involuntarily. The tension was relieved. Conversation ran on as if nothing had happened. The whole little episode occupied no more than 2 fleeting minutes. At its end, they were all chatting with apparent unconcern about old times at Meran and old friends at St. Valentin. France was sobered by the conflict of emotion within him. The manager, with great tact and presence of mind, invited him promptly to join them at supper. France accepted with a good grace, uncertain yet how he stood with them, and became before long almost boisterously merry. He kept himself within due bounds indeed before the faces of the ladies, and drank his share of champagne with surprising moderation. But he talked unceasingly, for the most part to Linnet, Rue, and Florian, very little to Will, hardly at all to Andreas Horsbudger. They sat late and long. They had all much to say and, Will in particular wished to notice with care the nature of the relations between Linnet and Andreas. At last they rose to go. Will saw Franz sedulously to the door of the supper rooms. He wanted to make sure the man was really gone. Franz paused for a minute on the threshold of the steps and gazed out with vague eyes on the slippery strand. "That's a fine woman," he said slowly. "A very fine woman. Andreas Horsberger took her from me. You saved his life this night. But she's mine by the right, and some day I shall claim her." Will took Rue home. She dismissed Florian early. In the brougham as they drove, for some time neither spoke of the subject that was nearest both their hearts. An indescribable shyness possessed and silenced them. At last Will said tentatively in a very timid voice, striking off at a tangent, "She's more beautiful than ever, and she sang tonight divinely. These years have done much for her, Rue. She returns to us still the same, and yet oh, how altered." "Yes, she is beautiful," Rue answered in a very low tone, "more beautiful than ever. And such a perfect lady too, so charming and so graceful, one can't help loving her. I don't wonder at you men, Will, when even we women feel it." They drove on for another minute or two, each musing silently. Then Will spoke again. "Do you think," he inquired, in a very anxious voice, she's happy with her husband?" "No," Rue answered decisively. It was the short, sharp, extremely explosive no that closes a subject. "I thought not myself," Will went on with still greater constraint. "I was afraid she wasn't, but I thought I might be prejudiced." Rue lifted her eyes and met his by the gloom of the gas lamps. "She's very unhappy with him," she burst out all at once with a woman's instinct. "She does not love him and has never loved him. How could she, that block of ice, that lump of marble? She tries to do everything that's right and good towards him because he's her husband and she ought to behave so to him. She's a good woman, I'm sure, a pure good woman, her soul's in her art, and she tries not to think too much of her unhappiness. But she loves somebody else best, and she knows she loves him. I saw it in her eyes, and I couldn't be deceived about it." "You think so?" Will cried eagerly. Her words were balm to him. Rue drew a deep sigh. "I don't think it, I know it," she answered sadly. "Oh, Rue, how good you are," Will murmured with a feeling very much like remorse. "What other woman on earth but yourself would tell me so?" Rue sighed a second time. "I saw it in her eyes," she went on, looking hard at him still. "When first she noticed you. I saw it still more when that dreadful man Lindner came up into the box, and she waited trembling to see what was going to happen. I watched her face. It was full of terror. But it wasn't the loving terror of a woman who thinks the husband she adores is just about to be attacked. It was the mere physical terror of a shrinking soul at the sight of a crime, a quarrel, a scuffle. You saved that man's life, Will, whether you know it or not, you saved it. For the other was a quarrelsome, revengeful fellow who came there fully prepared, as Florian told us, to stab his rival. You saved his life, and when I looked at yourself and Linnet standing by, I thought at the time what a bad turn you had done. For her, Will suggested in a very low tone. "Oh no," Rue answered aloud. "Not for her alone, but for you as well, for you and her, for both of you." Chapter 32. Signora Caselmont scored a distinct success. She was the great dramatic and musical reality of that London season. All the world flocked to hear her. Her voice made the fortune of the Harmony Theatre. She was invited everywhere. You must have the Caselmont. Florian laid down the law in his dictatorial way to Belgravian hostesses, and Andreas Horsberger went always in charge wherever she moved to guard his splendid operatic property. And what care Andreas took of her! It was beautiful, beautiful. Unobservant people thought him a most devoted husband. He lingered always by the signora's side. He supplied wraps and shawls on the remotest threat of a coming chill. He watched what she ate and drank with the composite eye of a lynx and a physician. He guarded her health from the faintest suspicion of danger in any way. On off nights, he would seldom allow her to dine out or attend evening parties. On Sundays, he took her down for change of scene and fresh air to the sea or the country. Ozone was his hobby. Every day the prima donna drove out in the park, and then walked for exercise a full hour in Kensington Gardens. Unobservant people set all this down to the account of the domestic affections. Will Deverell noticed rather that Andreas guarded his wife as a racing man guards the rising hope of his stables. Andreas was far too sensible a man of the world to run any needless risks with the throat of the woman who made his fortune. He had staked a great deal on her, and he meant to be repaid with compound interest. As for London itself, it went wild about Linnet. 'Twas the Kaiselmont here, the Kaiselmont there. The Diva will sing at Lady Smith's tonight. The Diva will go with Sir Thomas Browne and party to supper. Linnet's head was half turned with so much admiration. If she hadn't been Linnet, indeed, it would have been turned altogether. But that simple childlike nature, though artistically developed and intellectually expanded, remained in emotion as straightforward and unaffected and confiding as ever. Still, that season did the best it knew to spoil her. She was queen of the situation. It rained choice flowers, diamond bracelets and painted fans showered down upon her plentifully. Linnet accepted all this homage, hardly realizing its money worth. She was pleased if she gave pleasure. What others gave in return she took as her right, quite simply and naturally. This charm of her simplicity surprised and delighted all who grew to know her. She had none of the affected airs and graces of the everyday great singer. She sang because she must. At heart she was, as always, the mountain-bred peasant girl. Will Deverell saw but little of her. 'Twas better so, he knew, and kinder so for Linnet. Once or twice that year, however, he supped after the theatre in the Strand with the Horsebadgers, as he had learned to call them. On all these occasions, he noticed, Andreas watched his wife close. "One glass of champagne, Linnet. You remember last time when you dined at the Mowbrays, you took 2 glasses and you sang next day very much less well for it. Or else, if I were you, Linnet, I wouldn't touch that lobster. It disagreed with you once, and I noticed in the evening 1 or 2 of your high notes were decidedly not so clear or so sharp as usual." But Andreas, Linnet answered on one such occasion, "I'm sure it doesn't hurt me, I must take something. I've hardly eaten a single mouthful yet, and tonight I'm so hungry." "It does you no harm to be hungry," Andreas answered philosophically. Nobody ever reproached himself afterwards for having eaten too little. A taste of something to eat after playing a trying part like Melinda before you go to bed helps you to sleep sound and keeps you well and healthy, but a square meal at this hour can't be good for anybody. It interferes with rest, and what interferes with rest tells, of course, upon the voice, which is very serious. You may have a bit of that sweetbread if you like. No, that's a great deal too much. Half that quantity, if you please, Mr. Florian. Pull your woolen thing over your shoulder so, Linnet. There's a draught from that door. I can't have you getting as hoarse as a frog tonight with the Prince and Princess coming to hear you on Monday. Why on earth does she stand it? Florian asked of Will afterwards as they walked home together down the unpeopled Strand. I can't make it out. There she's earning heaven only knows how much a night and filling the treasury, yet she allows this fellow to bully her and badger her like this, to dictate to her how much she's to eat and to drink, to make her whole life one perpetual torment to her. Why doesn't she rise and strike for freedom, I wonder? He'd have to come to terms. She's too useful to him, you see, for him to risk a quarrel with her. She's too good, that's where it is, Will responded with a tinge of stifled sadness in his voice. And besides, she doesn't care for him. Of course she doesn't, Florian answered airily. How could she indeed? A mass of selfishness like him, so mean, so sordid, but that only makes it all the stranger she should ever put up with it. If she doesn't love him, why on earth does she permit him to dictate to her as he does, to order her and domineer over her? Ah, that's how it looks to you, Will answered with a sigh. But Linnet, well, Linnet sees things otherwise. You must remember, Florian, above all things, she's a Catholic. She doesn't love that man, but she's entered with him into the sacrament of marriage. To her it has all a religious significance. The less she loves Andreas, the more does she feel she must honour and obey him and be a good true wife to him. If she loved him, she might perhaps sometimes rebel a little. Because she doesn't love him, she has become a mere slave to do his bidding. I suppose that's it, Florian answered, swinging his stick in his hand and stepping along gingerly. Droll de croyance, isn't it? Still, I call it disgraceful. An exquisite creature like that, a divinely inspired singer, a supply-moulded form of Hellenic sculpture, whom the gods above have given us as a precious gift for the common delight and the common enjoyment, to be thwarted and pulled up short at every twist and turn, and by whom I'd like to know? Why, by a Tyrolese innkeeper, a mere village host, who arrogates to himself the right of monopolizing what heaven meant for us all. I call it detestable, just simply detestable. He hardly allows her enough to eat and drink. She might just as well be a Sennerin on her hillside again, for any pleasure or delight she gets out of her success, tied and hampered as she is with this creature Horsbadger. That's quite true, Will replied. She was happier in the Zillerthal. She has money and fine dresses and jewellery and applause, but for any good they can do her, she might as well be without them. Horsbadger treats her as a mere machine for making money for him. He's careful to see the machine works thoroughly well and doesn't get out of order, absurdly careful in fact, for he's by nature overcautious. But as for allowing her to enjoy anything of what she earns herself, in any reasonable way, why, it never even occurs to him. Do you think he's unkind to her? Florian asked somewhat carelessly. I mean, do you think he ill-treats her, keeps her short and so forth? He doesn't actively ill-treat her, I'm sure, Will answered with confidence. He has far too great a sense of the value of her health to do anything to injure it, and I don't suppose he even keeps her actually short. She's always beautifully dressed, of course. That's part of the advertisement. And he takes her about as much as he can, without risk to her voice, and lavishes a certain sort of wooden care upon her. But I don't think he ever regards her as a human being at all. He regards her as a delicate musical instrument in which he has invested money, and out of which, during a given number of years, he has to recoup himself and make his fortune. As to sympathy between them, why, naturally, that's quite out of the question. He's a harsh, stern man who hardly knows how to be kind, I should say, to anyone. Florian brought down his stick on the pavement with a bang. It's atrocious, he said, snorting. I declare, quite atrocious. Here's this exquisite creature, a banquet fit for the gods, with her superb voice and her queenly beauty, a creature almost too ethereal for ordinary humanity to touch or handle, one that should be reserved by common consent for the delectation of the very pink and pick of the species. And he drew himself up to his 5 feet, nothing with a full consciousness of his own, claimed to be duly enrolled in that select category. Here's this exquisite creature, who should be held in trust, as it were for the noblest and truest and best of our kind, a co-wynor among women, flung away upon a solid, stolid 3%. Investing, money-grubbing, German-speaking beerhouse keeper. Pa, it makes me sick, this Danny to a satyr, how a Greek would have writhed at it. And yet I thought, Will murmured reflectively with a quiet little smile, you considered her a cowgirl and looked upon her as just fit for gentlemen to play skittles with. It took a great deal to abash Florian. He paused for a second, then he answered with warmth, now there, de Veril, that's just like you want me to be consistent. But the philosophic mind, as Herbert Spencer remarks, is always open to modification by circumstances. Consistency is the virtue of the Philistine intellect. It means inability to march abreast with events, to readjust one's ideas, one's sympathies, one's sentiments to the ever-changing face of circumambient nature. When we saw Linnet first in the Tyrol long ago, why, the girl was a cowgirl she was, and a cowgirl I called her. I frankly recognized the facts of life as I found them, though I saw even then with a voice like that, there was no perilous pinnacle of name or fame to which fate might not summon her. Now that she reappears in London once more, a flaming meteor of song, the cynosure of neighbouring eyes, a flashing diamond of the purest water, I recognize equally the altered facts. I allow that training, education, travel, the society of cultivated men and women have practically made a brand new Linnet of her. It's that brand new Linnet I admire and adore, that queen of the stage, not the Tyrolese cowgirl. Will turned sharp down Craven Street, and he said with a Parthian shot, I admire and adore the real woman herself, the same Linnet still that we knew in the Zillerthal. Meanwhile, Andreas Horsberger, lighting a big cigar, had taken his wife down to a cab outside the supper-room. Oh, Andreas, Linnet cried in German, you've called a hansom. I can't bear those things, you know, I wanted a four-wheeler. Andreas looked at her fixedly. Get in, he said with curt decision. Don't stand and talk like that out here in the cold street, opening your throat in this foggy air after those overheated rooms. It's simply ridiculous, and mind you don't knock your dress against that muddy wheel. Pick it up, I say, pick it up, you are so careless. But Andreas, Linnet exclaimed in an imploring tone, I hate these hansoms so. Whenever I go in one the horse invariably either kicks or jibs. I wish just this once you'd let me have a four-wheeler. She spoke almost coaxingly. Andreas turned to her with an angry German oath. Didn't I tell you to get in at once? He cried. Pull that thing over your shoulder. Don't stand here chattering and catching cold all night. Jump in when I bid you. A pretty sort of thing indeed if you're going to stop and discuss in a dress like that on an English evening upon these muddy pavements. He helped her up the step, guarding her skirt with one hand, and jumped after her sulkily. Avenue Road, St. John's Wood. He called out through the flap to the attentive cabman. 12:30, etch Donnerwetter, how late we've stayed, we'll have to pay double fare, have you got your purse with you? Yes, Linnet half sobbed out, but I've hardly any money, not enough for the cab in it. You gave me half a sovereign, you know, and I paid for those gloves and got a new bottle of that mixture at the chemist's. Only 3 shillings left, Andreas exclaimed, opening the purse and screwing his mouth up curiously. Only 3 shillings left, out of a whole half-sovereign. So, London's the dearest town for everything on earth I ever lived in. Only 3 shillings left. Well, that's enough for the cab, it's a 1 and 6penny fare, and I rather think they double it at midnight. Mayn't I have 6pence over for trinkgeld? Linnet ventured to inquire in a timid voice. When they go so far at this time of night, they always expect something. No, certainly not, Andreas answered. Why on earth should you give it to them? If you or I expect something, do other people make that any reason for giving it us? 3 shillings is the legal fare. If he doesn't like that, there's no compulsion, he needn't be a cabman. 3 and 6pence indeed. Why, you talk as if it was water. 3 and 6pence is a lot to spend on oneself in a single evening. I should have thought so at St. Valentin, Linnet answered softly. But I earn so much now. You must save a great deal, Andreas. And I spent a great deal in getting you trained and educated, Andreas retorted with a sneer. But that's all forgotten. You never think about that. You talk as though it was you yourself by your unaided skill who earned all the money. How could you ever have earned it, I should like to know, if I hadn't put you in the way of getting a thorough musical training? You were a sennerin when I married you, and now you're a lady, signora. Besides, there's your dress. Remember that swallows up a good third of what we earn. I say we advisedly, for the capital invested earns its share of the total just as truly as you do. But, Andreas, I only want 6pence, Linnet pleaded earnestly. For the poor cold cabman, I'm sure I don't spend much, not compared with what I get, and the man looks old and cold and tired. I ought to have a shilling or 2 a week for pocket money. It's like a child to have to ask you for every penny I'm spending. Andreas pulled out half a crown, which he handed her grudgingly. There, take that and hold your tongue, he said. It's no use speaking to you. I told you before not to talk in this misty air. If you don't care yourself whether it hurts you or not, you owe it to me at least after all I've done for you. Linnet leant back in her place and began to cry silently. She let the tears trickle one by one down her cheeks. As Andreas grew richer, she thought, he grew harder and harder to her. For some minutes, however, her husband didn't seem even to notice her tears. Then he turned upon her suddenly. If you're going to do like that, he said, your eyes'll be too red and swollen to appear at all on Monday. And what'll happen then, I'd like to know, signora. Dry them up at once, I tell you. Haven't I given you the money? Linnet dried her eyes as she was bid. She always obeyed him. But she thought involuntarily of how kind Will had been and how nicely he had spoken to her. And then, oh then, she clasped the little Madonna hard in her fist once more, and prayed low to be given strength to endure her burden. Chapter 33. And yet Linnet was happier that first season in London than ever before since her marriage with Andreas. She knew well why. In fear and trembling, with many a qualm of conscience, she nevertheless confessed to herself the simple truth. It was that Will was near, and she felt at all times dimly conscious of his nearness. Not that she saw much of him. Both she and Will sedulously avoided that pitfall, but from time to time they met, for the most part by accident, and even when they didn't, she knew instinctively Will was watching over her unseen and guarding her. She was no longer alone in the great outer world. She had someone to love her, to care for her, to observe her. Often, as she sang, her eyes fell on his face upturned in the stalls towards her. Her heart gave a throb. She faltered and half paused, then went on again all the happier. Often, too, as she walked in Kensington Gardens with Andreas, Will would happen to pass by, so natural for a man who lives in Craven Street, Strand, to be strolling of an afternoon in Kensington Gardens. And whenever he passed, he stopped and spoke a few words to her, which Linnet answered in her pretty, hardly foreign English. "How well you speak now," Will exclaimed one such day as she described to him in glowing terms some duchess's house she had lately visited. The delicate glow that rose so readily to that rich brown cheek flushed Linnet's face once more as she answered, well pleased, "Oh yes, I had so many reasons, you see, Herr Will, for learning it." She called him Herr Will even in English still. It was a familiar sound, and for old times' sake she loved it. Then she added, half shamefacedly, "Andreas always said it was wiser so. I should make my best fortunes in England and America. Will nodded and passed on, pretending not to catch at her half-suppressed meaning, but he knew in his own heart what her chief reason was for taking so much pains to improve her English. They saw but little of one another, to be sure, and that little by chance, though Andreas Horsberger, at least, made no effort to keep them apart. On the contrary, if ever they met by appointment at all, 'twas at Andreas's own special desire or invitation. The wise worth of St. Valentin was too prudent a man to give way, like Franz Lindner, to pettish freaks of pure personal jealousy. He noted, indeed, that Linnet was happiest when she saw most of Will Diveril. Not many things escaped that keen observer's vision. But when Linnet was happiest, she always sang best. Therefore Andreas, being a wise and prudent man, rather threw them together now and again than otherwise. That cool head of his never allowed anything to interfere with the course of business. He was too sure of Linnet to be afraid of losing her. It was a voice he had married, not a living, breathing woman, an exquisite voice with all its glorious potentialities of wealth untold, now beginning to flow in upon him that season in London. But to Linnet herself, struggling hard in her own soul with the love she could not repress, and would never acknowledge, it was a very great comfort that she could salve her conscience with that thought. She seldom saw Will save at Andreas's invitation. The next 3 years of the new singer's life were years of rapid rise to fame, wealth, and honour. Signora Caselmont grew quickly to be a universal favourite, not in London alone, but also in Berlin, Vienna, Paris. 'Twas a wonderful change indeed from the old days in the Zillerthal. Her name was noised abroad, crowned heads bowed down to her, serene highnesses whispered love, archdukes brought compliments and diamond necklaces. No one mounts so fast to fame as the successful singer. She must make her reputation while she is young and beautiful. She may come from nowhere, but she steps almost at once into the front rank of society. It is so with all of them. It was so with Linnet. But to Will she was always the same old Linnet still. He thought no more of her, and he thought no less than he had thought in those brief days of first love in the Tyrol. At the end of Linnet's first London season, after some weeks in Paris, when August came round, Andreas took his wife for her yearly villeggiatura to a hilltop in Switzerland. He was for ozone still. He believed as much as ever in the restorative value of mountain air and simple life for a vocalist. It gave tone to the larynx, he said, and tightened the vocal cords, for he had taken the trouble to read up the mechanism of voice production, so he carried off Linnet to an upland village perched high on the slopes behind the Lake of Thun, not to a great hotel or crowded pension where she would breathe bad air, eat made French dishes, drink doubtful wine, keep very late hours and mix with exciting company, but to a chalet nestling high beneath a clambering pinewood, among alpine pastures thick with orchids and globe flowers, where she might live as free and inhale as pure and unpolluted an atmosphere as in their own green Zillerthal. For reasons of his own, indeed, Andreas wouldn't take her to St. Valentin, lest the homesickness of the mountaineer should come over her too strong when she returned once more to London or Berlin. But he chose this lofty Bernese hamlet as the next best thing to their native vale to be found in Europe. There, for 6 happy weeks, Linnet drank in once more the fresh mountain breeze, blowing cool from the glaciers, climbed, as of old, among alp and crag and rock and larch forest, felt the soft fresh turf rise elastic under her light foot as she sprang from tussock to tussock of firmer grass among the peaty sward of the hillside. Before leaving town that summer, she had lunched once with Will at Florian's chambers and mentioned to him casually in the course of talk the name and position of their Bernese village. Will bore it well in mind. A week or two later, as Linnet strolled by herself in a simple tweed frock and a light straw hat among the upland pastures, she saw to her surprise a very familiar figure in a grey knickerbocker suit, winding slowly along the path from the direction of Beatenberg. Her heart leapt up within her with joy at the sight. Ech Himmel, what was this? It was her Engländer, her poet. Then he had remembered where she was going, he had come after her to meet her. Next moment she reproached herself with a bitter reproach. The little oval Madonna, which kept its place still round her neck amid all her new magnificence, felt another hard grip on its sorely tried margin. Oh, dear lady, pardon her, that her heart should so jump for a stranger and a heretic, which never jumped at all for her wedded husband. The church knew best, the church knew best. For her soul's sake, no doubt, the Herr Vicar was right, and dear Herr Will was a heretic. But if only they had wedded her to Herr Will instead, her heart gave a great thump. Oh, how she would have loved him! Though now, as things stood, of course, she could never care for him. And with that wise resolve in her heart, and Our Lady clasped hard in her trembling hand, she stepped forth with beaming eyes and parted lips to greet him. Will came up, a little embarrassed. He had no intention, when he set out, of meeting Linnet thus casually. It was his design to call in due form at the chalet and ask decorously for Andreas. It made him feel like a thief in the night to have lighted, thus unawares, upon Linnet alone, without her husband's knowledge. However, awkward circumstances will arise now and again, and we have all of us to face them. Will took her hand, a trifle abashed, but still none the less cordially. What Frau Horsberger? He cried in German, and Linnet winced at the formal name, though of course it was what he now always called her. I didn't expect to see you here, though I was coming to ask after. Your husband in the village, and he glanced down at his feet with a little nervous confusion. I saw you coming, Linnet answered in English, for she loved best to speak with her Engländer in his own language. And I knew that it was you, so I came on to meet you. Isn't it lovely here? Just like my own dear fatherland. Will was hot and dusty with his long tramp from Interlaken. It was a broiling day. He sat down by Linnet's side on the grassy slope that looks across towards the lake and the great snow-clad giants of the Bernese Oberland. That was the very first time he had been quite alone with her since she married Andreas. The very first time since those delicious mornings on the vine-draped Kuchelberg. They sat there long and talked, Linnet picking tall grasses all the while with her twitching fingers, and pulling them into joints, and throwing them away bit by bit, with her eyes fixed hard on them. After a time, as they sat and grew more at home with one another, they fell naturally into talk of the old days at St. Valentin. They were both of them timid and both self-conscious, yet in the open air out there on that alpine hillside, it all seemed so familiar, so homely, so simple, so like those lost hours long ago in the Zillerthal, that by degrees their shyness and reserve wore off and they fell to talking more easily and unrestrainedly. Once or twice Will even called her Linnet, tout court without noticing it, but Linnet noticed it herself and felt a thrill of strange joy, followed fast by a pang of intense remorse, course through her as she sat there. By and by their talk got round by slow degrees to London. Linnet had seen one of Will's pieces at the Duke of Edinburgh's in June and admired it immensely. How I should love to sing in something of your composing, Herr Will, she exclaimed with fervour. Just for old time's sake, you know, when neither of us was well known and when we met at St. Valentin. Will looked down a little nervously. I've often thought, he said with a stifled sigh, I should love to write something on purpose for you, Linnet. I know your voice and its capabilities so well. I've watched you so close, for your career has interested me, and I think it would inspire one both in the lines and in the music to know one was working for a person one knew and liked and had met before under other circumstances. He looked away and hesitated. Linnet clasped her hands in front of her between her knees on her simple tweed frock and stared studiously at the mountains. "Oh, that would be lovely," she cried, pressing her fingers ecstatically. "That would be charming, that would be beautiful. I should love that. I should sing in something you'd written, and above all in something you'd written for me, Will. I'm sure it would inspire me too. It would inspire both of us. I do not think you could write for anybody, or I could sing for anybody, as we could write and sing, each one of us, for one another. We should do ourselves justice then. Why don't you try it?" She looked deep into his eyes. Will quailed and felt his heart stand still within him. "There are difficulties in the way, my child," he answered, deliberating. "You're more or less bound to the harmony, I think, and I'm more or less bound to the Duke of Edinburgh's. And then there's Herr Horsburger to consider as well. Even if we could arrange things with our respective managers, do you think he'd be likely to fall in with our arrangements?" Linnet seized his arm impulsively. With these warm southern natures, such acts are natural and mean less than with us northerners. "Oh, do try, dear Herr Will," she exclaimed, bending forward in earnest entreaty. "Do try if we can't manage it. Never mind about Andreas. I'm sure he would consent, if he saw it was a good piece, and I could sing in it with spirit, and I would sing in it, at lieber Gott, how well I would sing in it. You would see what I could do then. It would be splendid, splendid. But I'm afraid Wilden Blades—" Linnet cut him short impatiently, jerking her little curled forefinger with a contemptuous gesture. "What matter about Wilden Blades?" she cried. "We can easily settle him. If you and I decide to work this play together, the manager must give in. We can arrange it somehow." And she looked at him with more conscious dignity and beauty than usual. For simple peasant girl as she was, and a child still at heart, she knew by this time she was also a queen of the opera. How the Gomu had crowded her salon in her Paris hotel. How great ladies had fought for stalls at her triumphant premiere. "I might think about it," Will answered after a brief pause, half alarmed at her eagerness. Was it not too dangerous? But Linnet, quite sure in her own soul she was urging him from purely artistic motives, had no such scruples. "Do try," she cried, laying her hand impulsively on his arm once more. "Now promise me you'll try. Begin today. I should love to see what sort of a part you'd write for me." Will stammered and hesitated. "Well, to tell you the truth, I've begun already, Linnet," he answered, fingering the pencil case that hung from his watch chain with ill-concealed agitation. "I've been walking about for a fortnight through the mountains alone. Florian wanted to come, but I wouldn't bring him with me that I might have time for thinking, and everything I saw seemed somehow to recall. Well, why shouldn't I confess it? Those days on the Kuchelberg, I thought of you a great deal. I mean of your voice and the sort of words and chords that would be likely to suit you. I always compose best in the open air. The breeze whispers bars to me. And I've begun a few songs, just your part in the play, you know, words and airs together, Wagner-wise. That's how I always do it. The country I passed through brought the music of itself. It all spoke to me direct. And I thought it would be something new to bring this breezy alpine air to freshen the stuffy atmosphere of a London theatre. "Have you got what you've done with you?" Linnet inquired with deep interest. "It's here in my knapsack," Will answered, half reluctant. "Ah, do let me see it." And she pressed one hand to her breast with native southern vehemence. "It's only in pencil, roughly scratched on bits of paper over rocks or things anyhow," Will replied apologetically. I don't suppose you'll be able to read one word of it, but if you like you can try, and he pulled it forth and opened it. For 20 minutes or more of terrestrial time Linnet sat entranced in the seventh heavens. She tried over parts of the songs, half to herself, half to Will, with many an oh and an ach got, and was charmed and delighted with them. They were written straight at her, not a doubt in the world about that, and they suited her voice and manner admirably. It's so innocent for a singer to sit on the grassy mountain sides like this, with a poet and composer close at hand to consult and talk over the work they mean to produce together. This was art, pure art. The sternest moralist could surely find nothing to object to in it. Linnet didn't even feel bound to give another hard squeeze to the poor much battered and hardly used Madonna. She only sat and sang, with Will smiling by her side, there in the delicate mountain air, among the whispering pines, gazing across at the stainless peaks and thrilling through to the finger-tips. "Oh, Herr Will," she cried at last, "how lovely it is out here, how high, how soft, how pure, how much lovelier than in London. I've never enjoyed anything in my life so much since," her voice sank low, "since those days on the Kuchelberg." Will leant over towards her for a moment. His heart beat hard. He laid one palm on the ground and rested on it as he looked at her. He was trembling all over. Surely he must give way. For a moment he paused and debated, then he rose to his feet suddenly. "I think, Linnet," he said in a very serious voice, "for your sake, I think we ought to go on and find your husband." Chapter 34. When Will, with fear and trembling, explained his plan half an hour later at the chalet to Andreas Horsberger, that wise man of business, instead of flouting the idea, entered into his suggestion with the utmost alacrity. He knew Linnet was still very fond of Will Deveril, and being a practical man, he was perfectly ready to make capital out of her fondness. It was good for trade, and whatever was good for trade appealed at once to Andreas on the tenderest point of his nature. He had perfect confidence in Linnet's honour, as well indeed he might have, but if she chose to cherish an innocent sentimental attachment of the German sort, in point of fact a Schwärmerei, towards a young man she had known and liked before her marriage, that was no business of his. Or rather, it was just so much his business as it might help him to make a little more money out of her. Andreas Horsberger was a proud and self-respecting person, but his pride and his self-respect were neither of them touched by a purely romantic feeling on his young wife's part towards a rising poet-composer who was anxious to write and score an opera to suit her. Indeed, he rather congratulated himself than otherwise on the thought that very few husbands of theatrical favourites had such very small cause for jealousy as he had, so he listened to Will's humming and hawing apology with a quiet face of subdued amusement. What a bother about nothing! If Will wrote a piece for Linnet, why, of course, he'd write it excellently, and write it with most intimate knowledge of her voice, as well as with close sympathy for all its shades of feeling. Will knew her exact compass, her range, her capabilities. He knew also her weak points, her limitations, her dramatic failings, and Linnet for her part was sure to sing well whatever Will wrote for her, both because it was Will's and because it was suited to her voice and character. The idea was an excellent one, how absurd to make a fuss about it. And he has some of it scored already, he says, Linnet put in, half trembling. "Let me see it," Andreas exclaimed in his authoritative way, and he skimmed it over carefully. H.M., that's not bad," he muttered from time to time as he went along. "Suits her style very well. Not at all a weak close. Fine opportunity for that clear upper G of hers. Excellently considered piece. Have you tried it over, Linnet? I should think it ought to do very nicely indeed for you." I just sang it a bit at sight, Linnet answered, on the hillside. When I met Herr Will first, we sat down and talked because Herr Will was tired, and he showed me his score and I tried part of it over a bit, but it was not that which you would quite call fairly trying it, for I had not seen it before and had no time to study it. Still, I thought it very good, oh, exquisite, perfect, and I should like so much the chance to sing in it. Try it now, Andreas said in his dictatorial tone, and Linnet, without any affected hesitation or professional airs, opened her rich mouth naturally and trilled forth upon Will's delighted ear in a raptured flood her native first reading of his own graceful music. "That'll do," Andreas said with decision as soon as she'd finished. "That'll do, Linnet. We'll arrange for it," and Will, leaning across to her over the plain deal table as she stood blushing in front of him, exclaimed with delight, "Why, Linnet, Frau Horsberger, I mean, that's charming, charming. I couldn't have believed how pretty my own song was till I heard you sing it." So that very day the whole matter was settled as far at least as those three could settle it. It was decided and contracted that Will should definitely write an opera for Linnet, that he should offer it first to Mr. Wells, the manager of the Harmony, and that if Wells refused it, it should go next to the Duke of Edinburgh's, on condition that Linnet was engaged for the title role. Before evening, Will had shouldered his knapsack once more, though Andreas would fain have constrained him to stay the night at their inn, and with a timorous farewell to Linnet at the chalet door, had gone on his way rejoicing to descend towards Oberwessel. That interview gave him courage. During the course of the autumn he completed his piece, for he was a man of inspirations, and he worked very rapidly when the fit was upon him. The greater part of his opera he wrote and composed in the open air, beneath the singing larks on those green Swiss hillsides, and the larks themselves did not sing more spontaneous, with heart elate, for pure joy of singing. That one short tete-a-tete with Linnet at her chalet had filled his teeming brain with new chords and great fancies. Words and notes seemed to come of themselves, and to suggest one another. Moods seemed to mirror themselves in becoming music. Besides, Will thought with no little pleasure this new venture would bring him, for a time at least, into closer personal connection with Linnet. While rehearsals and other preliminary arrangements went on, he must be thrown a great deal perforce into Linnet's company, and how delightful to think they would be working together for a common end. That success, if achieved, would be due in part and in equal degrees to each of them. Will didn't return to London till the end of October. He had spent the time meanwhile partly in the Bernese Oberland, and partly later on the south side of the Alps, among the valleys and waterfalls of the Canton Ticino. But when he arrived at Charing Cross, it was not empty-handed. He carried in his portmanteau the almost complete manuscript of Cophetua's Adventure, that exquisite romance of no particular time and place, with its fanciful theme and its curious episodes, which proved at last that poetry is not stone-dead on our English stage, and that exquisite verse wedded to exquisite harmonies has still its fair chance of a hearing in England. He had only to polish it at his rooms in Craven Street before submitting it to the opinion of the manager of the Harmony. Linnet came later. She had a 2 months' engagement first to fulfil in Paris, where we'll read, with a little pang of regret, in the Figaro how she had turned the heads and captured the hearts, if any, of 10,000 boulevardiers. Her very innocence and simplicity at once delighted and surprised the profoundly sophisticated Parisian mind. All the world of the foyer unanimously voted her tout si quilwire de plus enfantin. She has afforded us, said a famous lady killer of the Avenue Victor Hugo, the rare pleasure of a persistent and unreasoning refusal. So all Paris was charmed, as all Paris always is at any new sensation. An opera singer insensible to the persuasiveness of diamonds and the eloquence of bank notes, all Paris shrugged its shoulders in incredulous astonishment. Incroyable, it muttered. Mais enfin, lest June set petite, ça viendra. So it was March before Linnet was in London once more. Andreas, ever businesslike, had preceded her by a week or two, to conclude the needful arrangements with the people at the Harmony. By the time the prima donna herself arrived, everything was already well in train for the rehearsals. Linnet had studied her part indeed in Paris beforehand, till she knew every line, every word, every note of it. She had never learnt anything so easily in her life before, though she would hardly admit, even to herself, the true reason because Will had written it. They met at the Harmony the very next afternoon to discuss the details. Andreas was there, of course. He never left his wife's side when business was in question. He must protect her interests. Erect, inflexible, tall, powerful, big-built, with his resolute face and his determined mien, he was a man whom no theatrical manager on earth could afford to bully. He bargained hard with the Harmony for his wife's services in this new engagement, for indeed her late Parisian vogue had put up her price another 20% or so, and now he stood there, triumphant, self-conscious, jubilant, aware that he had done a good stroke of business for himself, and ready to do battle again on his wife's behalf with all and sundry. So satisfied was he, indeed, with their rising fortunes, that he had presented Linnet spontaneously with a £5 note, all pocket money of her own to do as she liked with, on their way to the theatre. Linnet stood a little behind. Will grasped her hand eagerly. She took his in return without the faintest pressure, for our dear lady knew well how wisely and circumspectly she meant to behave now towards him. The circumstances were dangerous, so much the more, beloved Frau, would she strive to comport herself as becomes a good Catholic wife in the hour of temptation. You like your part, Signora? Will asked of her, half playfully, adopting her theatrical Italian style and title. Linnet raised her big eyes. I have never sung in anything I liked half so well, she answered simply. The company assembled by degrees, and the usual preliminary discussion ensued forthwith as to parts and cues and costumes and properties. Will's own ideas, conceived among the virgin snows and pure air of the high Alps, were a trifle too ethereal and a trifle too virginal for that practical manager. He modified them considerably. Various points had to be talked over with various persons. In the midst of them all, Will was surprised to feel of a sudden a sturdy gloved hand laid abruptly on his shoulder, and a powerful though musical feminine voice exclaiming volubly at his ear in very high German, "Ach mein Gott, it's Herr Will, so we meet again in London. Herr Andreas told me you had written this piece for Linnet, but one hardly knows you again, you've grown so much older and better dressed, and richer, and dear Frau, in the Tyrol you wore no beard and whiskers." Will turned in surprise. It was a minute even so before he quite recognized the stalwart speaker. It was Philippina, still good-humoured and buxom and garrulous as of old. But oh, great heavens, how much changed from the brown-faced sennerin with the rough woolen petticoat who had offered them milk, all frothy from the cow, in the stoneware mug on the hillside at St. Valentin. If Linnet was altered, Philippina was transmogrified. Her jolly round face was surmounted incongruously by the latest and airiest thing out in Parisian bonnets. Her dress was the very glass and mirror of fashion. Her delicate gloves looked as dainty as 7½ are ever likely to look upon feminine fingers. Civilization, indeed, had done its worst for Philippina. It had transformed her outright from a simple and natural, if somewhat coarse-fibred cowgirl into the jolly, bouncing, distinctly vulgar type of third-rate actress. With all the good-humoured coarseness of her original nature, she now possessed in addition all the airs and graces, all the coquettish affectations, all the noisy self-assertion of the theatrical utility. "Why, I didn't know you were in England," Will exclaimed, taken aback at her unexpected salute, and surveying from head to foot with no very pleased eye the fly-away peculiarities of her over-trimmed costume. "Then you've taken to the stage." He turned hastily to Linnet and added in English, which Philippina did not understand when he last met her, "She isn't surely going to play in this piece of mine, is she?" "So," Philippina answered in a very Teutonic voice indeed, but in our native vernacular. Yes, I am going to play in it. Herr Andreas has arranged all that wise ze manager. You are surprised to see that I shall play in your piece, but I have played Pevor in many pieces in Paris." Will glanced at Linnet as a mute glance of inquiry. He didn't know why, but Linnet's eyes fell, and a blush spread quick over that clear brown cheek of hers. It wasn't the familiar blush he was accustomed to see there. He noted at once some tinge of shame and personal humiliation in the look that accompanied it. But she answered quickly, "Oh yes, Philippina's to play. My husband and Mr. Wells have settled all about it." "What part?" Will inquired with a slight sense of sinking, for he wasn't overwell pleased to hear those dainty lines of his were to be murdered by Philippina's coarse guttural utterance. "The Princess Berilla," Philippina replied with glib promptitude and great self-satisfaction. "It's a very small part, but I shall do my best in it." Will gave a slight sigh of relief. The Princess Berilla would do at a pinch. If she must sing at all, it was well at least she should sing in so minor a character. Though, to be sure, he had his misgivings how his water fairy's song would sound on the stage when delivered with her clumsy Teutonic pronunciation. They loved to dwell in a pearly shell, and to deck their cell with amber, or amid the caves that the riplet laves and the beryl paves to clamber. By the limpet's home and the vaulted dome where the starfish roam they'd linger. In the mackerel's jaw or the lobster's claw, they'd push and withdraw a finger. He trembled to think what sort of strange hash those thick lips of hers would make of his lilting versification. However, for the moment, and for Linnet's sake, he said nothing against it. A little later in the afternoon, he had 5 minutes with the prima donna alone in one of the passages. "Look here, Linnet," he said hurriedly with a beseeching glance, "must we have Philippina?" "There's no must at all in the matter except the musts you make," Linnet answered, trembling. "If you say she must go, Mr. Wells will cut her out, I suppose, to please you. Only," and she hesitated. "Only what?" Will cried inquiringly. "Only, I'm afraid Andreas wouldn't like it." Her face flushed again. Will looked down at her and paused. A great many thoughts ran through his head in a second. Linnet scanned the floor embarrassed. After a while Will spoke again in a very low tone. "I'd let anybody sing, Linnet," he said, with a voice like a frog's rather than allow, well, any trouble to crop up between myself and your husband. "Thank you," Linnet answered simply, but she lifted her eyes and gave him one grateful look that was more than full recompense. "How did Philippina learn English?" Will asked once more, hardly daring to press the subject. "Oh, Andreas has always taken, well, a very great interest in her, you know," Linnet answered with a faintly evasive air. "She went with us to Italy. He kept her on when he paid off the rest of his troop at Meran, and he got her trained under agreement and put her into a minor part when I sang at San Carlo. When we came to England first, she went for a while to Paris, but he's always been getting her English lessons everywhere." He has a claim on her, he says, for money advanced to train her for the stage. She's a very good-natured girl, and she's always been kind to me. I see, Will answered with a suddenly sobered air. Very well then, Linnet, and he drew a deep sigh, though not for himself. She shall sing the part of Princess Burilla. Thank you, Linnet said simply, with a sigh once more. But till then he had never thought Linnet had that to put up with. Chapter 35. Mr. Franz Lindner, alias Signor Francesco of the London Pavilion, laid down his morning paper at his lodgings in Soho, with unmistakable outward and visible signs of a very bad humour. Montepulciano and Lachryma Christi, as Florian put it, had evidently disagreed with him. But that was not all. The subject which roused his undisguised discontent was the marked success of the woman he once loved, the woman he loved now even more than ever, for this was what Franz had read, amid much else of the same cheap laudatory strain, in the theatrical column of the Daily Telephone. The first performance of Mr. W. de Veril's New English opera, Cophetua's Adventure, at the Harmony last night marks an epoch in the renaissance of the poetical drama in England. Never has the little house on the Embankment been so crowded before. Never has an audience received a new play with more unanimous marks of profound enthusiasm, both as a work of literature and as a musical composition. This charming piece recalls to mind the best days of the great Italian outburst of song at the beginning of the century. Franz snorted internally as he ran his eye in haste over the learned digression on the various characteristics of the various operas which Cophetua's Adventure suggested to the accomplished critic who works the drama for that leading newspaper. Then, skipping the gag, he read on once more with deeper interest. It would be hard to decide whether the chief honours of the night belonged more unmistakably to Mr. de Veril himself, or to his charming exponent, Signora Caselmont. The words of the songs, indeed, possessed to a rare degree high literary merit. The music, as might be expected from so accomplished a composer, was light and airy, yet with the genuine ring of artistic inspiration. But the ever-delightful soprano rendered her part so admirably that 'twas difficult to disentangle Mr. de Veril's tunes from the delicious individualization conferred upon them by Signora Caselmont's voice and acting. The prima donna's first appearance on the stage as the beggar maid, lightly clad in a graceful though ostentatiously simple costume, was the signal for a burst of irrepressible applause from stalls, boxes, and gallery. In the second act, as Cophetua's queen, the popular diva looked, if possible, even more enchantingly beautiful, while the exquisite naivete with which she sang the dainty aria, now all ye maidens, matrons, wives, and widows, brought down the house in one prolonged outburst of unmixed appreciation. Our operatic stage has seldom boasted a lady so perfectly natural, in manner, gesture, and action, or one who allowed her great native gifts to degenerate so little into affectations or prettinesses. Franz flung down the paper and sighed. He admitted it, he regretted it. What a fool he had been not to marry that girl offhand, when he once had the chance, instead of dawdling and hanging about till Horsbadger carried the prize off under his nose to St. Valentin. It was disgusting, it was silly of him, and now it began to strike him very forcibly indeed that his chance, once gone, was gone for ever. A full year and more had passed since Linnet and her husband first came to London. During that year it had dawned slowly upon Franz's mind that Linnet had risen into a higher sphere, and could never by any possibility be his in future. He was dimly conscious by this time that he himself was a music-hall gentleman by nature and position, while Linnet was born to be a special star of the higher opera. Never could he recover the ground thus lost. The woman he loved once, and now loved again distractedly, had climbed to a higher plane and was lost to his horizon. What annoyed France more than anything, however, was his feeling of chagrin that he had let himself be cajoled, on the night of Linnet's first appearance in London, into abandoning his designs against her husband's person. He knew now he had done wrong. He ought to have stabbed Andreas Horsberger then and there as he intended. In a moment of culpable weakness, he had allowed himself to be beguiled from his fixed purpose by the blandishments of Linnet and the rich American widow. That would indeed have been the dramatic time to strike. He had let the psychological moment go by unheeded, and it would never return, or at least it would never return in so effectual a fashion. To have struck him then and there on their very first meeting after Linnet's marriage, and on the night when Linnet made her earliest bow before an English audience, that would have been splendid, that would have been beautiful, that would have been romantic. All London would have rung with it. But now, during those past months, he had met Andreas twice or thrice on neutral ground, as it were, and the relations between them, though distant and distinctly strained, had been nominally friendly. The Robbler felt he had committed a fatal error in accepting Mr. Will's invitation to supper on that critical evening. It had compelled him to treat Andreas as an acquaintance once more. To turn round upon him now and stab him in pure pique would be feeble and self-stultifying. France wished he had had strength of mind to resist the women's wiles that first night at the Harmony, and to draw his rival's blood before their very eyes, as his own better judgment had told him he ought to do. He had seen Linnet too, and there came the unkindest cut of all, for he recognized at once that the girl he had described to Will Diveril as beneath his exalted notice, since he rose to the front ranks of the profession at the London Pavilion, was now so much above him that she scarcely thought of him at all, and evidently regarded him only in the light of the man who had threatened her husband's life when they came to England. Yes, Linnet thought nothing of him now. How could you expect it to be otherwise? She had money and rank and position at her feet. Was it likely, being a woman, she would care greatly, when things were thus, for a music-hall singer who earned as much in 6 months as she herself could earn in one easy fortnight? And yet, France rose and gazed abstractedly at his own face in the glass over the mantelpiece. No fault to find there. Many women did worse. He was excellently pleased with his black moustache, his flashing dark eyes, his well-turned figure. He even thought not ill of his blazing blue necktie, and Andreas was 50 if he was a day, France felt sure. Old Andreas with his solid cut, his square-set shoulders, his steely grey eyes, his heavy, unimpassioned, inexpressive countenance. If only he himself had the money to cut a dash, the mere wretched rhino, the miserable oof, for France had lived long enough in England now to have picked up a choice collection of best British slang. He might stand a chance still against that creature Andreas. It was 1 o'clock by this time, though France had only just risen from his morning coffee. What would you have? A professional man must needs sing till late at night and take his social pleasures at his café afterwards. So France was seldom in bed till 2 or 3 in the morning, recouping himself next day by sleeping on till midday. 'Twas the hour of the promenade. He went into his bedroom, doffed his flannel smoking coat, and arrayed himself in the cheaply fashionable broadcloth suit in which it was his wont to give the daily treat of seeing him to the girls in Bond Street. Then he lighted a bad cigar and strolled out towards Piccadilly. At the circus he met a friend, an English betting man who was a constant patron of the London Pavilion. "Hullo, Fred. he cried with a start, how spruce you look today. The favourite must have lost. You have the appearance of the man who is flush of money. And yet the winter, is it not your off-season? The bookmaker smiled a most self-contented smile. He certainly had the air of being in the very best of spirits. He was one of those overfed, full-faced, knowing-eyed creatures who lurk round racecourses with a flower in their buttonholes, smoke the finest cigars, drink Heidsieck's dry monopole, and drop their H-tickets over the grand stand with surprising unanimity. But his aspect just then was even more prosperous than usual. He seized Signor Francesco's arm with good-humoured effusiveness. "Flush!" he cried with a bounce. "Well, my boy, I should rather think so. Why, I ain't on the turf any longer, that's jest where it is. I've retired from business. Jest you look Frenchy, that's gold, that is. I've been over in your country for 6 weeks, I ave, and danged if I ain't come back with my pockets 'arf bust with furrineerin' money. To my country, to Tyrol," France put in, greatly astonished. "Zer ain't mock money going zere, I fancy. We're as poor as the church mice. But perhaps," he added with an afterthought, "you mean Vienna. Vienna be 'anged." The bookmaker responded with a hearty slap on the Frenchie's back. To him, as to all his kind, the continent was the continent, one and indivisible. He made and encouraged no petty distinctions between France and Austria. "Vienna be 'anged. It's Monte Carlo I've been to. By George, sir, that's the place to rake the louis in. You puts down your cash on red or black or numbers or encheval they calls it. WH goes the roulette. Pop, out jumps the P, Rouge gang, says the croupier. And you hauls in your money, I tell you, Frenchy, that's the place to make your pile in. Why, I haven't been there more'n jest 6 weeks, and I come back last night with a cool 20 thou in my breeches pocket. 20,000 francs, France cried, fairly dazzled. His companion's eyes gazed unutterable contempt. 20,000 francs, francs be blowed. He answered briskly, "Non owe your furrineerin' reckonins for me, if you please, young man. I'm a true-born Briton, and I count in pounds sterling. No, 20,000 pounds in good French banknotes. A cool 20,000 in my breeches pocket. I've carried 'em home myself, all the way from Monte Carlo, for fear of bein' robbed. There's a lot o' shady people down there on the littoral, and I'm going down now to my bankers in the Strand with the 20,000 pound to pay 'em in and invest 'em. And you earned all that lot in 6 weeks?" France cried, his mouth watering. "Well, I didn't exactly earn it, old chap," the bookmaker replied with a knowing wink, "though I've got a system. I just let it flow in without doing anything particular myself to 'elp it, except it might be to rake in the Rhino. But I mean to retire now and do the toff in future, just running down there again every 2 or 3 years, when I feel the shoe pinch, to replenish the exchequer." "How much did you start wise?" France inquired eagerly, for a plan was rising up in indefinite outline before his mind's eye as they stood there. "Oh, I took across 500, the bookmaker replied with easy confidence, as though £500 were to him the merest flea-bite. "I wouldn't advise anybody to try and work his luck on less than that. You want the capital, that's where it is. The fly-uns know that. Outsiders go smash through not startin' with the capital." He took France's arm in his own. "Luck makes men generous." They lunched together at Simpson's at the winner's expense after he had deposited his gains at the bank in the Strand. The lobster salad was good, the asparagus was fine, the iced champagne made glad the heart of the bookmaker. Expanding by degrees, he waxed warm in praise of his infallible system. It was fallacious, of course, all such systems are, but its inventor at any rate implicitly believed in it. Little by little, with the aid of a pencil and paper and a diagram of a roulette table, he explained to his eager listener the nature of his plan for securing a fortune offhand at Monte Carlo. France drank it in open-mouthed. This was really interesting. How could any man be such a fool as to sing for a miserable pittance 6 nights a week in smoky, grimy London, when a turn of fortune's wheel could bring him £100 every time the table spun in cloudless Monte Carlo? It was clear as mud how to win. The bookmaker was right. No fellow could fail to pull off 5 strokes out of 9 with this infallible martingale. Visions of untold wealth floated vague before his eyes. He saw his way to be rich beyond the dreams of avarice. But it wasn't avarice alone that inflamed Franz Lindner's desire. It was love, it was revenge, it was wounded vanity. At once the idea rose up clear in his mind that if he could go to Monte Carlo and win a fortune, as the bookmaker had done, he might come home and lay it all at Linnet's feet, with a very good chance of final acceptance. His experience at the London Pavilion had led him to believe that women in general, and theatrical stars in particular, had all their price, and might all be bought if you only bid high enough. He didn't doubt that Linnet was like the rest of her kind in this matter. She didn't love Andreas. She couldn't love Andreas. If a good-looking man with a very fine figure and a very black moustache laid the untold gold of Monte Carlo at her feet, could Linnet resist? Would she care to resist him? Franz opined she would not. He didn't think it likely. There was only one thing needed to break the slender tie that bound her to Andreas. That one thing he would get: money, money, money. So from that day forth Franz Lindner's life was changed. He began to work on quite a new basis. Hitherto, like most others of his trade and class, he had spent all he earned as fast as he got it. Now he began to save and lay by for love. With the thrift of his countrymen, one great object in life swam clear before his eyes. He must manage to scrape together £500 and take it to Monte Carlo, where he could make it by a stroke or two of that wonder-working roulette table into 20,000. And with £20,000, he didn't for a moment doubt he'd be able to pay his suit once more to Linnet. Chapter 36. While Cophetua's adventure was running at the Harmony, will necessarily saw a good deal of Linnet. Signora Cazelmont was now the talk of the town. Her name cropped up everywhere. Many men paid her most assiduous court. She was greatly in request for meets of the 4-in-hand club, for Sundays at the Lyric, for picnics at Virginia Water, for little dinners at Richmond. To all of them Linnet went in her innocent way, that deeper-seated innocence that sees and knows much evil, yet passes unscathed through it. For the innocence that springs from mere ignorance alone is hardly worth counting. Andreas accompanied her everywhere with marital solicitude. The foolish will want to say he was a jealous fellow. Wiser heads saw well he was only making sure that the throat which uttered such valuable notes should take no hurt from night air or injudicious ices. It was the singer, not the woman, Andreas guarded so close. The singer herself and the money she brought him. For Will Deveril, however, as a special old friend, Andreas always made very great concessions. He knew it did Linnet good to see much of her Englishman, and what did Linnet good gave resonance to her voice and increased by so much her net money value. So Will was allowed every chance of meeting her. When the weather permitted it, the Horsebadgers often went down by the first train on Sunday morning to Leith Hill or Hind Head or Surrey Commons, and Florian and Rue and Will Deveril and Philippina were frequently of the company. On such occasions Will noticed he was often sent on as if of set design to walk in front with Linnet, while Florian paired in the middle distance with Rue, and Andreas Horsberger himself, being the heaviest of the 6, brought up the rear with that strapping Philippina. More than once, indeed, it struck Will as odd how much the last couple lagged behind, and talked earnestly. He remembered that look Linnet had given him at the theatre while Cophetua was being arranged for. But there, Philippina was always a flirt, and Andreas and she had been very old friends in the Tyrol together. On one such excursion as it chanced, when Rue was not of the party, Florian brought down his queer acquaintance, the Colorado seer, and an American friend who had lately made a hit at a London theatre. This theatrical gentleman did the English stage Yankee in drawing-room comedies to perfection by simply being himself, and was known in private life as Theodore Livingstone. He was tall and handsome, with peculiar brown eyes, brown hair and beard, and a brown tweed suit to match that exactly echoed them. Philippina had always been a susceptible creature. She was one of those women who take their loves lightly, a little and often, with no very great earnestness or steadfastness of purpose. She flirted desperately all that day with the handsome stranger. Andreas smiled sardonically. He himself was nowhere by Mr. Theodore Livingstone's side, though he was generally a prime favourite, and even Florian himself, who had resumed at once in London the amicable relations broken off on the Kuchelberg, felt his attentions slighted in favour of the new and good-looking American. Philippina, to say the truth, was all agog with excitement at her fresh acquaintance. When they lunched on the heather-clad slope of Holmbury, she sat by his side and drank out of the same cup with him, and when he left them at last to descend towards Guildford, while the rest made their way back on foot to Gomshall station, she was momentarily disconsolate for the loss of her companion. Not till they had gone a full half a mile or more did she recover sufficiently to bandy words with Florian. Philippina has her moments, Andreas said with his bitter smile, when Florian chaffed her a little on her evident captivation, for the brown eyes and beard of the handsome actor had quite taken her by storm. Philippina has her moments. I've seen her so before, and I shall see her so again, I don't doubt, in future. She's always volage. And his lip curled curiously. Well, volage or not, Philippina replied, turning round to him sharply, with one of her arch little looks. Philippina was always famed for her archness. Volage or not, Herr Andreas, I have always returned to my old friends at last, sooner or later, have I not? That's true, Florian answered, taking the remark to himself in the Florianesque manner, and fingering his own smooth chin with his white hand lovingly. And I'm sure, Philippina, if it comes to that, your old friends have never forgotten you either. In London or at Meran they've always been the same, to you and to everyone. As he spoke, he gave a sidelong glance at Linnet, for though he had said in his haste once the grapes were sour, he had never ceased in his own heart to admire them greatly. And since Linnet had come forth from her chrysalis stage, a full-fledged butterfly of the cosmopolitan world, decked in brilliant hues and much praised or desired of all beholders, he had paid her assiduous court with every device in his power. It was Franz Lindner's naïve belief that every woman must yield in the end to money or diamonds, if you only bid high enough. It was Florian's, equally naïve, though a trifle less gross, that every woman must yield in the end to flattery and address if you only flatter long enough. So he pressed himself assiduously upon Linnet's attention, in season and out of season, and Linnet, who now regarded such compliments as part of the small change in which the world pays its successful entertainers, took very little heed of all his hints and innuendos. Andreas was wrong, however, in supposing this fancy of Philippina's for the brown-eyed American was merely one of the good-humoured Tyrolese girl's passing affections. For once at last, Philippina was fairly caught in a genuine attachment. "'Tis a scratch," Andreas said at first. "She'll soon get over it." But, as a matter of fact, Philippina didn't. On the contrary, the attack grew more and more serious. In a week or two she was madly in love with Mr. Theodore Livingstone. They had dropped insensibly into Christian names. It was Theodore this and Theodore that, and Theodore the other thing, till Andreas, out of joint, was fairly sick and tired of it. What was odder still, the good-looking American on his side returned the feeling with interest. Philippina had always been a fine-built girl of the buxom beauty type, very large and vigorous. She was lively and bright, and head over ears in love, and the American, though not unaccustomed to female admiration, was thoroughly taken with her. Before long it was evident they meant to make a match of it. Andreas shrugged his shoulders. Still he was amused and yet piqued by it. Why any man should ever be minded to marry an actress at all, unless indeed there was money in her, fairly passed his comprehension. He felt sure there was no money in poor dear Philippina. For every other purpose, the ceremony in such a case is so absurdly superfluous. However, being a wise and prudent man who trusted much to the mitigating effects of time, Andreas threw no obstacles in their way and raised no objections. He only observed in his dry fashion more than once to Linnet, "She'll get tired of him soon. It's always the way with these hot first loves. Like straw fires, they flare up fast and cool down again quickly." The thought seemed to afford him much inward consolation, but though Andreas saw no difficulties in the young people's way, Linnet, with her quicker feminine instinct, immediately spied one. "Is he a Catholic, Philippina?" she asked almost at once, somewhat doubtfully. "Ah, no, he isn't a Catholic," Philippina answered in German with a nonchalant air. "He belongs to some queer kind of American religion, I know not what. They have lots of assorted religions in America, I'm told, to suit all tastes. His they call in English a hard-shell Baptist. So, of course, when we marry, we'll have to get a dispensation. The dispensation, however, proved a harder matter in the end than Philippina or her lover at all imagined. The church was obdurate. Florian, who, as a friend of the house, had been called in to assist in this domestic difficulty, and who knew an archbishop, Florian, in his easy-going Gallio mood, was of opinion that the problem might easily be solved by Mr. Livingstone's immediate conversion and reception into the bosom of the church, a course to which he, for his part, saw no possible objection. But greatly to his surprise, the American stuck to his grotesque and quaintly named creed with dogged persistence. Why any man should trouble to haggle about a faith when a woman was in question, Florian couldn't understand. He'd have turned Mohammedan himself, or esoteric Buddhist, for that matter, with the greatest pleasure if it gave the lady one moment's satisfaction. And Mr. Livingstone's own character hardly led him to expect any greater devotion on his part to the nice abstractions of dogmatic theology. But the American, though he dealt largely in fearsome Western oaths and played poker with a will, and was not more particular in his domestic relations than most other members of his own uncensorious profession, yet stood firm as a rock on the question of recusancy. The Inquisition itself would never have moved him. He had no particular reason indeed for his dogged refusal, except an innate prejudice against papistry, prelacy, and all forms of idolatry. He had no objection of any sort to marrying a Roman Catholic girl, and bringing up her future children, if any, in the Roman Catholic religion. but he stood out firm himself for his own personal Protestantism. "A hard-shell Baptist I was born," he said with great persistence, "and a hard-shell Baptist I'll die, you bet. I was never a church member nor even an inquirer, but a hard-shell Baptist I was and will be, and be durned to all papists." To Florian, such obstinacy on so unimportant a point seemed simply incomprehensible. If it had been a critical question now about Pacchiarotto or Baudelaire or Pater's prose style, he might perhaps have understood it, but infant baptism, theological quibbles, an obscure American sect, impossible, incredible. Still, the wise man has to take the world as he finds it, allowing for all existing follies and errors of other people's psychology. So Florian, who was really a good-natured fellow in a lazy sort of way, when things cost him no trouble, went to see his friend the Archbishop more than once about the dispensation. He found the Archbishop, however, even more impracticable on the subject than the hard-shell Baptist. Those two minds were built, indeed, on such opposite lines that 'twas impossible they should discuss anything, except at cross questions. The Archbishop, tall, thin, ascetic, ecclesiastical, a churchman to the finger-tips, saw in this proposed marriage a breach of discipline, a relaxation of the Church's rules, a danger to a woman's immortal soul, and to heaven knows how many souls of her unborn children. Florian, short, dainty, easy-going, worldly-minded, tolerant, saw in it all only a question of obliging a jolly, good-looking, third-rate actress, whom marriage would perhaps reclaim for a few brief months from a shifting series of less regular attachments. But the mere fact that she was an actress told against her with the Archbishop. Why should he make exception in favour of a young woman of ill-regulated life and flippant conversation, who belonged to a profession already ill seen by the Church, and who wished to enter into one of the most solemn sacraments of life with a professed unbeliever? The Archbishop interposed endless objections and vexatious delays. He must refer this matter to Rome, and that one to further personal deliberation. He must satisfy himself about the state of the young woman and the young man by actual interviews. Florian, like most others of his type, was patient of delays, and seldom lost his temper, but he almost lost it now with that grim, thin old man who could make such a strange and unnecessary fuss about allowing a third-rate playhouse singing girl to contract marriage with a nondescript hard-shell Baptist. 2 or 3 weeks passed away in this undecided fashion, and still Florian called almost daily, and still the Archbishop hummed and hawed and shilly-shallied. Philippina all the time grew more and more visibly eager, and the hard-shell Baptist himself, unable to enter into his Eminence's ecclesiastical frame of mind, consigned the Archbishop and all his church to eternal perdition 10 times a day in sound, round Western phrases. Florian heartily sympathized with him. It was absurd to treat so slight a matter so seriously. Why, Florian himself, if he'd been an archbishop, which he might have been in the great age of Italian churchmanship, would have granted the girl dispensations enough in less than half the time to drive a round dozen of husbands abreast, if her fancy so dictated. His Eminence couldn't have asked more questions or insisted on more proof if he'd been buying a Leonardo for the National Gallery, instead of handing over the precarious possession of a Tyrolese cowgirl to a handsome but highly flavoured Western American mountebank. At last, when Florian returned, much disturbed from his 6th or 7th unsuccessful interview, to Linnet's house in Avenue Road, where he was to meet Philippina and her betrothed by special appointment, His hansom drew up at the door just as Philippina herself and Mr. Theodore Livingstone, in their most Sunday array, disappeared into the vestibule. Florian followed them fast upstairs into Linnet's drawing-room. Andreas Horsburger was there, with Linnet by his side. Philippina and Mr. Livingstone looked radiantly happy and bursting with excitement. "Well, the Archbishop still refuses," Florian exclaimed with great disgust, dropping exhausted on a sofa. "I never in my life met such a stubborn old dromedary. I've tried him with reason, and I've tried him with ridicule, and I've tried him with authority, but nothing answers. He's impervious to any of 'em, a typical pachyderm. I don't believe, myself, if you gird at him for a year, you'll get anything out of him." "It doesn't matter now," Philippina answered glibly, withdrawing her light glove. "Teodora and I have taken the law into our own hands. He persuade me to it this morning. I do not care by this time were it for 20 archbishops." "Oh dear, what do you mean?" Linnet cried, all aghast, regarding her friend with profound dismay. Philippina held up her left hand significantly. "Just that," she cried with a little air of petulant triumph, touching a plain gold ring on her third finger. Then she turned to Theodore. "My husband," she said, smiling as if to introduce him in his novel capacity. "I'd arranged it all beforehand," the American explained, coming to her aid at once with a somewhat exulting air. "I'd got the license and put everything well in hand against the Archbishop's consent, and this morning I felt I wasn't going to wait knocking about for the blamed thing any longer, so I persuaded Philippina, and Philippina gave way, and we were married by 12 o'clock at a Baptist chapel by a minister of religion, as the Act directs, in the presence of the registrar. I expect that's about as binding as you make 'em in England. An archbishop himself couldn't fix it up any firmer with a dozen dispensations." "I congratulate you," Florian cried, fanning his face with his hand. "You've done the right thing. Archbishops, I take it, are impracticable anachronisms. It's absurd to let these priests interfere with one's individuality in such a private matter." But Linnet started back with an awestruck face. "Oh, Philippina," she cried, "how dreadful! Why, a Catholic wouldn't think you were married at all. There's been no sacrament. From the Church's point of view, you might almost as well not have gone before the registrar." Florian laughed down her scruples. The happy bridegroom, never doubting in his own soul the validity of his marriage, invited them all to dine with him that evening at the Criterion before the theatre. But a little later in the afternoon, when the women had left the room, Andreas Horsburger drew Florian mysteriously aside. "Linnet's quite right," he whispered in the philosopher's ear. "I know my countrywomen. Philippina'll be as happy as the day is long for a matter of a week or two, and then, when she comes to think over what it is she's done, she'll never forgive herself. From the Catholic point of view, this is no marriage at all. Philippina must answer for it sooner or later to the priests, and they won't be too gentle to her." Chapter 37. Andreas Horsburger was right. Philippina's nemesis found her out all too quickly. Just 6 weeks later, Will Deverell had called round one afternoon at Florian's rooms in Grosvenor Gardens. They were engaged in discussing Florian's latest purchase, an etching of a wood nymph after a new Dutch artist, very pure and precious, when Mr. Barnes, that impeccable manservant, opened the door with a flourish and announced in his cut-and-dried official voice, "Signora Casalmonti, Mrs. Theodore Livingstone," and Linnet and Philippina burst in upon them like a whirlwind. Will rose hurriedly to greet them. In a moment he saw something serious was amiss. Philippina's eyes were red and swollen with crying. Linnet's, though less bloodshot, looked weary and anxious. "Why, Madre de Dios, what's the matter?" Florian exclaimed in his affected way, rushing forward effusively in his brown velvet smoking coat. "My dear Signora, to what happy star do I owe the honour of this unexpected visit? And all unbidden, too. Such good luck is too infrequent." "It's poor Philippina," Linnet cried, half inarticulate with sympathy. "She's in such a dreadful state, she really doesn't know what on earth to do about it." Florian smiled the calm smile of superior wisdom. "What, already?" he exclaimed, raising one impressive hand. "So soon, so soon. A little rift within the lute, a little tiff with her Theodore. Well, well, dear diva, we know these offences must needs come in the best regulated families. They are part and parcel of our ridiculous marriage system. Will and I are wiser in our generation, you see, we keep well out of it." "No, no, it is not that," Philippina cried excitedly. Then turning to Will, she burst out in German, "I've been to see the priest and the bishop today to ask for absolution, and it's all no use. They'll neither of them give it to me. I've been to ask them again and again these 2 weeks, but they are hard like rock. Hard as that mantelpiece. They refuse to forgive me. They say it's no true marriage at all that I've made, but the lusts of the flesh, a sinful union. What shall I do, whatever shall I do? This is terrible, terrible," and she wrung her hands hard. "It'll kill me," she cried, "it'll kill me." Linnet turned in explanation to the bewildered Florian. "You see," she said simply, "she's living in sin now, and they won't absolve her. She may not take the Mass nor receive the sacraments of the Church in any form. She's like one excommunicated. If she died tomorrow, they would refuse her extreme unction. She would pass away in her sin, and must go at once, straight to perdition." "But surely," Florian ventured to observe, turning theologian for once in these peculiar circumstances, "her present life—" "Well, my dear Signora, without rudeness to the lady, we must all admit it's how shall I put it? It's at least quite as innocent as her previous habits." Linnet made no false pretence of misunderstanding his plain meaning. This was a serious matter, and she felt its full seriousness herself so deeply that she sympathized with Philippina. "You don't understand," she answered, gasping. "You don't at all understand. You can't throw yourself into our standpoint. You're not a Catholic, you see, and you don't feel as we feel about it. To sin once, twice, 3 times, till 70 times 7, I care not how often, that is simply to sin. And if we repent in our hearts, God is faithful and just, the Church absolves us. But to live in open sin, to persist in one's wrong, to set the authority and discipline of the Church at defiance, that to us is quite another matter. Philippina may have done wrong sometimes, we are all of us human. Heaven forbid I should judge her." She spoke very earnestly. "But to continue in sin, to live her life without the sacraments and consolations of the Church, to remain with a man whom no Catholic can recognize as really her husband, that is too terrible. And just think if she were to die." Linnet gazed up at him appealingly. "But that can't be the Catholic doctrine," Will exclaimed with great vehemence. Florian was more practical. "I dare say not," he answered with a shrug, "as the Catholic doctrine is understood by theologians, archbishops, and casuistical textbooks. But that's nothing to the point. It is the Catholic doctrine as these women understand it, and it's sufficient to make them both supremely unhappy. That's enough for us. What we've got to ask is, how can we help them now out of this hole they've got into?" The longer they talked about it, indeed, the clearer did this central fact come out to them. Philippina had married in haste, without the Church's consent. She was repenting at leisure now, in the effort to obtain it. And she sat there, cowering and quivering in bodily terror of those pains and penalties of fire and flame, which were every whit as real to her today in London as they had been long ago by the wayside shrines at St. Valentin. Either she must give up her husband, she said, or her hopes of salvation. It was evident that to her mind the little peccadilloes which the church could absolve were as absolutely nothing, but to live with the husband whom the church disowned appalled and alarmed her. Her agonized terror was as genuine as though the danger she feared were actually confronting her. She saw and heard the hissing flames of purgatory. It made Will realize far more keenly than he had ever realized before the deep hold their creed keeps over these Tyrolese women. He couldn't help thinking how much Linnet would suffer with her finer mould, and her profounder emotions under similar circumstances, if even Philippina, that buxom, coarse-fibred girl, took so deeply to heart the church's displeasure. He remembered it afterwards at a great crisis of their history. It was one of the events in life that most profoundly affected him. Philippina, meanwhile, rocked herself up and down, moaning and trembling piteously. Will's heart was touched. He seized his friend by the arm. "Look here, Florian," he cried, all sympathy. "We must go at once and see the Archbishop." "My dear fellow," Florian answered, shaking his head, "it isn't the slightest use. I've tried too long. The man's pure priest. Heart or pity he has none. The bowels of compassion have been all trained out of him. The simplest offence against ecclesiastical law is to him sheer heresy." "Never mind," Will answered. "We can always try." It struck him, in fact, that the Archbishop might perhaps be more easily moved by himself than by Florian. "Philippina must go with us. We'll see whether or not we can move the churchman." They drove off together in a cab to Westminster, but Linnet went back by herself to St. John's Wood. When she reached her home, Andreas met her at the door with a little sneer on his face. Though they lived more simply than ever prima donna lived before, his avarice grew more marked as Linnet's earnings increased, and since Philippina's marriage he had been unkinder than ever to her. "What did you want with a cab?" he asked. "Wasting your money like that, wherever you've been, without my knowledge or consent. You might at least have come home by the underground, I should fancy." Linnet's face flushed hot. In her anxiety for her friend's soul, she had never thought of such trifles as the hire of a hansom. "It was for Philippina," she said reproachfully with a good home thrust, and Andreas, wincing, imagined he could detect a faintly personal stress upon Philippina's name which almost disconcerted him. "She came round here in such a terrible state of distress that I couldn't help going with her. She can't get her absolution, she's almost out of her mind with it." Andreas' face set harder and sterner than ever. He eyed his wife narrowly. "Philippina can settle for her own cabs," he said with an ugly frown. "What's Philippina to us or we to Philippina that we should waste our hard-earned money upon her? Let Philippina pay for the saving of her own precious soul, if she wants to save it. Don't spend a penny upon her that belongs to your husband." An answer struggled hard for utterance upon Linnet's tongue, but with an effort she repressed it. Andreas hadn't always thought so little of Philippina before she married the handsome, brown-eyed American. However, Linnet refrained from answering him back as he himself would have answered her. The blessed Madonna in her hand gave her strength to restrain herself. She merely said with a little sigh, "I never thought about the cab. It was Florian who called it." Andreas turned upon her sharply. So, he exclaimed with an air of discovery. "You've been round to Herr Florian's, and the other man was there, I suppose. You went by appointment to meet him." "Herr Will was there, if you mean him," Linnet answered, fiery red, but disdaining the weak subterfuge of a pretended ignorance. "I didn't go to meet him, though. I didn't know he was there. He's gone round with her, poor girl, to see the Archbishop." Andreas drew himself up very stiff. He hadn't quite liked that stress Linnet put on Philippina's name, and he wasn't sorry accordingly for this stray chance of a diversion. So Herr Will was there, he repeated with a meaning smile. What a singular coincidence. You've been seeing too much altogether of Herr Will of late. I'm not a jealous man, but mind you, Linnet, I draw a line somewhere. Linnet's face was crimson. It's not you who have had cause to feel jealous, she answered quietly. Herr Will is too good a man to act. Well, to act as you would do. You know what you say or what you hint at isn't true. You're put out because… Because what? Andreas asked provokingly as she broke off and hesitated. But Linnet brushed past him and went up to her own room without answering a word. She was too proud to finish the sentence she had begun. Because Philippina has given you up and married the American. She had known it all along, known it and never minded. But she felt in her heart the reason why. She had never loved Andreas, so how could she be jealous of him? He had married her as a very sound investment. He had never pretended to care for her at all in herself, and she in turn had never pretended to care for him. But now, in an agony of remorse and terror, she flung herself on her bed and with white hands clasped, besought Our Lady with all the strength she possessed to save her from despising and hating her husband. She had never loved him, to be sure, but to her as a Catholic, marriage was a most holy sacrament of the Church, and she must try to live up to it. She prayed, too, for strength to love Will Deveril less, to forget him, to neglect him. Yet, even as she prayed, she thought to herself 10,000 times over how different it would all have been if she had married Will Deveril, how much she would have loved him, how true at heart she would have been to him. All heretic that he was, his image rose up between herself and Our Lady. She wiped her brimming eyes, and with sobs and entreaties begged hard to love him less, begged hard to be forgiven that she loved him now so dearly. Yet, even in her own distress, Linnet thought of Philippina. She prayed hard, too, for Philippina. She begged Our Lady, with tears and sighs, to soften the obdurate Archbishop's heart, and make smooth for Philippina the path to paradise. For in a way she really liked that big, bouncing Alp girl. Unlike as they were in mould, they both came from St. Valentin. Philippina was to Linnet the one tie she still possessed that bound her in memory to the land of her birth, the land where her father and mother lay dead, awaiting their souls' return from the flames of purgatory. That evening at the theatre, Philippina burst in upon her with a radiant face as she dressed for her part in Cophetua's adventure. "It's all right," she cried aloud in German, half wild with joy. "Mr. Deveril has managed it. He spoke to the Archbishop, and the Archbishop said yes, and he gave me absolution then and there on the spot, and I went home for Theodore. And I'm to spend tonight at a lodging-house alone, and he'll marry us with all the rites of the Church tomorrow." Linnet clasped her hand tight. "I'm so glad, dear," she answered. "I knew he'd give way if Herr Will only spoke to him. Herr Will's so kind and good, no mortal on earth can refuse him anything. He's a heretic, to be sure, but oh, Philippina, there's no Catholic like him. Besides," she added after a pause, rearranging the folds in the beggar-maid's dress with pretended preoccupation, "I prayed Our Lady that she might soften the Archbishop's heart, and Our Lady heard my prayer. She always hears me." As she spoke, a great pang passed suddenly through her bosom. Our Lady had answered that prayer. Would she answer the other one? Would she grant Linnet's wish to love Will Deveril less? Staring before her in an agony, she sobbed at the bare thought. It was horrible, hateful. A flood of conflicting emotion came over her like a wave. Sinful as she felt it herself to be, she knew she never meant that prayer she had uttered. Love Will Deveril less, forget him. Oh, impossible. She might be breaking every commandment in her heart at once, but she couldn't frame that prayer. She must and would love him. Oh, foolishness of men, who think they can bind the human heart with a vow. You may promise to do or leave undone what you will, but promise to feel or not to feel. The bare idea is preposterous. Chapter 38. The Horsebadgers spent that winter in Italy. Andreas thought the London air was beginning to tell upon Linnet's throat, and he took good care accordingly to get her an autumn engagement in Vienna, followed by a winter one at Rome and Naples. The money was less, to be sure, but in the end 'twould repay him. Linnet was an investment, and he managed his investment with consummate prudence. Before they went away, however, he and Linnet had another slight difference of opinion about Will Deveril. On the very morning of their departure, a bouquet arrived at the door in Avenue Road, with a neat little note attached, which Linnet opened and read with undisguised eagerness. Bouquets and notes were not infrequent arrivals at that house, indeed, and Andreas, as a rule, took little or no notice of them, unless accompanied by a holder of the precious metals. But Linnet flushed so with pleasure as she read this particular missive that Andreas leaned across and murmured casually, "What's up? Let me look at it." I'd rather not, if you don't mind," Linnet answered, colouring up and half-drying to hide it. Andreas snatched the paper unceremoniously from her trembling hands. He recognised the handwriting. "Ho, Will Deveril," he cried with a sneer. "Let's see what he says. It's poetry, is it then? He drops into verse," and he glanced at it angrily. To Linnet, "Fair fortune gild your southward track, dear bird of passage taking wing. For me, when April wafts you back, will not the spring be twice the spring?" It was imprudent of Will, to be sure, but we are all of us a leetle imprudent at times, present company of course excepted, and some small licence in these matters is accorded by common consent to poets. But Andreas was angry, and more than merely angry. He was suspicious as well, beginning to be afraid in fact of his hold over Linnet. At first, when he came to England, the wise impresario was so sure of his wife, so sure of keeping her and all the money she brought him in his own hands, that he rather threw her designedly into Will's company than otherwise. He saw she sang better when she was much with Will, and for the sake of her singing he lumped the little question of personal preference. But of late he had begun really to fear Will Deveril. It occurred to him at odd moments as just within the bounds of possibility, after all, that Will might some day rob him of his wife altogether, and to rob him of his wife was to rob him of his most serious and profitable property. Why, the sale of her presents alone, bracelets, bouquet holders, rings, and such like trifles, was quite a small fortune to him, and all Catholic that she was, and devout at that, a pure woman who valued her own purity high, quite unlike Philippina. Andreas felt none the less she might conceivably go off in the end with Will Deveril. The heart is always a very vulnerable point in women. He might attack her through the heart, or some such sentimental rubbish, and Linnet had a heart such a fellow as that could strike chords upon easily. So Andreas looked at the flowers and simple little versicles with an angry eye. Then he said in his curt way, "Pretty things to address to a married woman indeed. Pack them up and send them back again." Linnet flushed and flared up. For once in her life her temper failed her. "I won't," she answered firmly. "I shall keep them if I choose. There's nothing in them a poet mayn't rightly say to a married woman. If there was, you know quite well I wouldn't allow him to say it. Besides," she went on warmly, "you wouldn't have asked me to send them back if they'd been pearls or diamonds. You kept the Duke's necklet." And she hid the note in her bosom before the very eyes of her husband. Andreas was not a noisy man. He knew a more excellent way than that to carry his point in the end, by biding his time and watching and waiting. So he said no more for the moment, except to mutter a resounding high German oath as he flung the flowers, paper cover and all, into the dining-room fireplace. In half an hour more they were at Charing Cross on their way to Vienna. Linnet kept Will's verses inside the bosom of her dress and close to her throbbing heart. Andreas asked no more about them just then, but all that winter through he meditated his plan of action for the future in silence. Their 2 months at Vienna were a great success professionally. Linnet went on to Rome laden with the spoils of susceptible Austrians. For the first few weeks after their arrival in Italy, she noticed that Andreas received no letters in Philippina's handwriting. But after that time, notes in a familiar dark-hued scrawl began to arrive for him, at first once a fortnight or so, then later much more frequently. Andreas read them before Linnet's eyes and burnt them cautiously, without note or comment. Linnet was too proud to allude to their arrival in any way. Early in April, with the swallows and sand martins, they returned to England. The spring was in the air, and Andreas thought the bracing north would suit Linnet's throat better now than that soft and relaxing Italian atmosphere. On the very day when they reached Avenue Road, Philippina came to see them. She greeted Andreas warmly. Linnet kissed her on both cheeks. "Well, dear," she said in German, clasping her friend's hand hard, "and how's your husband? What, that dreadful man? Ech, lieber Gott, my dear, don't speak of him," Philippina cried, holding up both her hands in holy horror. Linnet smiled a quiet smile. Florian's forecast was correct. Andreas's words had come true. Her hot first love had cooled down again as quickly as it had flared up, all aglow, like a straw fire in the first instance. Then Philippina began in her usual voluble style to pour forth the full gravamen of her charges against Theodore. She was living with him still, oh yes, she was living with him. For appearance sake, you understand, and then besides, Philippina dropped her eyes with a conventional smile and glanced sidelong at Andreas. There were contingencies. Well, which made it necessary, don't you know, to keep in with him for the present, but he was a dreadful man all the same, and she had quite seen through him. She wished to goodness she had taken Herr Horsberger's excellent advice at first, and never married him. Though there, when once one's married to a man like him or lump him, my dear, the best thing one can do is to drag along with him somehow, for the children's sake, of course. And Philippina simpered once more like the veriest schoolgirl. As soon as she had finished the recital of her troubles with that dreadful man, she went on to remark in the most off-hand way that Will Deveril, presuming on his altered fortunes, had taken new and larger rooms in a street in St. James's. They were beautiful rooms, oh yes, of course, and Herr Florian had furnished them. So schön was never anything like it. She saw Herr Florian often now. Yes, he was always so kind, and sent her flowers weekly, such lovely flowers. Herr Will had heard that Linnet was coming back, and he was hoping to see her. He would be round there that very night. He had told her so himself just half an hour ago in Regent Street. At those words Andreas rose without warning of any sort and touched the electric bell. The servant entered. "You remember Mr. Deveril," he said to the girl, "the tall, fair gentleman with the light moustache who called often last summer." "Oh yes, sir, I mind him well," the girl answered promptly. "Him as brought the bouquet for Mrs. Horsberger the morning you was going away to the Continent last October." It was an awkward reminiscence, though she didn't intend it so. Andreas frowned still more angrily than before at the suggestion. "That's the man," he cried savagely. "Now, Ellen, if he calls tonight and asks for your mistress, say she isn't at home and won't be at home in future to Mr. Deveril." His voice was cold and stern. Linnet started from her chair. Her face flushed crimson. That Andreas should so shame her before Philippina and her own servant, it was hateful, it was intolerable. She turned to the girl with a tinge of unwanted imperiousness in her tone. "Say nothing of the sort, Ellen," she cried in a very firm voice, standing forth and confronting her. "If Mr. de Veril comes, show him up to the drawing-room." Andreas stood still and glared at her. He said never a word, but he clenched his fists hard and pressed his teeth together. The girl looked from one to the other in feeble indecision and then began to whimper. "Which of you am I to take my orders from?" she burst out with a little sob. "From you or my mistress?" "From me," Linnet answered in a very settled voice. "This house is mine and you are my servant. I earn the money that keeps it all going. Mr. Horsbadger has no right to dictate to me here whom I may see or not in my own drawing-room." The girl hesitated for a moment and then left the room with evident reluctance. As soon as she was gone, Andreas turned fiercely to his wife. "This is open war," he said with a scowl. "Open war, Frau Horsbadger. This is sheer rebellion. You are wrong in what you say. The house is mine and all that's in it. I took it in my own name. I furnished it. I pay the rent of it. The money you earn is mine. I have your own signature to the document we drew up before I invested my hard cash in getting you trained and educated. I'm your husband, and if you disobey me, I'll take you where I choose. Now mind, my orders are you don't receive Mr. de Veril in this house this evening. Philippina, you are my witness. You hear what I say. If she does, all the world will know what to think of it. She'll receive him against my wish and in my absence. Every civilized court puts only one construction on such an act of open disobedience." He went out into the hall, fiery hot, and returned with his hat. "I'm going out," he said curtly. "I don't want to coerce you. I leave it in your own hands whether you'll see this man alone against my will or not, Frau Horsbadger. But recollect, if you see him, I shall take my own course. I'll not be bearded like this before my own servants by a woman I've raised from the very dregs of the people, and put by my own act in a position she's unfit for." Linnet's blood was up. "You can go, sir," she said briefly. "If Mr. de Veril calls, I shall see for myself whether or not I care to receive him." Andreas strode out all on fire. As soon as he was gone, Linnet sank into a chair, buried her face in her hands, pressed her nails against her brow, and sobbed long and violently. The little Madonna in Britannia metal gave scant comfort to her soul. She rocked herself to and fro in unspeakable misery. Though she had spoken up so bravely to Andreas to his face, she knew well in her heart this was the end of everything. As a wife, as a Catholic, let him be ever so unworthy, let him be ever so unkind, her duty was plain. She must never in his absence receive Will de Veril. Her strength was failing fast. She knew that well. Dear lady, protect her. If she saw Will after this, heaven knew what might happen. For oh, in her heart, how she loved him, how she loved him. She had prayed to the blessed Frau that she might love Will de Veril less, but she never meant it. The more she prayed, the better she loved him. And now why, the Madonna was crumpled up almost double in her convulsive grasp. Philippina leant over her with a half-frightened air. Linnet rose and rang the bell. It was terrible, terrible. Though it broke her poor heart, she would obey the church, she would obey her husband. "If Mr. de Veril calls," she said half inaudibly to the servant, "once more you may tell him I'm not at home," or the church had conquered. Then she sank back in her chair, sobbing and crying bitterly. Chapter 39. Mr. Joaquin Holmes was making a morning call one of those days on Mrs. Theodore Livingstone, better known to the readers of these pages as Philippina, at her furnished apartments in Berry Street, Bloomsbury. Of late, Mr. Joaquin Holmes had been down on his luck. and the weather in London that day was certainly not of a sort to propitiate the nerves of a man who had been raised on the cloudless skies of southern Colorado. Though it was early April, a settled gloom, as of November, brooded impartially over city and suburbs. Mr. Joaquin Holmes was by no means happy. Society in London had grown tired of his seership. The psychophysical entertainment at the Assyrian Hall attracted every night an ever-dwindling audience. Maskelyne and Cook had learnt to counterfeit all the best of his tricks, and things in general looked so black just then for the trade of profit that the seer was beginning to wonder in his own inmost soul whether he wouldn't be compelled before long to fall back for a while on his more lucrative but less reputable alternative profession of gambler and card sharper. However, being a man of sentiment, he consoled himself meanwhile by a morning call on Mrs. Theodore Livingstone. Philippina was looking her very best that afternoon, attired in a coquettish costume, half peignoir, half tea gown, especially designed for the reception of such casual visitors. And Mr. Joaquin Holmes was one of Philippina's most devoted admirers. Florian had introduced him long ago to the good-natured singer before her marriage, and the seer had ever since been numbered among her most frequent and attentive callers. He could talk with her in German, for as befits his trade, he was an excellent linguist, and Philippina was glad when she could relieve herself for a while from the constant strain of speaking English by an occasional return to the free tongue of her fatherland. Theodore was out, she said glibly, with her accustomed volubility. Oh yes, he was out, and he wouldn't be back, she supposed, till dinner. No fear about that. The horrid man never came near her now except at meal times or to go down to the theatre. He was off, she had no doubt, with some of his hateful companions in some billiard-room or something, wasting the money that ought to go to the support of the household. If it weren't for herself and for some very kind friends, Philippina really didn't know what on earth would become of them. The seer smiled sweetly. He was an engaging man, and when he flooded Philippina with the light of his great eyes, she thought him really as nice as anybody on earth, except Herr Andreas. They sat there long, and chatted in that peculiar vein which Philippina affected when she found herself alone with one of her male admirers. She was a born flirt, Philippina, and though she was a matron now, with a distinct tendency to grow visibly stouter on good English fare, she had still all that archness and that liveliness of manner which had captivated Florian the first morning they met her on the hill-top at St. Valentin. As they sat there, exchanging a quiet fire of repartee, with many atches and so's of very Teutonic playfulness, the lodging-house servant came up with a note, which Philippina tore open and read through somewhat eagerly. The seer noticed that as she read it her colour deepened. Such signs of feeling seldom escaped the eyes of that observant thought-reader. He noticed also that the envelope, though directed in English letters, bore evident traces of a German hand in the twists and twirls of the very peculiar manuscript. He could see from where he sat an unmistakable curl over the U of Berry Street. A curl like that could only have been produced by a person accustomed to German writing. Philippina crumpled the envelope and looked vacantly at the fireplace. The fire wasn't lighted, for the day, though damp and dark, was by no means chilly. The seer noted that glance, so she wanted to burn it then. Philippina, unheeding him, poked the envelope through the bars of the grate with the aid of the tongs, but laid the note itself on the table by her side, a little uneasily. The seer, with that native quickness of perception which had made him into a thought-reader, divined at once what was passing through her mind. She must destroy that note before Theodore returned, and she was anxious in her own soul for a chance of destroying it. Joaquin Holmes spotted a mystery, perhaps an intrigue, but in any case a mystery. Now little family affairs of this sort were part and parcel of his stock in trade. There was nothing so useful to him in life as possession of a secret, and Philippina was indeed an open book. He could read her as easily as he could read a pack of cards with the tips of his fingers. The longer he stopped, the more obviously and evidently Philippina fidgeted,